Chapter 1: The Protagonist's Father. At the beginning, there are 7 charming daughters. I have traveled through time, and even into the world of novels. In a grand and luxurious office, a handsome man with mature charm was sitting on an office chair, with complicated eyes and a look of astonishment on his face. After a while, Suhao had to accept a fact. He traveled to the world of an urban war god novel he just read. Good news! He suddenly became a billionaire and stood at the pinnacle of his life at the beginning. Bad news! He is not going to die soon. Because he is the vicious villain in the book and the stepping stone for the protagonist. Thinking of his own ending, Suhao felt a pain in his balls. It's not a good idea to travel through time and become the protagonist's evil father. That's right, he became the father of the protagonist in the novel. In addition to the protagonist, he also has 7 beautiful daughters, who are the protagonist's sisters. The bloody thing is, they are not biologically related. And he is a heavenly eunuch, incapable of human nature. Marrying a stunning wife at home and adopting a child every year are all to hide the truth that he is a eunuch. Everyone knows this routine. With 7 sisters who are extremely beautiful, and a stunning stepmother, wouldn't it be nice to have them now? Although Suhao read the novel to the later stage, he didn't see the protagonist win any of them. Everything is to raise expectations. There are beauties around me, but I just don't come, I don't even touch them, I'm just a eunuch. But the psychological activities of the protagonist show. That is definitely a rebellious son who was in love with sister and mother. Then the question comes. In the family, apart from the protagonist, he is the only man. How can the protagonist's harem be related to other men? So the dog author arranged a setting for him to be a castrate. Because he is inhumane and has a bad temper, he often beats and scolds his wife and treats his daughter indifferently. A proper vicious villain. The ending can be imagined, with the protagonist doing justice for heaven. A beast who killed his father and took over his sister and stepmother. How did such a person become the protagonist? It just so happens that the protagonist's setting in the novel is extremely powerful. The Lord of the Heavenly Temple in the Dark World, with 100,000 soldiers under his command, proficient in various skills. Anyway, all kinds of awesome dicks are awesome. From the beginning of the plot, you keep showing off and slapping people in the face. If you don't accept it, you will kill and kill. The main theme is a brainless and invincible pusher. The only thing that makes Suhao happy is the timeline he traveled through is 2.5 years ahead of the start of the plot. He can use this time to prepare for the protagonist who is about to return as the god of war. What the hell? Faced with a protagonist with 100,000 subordinates and invincible strength. It would be useless even if he doubled his current assets of tens of billions dozens of times. As for when the protagonist returns, give all his assets, wife and daughter to the protagonist, and pray for him to let him go. Suhao didn't dare to bet that a born protagonist would show kindness. So, the only thing waiting for him is death? Ding! The awakening of the host's memory is detected, and the villain's emotional system is activated. A mechanical beep with no emotion sounded in my mind. Suhao's heart moved. Having read countless online articles, he certainly knows the essential cheat for time travel, the system. System, what functions does it have? Collect the emotions of people who carry luck, including but not limited to joy, anger, sadness, joy. Emotional values can be used in system draws. After some exchanges, Suhao understood the usage of the system. Simple and crude. There are no fancy system tasks, just collect emotions and draw prizes. After a while, he was in trouble. The people who carry luck are actually the protagonist and the heroine. There are still 2.5 years until the protagonist appears. And there are only about 10 people who are regarded as heroines in the novel. Among them are his 7 beautiful daughters. A novel with millions of words, the main character is all pretending to be a slap in the face, the passionate brotherhood. Who the hell likes to see you being gay? At this time, Suhao wished that the protagonist was a stallion so that he would have more choices. It's not like now, except for the daughter, there are only a few heroines. Even if you catch them all in one fell swoop, you will still be collecting wool every day. 2.5 years later, he may not be the opponent of the invincible protagonist. Could it be that you want him to be so crazy that he attacks his daughter? It's adopted anyway. Ding! The distribution of gift packs for newbies, is it enabled? The system prompt sounded again. Suhao's eyes lit up. He temporarily put away his thoughts and chose to open it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the villain halo. Villain halo ignores the protagonist's luck, is not affected by intelligence, and is not afraid of the backlash of luck. Not bad. It avoids doing unreasonable and terrible things when facing the protagonist in the future. And it would be even better if you don't have to worry about luck coming back. In his previous life, he had read many villain novels. It is said that the protagonist is blessed with luck and cannot be killed directly, otherwise the luck will backfire. Although he obviously has enough strength, but seeing the protagonist jumping around and not being able to kill him, he felt extremely frustrated. The idiot author said it sounds like the setting of the novel, but in fact it's just to improve the word count. Ding! The host's innate defect has been detected and has been treated by the system intact. Su Liang closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, then he looked happy after a moment. It's really good. Considering that he is worth tens of billions, he can barely accept dressing up as an old man over 50 years old. But I can't accept the fact that I am a eunuch. Now, the haze in his heart disappeared, and he smiled for the first time. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained 10 points of free attributes. Attributes can be freely assigned. Please view the panel for details. Suhao's mind moved slightly, and a transparent attribute interface appeared in front of him. Character, Suhao. Identity, Destiny Villain. Controller of Su Group. Charm, 90. Full value 100. Strength, 11. 10 for ordinary people. Physique, 12. 10 for ordinary people. Spirit, 13. Ordinary person 10. Emotional value, 0. Free attributes, 10. After staring at the panel carefully, Suhao rubbed his chin, thoughtfully. Maybe it's because he works out regularly and is energetic. Strength and physique are higher than the average level of ordinary people. And he can take charge of a large group with a market value of tens of billions. He has experienced the ups and downs of the officialdom and has relatively high mental strength. Deep Blue, oh no, the system, add more points. Suhao immediately added all free attribute points to Strength. Brush. A stream of warm currents surged through the limbs and bones, feeling warm and comfortable all over. Immediately afterwards, a surge of power suddenly surged in the body. After clenching his fist, he could control this power at will without any discomfort. Suhao's eyes flashed with strange color. Now that he is well, let's take a shot at his stunning wife, the protagonist's beautiful stepmother. Chapter 2. The cruel villain is the idol of countless people with the confidence to compete with the rebellious protagonist. Suhao was in the mood to take stock of his surroundings. TSK, it's worthy of being the president's office of the 10 billion group. The decoration is extremely luxurious, and the decorations are all antique paintings. I saw a stack of documents on the table. Only then did Suhao remember that he was required to sign these. Suhao took a document, opened it and frowned. The general manager position is vacant. Vice President Zhao Wei has performed well recently and has made great contributions to the company's development. He has the ability to serve as general manager. Ha! Suhao sneered disdainfully. This vice president named Zhao Wei does have some ability, but not much. If he hadn't secretly solved those competitors, could the Su Group have reached a scale of tens of billions in a short period of time? Su Haning could see that Zhao Wei was supported by several major shareholders. The company's name is Su Group, but it is not fully controlled by him. When the company went public, some shares were allocated. Precisely because the group is not a piece of metal, when the protagonist returns to deal with him, the business war will collapse immediately. Suhao was very puzzled. With his sinister and ruthless character, how could he tolerate these mice? Shouldn't it be dealt with without anyone noticing? Those shareholders sit back and wait to receive money, and cultivate cronies in the company with the intention of turning against Tiangang. In fact, the rapid development of the company is all the result of him alone. Why does such a vicious villain not know how to eradicate dissidents? Instead, they have been left holding back. Suhao really couldn't figure it out. In the end, he can only attribute it to the protagonist's halo of wisdom. He threw the document aside casually. Now that I understand everything, I can't tolerate the existence of these rat shit kicks. Complete control is imperative. What? Don't you agree? Then don't blame me for being cruel. Not only must those shareholders be kicked out, the company must also undergo a major cleanup. Those who are standing in the toilet and not taking a shit, get out of here. Although possessed by the system, he has the power to fight against the protagonist, but some external forces cannot be ignored. 1,000-mile embankment collapses in an ant nest. This is the caution a behind-the-scenes chess player should have. Su Hao picked through the documents and signed the plans he found useful. He didn't even look at some personnel appointments and dismissals. Time passes slowly like this. Bang bang. After processing the documents, Su Hao stretched out and pressed a button next to the table. Not long after, there were 2 knocks on the door. Su Hao looked down at the company information and said nothing without raising his head. Enter. The office door was pushed open. A middle-aged man wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. His name is Lee Cohen, and he is Su Hao's secretary. In addition to assisting in daily office work, he is also responsible for some invisible work. There is no way. The dog author arranged for him to be a real estate manager. If you want to become bigger and stronger in the real estate industry, how can you do it without being ruthless and ruthless? If you have your eye on a piece of land and it's being demolished, what should you do if you encounter a troubled household? What should I do if construction site workers are lazy and steal? What should I do if my colleagues create trouble? What Su Hao did was very cruel, ranging from breaking his arms and legs, to even sending him to see the king of hell. It was his ruthless methods that allowed him to accumulate tens of billions of wealth in a short period of time. However, don't look at the fact that he is cruel and ruthless behind his back, doing many evil things and causing countless harm to people. On the surface, he is a well-known good man, frequently participate in charity activities and support charitable unemployment. Donated countless amounts and built many Hope primary schools. Not only has he made amazing achievements in business, but his character is also beyond words. He is a billionaire, but his private life is extremely clean. Su Hao took 2 wives. Your ex-wife died of a serious illness. Is it normal to marry another? He only had 2 wives and never flirted with women outside. The character of the secretary can be seen from the fact that he is a man. Outsiders all praise him for his noble conduct. Only Su Hao himself knows the truth. Damn it, he is a heavenly eunuch. Marrying 2 wives is just a disguise, and it is impossible to get involved with women. Because of his series of actions, he has won praise from countless people. Entrepreneur of conscience, 9th great benevolent man, gentle president. A series of great titles were piled on him for free. Gradually, Su Hao became the idol of many people. This is the goal pursued by entrepreneurs who enter society and work hard. With such an angelic appearance but a devilish heart, a human-faced animal-like character who can stir up the emotions of the masses. A proper villain. When the veil of disguise is lifted, isn't it going to be exciting? How many people admire it now, but how many people hate it when the character collapses? This is a high-sounding reason that the dog author found for the protagonist to kill his father. Who doesn't know that he is trying to get better at his sister and his mother? The ending is that the protagonist exposes what Su Hao has done and is criticized by thousands of people and reviled by thousands of people. There was a problem during this period. All the things he did that were visible to the public were done by instructing his secretary. This secretary is not so peaceful. She had a lot of evidence against him and hid it instead of destroying it. Originally, after so many years, it was impossible for the protagonist to find evidence that Su Hao committed murder and arson. It's because of this secretary. After being beaten up by the protagonist, he committed suicide, so he obediently handed the evidence to him. Su Hao glanced at Lee Cohen, without any change of expression on his face, and gave instructions calmly. Prepare the car. Yes. Lee Cohen responded respectfully. When you go out, close the door gently. Su Liang had his own thoughts on how to deal with this guy who was cheating on others. It must be dealt with. However, he has no confidence available now and needs to be cultivated in the future. This dog is quite easy to use now, so there is no need to rush to replace it. When he has enough strength, he will kill the dog. Now, just use it as waste. Chapter 3: A Candlelight Dinner Without Ambiguity. Fear of being dominated. The Su family is located in the bustling city center. In this place where land is extremely valuable, a villa of several thousand square meters has been built, which shows the status of the Su family. Li Koan drove Su Hao to his home and left. Looking at the huge villa in front of him, Su Hao couldn't help but sigh. The life of the rich is really simple and unpretentious. As soon as he entered the villa, a nanny came over and changed his shoes with some fear. That's right, it's just fear. Su Hao has a gentle and elegant image outside, but at home he is grumpy and moody. The lack of exposure to the sun and the air made his psychology gradually distorted. Whether it's the nanny at home or that beautiful wife, it ranges from scolding to beating. Both of them want to hold the handle in their hands, not afraid of being exposed, so they just want to do whatever they want. Besides, Su Hao did the same to his 7 all-powerful daughters, and he never looked down upon them. This resulted in the 5 daughters all being busy with work after graduation. Rarely go home. Even the youngest twins live on campus when they go to college. Sometimes I don't come back on weekends. For this family, apart from raising them, I have no affection at all. Su Hao had no idea of changing the impression of a nanny. With his status, there is no need to explain. Prepare a candlelight dinner. Since you plan to shoot your wife, it will be the first time for both of you, so there should be a sense of ceremony. The nanny responded and quickly ran to the kitchen to prepare. When Su Wanqiu got home, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Her face was expressionless and her temperament was cold. There is no joy at all in returning home after a busy day. If Su Hao hadn't asked her to go home every day and act affectionate in front of the outside world, she never wants to return to this sad place in her life. Outside, everyone envied her for marrying a good husband. 10 billionaire, slightly older but not old, handsome and good-looking. Only Su Wanqiu himself knows the true situation. Su Hao is a complete hypocrite. The elegance and easygoingness in the eyes of everyone are all faked by him. When Su Wanqiu was at home, he often beat and scolded her. At the beginning, I was deceived by Su Hao's appearance. By the time she woke up and wanted to leave this man, it was already too late. Su Wanqiu will never forget that day. After being beaten and scolded by Su Hao, she finally couldn't help but file for divorce. Su Liang had a playful expression, holding a photo of her family, and jokingly said to her, "Give you a chance to reorganize your language. If you reveal even a single word about me, I will destroy your family. If you doubt whether I have this ability, you can give it a try. If you don't want anything to happen to your family, just be a good wife and mother." It was also at that time that Su Wanqiu saw Su Hao's true face. The divorce was never mentioned again. Su Hao sat on the sofa while sipping tea, reading the newspaper. Hearing the movement at the door, he turned around and his eyes suddenly lit up. Her facial features are as delicate and beautiful as sculptures, her lips are rosy and full, and her 3,000 black hair is pulled into a beautiful bun. She has a slim and graceful figure, bulging where it should be, thin where it should be, and long where it should be. Wearing a professional attire, coupled with her expressionless face, she has the air of a cold CEO. Although she was in her 30s, she didn't leave any trace on her face. The whole person exudes a mature charm. When reading the novel, he suspected that the heroines described in the novel were all as beautiful as gods. Curious about how beautiful it is? Now I can see it. Compared with those so-called celebrities in previous lives, they are not even worthy of carrying shoes. No wonder the protagonist wants to rush in even if she is a stepmother. It's no wonder that I'm mentally distorted. Damn it, a great beauty is right next to you, you can take care of it as you please. In the end, because Tiani could only watch, who could bear it? But that was all in the past. Now that his body is recovering, he can't play however he wants. Ding, Su Wanqiu is resentful towards you, Her mood value is plus 123. Good guy. We just met, and without saying a word, we just added emotional value. How much hatred and resentment is this? Suhao's thoughts moved slightly, and a panel visible only to him appeared in his field of vision. Character, Su Wanxiu. Identity, beauty salon owner in late autumn, heroine of The Return of the God of War. Charm, 95, full value 100, strength, 10, 10 for ordinary people, physique, 9, 10 for ordinary people, spirit, 8, 10 for ordinary people, favorability, minus 66. No wonder. If you lose 66 favors, you will become enemies to the point of life and death. It's just that my physique is a bit poor. I don't know if I can withstand my overwhelming power later. Having such a low energy level should be caused by mental torture. After gathering his thoughts, Suhao came to the dining table, sat down, and said something to Su Wanxiu. Come over for dinner, I'm waiting for you. When Su Wanxiu entered the house, the nanny immediately brought over the prepared candlelight dinner. When Su Wanxiu heard this, he was slightly startled. The relationship between the two is very simple. They pretend to be husband and wife in front of outsiders, and ignore each other when they get home. Rarely speaks. Suhao waited for her to have dinner together. This was the first time in her more than 10 years of marriage. Follow the sound and look. Only then did Su Wanxiu realize that the table was filled with exquisite and delicious food. There were balloons and candles around. It turned out to be a candlelight dinner. Suhao was suddenly so good. Su Wanxiu's heart was not filled with joy, but with vigilance. The weasel paid New Year greetings to the rooster, but it was not a good intention. Not knowing Suhao's purpose, Su Wanxiu refused out of instinct. I'm not hungry, you can eat first. I said, come over for dinner together. Suhao spoke again, his tone a little more serious. Su Wanxiu stiffened, thinking of the fear of being dominated by Suhao. After washing hands obediently, he came and sat down opposite Suhao. The nanny was shivering in the corner. When he saw what happened, he ran away quickly. Only Suhao and Su Wanxiu were left in the entire living room. Candlelight dinner, handsome men and beautiful women, but she couldn't feel the ambiguous atmosphere at all. Chapter 4, The Heroine's Psychological Shadow. Very angry, ding. Su Wanxiu is afraid of you, emotional value plus 234. Suhao picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Seeing these luxurious dishes makes me a little greedy. After a while, he frowned when he saw Su Wanxiu motionless across from him. What? Not to your liking? Su Wanxiu was frightened just now. When she heard Suhao's words, she came back to her senses and quickly shook her head. No. Then why don't you eat? Suhao picked up a piece of beef and put it in her bowl. It's not okay not to eat. Your physique is already broken and you don't have nutritional supplements. How can you keep up with his pace? Seeing Suhao picking up food for herself, Su Wanxiu was a little flattered. He picked up the chopsticks nervously and picked up the rice in the bowl. Late autumn, how long have we been married? In the quiet living room, with only the sound of eating, Suhao suddenly asked. Su Wanxiu was a little confused, but she still answered. 15 years. It turns out it's been so long without realizing it. Suhao sighed with emotion. I knew it in my heart. I had been abused by him for so many years, no wonder I had such a high opinion of her. Su Wanxiu felt something was wrong. Suhao today gave her a strange feeling. I don't know why he suddenly treats me well, and what does it mean to ask how many years he has been married? Could it be? A bolt of lightning pierced my mind. Su Wanxiu's delicate body trembled. She thought of Suhao's last wife. The woman who gave birth to 8 children for Suhao died of cancer. After getting along with him for so many years, she also faintly noticed something unusual. When the youngest child was 3 years old, she was abducted shortly after she got married. I don't know what it looks like now. But, judging from the looks of the daughters, they have nothing to do with Suhao. In addition, Suhao never touched her from beginning to end. Su Wanxiu guessed. These children of Suhao are probably not his, and he has problems in that regard. She said this thought to no one and kept it hidden in her heart. If Su Hao finds out. Su Wanqiu shuddered a little, thinking of Su Hao's ex-wife passing away suddenly. It is said that he has cancer, who knows what the truth is. She knew Su Hao's true identity, and she could definitely do it by pretending to be an accident after killing someone. Could it be that Su Hao wanted to kill him and silence him? Thinking of this possible situation, Su Wanqiu's face turned pale, and her delicate body trembled. Ding, Su Wanqiu is worried about you, her mood value is plus 666. Su Hao saw that the atmosphere was a bit tense and wanted to make some homely activities to lighten the mood. Why did it make her even more scared? Based on the current situation, it is impossible to have mutual affection and achieve the ultimate enjoyment of you are in me, and I am in you. Although it can't be you love me, at least there is some interaction, right? Otherwise, what's the difference between it and a corpse? Su Hao couldn't figure out why she was afraid. When he saw the red wine on the side, he opened it and poured a glass each. A candlelight dinner would be a waste if you don't drink red wine. After putting the wine bottle away, Su Hao picked up the wine glass, raised his glass and smiled at Su Wanqiu. In late autumn, let's have some romance. The more Su Wanqiu thought about it, the more frightened she became. Su Hao had to listen to what he said, so he had to pick up the wine glass and clink it. Only when she saw Su Hao raising his head and drinking it all in one gulp did she dare to drink it. After the meal was over, Su Hao picked up a tissue and wiped his mouth. It is indeed the life of a rich person, it is too luxurious. The table was full and not much was eaten at all. Now that you have eaten and drank enough, it's time to do something meaningful. Su Hao's eyes fell on Su Wanqiu. Sensing Su Hao's gaze, Su Wanqiu's hands shook and she almost cried. It is true that Su Hao's series of behaviors today are too weird. It made her feel like she was decapitated, as if this was her last meal. Ding, Su Wanqiu is afraid of you, her mood value is plus 888. This? Co-author, we just spent the whole day chatting and drinking in vain. I asked you to relax your mood. Why are you even more scared? But no matter what, he was very angry today. It is impossible to let go of the fat sheep that comes to your mouth. Su Wanqiu froze on the spot and didn't eat. How could this be okay? Su Hao felt that it was necessary to help, so he moved his body and sat next to her. Picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish. Come, late autumn, this is what you like to eat. What do you like to eat? This is embarrassing. After the two got married, they never had a meal together. I really don't know what the other person likes to eat. Su Wanqiu felt fear in her heart. Faced with the dishes that she liked to put in the bowl, she could only eat them in small bites. Finally, the fear in her heart reached its peak, and she put down her chopsticks and cried. Mr. Su, I was wrong. I will not tell anyone your secret. Please don't kill me, okay? Su Hao's head was filled with questions. Why am I so nice to you, and you actually think I want to kill you? How much of a psychological shadow did it leave on her? Immediately, Su Hao became confused again. What secret do you know about me? Su Wanqiu raised her head, her pretty face filled with pear blossoms and rain made me feel pity. Opening her mouth, she found it difficult to speak. Seeing Su Hao's serious expression, Su Wanqiu blurted out in fear. You are not good at that, those children are not yours. After saying that, she regretted it and quickly made amends. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this even to death. Can you let me go? Unexpectedly, Su Hao was not angry, but asked with a smile. Who told you I can't do that? Su Wanqiu was stunned. Who needs to tell me this? None of the 7 daughters are like you. We have been married for more than 10 years and you have never touched me? That's enough to explain everything. Ha! If you dare to say that I am not good, I will let you see how powerful I am today. Su Hao grabbed her hand, startling Su Wanqiu. Immediately afterwards, she felt her hand move in one direction. Chapter 5, Be a Gentle Villain. Company cleaning. Su Wanqiu's eyes suddenly widened and her mouth opened into an O shape. It makes people really want to stuff something into it. How could it be so exaggerated? She only had time to have such an idea emerge in her mind. Immediately afterwards, I felt like the world was spinning, and my whole person was lifted up. Ding, Su Wanxiu is so ashamed and angry, her mood value is plus 666. Ding, Su Wanxiu is filled with resentment, her mood value is plus 888. Ding, Su Wanxiu is frightened and uneasy, her mood value is plus 999. A few days later, Su Wanxiu's pupils were dilated, her mind was blank, and she looked like she had been spoiled. I'm so stupid, really. Why do I think Su Hao is not good? It's already dawning. Oh dear. Simply not human. But that's not right. He is so strong. Why was he so indifferent to me before? Could it be that he was accumulating strength, waiting for this day to explode, and catching himself off guard? What a cruel heart. Tired, destroy it. It was approaching noon when Su Hao woke up leisurely and Sher Shiran got up. He is now in high spirits after some exercise. I glanced at the beautiful wife next to me, the protagonist's beautiful stepmother, and felt a sense of accomplishment. Ding, congratulations to the host, the emotion value has exceeded 10,000, the system has unlocked the lottery function, Su Hao's mind immersion system. Only one night passed, and Su Wanxiu had contributed 25,698 emotional points. There is much to be done. I don't know what I can get in the lottery. Su Hao couldn't wait and called in his heart. System, lottery. The next moment, a prize pool appeared in front of his eyes. The items inside are all kinds and dazzling. There are items, including luxury cars, real estate, various arms and weapons, and even spaceships. Various skills, such as God-level fighting, God-level hypnosis, piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, etc. There are even superpowers, such as perspective, teleportation, resurrection from the dead, and immortality. As long as you are lucky, you can draw the items inside. Only. An ordinary lottery requires 10,000 emotional points, while a premium lottery requires 100,000 emotional points, which feels a bit confusing. When you think about earning 2 lottery chances in one night, that's fine. You know, this is a female protagonist. If we collect several other female protagonists, the negative emotion value will continue to rise? Don't forget, he also has 7 daughters. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You won the reward 10 points of free attributes, you can add some more. Su Hao rubbed his chin. This time he did not intend to increase his strength, and his eyes fell on physique. Physique is also very important, symbolizing the level of physical health. The body is the capital of revolution. Men, who doesn't want to improve their physical fitness and engage in long-term, in-depth, and simple exercises? The familiar warmth flowed into his body, transforming his physique. No changes can be seen inside the body, but they can be seen on the outside. I saw that Su Hao's originally slightly old body seemed to be glowing with a second spring, returning to the appearance of 30 or 40 years old. Even her appearance has become younger. Su Hao's eyes shone brightly. I felt the changes in my body and looked excited. Just add 10 points and you will look several years younger. If you keep adding more, won't you be able to return to your peak state in your 20s and 30s? Taking a deep breath, Su Hao calmed down. Continue. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the prize, Medal of Gentle Temperament. Wearing it can greatly improve the favorability of the surrounding people towards the host, making it feel gentle and elegant, and speaking and behaving like a spring breeze. Su Hao let out a tisk sound. What a good thing. His identity is a real estate boss and an evil capitalist. If he hadn't managed his character through various charity activities, he would have become the target of countless people's reviles. But, the persona maintained by small means can only deceive ordinary people. Anyone who knows some of his family history wouldn't know that he was just putting on a show? With this gentle temperament buff, you can break the rules and change the impression of people around you. It helps him disguise better. Those brainless villains who only know how to be reckless and have "I am a bad guy" written on their faces are the first to receive lunchboxes. Those who survive to the end are often hypocrites. On the surface, I am chatting and laughing with you, but secretly, I am planning to kill you. This kind of villain not only survives for a long time, but also has a chance to kill the protagonist. The premise is that there is no protagonist Halo. Su Hao didn't want to die and couldn't change his identity as a villain, so he could only become a hypocrite. After washing, I walked out of the bedroom, and the nanny brought the prepared lunch to the table. Wan Xiu is still sleeping. Heat up some food and serve it to her when she wakes up, Su Hao said to the nanny while eating. The first time I experienced a violent storm all night. He guessed that Su Wanxiu would not wake up until the afternoon. Don't even think about going to the beauty salon. It might be difficult to get out of bed. Okay, sir. The nanny responded solemnly. Just after dinner, Li Koan drove over. Seeing Su Hao going out, Li Koan got out of the car and came to the back seat to open the door for him. Let me tell you something. This dog is quite easy to arouse. It's a pity that he is rebellious. Today he came to the company only for 3 things. Kai people, or Kai people on horseback. The company has been corroded from top to bottom. To create a monolithic structure, a major change of blood is necessary. Those who like to relax and dislike work will be fired. Those who come in through connections and wait to die will be fired. Those who disobey will be fired. Compile a list of company employees, mark out those who joined the company through connections, and send me everyone's performance appraisal information. After giving instructions on the way, not long after Su Hao arrived at the office, Li Koan sent over the compiled information. The Great Purge has begun. Those who came in through connections and whose performance is not up to standard. Su Hao was merciless and fired them all. When many people received the resignation message from the chairman and president, the entire Su group exploded. Those ordinary employees dare not speak out when they are angry. Some people who entered the company through connections began to mobilize backstage connections. Several calls from shareholders came to Su Hao. I am the largest shareholder and I have the final say in the group. Are you teaching me how to do things? Chapter 6, Su Hao's Authority. There's an extra little fangirl after being lectured by Su Hao. None of the shareholders dared to say anything, although they raised funds when Su Group went public. But I still know something about Su Hao's family history. How can it be a simple thing that can build a giant with a market value of tens of billions from scratch in 30 years? Usually Su Hao is kind to them. They are climbing up the pole, and putting a few people into the company is the limit. Let them form a group to fight against Su Hao. They simply don't have the guts. Hanging up the phone, Su Liangzhong sneered. Let's get rid of the bugs in the company first, and then we'll deal with you. He gave another order to his secretary. Go to major talent markets to recruit people, fill these vacant positions, and try to minimize the company's losses. As Su Hao's confidant, Li Koan knew Su Hao very well. Cruel and ruthless, he will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. Of course, these are all done in secret. On the surface, Su Liang has a sanctimonious image. What surprised him was Su Hao usually maintains a superficial kindness to the shareholders of the company. Why did you suddenly fall out today? Don't you want the character you created? Upon hearing Su Hao's order, Li Koan immediately put away his shock and did not dare to show any slightest hesitation. Return. When Li Koan was about to walk out of the office, Su Hao opened his mouth and stopped him. By the way, I would like to inform all shareholders that a shareholders meeting will be held at 9 o'clock tomorrow. As the president of the Su Group, he works vigorously and resolutely, and the cleanup of the company's bugs is progressing smoothly. After solving the problem, the whole afternoon has not passed yet. Today's mission is over. Su Hao called his secretary and planned to go home and fight the protagonist's beautiful stepmother for 300 rounds. Who knew, the secretary suddenly said. Mr. Su, you have an itinerary. Su Liang was startled for a moment. What's up? Xia Zhanhai, the manager of Bailey & Steel Company, invites you to have dinner at the Marriott Hotel tonight. Through the memory in his mind, Su Hao remembered it. Bailey & Steel Company has always had cooperation with Su Group. The contact person in the middle is Xia Jianhai. In the early years, when he had not grown up, he often dealt with each other. They have a very good relationship and are treated like brothers. A few days ago, Xia Jianhai said that he refused because of something. The invitation is scheduled for tonight. Su Hao raised his hand and glanced at the time. It's almost the same as the past. Marriott Hotel. At this time, there was a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face, a suit, and a serious expression waiting at the door. Next to him stood a girl with a graceful figure, a well-behaved appearance, and a pure temperament. Dad. I am also a graduate student after all, and my grades in all aspects are not bad. It's okay to join any of the Fortune 500 companies. Why do I need you to get a favor and find a job for me? The girl frowned and said to the middle-aged man with a dissatisfied look on her face. The middle-aged man is Xia Jianhai. Hearing his daughter's words, he smiled helplessly. I'm not doubting your ability, I just see that Mr. Liu is plotting against you and plans to find you a backer. Xia Qingge fell silent when he heard this. She thought of the guy who was clinging to her like a dogskin plaster. He harassed her for 4 years in college and 3 years as a graduate student, making her extremely annoyed. Xia Qingge has no doubt. Once she finds a job and enters the company, the guy will follow. She was annoyed by Mr. Liu's harassment, but Xia Jianhai thought more. He can take the position of manager of a company worth hundreds of millions. The bridges I have crossed are more than the rice my daughter has eaten. Who are those rich second-generation people? Doesn't he know? Relying on my family background, I have nothing to do all day long except eating, drinking and having fun. I especially like racing cars for excitement and playing with beautiful models. They would fight if they disagreed, commit rape, plunder, and commit all kinds of evil. Mr. Liu has been pursuing his daughter for 7 years without doing anything extreme, so he is considered well-educated. But if it continues like this, my daughter keeps ignoring each other, so there is no guarantee that something will happen. Even if my daughter enters one of the Fortune 500 companies, it is not safe. The place of birth is unfamiliar. If Mr. Liu paid a bribe, wouldn't his daughter be at his mercy? Even if he enters the steel company where he works, it is not safe if he is watching. He has always wanted to find a backstage for his daughter. When I learned that my daughter was looking for a job after graduation, I immediately thought of my big brother Su Hao. He was the one who took the lead in setting up the cooperation between Bailey and Steel Company and Su Group. I often collaborate with Su Hao, but I say I grew up watching him step by step. The relationship between the two has always been good. If you arrange your daughter to join Su Hao's company, you don't have to worry about her being harassed by Mr. Liu. Although Mr. Liu is arrogant and domineering, the Liu family is also arrogant. But it's only 1 billion in assets. In front of the Su Group with a market value of tens of billions, you have to keep a low profile. As for her daughter joining the Su Group, will she be bullied by people in the company? Xia Jianhai was not worried at all. Su Hao's character is there, he can rest assured. Seeing his daughter's thoughts, Xia Jianhai comforted her. Qingge, don't worry, the big brother I'm looking for is a big shot, he's upright. He is not afraid of the Liu family causing trouble. You can work there with confidence. That's what he said, but Su Hao postponed his invitation a few days ago until today because of something else. Xia Jianhai felt a little unsure. It's not like he never thought about letting his daughter take the normal route and enter the company through the interview of Su Group. However, in recent times, he has not seen any recruitment news from the Su Group. Dad, who is your eldest brother? After hearing this, Xia Qingge couldn't help but asked curiously. Xia Jianhai smiled slightly and said quite proudly. Su Group, President Su Hao. Ah? Xia Qingge covered her mouth, widened her eyes, and looked shocked. Immediately, little stars twinkled in her eyes, and she asked excitedly. Dad, how did you meet Mr. Su? Tell me, Mr. Su is my idol. The daughter looked like an excited little girl, and Xia Jianhai was also very happy. So we talked about being responsible for the cooperation between the two companies. Scoff. Just when the father and daughter were talking happily about Su Liang, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of them, and then Su Hao walked out. Chapter 7, The Heroine Has a Daughter? Suhao, I'm sure you will be my brother based on the memory in his mind. Suhao recognized Xia Zhanghai at a glance. Seeing an innocent girl standing next to him, Suhao's brows moved. The girl has a delicate face with oval seeds, and her bright eyes are blinking, really smart. The ink-like hair hangs lightly on the shoulders, with only a few ripples curled at the ends. Her bangs cover her delicate eyebrows, revealing half of her delicate face. The black tight-fitting bottoming shirt is close to the skin and perfectly outlines her graceful figure. She is fashionable but innocent. Under the pleated skirt, black silk wraps the feet, making her look mysterious and alluring. Good guy. This beauty is comparable to that of the heroine. Etc. As if he had discovered something extraordinary, Suhao's expression changed slightly. He actually saw the aura of luck above the girl's head that only the heroine had. What the hell? He has read the novel, and he knows very well how many heroines there are in the villainous protagonist. Taking advantage of his free time at work, he also checked the information of several women. There is absolutely no girl in front of me. So what the hell is going on? I thought silently in my mind to check the information. Brush a property panel pops up. Character, Xia Qingge. Identity, the heroine of the Raptors released. Charm, 94, full value 100, strength, 10, 10 for ordinary people, physique, 10, 10 for ordinary people, spirit, 11, 10 for ordinary people, favorability, 40. This is the heroine of another book? After a moment of astonishment, Suhao regained his composure. I finally understood what was going on. It turns out, this is not just the world of the Return of the God of War novel he read. It is a world composed of many novels. After thinking about it, Suhao felt happy. He used to hate the fact that iron cannot become steel, and he despised the rebellious protagonist and heroine for not having enough characters, delaying his harvest of emotional value. Okay, now, in this fusion novel world, there should be quite a few female protagonists, right? Now you don't have to worry about not being able to collect emotional points. Xia Zhanghai came forward with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, I've finally met a busy man like you. Ha ha. I've been dealing with company matters recently and I'm really busy. I'm not late, am I? Suhao did not pretend to be the president of a tens of billions group, but instead greeted him in a down-to-earth manner. No, we have just arrived. Xia Zhanghai waved his hand quickly, calling the girl behind him to come over. This is my troubled daughter, named Xia Qingge. It turns out to be my niece. Suhao pretended to be surprised. Looking at Lu Qingge who was approaching, his eyes were meaningful. Hearing what Suhao said, Xia Zhanghai secretly thought that there was an opportunity and immediately reminded his daughter. Qingge, why don't you call me uncle? Hello, Uncle Su. Xia Qingge called out obediently and looked at Suhao with surprise. Suhao can be said to be a very well-known entrepreneur. Starting from scratch, he created the huge Su Group, and his deeds are widely circulated. Is the idol of countless young entrepreneurs. Suhao came from Shanghai Moda University and is now one of the school directors. The university does a lot of publicity. Xia Qingge went to the same school. After hearing too much about Suhao's deeds, he gradually became curious about this person. After seeing the real person, Xia Qingge's eyes lit up. Suhao has worked hard for many years to start a business, and now he is managing a huge group. It certainly took a lot of effort. He is also the father of 7 daughters. She originally thought that the other person would be a middle-aged and elderly man with gray hair and wrinkles on his face. Only now did I realize that he turned out to be a handsome, mature and charming man. He is older than his father, yet he looks so much younger. Suhao responded and said to Xia Zhanghai dissatisfied. My niece didn't even tell me when she came, so I didn't even prepare a gift. Qingge is such an adult, how can she accept Mr. Su's gift? Xia Zhanghai was a little flattered. How can that be done? It's the first time that my niece meets her. How can she not give her a gift? So, I really didn't bring it with me today, I'll make it up another day. Suhao was thinking with a smile on his face. What gift should I give? How about, you just do it all at once and give a child to you. The two exchanged greetings and walked into the hotel together. Xia Jianhai had already reserved a seat inside, and when people arrived, he could directly ask the waiter to serve the food. Jianhai, I don't know why you came to me today. While waiting for the food to be served, Su Hao suddenly asked. Well, after all, he was asking for help, so he was confused by Su Hao's sudden question. Xia Jianhai didn't know how to speak for a while. To be honest, I have something to ask my brother for help. What's up? Su Hao waved his hand and said in a cheerful tone. We are old friends too. There is no need to be secretive. If you need any help from me, just tell me. If I can help, I will never refuse. Xia Jianhai was moved. They are just a business partnership. It has a bit to do with it, but not much. Su Hao expressed his willingness to help without hesitation, which almost made him cry. If it were someone else who suddenly treated him so well, he would doubt whether the other person had ulterior motives. But Su Hao's character was there, and he didn't have the slightest doubt. The two did not have a close relationship before, and Su Hao was not interested in Xia Jianhai either. But after knowing that he has a daughter of the heroine, Su Hao said, You, my brother, I have made a decision. Feeling very moved in his heart, Xia Jianhai revealed his purpose. Actually, I want Xingge to join Big Brother's company. What did I think it was? It's a small matter like work, and you can just say a word. Su Hao was surprised and smiled. The company is preparing to transform recently. I have fired some people and will leave a manager position for my niece. Chapter 8, The Leaky Little Cotton-Padded Jacket. Send the little sheep into the tiger's mouth. Not only did you agree to recruit into the company, but you also reserved a manager position? Both father and daughter were shocked after hearing this. Xia Jianhai said quickly. No way, Xingge just graduated, how can he be a manager? How valuable is a tens of billions group manager? Even the boss of the Balian Steel Company where he works must be respectful, nodding and bowing in front of the other party. Su Hao looked melancholy and looked at Xia Qingge with a hint of cordiality. You also know that my daughters don't want to join a company after graduation, and would rather start their own business outside. Xingge is about the same age as my daughters. The first time I saw Xingge, I felt very kind to her. I believe that Xingge will not let me down. What is said about my daughter who wants to start her own business but doesn't want to join a company? In fact, his daughters have no relationship with him, and he has never mentioned joining the company to them. Of course, these daughters also don't want to be dependent on others. Xia Qingge was moved when he heard this. Apart from her parents, this was the first time someone trusted her so much, and she felt warm in her heart. Ding, Xia Qingge was moved, and her emotional value was plus 234. Xia Jianhai could no longer refuse Su Hao's words. Seeing that her daughter was still stunned, she said with some annoyance. What are you doing standing there? Why don't you thank you, Uncle Su? Xia Qingge came back to his senses and spoke to Su Hao seriously. Thank you, Uncle Su, I won't let you down. Su Hao nodded. You can just report directly to the company tomorrow. Start as a general employee first. After a period of experience, I will give you a promotion and a salary increase. Several people laughed, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Xia Jianhai opened his mouth, but stopped talking. Originally, the matter had been settled here. But Su Hao agreed too quickly, and he didn't even have time to explain why. In the end, he told Su Hao the true situation of his daughter. Lu family, right? If that guy dares to come to our company to harass Xingge, I will make him walk around without food. Su Hao snorted coldly, with a disdainful tone, and then waved his hand. Don't worry, when Xingge comes to my company, I will definitely take good care of her. Su Hao emphasized the word care. Neither Xia Jianhai nor Xia Qingge understood the meaning. As long as you ask for help, I just believe in you. Xia Jianhai agreed with a smile. When the dishes on the table were all served, he hurriedly greeted them. Brother, please. He opened a bottle of Feitian Mutai, poured a cup for Su Hao first, and then filled it for himself. Just as he was about to put it away, he heard his daughter Xiaqinga suddenly speak. I want to drink too, pour me a glass too. Xia Jianghai frowned. What do girls drink? Why can't girls drink? Besides, I drink with Uncle Su, but I won't drink with you. Xiaqinga shrugged. There is really no saying that girls can't drink. Jianghai, just pour her a glass. It's fine if you drink less, but you can't drink too much. Su Hao said with a smile. Uncle Su is still considerate. Xiaqinga couldn't help but show a sweet smile to Su Hao. Now that Su Hao had spoken, Xia Jianghai had no choice but to pour a small cup for his daughter. Seeing the wine in the glass, Lu Qingge felt happy. He immediately learned the rules of the workplace and raised his glass to toast Su Hao. Uncle Su, let me toast you. Haha, okay. Su Hao picked up the wine glass and clinked it with her. Ahem. Xiaqinga has been a good girl since she was a child. Her father did not allow her to drink, so she has never drank. Today is because Su Hao is present. In addition, I was curious about wine, so I asked my father to pour me a glass. Xiaqinga took a sip and almost burst into tears. It made the two old men burst into laughter. Ding, Xiaqinga feels resentful, and his mood value is plus 235. Xiaqinga put down his wine glass. Don't drink it anymore, it doesn't taste good at all. I really don't understand why those people like to drink. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Seeing that Su Hao and her father were talking and there was no food in the bowl, she rolled her eyes. Picked up a piece of fish and put it in Su Hao's bowl. Uncle Su eats vegetables. Hey, why is this so embarrassing? You can eat it yourself. Su Hao said politely and said to Xia Jianghai with some emotion. I really envy you for having such a well-behaved and obedient daughter. Unlike those in my family, everyone is busy with their own things and don't go home to see me. Ding, Xiaqinga is jumping for joy, her mood value is plus 333. That's the lofty goal of several daughters. Besides, I don't think Qingge is very well behaved. She didn't even pick up food for me. Xia Jianghai's tone became resentful. Xiaqinga raised his lips. Who told you to laugh at me just now? Xia Jianghai immediately became dissatisfied. He and Su Hao were both laughing just now, okay? Seeing his daughter getting close to Su Hao, he had an inexplicable feeling. It was as if Su Hao was her father and she was just an outsider. He shook his head and put away these distracting thoughts. It is a good thing for my daughter to be close to Su Hao. He was not worried at all that Su Hao would be harmful to his daughter. After all, Su Hao's character was there. By the time dinner was over, the sky had completely darkened. The colorful lights in the city light up, illuminating the entire dark night sky. When the three of them walked out of the hotel, people were already coming and going on the street. They all go shopping at night. Just when Su Hao was about to say goodbye to the Xia family and his daughter, a voice suddenly interrupted. Squad leader? Xiaqinga? When he heard someone calling him, Xiaqinga turned around and looked. I saw a young man of average height and average appearance standing in front of me, looking at me with excitement. Who are you? Xiaqinga didn't recognize the person in front of him, so he frowned and asked. I'm Chen Mo, your college classmate, don't you remember me? The young man named Chen Mo twitched his mouth. After 3 years, Chen Mo felt very uneasy when he saw the goddess in his dream again. Chapter 9, The Protagonist's Ambition. The Heroine by Yu Guang. Fight to the death 3 years ago, he was a senior and about to graduate. Xiaqinga is beautiful, has a good figure, and has a pure temperament. She is the object of admiration by countless people. Chen Mo is also one of them. It's just that he looks ordinary, has an ordinary family, and everything else is ordinary. I simply don't have the courage to pursue the goddess in my mind. Others who like Xiaqinga did not take any practical actions to pursue her. Of course it's not because they have low self-esteem. It's because Xiaqinga has a suitor with a great background. At the beginning of college, Lu Fei, the young master of the Lu family, fell in love with Xiaqinga and launched a fierce pursuit. Even more so, Anyone who dares to pursue Xiaoqinga is going against her. A few people did not believe in evil and began to pursue Xiaoqinga, but their end was extremely miserable. It was one afternoon. After school, Lu Fei took gifts and arranged flowers with love. Confess your love at the classroom door. Xiaoqinga was very angry at the time. Seeing that the goddess in his heart was wronged, Chunmo couldn't hold back his fiery heart. Dai stood up with awe. He scolded Lu Fei unceremoniously. It was so satisfying at the time, and the revenge came quickly. On the way to school the next day, he saw a female classmate who was disheveled and was forced into a corner by Lu Fei, trying to do something wrong. I felt that yesterday I slapped Lu Fei in the face in public and didn't do anything to me. I am no longer so afraid of the rumors that Lu Fei is domineering and cruel. The heart of justice is burning. Let that girl go. He saved the girl, but the girl came back and accused him of raping her. With Lu Fei working behind the scenes, the crime of strong women is confirmed. He was put in jail. At that time, Chunmo was heartbroken. This world is too dark. Everyone is equal before the law. The law is only used to restrain ordinary people. It will not have the slightest effect on those powerful beings. When necessary, the law is a tool for them to do evil. Sometimes it is their protective umbrella. Lu Fei is indeed as sinister as the rumors say. Even if he is sent to prison, he will not be let go. Still looking for someone to bully him. She sleeps in the toilet, penetrates her crotch, and makes her masturbate, even offering her anus. That period of time was simply a nightmare for him. I still wake up from time to time. Fortunately, there is no perfect road, and he met an old man there. It is said that he is the leader of the Brotherhood. The old man asked him if he wanted revenge? Chunmo thought. If you want revenge, worship me as your teacher. The gears of fate began to rotate. The old man gave him a lot of things, not only his extraordinary skills, but also his worldliness. Now 3 years have passed, and he has learned all the old man's skills to a great extent. He was released from prison today. When Chunmo walked out of the prison and saw the blue sky and white clouds, he swore. Lu Fei, who framed him, and the entire Lu family must pay a bloody price. He planned to come here for dinner in the evening, and unexpectedly saw the goddess of his dreams. He was retaliated by Lu Fei because of Lu Qinga, but he didn't resent him at all. On the contrary, because I couldn't persevere because of the torture in prison, I would think of that white moonlight during the hard training later. Now, he is no longer the self-abased person he was 3 years ago. Under the guidance of his master, he learned a lot of skills in 3 years and his mentality also changed. Not only does he want revenge, he also wants to chase the woman he likes and reach the pinnacle of his life. The beauty lies drunk, wakes up and holds the power of the world. If Chunmo hadn't told him, Xiaoqinga would never have remembered such a person. A bit of an impression, but not much. The other party is really too ordinary. The only impression I have is that Chunmo was sentenced to jail for raping a girl and having sex with his classmate. She didn't know that Chunmo was retaliated by Lu Fei because he helped her block Lu Fei. When Lu Fei confessed his love, she had not left the classroom, so she had no impression at all. So much so that when Xiaoqinga looked at Chunmo in front of him, he felt a sense of deep disgust. No one will have a good look on a strong woman who commits a crime. Xiaoqinga didn't make sarcastic remarks on the spot, and he was considered well-educated. She frowned even more tightly. What's the matter with you? No. I just saw you here, monitor, and came here to say hello. Chunmo scratched his head. Next to him, Suhao listened to their conversation with an amused expression. Character, Chunmo, Identity, Protagonist of the Raptors, Charm, 62, Full Value 100, Strength, 85, Late Stage of Ming Jin, Physique, 70, 10 for Ordinary People, Spirit, 20, 10 for Ordinary People, Favorability, -30 is expected of the protagonist, the panel is luxurious enough. But what the hell is a good impression -30? They didn't know each other before and never said a word to them. Did they provoke you? Regarding this, Suhao can only attribute the reason to the halo of the protagonist and the villain. They are naturally opposed to each other and will fight to the death. Either you die or I die. At this time, Su Hao also completely gave up the idea of peacefully coexisting with the protagonist. Kill the protagonist to death at every opportunity. From the perspective of strength, he is not the opponent of this protagonist yet. There is no need for him to fight hard. With his identity, there are many ways to kill the protagonist. After gathering his thoughts, Su Hao said goodbye to the Xia family and his daughter, and got into the car where Li Kuan came to pick him up. Looking at the car's silhouette in the distance, Shun Mo frowned. That person just now gave him a very unpleasant feeling. No matter who you are, don't mess with me, otherwise I will make sure you never come back. Chapter 10. The capitalists cried after hearing this. Sleeping with the protagonist's stepmother in her arms when Su Hao returned home, Su Wanqiu had just finished eating and was walking cautiously to the room. The moment she saw Su Hao, she froze. What happened last night suddenly came to mind. Unlocking so many postures for the first time made her blush. While I was shy, I was also more afraid. Too cruel. Day after day. One day is one night. In the end, her plea for mercy was hoarse. Fortunately, Su Hao finally stopped, otherwise he would really ascend to heaven. Therefore, when she saw Su Hao, she instinctively felt scared and felt weak all over. Ding, Su Wanqiu is scared, her mood value is plus 666. Su Hao walked over with a smile. If you feel uncomfortable, just lie on the bed. What are you doing when you get up? He looked at the nanny who came out of the kitchen after clearing the dishes. Didn't I tell you that when Wanqiu wakes up, you will bring the food over? The majesty and invisible aura of having been in power for a long time emanated from him. The nanny was trembling with fear and quickly explained. I am following the instructions of my husband, madam, she. Su Wanqiu answered. It's not her fault, it was me who wanted to get out of bed. She was very puzzled. I don't know what kind of medicine Su Hao took. Not only did it happen all of a sudden, but it was so violent that my attitude towards her also changed. Su Hao stopped embarrassing the nanny, rubbed his chin, and looked at Su Wanqiu teasingly. Being able to get out of bed and walk means you can still bear it. How about we continue tonight? After listening to Su Hao's words, Su Wanqiu's face turned pale. The one on his left foot was unable to stand firmly, and his whole body fell towards the other side. With quick eyes and quick hands, Su Hao took her into his arms. No. Don't, you will die. Su Wanqiu struggled, with a pleading look on her face. Is it okay if you don't come tonight? I'll stay with you when I get better. She was really scared. There is no way not to be afraid. It feels as if I'm really going to wear it. Okay, this is what you said, stay with me when you recover. Su Hao stretched out his hand teasingly and pinched her face, which was full of collagen. Actually, Su Hao had no intention of continuing tonight. Although she is the protagonist's stepmother, she is also her own wife. We must take the path of sustainable development. You mess with people all of a sudden, you don't know how to live your life. After receiving Su Hao's promise, Su Wanqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she found herself nestled in Su Hao's arms. Her pretty face twitched, and 2 wisps of red clouds rose rapidly. It's really tempting. Although there was no applause for love tonight, Su Hao still came to Su Wanqiu's room while sleeping. From now on, there is no need to sleep in separate rooms. Doesn't it sound good to sleep with the protagonist's beautiful stepmother in your arms? The next morning. Seeing that Su Wanqiu had not fully recovered, Su Hao did not bother her and got up early alone. Yesterday, the shareholders' meeting was notified. He wants to go to the company to meet those old guys for a while. He wants to take back all the shares and keep them in his own hands. Su Hao planned to buy it from those people today. Be polite first and then fight. If they don't agree to transfer the shares, they will hold on to the shares. Then don't blame him for turning against others. I hope you will not be ignorant of praise. As soon as he arrived at the door of the company, Su Hao met an acquaintance. It was Xia Qingge who he asked to report to the company yesterday. Xia Qingge was also very happy and shouted sweetly. Good morning, Uncle Sue. Good morning to you too. Go directly to the Human Resources Department to report. I've already said hello. Okay, I'll go right away. Wait a moment. Suhao took out an exquisite small gift box from his arms. I didn't give you a meeting gift yesterday, so I'll make it up to you today. This small gift was bought on the road when he asked Li Kuan to pick him up when he was still at home. A little gadget that girls like. The reason why Suhao is so interested in this little heroine. Not only because she is the heroine, she can be manipulated by him at will after arriving at the company, and she can obtain emotional value at any time. He wants to take this little heroine under his wing, in every sense. Train her to be a helpful helper. Today's tens of billions of net worth is not enough. In order to survive in this comprehensive novel world, Suhao has to become stronger. 10 billion is just the beginning. He wants to build a consortium worth hundreds of billions, or even trillions. With the existence of a system, you don't have to worry about running out of entrepreneurial projects. The main lack is talent. Trustworthy talents. The development of a group cannot be achieved by one person alone. It would be nice if there were a few more heroines. Suhao has a grand idea. Arrange all the heroines into the company he created. Not only should we help him manage the company, but we should also help him solve life problems, and also provide him with emotional value. The capitalists will cry when they hear this. No need. Xiaqinga quickly waved her hands to refuse. Unexpectedly, Suhao had a tough attitude. He directly took her hand and forced the gift box into her hand. The tentacles are cold and silky. Unlike Su Wanqiu's gentleness, I think this is the difference between a young girl and a mature woman. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Xiaqinga had no choice but to accept. Then thank you, Uncle Su. Suhao smiled and patted her hand. Work hard in the company and come to me if you encounter any difficulties. I am very optimistic about you. Suhao laughed. Xiaqinga looked at his back intently. She had never been in contact with the opposite sex in her entire life. Thinking about the feeling of Suhao touching her hand just now, warm, powerful, and full of security, Xiaqinga came back to his senses and couldn't help but curse himself secretly. Xiaqinga, that's your uncle, what are you thinking about? Looking at the gift box in her hand, she was a little curious and opened it. An exquisite and flawless bracelet lies quietly among it. Xiaqinga's eyes lit up. I keep playing with the bracelet, and I can't put it down. Thinking that Suhao was so kind to her, Xiaqinga secretly made up her mind. You must work hard and not live up to Uncle Su's expectations. Chapter 11, Shareholders Meeting. Lao Mo. Twin daughters come home. The time comes to 9 o'clock. The shareholders meeting begins. Suhao stepped into the conference room. Standing in front of the conference table, he glanced down. At this time, there were more than a dozen people sitting in the conference room. They are all the shareholders of Su Group. Among a group of people, the largest number of shares is more than 10%, while the smallest number is only 1%. The reason why I called everyone here today to hold a shareholders meeting is that I want to talk about the company's transformation. The Su Group has been able to develop rapidly because it has caught up with the surge in housing prices. Isn't there something you say? Standing on the wind outlet, pigs can take off. What's more, he is such a smart and ruthless careerist. Su Group's business strategy is to build houses everywhere, sell them to cash out, and then continue building houses. Sometimes when you don't have enough money, you take a loan. The market value of the Su Group is here, and many banks are willing to lend to him. Such a business strategy undoubtedly involves great risks. The Evergrande in the previous life is still vivid in my mind. With so many houses built, if the wind blows in the wrong direction one day, it would be easy to go bankrupt. I might as well be in debt worth hundreds of billions. Transformation does not mean giving up the real estate industry. Suhao plans to take the high-quality route. For example, Tangcheng Yipin, Iha Villa, Xiangshan Villa, create some well-known communities. Besides, another project is to build an urban complex. During the recent period, Su Hao plans to implement these two projects. He plans to use the remaining cash flow to enter other industries. When Su Hao expressed his thoughts, everyone in the conference room went crazy. Nowadays, the Su Group is developing very rapidly. They don't know why Su Hao suddenly decided to transform. Looking at the people whispering in the audience, Su Hao smiled disapprovingly. You have the right to distance yourself, but I will not change my decision anyway. Because this is the first time of transformation, I don't know what the future will be like. So, in order to prevent everyone from taking risks, I plan to acquire your shares at a price twice as high as the market price. What do you think? After finishing speaking in one breath, Su Hao looked at everyone with a smile. This is an opportunity he gives these people. If you know what's going on, hand over your shares and leave. If they still stayed shamelessly in the company sucking blood, Su Hao wouldn't mind sending them to see the king of hell. After hearing Su Hao's arrogant words, a group of shareholders were furious. There is no way, who gives Su Hao the most shares? The combined opposition of all of them has no effect. After Su Hao's unscrupulous attack yesterday, someone thought about it and gritted his teeth and expressed his willingness to exchange shares for money. With the first one, there will be the second and third. In the end, only 3 people were left in the conference room who were unwilling to hand over their shares. They are also the 3 with the largest shares. After joining the Su Group, they gained huge benefits from it and were unwilling to leave. They all see the development of Su Group. It can be said that it is different every day. Although they can't understand. The group is developing well now, why did Su Hao suddenly decide to transform? But, they know a little bit. Who is Su Hao? From starting from scratch to being worth tens of billions, will you suddenly become stupid? The reason for transformation should be that there are greater benefits. In short, as long as they follow Su Hao's footsteps, they will definitely not suffer a loss. Okay, today's meeting is over. Su Hao announced the end of the meeting, and before leaving, his eyes swept across the 3 of them. The next thing will be simple. Su Hao asked people to go through the share transfer procedures, and there were no surprises. In a good mood, he walked around the company. Along the way, he felt a solemn atmosphere. It's because he opened too many people yesterday, and the remaining employees were a little trembling. I am afraid that I will be fired next moment. Su Hao is well versed in the ways of serving his subordinates. After opening some people, of course we have to promote some people. When I returned to the office, I started to sort out the information and promote and raise salaries for those capable employees. And told him why he wanted to fire people and the company's upcoming transformation. The company will usher in rapid development. As long as you make a contribution, you will be promoted and raised salary. The PUA technology in the workplace is mastered by him. After receiving Su Hao's explanation and the actual promotion, the restless employees gradually calmed down. People who have not been promoted are eyeing opportunities for company transformation and want to work hard. People who get promoted are very happy, but they dare not relax for fear of being squeezed out. Such a virtuous cycle. The day passed in the blink of an eye. In addition to taking care of the company, Su Hao also collected basic information about the 3 shareholders who were unwilling to hand over their shares. Zhang Xuelin, 58 years old, lives in, owns 13% of the shares. Lu Qinghong owns 9% of the shares. Li Ping has 7% of the shares. Su Hao called Li Kuan to the office. Give this document to Lao Mo and ask him to keep an eye on the people in the document and collect detailed information about their family members. Wait for my order. Lao Mo, it was his black gloves that supported him. Some things that are inconvenient for him to do. For example, killing people, silencing them, buying and selling by force, and framing people's faults are all left to him. Lao Mo, known as Butcher Mo in the world. Originally just a shark maker, Su Hao often went to his place to eat fish in his early years. After knowing that he had extraordinary abilities, Su Hao started to recruit him. I have subdued this executioner for so many years and dealt with many shady things for him. Accordingly, Su Hao paid him to recruit troops and develop his power. Today's Blood Slaughter Society has become somewhat famous in the underground world of the Demon City. Su Hao came home in the evening and saw Su Wanqiu, who had recovered. His index finger moved. Just when the two of you are having sex in the bedroom. There was a click sound. The door of the villa was opened. A pair of pretty girls, almost identical in appearance, opened the door and walked in. Chapter 12, The Shameful and Angry Heroine. The sisters' shock. The twins had faces of pure lust. Clear and bright water eyes, crescent-shaped willow eyebrows, and beautiful eyelashes trembling gently. The fair and flawless skin shows a faint red pink, and the thin lips are as delicate as rose petals. Not only do the two women look exactly the same, they also wear the same clothes, with only different hairstyles. One person wears a ponytail, giving people a gentle and virtuous temperament. One person had his hair tied up in a bun, looking lively and lovely. He looked like a restless master. That's right, these twins are Su Hao's two youngest daughters. The gentle one is my elder sister, Su Shiqing. The one who gives people the lively feeling is the younger sister, Su Huai. It turns out that today is the weekend. The two sisters haven't been home for a long time. Today, they suddenly had a sudden idea to come back and see their stepmother. They have no sense of belonging to this family, and they have no feelings for their father. Because Su Hao had never cared about them since he was a child, and often beat and scolded them. So when I grow up, I have the ability to be self-reliant. The sisters all ran out one by one, unwilling to come back. Even though they are still in college, they are relatively close to home. But I would rather live in the dormitory than return to this cold home. The reason why the two of them came back today was just to see their stepmother Su Wanqiu. My father is moody and annoying. This stepmother is very kind to them. When I was a child, I often took them shopping for clothes, and I only asked them to tell me what they wanted to eat. When I grew up, I often sent them pocket money. Such a gentle and kind stepmother actually married that cold and heartless man. They all feel worthless. It's really a cabbage that was taken over by a pig. No, although the two of them are apparently a couple. But the real situation is no different from strangers. Maybe both husband and wife are pretending. All the sisters ran away from home, leaving only the stepmother alone in this cold home. They were very sympathetic and worried. Every once in a while, they will go home to see their stepmother. As soon as they entered the door, the sisters heard some vague sounds. After listening carefully, I realized that the sound was coming from the stepmother's bedroom. The two looked at each other, with shock on their faces. My younger sister Su Hua was very thoughtful, her expression was wonderful, and she said eagerly, "Hey, Su Ma is comforting me, let's go take a look secretly." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Shiqing blushed with embarrassment and glared at her inconspicuous sister. "What's there to see? We'll wait here. I'm just curious." Su Huai's face was full of weird and evil expressions. I wonder what the gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and generous stepmother will look like when she comforts herself. It will be very interesting. She stood on tiptoes, trying to sneak over and take a peek. Su Shiqing's cheeks felt hot when she heard her sister's words. This sister is really crooked, she dares to say anything. Seeing her sister's behavior, she was shocked and quickly grabbed her sister. "Come back here, don't go anywhere, just wait here." The younger sister wanted to go to the theater, but the older sister wouldn't let her go and pushed her down on the sofa. Two sisters who looked exactly the same started to fight. This wait lasted for more than half an hour. When the two sisters saw Su Wanqiu and Su Hao coming out of the room, their eyes widened. The face has the same incredible expression. I thought my stepmother was comforting me, but I didn't expect that she was actually performing an erotic act inside. And what shocked them even more was the stepmother was actually with Su Hao. Look at what they said. They are a couple. Isn't it normal to applaud for love? The two sisters felt that something was not normal. What's going on? Aren't the two of them a couple on the surface, but actually familiar strangers? The kind of people who barely talk to each other under the same roof. Seeing Su Hao and his stepmother walking side by side, the sisters' little heads were filled with questions. The scene in front of them was beyond their understanding. Ding, Su Shiqing is angry, her mood value is plus 345. Ding, Su Huai is indignant, emotional house 345. TSK, should I say they're not twins? Their emotional values are the same. With a sigh in his heart, Su Hao then looked at the two sisters. These are two of his daughters. To describe it as overwhelming the country and the city is no exaggeration at all. Su Hao couldn't help but admire his own vision. I brought back 8 babies, and all of them looked so good when they grew up. Etc. There seems to be something unsightly mixed in? It is true that the 7 daughters are extremely beautiful. Just pull down the other son. It has nothing to do with being good-looking. It's just good-looking at best. A better compliment would be tall and big. Su Hao checked the two sisters' favorability panels. Good guy. They are all minus 50. Do you want to be so synchronized? You are back. Have you eaten? Su Hao showed a kind smile. The two sisters were even more shocked, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. You need to know. From childhood to adulthood, Su Hao never said a few words to them. Why did you suddenly ask them about eating today? And smiled at them. The two sisters were a little confused and shook their heads instinctively. I'll ask the nanny to do it for you. Su Hao was about to call the nanny over, when Su Wanqiu suddenly said. No need to call the nanny, they like my cooking, I will cook it now. After finishing her words quickly, Su Wanqiu immediately turned around and ran to the kitchen dejectedly. If anyone saw her face clearly at this time, they would definitely be shocked. Her face was so red that it was almost dripping with water. It's so embarrassing. Judging from the appearance of the two daughters, it is obvious that they have returned a long time ago. Doesn't that mean that just now? Have you all been heard? If there was a crack in the ground right now, she would get in without hesitation. How can I raise my head in front of my two daughters in the future? Chapter 13, Curious Baby. Gather the 7 daughters to summon the dragon. Seeing Su Wanqiu sneaking into the kitchen, the two sisters Su Shiqing and Su Huai were still stunned. I felt very uncomfortable staying with Su Hao. Let's go and help Su's mother. The two of them hurried towards the kitchen. Looking at the sisters' backs, Su Hao rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Why does he want to change his daughter's opinion of him? He doesn't necessarily want a loving father and a filial daughter. Only when the relationship improves can he keep his daughters by his side and better provide him with emotional value. Now his daughters have no feelings for him, and all of them want to stay away from him. You can't get the emotional value at all. You can't kidnap all your daughters, right? In the kitchen. In late autumn, I was washing vegetables. From her dazed eyes, it can be seen that she is thinking about something. Su Hao has really changed. Since the in-depth exchange with her the day before yesterday, Su Hao has lost his previous indifference towards her. But she really treats her as a real wife. I actually know how to pity people. Last night, when Su Hao entered her house, she was really frightened. Su Hao said that if he sleeps with his arms around him, if there is no deep-rooted communication, there is really no communication. Of course, except for some small actions. Let's talk about the things that I have been talking about separately. I feel quite warm in my heart. Su Wanqiu, why do you have such thoughts? Obviously Su Hao forced you, but today you didn't get her consent this time. He said that sleeping with her in his arms would do nothing, but in the end he held her head down and kept struggling. How could Su Hao be a good person? He is a ruthless villain who does all kinds of evil. There was a sound of footsteps. Before Su Wanqiu could react, Su Shiqing and Su Huai had already rushed to her side. Mom Su, let me help you. In a daze, Su Shiqing took the dishes in her hands and started washing them. Su Wanqiu came to her senses and quickly said to the two sisters. There's a lot of fumes in the kitchen. You two, get out quickly. I'll be done soon. Su Huai glanced at Su Hao in the living room and curled her lips. We don't want to be with him. Mother Su, just let us help you. We have learned cooking skills. Su Wanqiu knew the relationship between Su Hao and her daughters, and immediately stopped saying anything. She began to prepare to light the fire and cook. Su Huai came over quietly and asked mysteriously, "Suma, what's the situation between you and that person? Don't you have any feelings between you? He often beats you and scolds you, why are you still beeping with him?" The reason why Su Wancho quickly ran to the kitchen was to avoid this situation. Unexpectedly, they still asked, "Why are children so curious?" The blush that was about to fade away suddenly crawled back to her face. You. Su Wancho stuttered a little and looked at the two sisters hesitantly. Finding that both of them were staring at her with innocent expressions, Su Wancho had no choice but to say this. "Actually, he has changed." At this time, she should have used intimate terms. "But I really can't shout." Or use the word he to refer to it. Seeing the expressions of the two sisters looking curious about the baby, they paused and then Su Wancho continued. "He has changed for the better and won't treat me like he used to. I believe the same is true for you. She doesn't even believe in herself." Judging from Su Hao's performance these days, there is indeed a tendency for the prodigal son to turn back. Su Wancho could only say this. "You can't say that you feel so happy because you were forced to have feelings, right?" In front of the two daughters, although they are not biological, they have watched them grow up. She can't be that thick-skinned. Su Shicheng and Su Huai were stunned for a while. That's it? Although they didn't know what Su Wancho said about Su Hao's change for the better. But it wasn't that long between them last time they came back. At that time, stepmother and Su Hao were still strangers. In other words, Su Hao said a few nice words to her, but this beautiful stepmother gave it to her for nothing? The two sisters looked complicated. Regarding what Su Wancho said, Su Hao would not treat them like before. The two sisters didn't believe it. The impression of more than 20 years cannot be changed by a few words. With the cooperation of mother and daughter, a delicious meal was quickly prepared. On the dining table, Su Hao picked up a piece of braised beef and put it into his mouth, sighing while eating. "I didn't realize that you still have such cooking skills in late autumn. It's much more delicious than the nanny's cooking." Su Wancho was a little embarrassed. "This is made of poetry." "Oh? Really? It's well done and to my liking." Su Hao looked at Su Shicheng, who was sitting opposite him, far away from him, eating quietly. He praised without hesitation. Hearing this, Su Shicheng raised her head in shock. "I made sure my ears heard it right." Su Hao was really praising her and smiling at her. Could it be that what the stepmother said is true? Has Su Hao really changed his attitude towards them? At this time, I heard Su Hao speak curiously. "Shicheng did a good job. I wonder if Huai cooks." That plate of green pepper shredded pork was fried by her, and this one, and that one was made by Shicheng. Su Hao tasted the shredded pork with green pepper and closed his eyes slightly, pretending to appreciate the food. After opening his eyes, he said in praise, "Huai's cooking is also very delicious. Compared with your sister, it's only a little bit behind. Keep working hard next time." It's not like he's telling lies. The two sisters don't know where they learned their cooking skills, but they are really good at it. Not much different from those chefs, a few steps ahead of his previous life. Su Huai's expression was confused. This father always had a cold face, never cared about anything about them, and often lost his temper at them. He actually praised her. She turned her head slightly to look at her sister. Su Huai found that her sister was also looking at her, and she could see the incredible look in each other's eyes. Ding, Su Shicheng's heart is ups and downs, her mood value is plus 666. Ding, Su Huai's heart was up and down, and his emotional value was plus 666. The emotions of the two sisters were revealed at the same time. Su Hao decided to continue his efforts and keep his daughters at home. It would be too wasteful to keep it outside. It's all about emotional value. Su Hao also has this confidence. With his rich experience, isn't it easy to handle 2 little girls? After 2 are done, will the other 5 be far behind? His goal is collect the 7 daughters and summon the dragon. Chapter 14, Awakening of Strange Attributes. As expected of a little cotton-padded jacket at night. Su-hao doesn't have many hobbies, but he especially likes racing. He came to Qiumingshan alone and began to choose a car. He chose a beautiful model. This car is as beautiful as jade and has been well maintained. It is still brand new. The headlights are full of texture and the rear lines are round and consistent. It is a top-notch urban SUV. When Su-hao got in the car, he saw that the interior was luxurious, with smooth leather and perfect configuration. The disadvantage is that the space inside the car is small and feels oppressive. Once you are familiar with it, turn on the key. When turning on the ignition, you can feel the engine start to vibrate. The sound insulation effect has to be said to be a bit average. Slowly increase the speed to 3,600 RPM. The car body clearly feels shaking and accompanied by noise. This kind of car, coupled with Su-hao's driving skills, is a perfect match. He grabbed the steering wheel with both hands, pumped the gas hard, and started. Directly increased the speed to 360 miles. The glamorous luxury car drove away, and every driver encountered on the road had astonishment on their faces. Because the speed of the car was too fast, the drivers did not see it clearly. They only saw a shadow of the car flashing past. A question comes to mind, the one who is riding a horse, what is pressing over my face? Ding, Su Wanqiu is angry, her mood value is plus 123. Ding, Su Wanqiu is so ashamed and angry, her mood value is plus 999. Su-hao looked at the emotion value prompt displayed by the system and felt a little surprised. Because he is shy, he is given 999 emotion points, which makes sense. After all, there are still people at home. Su Wanqiu had always been reluctant, but she couldn't win over Su-hao. What's suspicious is, why did your anger towards him drop to such a low level? What's going on? Not only this prompt, there are fewer and fewer anger and hatred prompts that appear in the middle. Su-hao immediately looked at Su Wanqiu, checked her attribute panel, and was shocked. The original favorability of -66 has changed to -52. Is this considered an increase? His eyes suddenly became weird. Not only this time, but also several times without her consent. Not only did the favorability not decrease, but it actually increased. Ah! I'm afraid I have awakened some strange attributes. Ding, Su Shiqing is resentful, her mood value is plus 555. Ding, Su Shiqing is full of resentment, her mood value is plus 555. Unexpected. Su Wanqiu contributed a lot of emotional value tonight. The 2 daughters are no less than her. They are worthy of being her own little cotton-padded jackets. Su-hao looked at the emotion value on the panel and found that it was as much as 40,000. You can draw 4 times. What are you waiting for? Lottery, lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 10 points of free attributes, ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 10 points of free attributes, ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the reward skill, close combat, master level. Skill levels are divided into master, master, grandmaster, god level. Brush the next moment, my mind stung slightly. A stream of knowledge about fighting emerged in his mind. These memories seemed to be engraved in his mind, as if he had really painstakingly studied them for more than 10 years. The most important thing is, Su-hao felt that he could use it skillfully without feeling any abnormalities. With this skill out, Su-hao finally felt that he had the power to protect himself. Relying on external forces is futile. Only when you have strength can you feel safe. Although this is the land of Kyushu, unlike other countries where shootings occur every day, killing is illegal. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the unexpected. What if one day the plot suddenly triggers and a group of desperados kidnaps me? What's more, he also has the aura of destiny as a villain, and is destined to fight the protagonist to the death. If one day the protagonist doesn't play according to the routine, he will be killed even if it is illegal. That would be so funny. As cautious as he is, he will not provoke the protagonist until he has no ability to protect himself. Otherwise, When I met the protagonist yesterday, he wouldn't have left without even trying it out. At this thought, Suhao's mind moved slightly. 20 points of free attributes are added to strength. When he added attributes to his physique before, he thought that the traitorous protagonist would not appear for another 2.5 years. I didn't expect this to be a fusion novel world. Yesterday I met a protagonist, and my natural affinity was negative. Suhao understands the principle of priorities. It is important to increase your physical fitness and make yourself younger. But life is more important. When a person dies, there is nothing. With his current physique, 7 times a night is not a problem. So there was no rush. After the protagonist's threat has passed, it's not too late to add some physical strength. As for getting younger, it will be easier to be liked by the heroine. Is this important? What is his identity? Is there any need to deliberately please the heroine? Make changes for the heroine? Doesn't exist. The familiar warmth fills the whole body. When the warm current disappeared, his strength doubled again, reaching 42. Suhao was a little intoxicated by the soaring power, feeling that a person could kill a cow with one punch. Increased strength, combined with the master-level fighting skills drawn. Even if the protagonist wanted to kill him yesterday, it wouldn't be that easy. And if you can't kill him with one blow, with his power and position, you will definitely be able to kill him. Through the system, he learned that strength values did not fully represent strength. There are many factors that determine your own strength. Your strength, physique, skills you have mastered, the environment during the battle, etc. Suhao's eyes flashed, striking while the iron was hot. There was still a chance to draw a lottery. Pump it for me. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward skill, painting, grandmaster level. The sting in my mind was stronger than before, and a lot of knowledge about painting was poured into me. It only takes a moment. Suhao has mastered a realm that others may not be able to achieve even after decades of learning. Now, as long as you give him a pen, he can draw a masterpiece that will be handed down from generation to generation. But Suhao was expressionless at this time. Good news, a master-level skill has been released. Bad news, the skill is drawing. I am the CEO of a tens of billions group, why on earth do you want me to paint? The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Overall, the results of this lottery are pretty good. Looking at the emotional value that has bottomed out again. Suhao lamented that it was not enough at all, and he had to keep working hard. So he looked to the side, where the protagonist's stepmother was still out of breath. Chapter 15, It's only a day's work. Sit back and wait for your daughter to call daddy. Ding, Su Shiqing felt angry, her mood value was plus 777. Ding, Su Huai is angry, and his emotional value is plus 777. Get up the next day. The two sisters, bleary-eyed and with dark circles under their eyes, were seen sitting at the dining table. Su Wanqiu and Su Hao were waiting for them to eat. Suddenly his teeth started to itch with anger. Aren't these two guys sleepy? Go to bed so late. Okay, we have no control over what you do. But what's the matter with humming all the time? It caused them all to have insomnia, and now they are extremely sleepy. Su Wanqiu's cheeks were hot. She dodges with a guilty conscience, not daring to look directly into the eyes of her two daughters. Su Hao pretended not to know. A feeling of interest arose in his heart, and he said with a smile, "What's wrong with you? Girls should try to stay up late as little as possible despite being depressed. It's not good for the skin." It was okay if Su Hao didn't say anything, but when he did, the two sisters became even more angry. Their faces were cold and expressionless. He walked to the table without saying a word, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Ding, emotional value plus 888. Su Hao was quite interesting. If you have nothing to do, teasing your daughter can not only harvest emotional value, but also make her mood happy. He really wanted to be at home with his daughters. Naiha's company is about to undergo a transformation, and there are many things for him to deal with. Before going to the company, Su Hao found Su Wanqiu and asked for the bank account numbers of his two daughters. I transferred 1 million to each of my two daughters. I feel ashamed to say that I have never transferred any money to my daughters since they were young. Almost all of them are married to 2 tool wives who take care of them. I don't know if there is any use in giving money to gain goodwill now. I transferred 1 million to each of your cards. If you have nothing to do during the weekend, you can go shopping outside and buy whatever you want. If you don't have enough money, ask me to get it. The company has been very busy recently and has a lot of things to deal with. I will spend time with you when I have free time later. Actually, Suhao wanted to reach out and touch the heads of his 2 daughters. They look like porcelain dolls, and they must be very comfortable to touch. But forget it when you think about the relationship between the two. There are many opportunities later. After his daughter's affection has improved, isn't he going to masturbate however he wants? Suhao turned around and left the house. Looking at his leaving figure, the 2 sisters' eyes were dull and they were stunned in place. Did they hear it correctly? This ruthless man actually transferred money to them for the first time? And you still smiled and said you wanted to accompany them? Several sisters, including them, have never felt their father's love since they were young. Feeling the concern from their father at this time, they were at a loss and felt a little unreal. Sister, he really transferred 1 million to us. Su Hui held her cell phone, looked at the payment prompt inside, and reminded her sister. Like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, it caused ripples in the hearts of the 2 sisters. Ding, Su Shiqing's heart is ups and downs. Her mood value is plus 567. Su Hao had been busy at the company for a whole day, but he didn't feel tired at all. There are factors that increase his physique. The main reason is that as a company boss, the sense of accomplishment in developing the company makes him full of motivation. Working for someone else is just awesome, but working for yourself is different. When Su Hao returned home and saw that his 2 daughters were still at home, he felt better. He gave his 2 daughters pocket money just to keep them here. A day's worth of wool is a day's work. In the past, the 2 daughters only came back to see Su Wanqiu, stayed at home for one night and left the next day. Sometimes I just come to visit and don't spend the night at home. The 2 daughters did not leave today, which is a good sign. Su Shiqing and Su Hui planned to go back to school today. But Su Hao's performance made them puzzled and full of curiosity. So after some discussion, we decided to observe at home for one more day. Anyway, there are no classes on weekends. After dinner, Su Hao came to the courtyard for a walk. The Su family's villa is very spacious, with pavilions and flower beds. It adopts a construction method that combines Chinese and Western methods. After dinner, I went for a walk in the courtyard. I was in a particularly good mood. Seeing a drawing board placed in the center of the courtyard, Su Hao paused and stepped forward to check in confusion. This is a picture of the sunset. The sun sets in the west, and the afterglow of the setting sun falls, reflecting the earth in red. Su Hao didn't need to think twice to know that it was his daughter's work. After appreciating it, Su Hao nodded. As the heroine, each of the 7 daughters is versatile. There was something in his heart. Thinking of the master-level painting skills I acquired just last night. His eyes suddenly became interesting, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. To improve your daughter's favor. It seems like this guy has to pretend. Withdrawing his thoughts, Su Hao looked at the painting in front of him again. Before, he looked at it with admiration. Now he looks at it from the perspective of a master in the field of painting. My daughter's painting skills are very good and she has already come into contact with the master field. But in his opinion, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Su Hao picked up the brush next to him and began to modify it carefully. He wrote with great energy, his fingers were flying, and he finished the painting in a short time. Putting down his pen, Su Hao looked at the words in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. The sunset before was a pure natural beauty. After his contribution, there was an invisible charm. After Su Hao finished everything, he turned around and continued walking. Next, I'm waiting for my daughter to call me daddy. Chapter 16, Su Hao's revelation of true feelings. Cinnabar Mole's teacher. When Su Shiqing came out to get the painting, it was already dark. The sky was hazy, so she didn't take a closer look and hurriedly put it away. This is her entry and will be submitted tomorrow. Another sleepless night. Two sisters, Su Shiqing and Su Huai, packed their things and prepared to go to school. As soon as the two people went out, they were blocked by a car. The driver's window was open. Su Hao's figure came into their eyes. "Get in the car, I'll take you to school." The two sisters were a bit unresponsive. "Oh my God, does the sun come out from the west?" This man who never cared about their lives before not only bought her pocket money, but also sent them to school? You need to know. As the boss of a tens of billions group, Su Hao has always been driven by his secretary when traveling. At least they have never seen Su Hao driving by himself. They saw it today. In order to take them to school, Su Hao actually drove the car himself. No need, we can go alone. As an older sister, Su Shiqing had a relatively stable personality. She was the first to come to her senses and shook her head in refusal. Su Hao frowned, and the pressure of a superior person emanated. After shocking his two daughters, he looked melancholy. Dad was such a bastard before, but now he has figured it out and will try his best to make up for the debt he owed you in the past. Let's start by sending you to school. Poetry and painting, can you give Dad a chance? While talking, he kept staring at the two women with sincere eyes. Su Hao sighed in his heart. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Feeling Su Hao's true feelings revealed, the two sisters were distraught. The words of rejection came to my lips, but I couldn't say them out. In this way, the two sisters got into Su Hao's car in a daze. Su Hao showed a victorious smile. Two yellow-haired girls are playing with me? They are still too young. I sent my two daughters to the gate of Shanghai University. Before leaving, Su Hao asked seemingly unintentionally. You are still used to poetry and painting in school, right? Are there any blind guys harassing you? Although the daughters are the heroines of the book Return of the God of War, all of them are noble and self-loving. But what's in a novel is a novel, and this is the real world. Do not rule out other suitors. Su Hao couldn't let wild boars eat his own cabbage. No one is allowed to get close to the opposite sex. He didn't ask directly, but inquired from the side. Otherwise, I would have thought he had other ideas. In the past, when the two sisters heard Su Hao's words, they would not have thought that Su Hao cared about them. It's different now. With 2 days of preparation, plus Su Hao's revelation of true feelings just now, they were a little moved. No. The two women shook their heads. That's good. Su Hao smiled and said in a very domineering tone. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me and I will make him walk around in pain. When they heard that Su Hao wanted to stand up for them, both sisters felt complicated. Ding! Su Shiqing is in a complicated mood, her mood value is plus 333. Ding! Su Huai was moved, and his emotional value was plus 444. Okay, go ahead and let me know if anything happens. The two women nodded after hearing this. When I walked into the door, I saw a beautiful figure wearing a teacher's professional attire coming out. The two sisters immediately greeted each other obediently. Good morning, conductor. Good morning to you too. Wang Shuiying smiled back when she heard her two outstanding students saying hello to her. Not far away, Su Hao saw his two daughters walking into the school, so he looked back and planned to leave. He was very reluctant to send his daughter away. I don't know how much emotional value it will contribute to him by staying at home. Along the way, he didn't mention anything to his daughter about living back home, because he believed it. It won't be long before his daughter comes back to find him. Thinking of last night's painting, he smiled mysteriously. I happened to see my daughter greeting a mature and beautiful lady. Su Hao subconsciously checked the other party's information. Character, Wang Shuiying. Identity, teacher at Shanghai University. Heroine of the Raptors released. Charm, 92. Full value 100. Strength, 10, 10 for ordinary people. Physique, 10, 10 for ordinary people. Spirit, 11, 10 for ordinary people. Favorability, minus 20. Su Hao let out a tisk sound. Another heroine appears. What just makes him a little puzzled is, it's okay to be naturally hostile to the protagonist. Why is it that the heroine doesn't even have a good impression of him even if she hasn't met him in person? Then I thought about it and understood something. That Wang Shuiying is her daughter's teacher. She might ask about some family situations, which would make her feel disgusted. After separating from the two school beauties, Wang Shuiying walked out of the school gate and stood at the door looking around. She received a call just now, saying that it was her student and wanted to meet her in person. Wearing a professor's professional attire, she could not hide her curvy figure. 3,000 black hair was neatly tied behind the head, the back was straight, and the snow-white shirt was held up high. The delicate light makeup on her face, picturesque eyebrows, and straight nose bridge give her a serious temperament that makes people want to conquer her. Teacher Wang. An excited voice sounded next to him. Wang Shuiying looked sideways and saw a young man standing in front of him, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Who are you? Seeing Chen Mo's appearance, Wang Shuiying had some impression, but she couldn't remember it for a while. Teacher Wang, this is me, Chen Mo. Are you silent? Wang Shuiying remembered. This is the student she taught last year. Originally, this student's sense of existence was very low, he was too ordinary. Whether it is appearance or academic performance, they are all average in the class. But something happened that made her remember this student. When he was about to graduate in his senior year, Chen Mo was sentenced to jail for raping a female classmate. She didn't believe it at the time. So how could an ordinary student rape a classmate on campus? During the days when Chen Mo was sentenced, she also contributed a lot as a teacher. It's a pity that it's of no use. Chen Mo was still sentenced to 3 years in prison. You're out? That's right. It's been 3 years. Live a good life from now on. Well, thank you, Teacher Wang, for working so hard for me during that time. Chen Mo was filled with gratitude. When I looked at Wang Shuiying, I felt a strange impulse in my heart. If Xiaqingge is by Yue Guang, then Wang Shuiying is his cinnabar mole. Thinking of the days when I was framed by Lu Fei. Everyone thought he was a rapist, but only the teacher believed him. Not only did he keep running around, but he also comforted him to be strong. Not only is she in good shape and beautiful, she also has such a gentle personality. What a wonderful woman. She is like a noble swan. He, who used to be a toad, is not worthy of being killed. But it's different now. Chen Mo's eyes gradually became firm. Where can I find such a good woman if I miss her? You took care of me in the past, and I will protect you for the rest of your life. I will never let you be harmed in the slightest. Chapter 17. Why don't you have any bad thoughts if you don't just have a meal? I'm your teacher, that's what I should do, but it's a pity that I didn't help you. Wang Shuiying said with some regret. The power of the Lu family is too great, and ordinary people like them have no way to compete. It doesn't matter, everything is over. Chen Mo suppressed his anger towards Lu Fei and smiled at Wang Shuiying. Immediately, he handed over a bouquet of bright roses in his hand. Teacher Wang, I can't repay your kindness. I give this to you. Looking at the flowers in front of her, Wang Shuiying felt a little embarrassed. As a teacher, she represents the face of the school in every word and deed. How can I accept flowers from students? But it's not good if you don't accept it. The student in front of me has just been released from prison, and his heart is already riddled with holes. Just when she was hesitating, a voice like a spring breeze sounded. Are you Teacher Wang Shuiying? Wang Shuiying was slightly startled. Turning around, I saw a mature and charming man appearing next to me. As if she had found the steps, she took advantage of the situation and continued. Yes, I am Wang Shuiying, you. I am a poetic and picturesque father. Su Hao smiled. Seeing Wang Shuiying's slightly changed expression, he said again. I just sent them to school, and just as I was about to leave, I saw Teacher Wang. After hearing that he was the father of Su Shiqing and Su Huai, Wang Shuiying's face looked a little ugly. Later, I heard that he was sending his daughter here, and his expression gradually softened. The Su sisters are her very outstanding students. The only thing that can be compared is Xiaqingde 3 years ago. Once on weekends and holidays, she saw the two sisters staying at school and not going home more than once. She couldn't help but ask the sisters why they didn't go home. The two sisters said that there was no one at home and their family members were all busy at work. Wang Shuiying was very angry at the time. How did she become a parent? You know how to work in just one day. Is work more important than your daughter? Besides, my daughter is so outstanding. Su Hao did think so before he awakened his past life memories. Wang Shuiying has no good impressions of the sisters' parents at all. I'm not saying that, you parents, when you are busy at work, you can't ignore your family. Such lovely children are so poetic and picturesque. What Teacher Wang said is that I have also deeply realized my previous mistakes, and now I am thinking of ways to make up for them. Su Hao nodded in agreement, with a look of repentance on his face. Seeing that his attitude was so good, Wang Shuiying felt a little embarrassed. You just need to pay attention to it. Okay, I would like to ask Teacher Wang, how is the performance of poetry and painting in school? Seeing Wang Shuiying looking like she was leaving, Su Hao changed the subject. It was guided to two women. If you want to hold a woman under your body, the first step is to have an intersection between the two. Only then will there be a story behind. Now, his two daughters have become his tools to flirt with this beautiful teacher. Talking about the two good students, Wang Shuiying became energetic. Immediately it was Balabala, praising Su's poetry and painting. Su Hao listened at the side, nodding from time to time, showing a pleased smile. It's getting late. I have classes in the morning, so I'll leave first. After talking about the deeds of the two good students, Wang Shuiying looked at the time on her wrist and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Su Hao opened his mouth to stop her and took out his mobile phone. Teacher Wang, let's leave your contact information. It's convenient for me to pay attention to the poetry and painting. Maybe it will trouble Teacher Wang. When Wang Shuiying heard that she wanted her contact information, she instinctively wanted to refuse. However, after hearing Su Hao's explanation, she still nodded. Okay. The man in front of me and his children are all in college. He wants to contact him just because he is concerned about his daughter's situation. What bad thoughts can you have? After exchanging phone numbers, Wang Shuiying wanted to make a note and looked up at Su Hao to ask. My name is Su Hao. What? Wang Shuiying was stunned. When Su Hao appeared just now, she felt a familiar feeling. After the other party said his name, he finally knew who it was. Su Hao, the leader of the Su group. After graduating from their university in Shanghai, he often gave back to his alma mater after starting a successful business. He is now a director of the university. Are you Director Su? Su Hao is the school director, so there is nothing wrong with calling him Director Su. Su Hao nodded, put his fingers between his lips, and winked at her. Indicated to her not to tell anyone. Wang Shuiying suddenly felt ashamed and screamed in her heart. Oh my God! I just lost my temper with such a legendary figure. The poetry and painting are genuine, and I didn't tell him that his father was Su Hao. I was led astray by them. Wang Shuiying couldn't help complaining about the two good students in her heart. She knows Su Hao's character. She has participated in many charity activities and sponsored many Hope primary schools. For such a good person, it is understandable even if he is busy at work. In her opinion. When I first asked the two sisters, they must have lost their temper because Su Hao didn't accompany them. But, you also need to understand your father. Running a large group with a market value of tens of billions must be a lot of work. Moreover, it can be seen from her conversation with Su Hao just now that Su Hao still cares about them. No. I have to find a time to talk to them. The main thing is a double standard. Ding, Wang Shuiying is extremely ashamed, her mood value is plus 567. I have to say that the character set managed by Su Hao worked. As long as he has not participated in so many charitable donations, even if the richest man comes, he will not change the heroine's mind. Dr. Su, I'm sorry just now. You're right. Su Hao waved his hand. I used to be obsessed with my career and neglected my family, but I won't do that anymore. I want to thank Teacher Wang, my two daughters have caused trouble for you. No, they are quite good at poetry and painting. In this case, if you still have classes, go to class first. I'll treat you to dinner at noon to express my gratitude. Su Hao revealed the true purpose. Once you are alone with the heroine, you will have more opportunities. Ha? No need, okay? Seeing Su Hao's firm attitude, Wang Shuiying could no longer refuse. Su Hao invited her to dinner, but she didn't think much about it. After all, Su Hao's character is there. I only have 2 wives, even my secretary is a man, and there has never been any scandal. Why would you worry about coveting her beauty? Chapter 18, Threat from the Protagonist. Su Hao's cruel methods. That's how the meal was decided. The class bell rang. Wang Shuiying said goodbye to Su Hao and ran to class with a very enchanting back. Next to him, Chen Mo was holding a bouquet of flowers with an ugly expression on his face. This guy who suddenly appeared ruined his good deeds, causing him not to give the flowers to teacher Wang. Seeing that Su Hao was about to leave, he immediately spoke out. Stop. Teacher Wang is my relative. If you dare to have inappropriate thoughts about her, don't blame me for being rude. He could clearly hear the conversation between the two of them just now. Although she was talking about her daughter's studies, she invited teacher Wang to dinner to express her gratitude. But Chen Mo always felt that this guy had bad intentions. Thinking of when I saw Xia Qingge 2 days ago, this guy was also there. It gave him a very unpleasant feeling. Only then did Chen Mo stand up and give him a warning. Wang Shuiying is the best person to him, and he will never allow the other party to be harmed in the slightest. This classmate, are you thinking too much? I invited teacher Wang to dinner just to express her gratitude for taking care of my daughter. Su Hao looked at the protagonist in front of him with a smile. As expected of being naturally hostile, they can also be inexplicably caused trouble by the protagonist. Although his feeling is not wrong. It's best that way. If you let me know that you are plotting against teacher Wang, huh? Chen Mo snorted coldly and stamped his foot on the ground. When he moved his feet, a footprint was left on the hard ground. Ding! Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 333. Su Hao's expression didn't change at all. He looked at him deeply, turned around, got in the car and left. You want to threaten him? He is no longer afraid of the protagonist. To deal with him, it just depends on when you take action. There's no rush yet. Su Hao didn't want to use his apparent relationship, which might lead to the collapse of his character. And even if the protagonist has good luck, he may not be able to kill the opponent. The matter of killing people and silencing them should be solved secretly. The only person he has available now is Lao Mo, who is probably no match for this guy. The established blood massacre society has yet to be brought to the forefront. There are still too few people available. Su Hao sighed with emotion. Take your time, he has a system, everything will be fine. When Su Hao came to the company, Li Kuan presented a piece of information to him. Inside is the information Lao Mo collected about the 3 shareholders. Su Hao picked it up and looked through it one by one. Li Ping, her husband, works in a state-owned enterprise. I have an unsatisfactory son who idles around all day, doing nothing. He is particularly fond of gambling. He was caught several times because he gathered people to gamble. Like to gamble? Su Hao suddenly had an idea. Don't you like gambling? Then let you bet enough. He planned to let Lao Mo's Blood Massacre Association set up a bet to make the other party owe a huge debt. When these gangsters came to collect debts, Li Ping had to hand over her shares. Next is Lu Qinghong. Seeing Su Hao making a fortune in the real estate industry, he also learned to register a small real estate company. But he didn't have Su Hao's ruthless determination, which led to the company never getting popular. I can only drink the leftover soup from the Su group. Su Hao knew how to deal with this guy without even thinking about it. Imitate what the protagonist in the book does and find some criminal evidence of the other company. It doesn't take anything to make him bankrupt. What? Lu Qinghong's company has always abided by laws and regulations? If there is no accident, then create an accident. Such a simple thing. Su Hao felt no burden at all about killing these people. If you don't kill them now, when the protagonist comes back, they will betray you. If you didn't think about killing 3 people, people would think of him. Why is there any need to be so calculating? The first 2 people are relatively easy to handle, but the last one, Zhang Xuelin, is a bit troublesome. There is no loophole to exploit. He didn't have much property under his control, and all his funds were invested. One of his sons had disappeared since he was a child. And Zhang Xuelin has a stubborn character. It may be difficult to get the shares from him. Unless he is dead. After thinking about it, if only one of the 3 people died, there should be no contact with him. After all these years, my character as a business owner still plays a role. Su Hao thought it was feasible. However, trouble could not happen to these 3 shareholders at the same time, so he decided to deal with the first 2 first. He found Li Koan and asked Li Koan to pass the order to Lao Mo. Shanghai University. Sisters Su Shiqing and Su Hui came to the activity center together carrying bags containing drawing boards. Bang bang. The 2 of them knocked on the door of an office. With a common sound from inside, the 2 sisters opened the door and walked in. There is a middle-aged woman wearing glasses sitting in front of the desk. Seeing these 2 sisters, a smile finally appeared on her meticulous face. Shiqing, you are here. Is the painting finished? She serves as the teacher in charge of the annual art exhibition held by the school. She has seen Su Shiqing's painting skills. She has high expectations for winning the championship in this event. Teacher Zhang, I brought. Su Shiqing responded. He took out the drawing board from the bag and placed it in front of the female teacher. Teacher Zhang nodded and smiled at them, adjusted his glasses, and looked at the painting in front of him. However, she was shocked after just one glance. This is a picture of the sunset. She just took a look, and a majestic atmosphere came to her face. The setting clouds, lonely ducks, autumn water, and long sky create a majestic autumn scene. The falling clouds and the solitary sky fly together. The autumn water is the same color as the sky. The colorful clouds reflected by the setting sun fly together with the lonely wild duck, and the autumn river and the vast sky are one and the same. Unbelievable. Such a beautiful artistic conception can be sketched out entirely with a brush. Such a level of painting has reached a state of perfection. I was already confident that Sister Su Shiqing would win the first place in the event, but now it seems that she has underestimated it. Not to mention, if you put it in one school, even if you look across the country, no one can beat it. Teacher Zhang grabbed the drawing board tightly with excitement, his eyes widened, not missing a single thing. Okay, great. After a long time, she calmed down her excitement, looking at the 2 sisters as if they were babies. No need to wait for other entries, I will announce now that you are the champions of this event. Chapter 19, Treat your daughter as a tool. The calculated hero saves the beauty. After hearing what the activity teacher said, Su Shiqing and Su Hui were a little confused. After the teacher looked at the painting, they noticed that the other person's expression was wrong, and later they started dancing. Now it is actually directly announced that they have won the first place. Should you be so hasty? Is there anyone else whose entries have not been submitted? Before they could react, the activity teacher looked at them seriously. Your work this time is so good that it exceeds the limit of our school. I would like to ask for your permission to take this work to the national competition. Buzz buzz. Both sisters are running out of brains. Didn't they just draw a random picture? Do you want to be so exaggerated? Are you going to take it to the national competition? It's not that. Stunned, they nodded in confusion. When the activity teacher got their consent, he was overjoyed and quickly took out his mobile phone, walking out of the office while talking on the phone. Obviously, we are going to make arrangements for the national competition. Sister, look quickly. The 2 sisters were a little puzzled. Su Hui took a curious look at the painting and was immediately shocked. She pointed at the painting in shock and motioned to her sister Su Shiqing to look at it. The 2 of them were stunned on the spot at the same time, dumbfounded. The setting sun is still the same sunset, and the river is still the same river. But the feeling given to them is completely different. Sister, what's going on? We painted it clearly. Su Shiqing turned to look at her younger sister, who was equally astonished and shocked. Su Huai's face was blank. When she thought of something, her expression suddenly changed. Taking a deep breath, she spoke in a tone of disbelief. After dinner last night, I saw him standing in front of the drawing board for a long time. Who is he? Su Shiqing was a little confused. Su Huai rolled her eyes. Who else besides Su Hao? This isn't possible? Su Shiqing's eyes widened, full of suspicion. She admitted that the man was very talented in business, but could he draw? The sisters had never seen Su Hao paint before, and there were no painting tools in the house. And the level of this painting cannot be achieved without decades of accumulation. Then tell me, who else besides him? For a moment, the two sisters fell into silence at the same time. Noon Su Hao picked up Wang Shuiying and came to a private restaurant. While driving, he noticed a little tail following behind him. You don't need to think about it to know that it is the protagonist named Chen Mo. He didn't care. If you want to follow, just follow him. It just so happens that he can harvest a wave. In the taxi, the driver looked at the co-pilot Chen Mo with pity. Wearing a green hat at such a young age is so pitiful. Baesi Jiu Ling San Shi Ba Jiu sighing, he patted Chen Mo's shoulder and comforted him. Little brother, if you want to be more open-minded, if you want to live a decent life, how can you not bring some green? Chen Mo's face turned dark when he heard this. But somehow, when the driver said this, he really felt that the top of his head was green. Although the relationship between him and teacher Wang is not deep, today is the first time they have met in 3 years. But he has regarded this beautiful, generous, and kind-hearted teacher Wang as his woman. Chen Mo paid the fare with a cold face and followed him away without looking back. Ding! Chen Mo was in a depressed mood. His mood value was plus 423. Shuiying, please be casual and don't be polite to me. On the dining table. After the waiter brought all the dishes, Su Hao greeted Wang Shuiying. After a friendly conversation, the title changed from Teacher Wang to the Dear Shuiying. Wang Shuiying smiled shyly. After getting along for a while, she was no longer as cautious about Su Hao, a big shot. Shuiying, you are the instructor of poetry and painting. You should also know something about their lives, right? I would like to ask if they have been harassed at school. While Su Hao was eating, he asked Wang Shuiying about his daughter's relationship issues. Although he had asked his 2 daughters in the morning, to be on the safe side, he wanted to confirm with the instructor. It was also during the previous conversation that he found out. This teacher Wang is not only her daughter's teacher, but also their professional counselor. Wang Shuiying was slightly startled, and then she understood after thinking about it. Lord Su Hao was worried that his daughter would be deceived. After thinking about it carefully, Wang Shuiying shook her head. Both of them are school beauties. There are indeed many suitors, but they were all rejected. After listening to her words, Su Hao was completely relieved. That's good, Shuiying, please help me keep an eye on it. At their age, I'm afraid they will be deceived. After a pause, he said half-jokingly. The same goes for you. If there is a blind person at school who gives you trouble, you tell me and I will help you teach him a lesson. Wang Shuiying showed a bright smile and nodded. Su Hao was really as polite and easygoing as the rumors say, unlike some big bosses who put on airs based on their status. Next. While the two were eating, they brought the toolman's daughter out to talk about it, and the atmosphere was harmonious. During this period, Chen Mo's emotional value would pop up from time to time. Su Hao just smiled and ignored it. After finishing their meal, the two of them walked out of the private restaurant. At this time, Su Hao noticed a slope of stone stairs ahead. With a thought in his heart, he inadvertently found a topic to attract Wang Shuiying's attention. By the way, Shuiying. Wang Shuiying turned her head and looked at him doubtfully. Because I have been busy at work, I have had some conflicts with my daughters. I want to try my best to make up for them now. I hope you can help and put in a good word. It's really a good idea to let this teacher say good things to him in front of his daughter. So that's what happened, no problem. Mr. Sue manages such a large company, I think they will understand, ah. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Shuiying suddenly felt that her feet were empty, and she lost her center of gravity and fell forward. In a panic, she saw the sharp edges of the stairs in front of her and turned pale with fear. If you hit it hard, the damage will be light. If you hit it, your head will feel cold. Just when she closed her eyes, not daring to accept the fate of being injured, she felt her waist tighten, and her whole body was dragged forward uncontrollably. Finally fell into a broad embrace. Chapter 20, Driving a Wedge Between the Male and Female Protagonists. The hostesses thanks unexpected body pain caused by the fall, I opened my eyes and found that I was still standing. Only then did Wang Shuiying's hanging heart drop. Thinking of the frightening moment just now, she couldn't help but feel scared. She felt relaxed, and that's when she realized it. She was in a warm embrace, with her hands still around the man's neck. Feeling the masculine aura coming towards her face, Wang Shuiying's pretty face quickly covered with 2 wisps of red clouds. She spoke with a slight stutter. Thank you, Mr. Su. This was the first time she had such close contact with the opposite sex, and her little heart was beating like a thump. Ding, Wang Shuiying is flustered, her mood value is plus 666. As long as you're okay. Su Hao felt the touch of this beautiful teacher and the protagonist's stepmother. The palm of his hand took it back from her waist without leaving any trace. The innocent character cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, if you fall into the same reputation as the third young master in the previous life, you will lose more than you gain. Ding. Shen Mo's heart is on fire, his mood value is plus 777. Ding. Chen Mo is filled with hatred, his emotional value is plus 888. Only 2 steps away from them, Shen Mo's hand that was about to catch Wang Shuiying froze in midair. He looked at the 2 people hugging each other with dull eyes. Just now he saw Wang Shuiying fall, he didn't care to hide it, and rushed out like flying. I have to say, he is very fast. According to the trajectory of Wang Shuiying's fall, he was able to save her at the last moment. Unexpectedly, Su Hao had a hand in it. Such a perfect opportunity for a hero to save a beauty was cut off by him. Seeing the beautiful goddess teacher being held in the arms of a man, how could Chen Mo not be angry? How could he not be angry? Feeling the hands on her waist loosen, Wang Shuiying took a step back and distanced herself. The blush on his face lingered for a long time. His eyes dodged, not daring to look directly into Su Hao's eyes. She glanced wildly, trying to find a topic to alleviate the embarrassment. Just like that, she noticed Chen Mo under the stairs and asked, slightly stunned, "Why are you here too?" As soon as she asked the question, she realized something was wrong. What does this question sound like? This is not a secret place. Isn't it normal for others to be here? Make it look like you were caught dating someone. Chen Mo showed a forced smile. I happened to be passing by here and saw you, Teacher Wang. A pair of angry eyes stared at Su Hao. Wang Shuiying waved her hands quickly. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Su and I just went out to have a meal and talk about some work matters. Chen Mo's eyes were complicated. If he hadn't been following her all the way, Wang Shuiying would have explained it this way. He really thought that the 2 of them were here for a date. Etc. At this time, Su Hao suddenly spoke. He thought for a while and pretended to suddenly realize it. When we were driving over just now, there was a taxi following us. Is that you in the passenger seat? This beautiful teacher has become his prey, and the protagonist doesn't even have to think about it. First let's drive a wedge between the 2 people. Sure enough, Wang Shuiying's face changed slightly after hearing his words. He looked at Chen Mo with suspicion on his face. Chen Mo was so angry that he forced a smile. Isn't it noon? I'm here to eat too. I didn't expect to be with you, he. Oh. Su Hao said oh, as if he believed what he said. Chen Mo scolded Su Hao 1,000 times in his heart. Wang Shuiying's eyes became strange. Chen Mo's explanation was too strong and his words were inconsistent. If it's not an accident, then Chen Mo is following them on purpose. With Su Hao's identity and not knowing him, he was following himself. Why is Chen Mo following her? Wang Shuiying couldn't help but think of some news on the internet. Some people who have been released from prison have become psychologically twisted and abnormal, and have thoughts of revenge against society. Although she is not so narcissistic that she looks beautiful every day, she still has no doubts about her appearance. Thinking that a man who had just been released from prison was following her, he was probably coveting her beauty. Wang Shuiying trembled and couldn't help but take a step back and get closer to Su Hao. The corner of Chen Mo's mouth twitched. Was your last move serious? A small movement can still cause so much harm. Knowing that Wang Shuiying was beginning to doubt him, he wanted to explain, but couldn't. Could it be that I knew you were going to have dinner with Su Hao because I was worried that you would be bullied by this guy, so I followed you? What is their relationship? Not that intimate yet. Chen Mo's eyes fell on Su Hao again. It was this guy who caused his relationship with teacher Wang to become estranged. Shuiying, let's go, I'll take you back to school. Fortunately, you're okay. Otherwise, I would be so guilty if I took you out to eat and caused you to fall. Where, it was obviously my fault. The two came to the parking lot, got in the car, and left. Until he saw the car shadow disappearing in the distance, Chen Mo was still stunned on the spot, clenching his fists. His eyes were deep, and a killing intent surged through him. After 3 years of hard training with his master, he is no longer the submissive college student. He never let go of those who bullied him in prison. Don't let me find a chance, otherwise I will kill you. Chapter 21, Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Hao reached the benefits. The car arrived at the school gate. Before Wang Shuiying got out of the car, Su Hao stopped her and thrust a gift box into her hand. Please take more care of the poetry and painting. It's a small gift. I hope you don't mind. This, I can't accept it. Taking care of them is what I should do. Wang Shuiying quickly refused. One size equals one size. Just keep it, Shuiying. It's not a valuable thing. Su Hao's attitude was firm. After collecting my things, you still don't take things seriously? It's up to you to shorten the time it takes for your daughter to recognize me as her father. Wang Shuiying really doesn't want to accept it. As a teacher, she is beautiful, so people give her gifts every now and then. But she confiscated none of them. Thinking that Su Hao had saved her just now, it would be really bad to resolutely refuse. She happened to hear Su Hao say it was worthless, so she reluctantly accepted it. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will help explain the poetry and painting. Feeling a little sorry, Wang Shuiying promised Su Hao before leaving. Su Hao did not return to the company, but asked his secretary to pick him up. Now the company has suspended many projects. The large amount of funds in hand can be used to enter other industries. Su Hao is preparing to do an industry inspection. In the car. Secretary Li Kuan reported the investigated information about Chen Mo while driving. Su Hao was sitting in the back seat, also holding a document in his hand and reading it. Name, Chen Mo, gender, male, age, 25, home address, Yangwang Street, Nanchang District. 3 years ago, Chen Mo was sentenced to 3 years in prison for raping his female classmate. What happened was that Chen Mo offended Lu Fei, the young master of the Lu family, and caused a premeditated revenge. After being imprisoned, Chen Mo was bullied and eventually became a disciple of an old prison bully in the prison. The old man was the leader of the gang of brothers in the underground world of Nanchang. He was betrayed by his subordinates and sent to prison. After being released from prison, Chen Mo did not go home, but found a job as a waiter in a bar. After reading this information, Su Hao fell into deep thought. A picture appeared in my mind. The protagonist was framed by a rich second generation and sent to jail. In prison, he met the golden-fingered grandfather. After 3 years of apprenticeship, Raptor was released from prison and sought revenge from the rich second generation. Pursue the school beauty and teacher, and inherit the master's estate. Awake to hold the power of the world, drunk and lying on the knees of a beautiful woman. According to the routine of internet articles, as expected, this is the main line of development of Chen Mo, but that's without him. Since the two sides are destined to be enemies, Su Hao cannot let him grow. But, with his current strength, it is still a bit unsafe to deal with the protagonist if he does not rely on his apparent relationship. You can't be tough, you have to take a long-term approach. After reviewing Chen Mo's development trajectory, Su Hao's eyes gradually returned to focus, and an idea slowly emerged. The Lu family and the Brotherhood are the top forces in Nanchang. The difference is, one is on the surface, the other is secretly. Why doesn't he instigate the two sides to fight to the death? When they both suffered losses, he, the fisherman, came out to clean up the situation together. What industry has he been looking for companies to enter these days? It just so happens that the Lu family's new energy vehicles are pretty good. With the development of the times and the improvement of people's living standards, fuel vehicles will gradually be replaced by electric vehicles. It can be said that you will never lose money by investing in new energy vehicles. Su Hao's eyes became brighter and brighter. Not only can you find someone to deal with the protagonist, but you can also find another development direction for the Su group. Kill two birds with one stone, kill two birds with one stone. As for how to design a fight between the Lu family and the Brotherhood? No need to worry at all. The Lu Fei of the Lu family framed the protagonist. As long as the protagonist is released from prison and becomes stronger, he will be notified of the news of revenge. Both sides will naturally fight to the death. Su Hao had to sigh. What a cheat! Such a son offended someone he shouldn't have offended, and ended up with his family being ruined. Fortunately, my 7 daughters are all very sensible. Suddenly, his expression froze. I almost forgot that I also have a son of the protagonist. It seems that the end will be even more tragic. Su Hao's good mood suddenly disappeared. Made up my mind. When the rebellious protagonist returns in 2.5 years, I must give him a big surprise. He shook his head and suppressed these thoughts for the time being. Now, what he has to do is to inform Mr. Lu of the news. In this way, he can reap the benefits. Su Hao's eyes couldn't help but fall on a person's name on the document in his hand. Xiang Yu. She is the female classmate that Chen Mo saved from the rich second-generation Lu Fei. Finally, he bites back and accuses him of raping a woman. In fact, at that time, she was still one of Lu Fei's female companions. But later I got tired of playing and was dumped by Lu Fei. It can be used as a chess piece to pass the microphone. No need to go back to the company. Su Hao immediately gave orders to Li Koan, who was driving. Now that we have found the direction of new energy vehicles, there is no need to rush to find other industries. I have to go back and plan carefully. Chapter 22, is the most beautiful teacher's wife already owned? Tiger father has no dog daughter, but he said that Wang Shuiying returned to school. I collided head-on with a female teacher in the same office. Seeing the gift box in her hand, the female teacher seemed to have discovered a new world and said in an exaggerated tone, "Oh my God, what did I find? The most beautiful teacher in our university has finally found his wife. College life is very boring. Students who have good deeds hold a vote for the most beautiful girl in school. This is how the title of school beauty was born. Female students have rankings, and female teachers are certainly no exception. Made a list of the most beautiful teachers. Wang Shuiying has the highest number of votes. Originally, there were many people pursuing Wang Shuiying. After having this most beautiful title of teacher, there are more suitors. Almost every day you can see people queuing up outside the office to give gifts to Wang Shuiying. But Wang Shuiying never accepted those gifts. But today, she actually saw Wang Shuiying coming back carrying a gift. What does this mean? The most beautiful teacher finally accepted a certain suitor and fell in love. Wang Shuiying was a little confused, but then she realized that she had misunderstood. You misunderstood, this was given to me by a friend. She can only explain it as a friend. Could it be said that it was given by Su Hao, one of the school directors? If you really say this, scandals will be flying all over the sky the next day. Shocked, The most beautiful teacher actually did this kind of thing to the school director in order to get a higher position. The most beautiful teacher looks noble on the surface and refuses everyone's pursuit, but secretly he is the school director's beautiful dog, thinking of that face full of mature charm, and the deep sense of security in his arms. Wang Shuiying's heartbeat accelerated for no reason. Shake your head and put away these distracting thoughts. Whether it's for Su Hao's reputation or her own reputation, she can't say that. But the female teacher didn't believe it at all. He also gave her a smile that said, "You understand, I understand, everyone understands." So, who is the lucky person who won the heart of our great beauty Shuiying? Wang Shuiying was helpless. She knew she wouldn't believe anything she said, so she had no choice but to ignore him. Go back to your office seat, pick up your textbooks and prepare lessons. But she always looked at the gift box in front of her involuntarily. I was curious about what Su Hao was talking about as a small, worthless gift. Unable to resist her curiosity, Wang Shuiying took the gift box and opened it. A pen lies quietly inside. The pen is very delicate, with a streamlined arc that makes people unable to take their eyes away. She picked up the pen and shook it. It felt great in her hand, and she felt like she couldn't put it down. Hey, this is the latest model from Mont Blanc. The sudden sound in her ears startled Wang Shuiying, and her hand shook and she almost threw the pen away. Turning around, I found that the female teacher just now appeared behind me at some point. At this time, she was staring at the pen in her hand with a pair of bright eyes. Wang Shuiying's heart moved. "Xiaoyun, do you know this pen?" "Certainly." The female teacher called Xiaoyun patted her airport-like chest. "This pen is a new model launched by Mont Blanc in September this year. It is limited to 100 pieces worldwide." Wang Shuiying's heart thumped, and she had a bad feeling. "Then, how much is this pen worth?" Xiaoyun glanced at her in surprise, and then said with envy, 188888, of course, this is not the most important thing. It is a global limited edition, and many people who want to buy it cannot buy it. Isn't your boyfriend too arrogant? This is a limited edition gift. When will you bring it out for me to see? Wang Shuiying didn't listen to what she said after that. Her head was buzzing at this time. Recalling that when she accepted the gift, Su Liang's words still rang in her ears. A gadget. Not worth much. Wang Shuiying quickly put away the pen. No, this is too valuable. I want to return it. She took out her mobile phone, hurriedly left the office, found Su Hao's number and dialed it. Mr. Su, your gift is too expensive, I can't. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Hao. There is no reason to take back the gift I gave you. If you don't like it, just throw it away. Having already mentioned this, what else can Wang Shuiying say? What's more, Su Hao was right. In the face of his tens of billions of net worth, a gift of 200,000 yuan is indeed worthless. If you feel sorry for yourself, please help me take care of the poetry and painting. First he refused to return it verbally, and then he gave her a reason. As soon as she picked it up and put it down, Wang Shuiying's idea of returning the pen completely faded away. After hanging up the phone and recalling Su Hao's words in her mind, Wang Shuiying immediately planned to find the two school beauties. Su Shiqing and Su Huai did not live with other students, but lived in the school apartment. Bang bang. Hearing the knock on the door, Su Huai opened the door in confusion. Seeing Wang Shuiying, Su Huai couldn't help but be curious. Teacher Wang, do you have anything to do with us? It's like this. I heard that you participated in the school's art exhibition, so I wanted to come over and ask about it. How's it going? Is there any hope of getting first place? Wang Shuiying was invited into the house. Seeing this, Su Shiqing poured her a glass of boiling water. Didn't Teacher Zhang tell you? Say what? My sister showed her the work. She has already decided that her sister's work will be the first place and she will take it to the national painting competition. Wang Shuiying was stunned for a while. Is she a student with such a high talent for painting? And even used it to participate in the national competition? Although she was shocked, she still congratulated her heartily. Being praised by Teacher Zhang means that you are good at poetry and painting. Congratulations! I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. As expected, the tiger father has no dog daughter. The 7 daughters of the Su family are all outstanding. After being praised by the teacher, the 2 sisters had unnatural expressions. If it was really their painting, they would be very excited if it were to be submitted to the national competition. They didn't draw it. Picking up the water glass and taking a sip, Wang Shuiying told her the purpose of her trip. By the way, I came to you this time because I have something to tell you. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Father in the Eyes of His Daughter. Start layout cough. Seeing the 2 sisters looking at her curiously, Wang Shuiying coughed and said, I asked you about your family situation before. You said that your family members are busy with work and don't care about you. I heard your tone of voice was a bit complaining. Actually, what the teacher wants to tell you is that your family members have their own difficulties, and you should understand them. When the teacher talked about business, the 2 sisters were quite serious at first. Then his expression gradually became weird. Does Su Hao really have any difficulties? Anyway, they didn't feel it at all. Since Su Hao became a well-known entrepreneur, he has indeed participated in charity activities everywhere and done many good deeds. Be polite and courteous in front of outsiders. But after returning home, he became moody, beating and scolding them at every turn. In their opinion, Su Hao's gentle and elegant image was all disguised by him. How he looks at home is his true face. I have to say that my daughters have seen it very clearly. But not long ago, the 2 sisters were a little shaken by their ideas. Su Hao actually changed his previous indifference and began to care about them. What shocked them the most was the painting he modified. Refined and easygoing outside, moody and changing attitude at home. There are even higher levels of painting than those painters who have been studying for decades and are as calm as water. Such complex temperaments are gathered in one person. In their eyes, Su Hao suddenly shrouded in a layer of mist and became mysterious. Listening to the counselor in front of them constantly saying good things about Su Hao, the 2 sisters couldn't help but interrupt. Teacher Wang, have you met him? They still couldn't say the word dad. Wang Shuiying was stunned for a moment, then nodded. After I said hello to you in the morning, I saw your father when I went out. Speaking of this, her eyes were filled with resentment. It's all my fault that these 2 little guys didn't explain it clearly to her. It was wrong for her, a teacher, to accuse the school director on the spot. Embarrassed as hell. We chatted for a while, and he regretted that he had been busy with work and neglected his family, and he said that he would never do it again in the future. He would try his best to make it up to you, and also asked me to take good care of you at school. The 2 sisters were stunned when they heard this. Su Hao's attitude towards them was a bit strange before, giving them pocket money and sending them to school. Now they are looking for teachers to take care of them. Could it be? The 2 sisters looked at each other. Su Hao has really changed for the better. Scoff. A van parked at the entrance of a community. There was a burly man sitting in the driver's seat. A rough estimate is that he is 2 meters tall. The muscles all over the body are bulging, full of explosive power. He is Su Hao's executioner in the darkness. Old Mo the butcher. Today, he followed Su Hao's instructions to persuade a woman. He kept his eyes on the door of the community, showing great patience. Finally, he saw a woman with heavy makeup coming out of the community. I picked up the photo and compared it, and I was sure it was Xiangyu. Just as Xiangyu passed the van door suddenly opened. A hand stretched out and pulled the petite girl in. When Xiangyu reacted, he found that he was already in the car. There were 2 majestic men in front of her, and she looked frightened. He opened his mouth to scream, but was blocked by a hand. If you dare to shout out, we will kill you. One of the big men stared at Tong Ling with his big eyes and said fiercely. The 2 of them are members of the Blood Slaughter Society, Lao Mo's subordinates. Xiangyu didn't know what this group of people were going to do, so he quickly shut up and nodded in horror. You 2, don't scare the little girl. At this time, a voice came from the driver's seat. The 2 big men suddenly became well-behaved. Xiangyu Xinshang looked at him and saw a strong man, even bigger and stronger. She was extremely frightened. Little girl, don't be afraid, we just want to do something with you. As long as you do a good job, this is your reward. Lao Mo took out a black plastic bag and opened a crack. It was full of money. A rough estimate is 500,000. Little girl Xiang Yu was about to cry. Is there anyone who asks for help like this? Nearly scared her to death. But when she saw the bag of banknotes, there was deep longing in her eyes. Afterwards, Lao Mo told the little girl what Su Hao said. That unfortunate guy has been released from prison? Xiang Yu was very surprised after hearing this. From the strong man's words, she learned that the guy she framed and imprisoned 3 years ago came out. I also learned a skill. Although she always acted according to Lu Fei's wishes. But if that Chen Mo takes revenge, he will never let her go. What the strong man asked her to do was to tell Lu Fei, the young master of the Lu family, the news. By the way, let me add some extravagant words. How powerful Chen Mo has become now, how much he wants to take revenge on them, and even wants to kill their whole family to vent his anger. After hearing the news, Xiang Yu couldn't help but worry about revenge. Even if the strong man doesn't give her money, she is still willing to go to Lu Fei. After all, this is also related to her life and safety. And now that she has money, she is even more motivated. She promised tremblingly. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter. Okay, this is a deposit of 100,000. I will give it all to you after you finish things. Xiang Yu took the money and felt incredible. She actually got money from these vicious guys. She felt very incredible. Just when she was about to leave, a cold voice came. Remember what to say and what not to say. If you reveal this matter, not only you, but also your whole family and the people around you will not be able to escape our revenge. Brother, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this even if I die. Xiang Yu could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. Tears streamed down, and I was actually scared to cry. Lao Mo waved his hand and signaled his 2 men to let him go. It wasn't until he saw the van disappearing that Xiang Yu collapsed to the ground as if exhausted. The outside world is too dangerous. After she decided to finish this matter, she stayed at home. Chapter 24, when the villain confronts the protagonist. They are all chess pieces on the chessboard. Although Xiang Yu was abandoned by Lu Fei, she had been with him for a while before. Know where he often plays. Xiang Yu came to a club where Lu Fei often went. After waiting at the door for a day, I finally met Lu Fei himself. Seeing a woman in his arms, Xiang Yu's eyes flashed with resentment. It was this hateful guy who abandoned her without mercy. At that time, she agreed to help the strong man without hesitation. In addition to the strong man who was afraid of being silenced and retaliated, and who was afraid of being offended, there is still money to be had. Hatred for Lu Fei is also one of the factors, judging from the fact that those strong men wanted to deal with Chen Mo and frame the dowry. That unlucky guy is definitely not simple. She wished that Chen Mo and Lu Fei would fight like dogs and both sides would suffer and die. In order to get this thing done, Xiang Yu gritted his teeth. With a pop sound, she slapped herself hard on the face. He ran to Lu Fei in great embarrassment. Lu Fei was in a good mood with the beautiful woman in his arms. When he saw a slightly familiar woman with an embarrassed face appearing in front of him, he immediately frowned. Brother Fei, I'm Xiang Yu. I have something very important to tell you. Xiang Yu? Lu Fei remembered, wasn't this the woman he got tired of playing with and dumped? Why did you come to him? Before he could speak, the woman in his arms spoke first. Brother Fei, is this your ex-girlfriend? Look at how miserable this mess is, isn't it? With a coquettish tone, he glanced at Xiang Yu with contempt. They knelt in Lu Fei's arms intimately. Xiang Yu smiled in his heart. What are you pretending to be in front of me? Soon, you will also be abandoned. She has serious business now and is too lazy to talk nonsense with a stupid woman here. He immediately looked anxious. Brother Fei, the guy from 3 years ago came out and beat me up. Lu Fei didn't react for a while. With an arrogant and domineering character like his, he would forget about it after taking care of others. Not to mention it was 3 years ago. It was only after Xiang Yu reminded him that he remembered. He curled his lips, somewhat disapprovingly. 3 years ago, that stupid young man spoiled his good confession and sent him to jail for 3 years to gain his advantage. I happened to meet that guy yesterday, and he beat me up hard and said it wasn't over yet. He seemed to have learned some skills there and suddenly became very powerful. He threatened to take revenge for our frame-up 3 years ago. He also said he would. At this point, Xiang Yu stopped talking. He raised his head and looked at Lu Fei's face, and sure enough he found that Lu Fei's face was gloomy. What else did he say? He said, he came out just for revenge. If he doesn't kill your whole family and make your life worse than death, he will never be human. Boom! Thunder exploded in Lu Fei's mind, and his face turned extremely ugly. On weekdays, he takes care of too many people. How is the result so far? He is still alive and well. Originally, he didn't take seriously these incompetent and angry guys. But talking about destroying his whole family and making his life worse than death completely angered him. He has such an arrogant and domineering character, how can he stand these words? Lu Fei immediately became angry. He didn't doubt Xiang Yu's words at all. Xiang Yu had no reason and didn't dare to lie to herself. Okay, tell me to kill my whole family. It seems that I was too soft-hearted at the beginning. Lu Fei looked at Xiang Yu with a gloomy look in his eyes and asked. Do you know where he is now? Xiang Yu shrank his neck. I met him yesterday at the entrance of a small bar. At that time, he was wearing the clothes of a bartender. Okay, take me there, I want to kill him. After thinking about it, Lu Fei picked up the phone and made a call. Uncle Xiang, if you encounter a little trouble, send a dozen people over. Under the leadership of Xiang Yu, Lu Fei led a group of people to a small bar. Chen Mo did not go home after he was released from prison, nor did he follow his master's instructions to join the brothers' gang. Although he has changed a lot in the past 3 years, he still feels a little disgusted with being a black man. So he planned to find a job first. It happened that this bar was recruiting people, so he applied for the job. Chen, brother Chen, someone is looking for you. Have you offended someone? Suddenly, a chubby figure ran over in a panic. Chen Mo frowned. What's up? The fat man was about to speak, but he quickly shut up and looked ahead in horror. I saw that group of people had already poured in. Chen Mo's pupils shrank, and he recognized the leader Lu Fei at a glance. And the woman who bit him back at the beginning is hiding behind a group of people. A murderous intention arose in his heart. Lu Fei also recognized Chen Mo. Although he has matured a bit compared to 3 years ago, he still has the same ordinary face. Ha, isn't this classmate Chen? I'm here to congratulate you on your release from prison. Lu Fei said with a smile. I wonder what it's like to be in prison for the past 3 years. Thanks to Mr. Lu, it's okay. The corner of Chen Mo's mouth twitched, and he suppressed the murderous intention in his heart and said coldly. It's okay, right? Then do you want me to send you in for a few more years? Lu Fei smiled with a knife hidden in his smile, and when his words suddenly changed, he waved his big hand. A horse riding thing that is like a waste, dares to threaten to kill my whole family and make my life worse than death? Fuck me, beat me hard, just let me breathe. Upon hearing his young master's order, a dozen thugs rushed toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment. When did you say you would kill his whole family? Although this was what he was thinking, he never said it out loud. At this time, he had no time to think about it. A group of thugs rushed over. Chen Mo snorted coldly, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked contemptuously. There are just a bunch of rotten sweet potatoes and rotten bird eggs, and you still want to deal with him? Do you really think he was 3 years ago? Seeing that the first thug was about to rush in front of him, he clenched his fists with 5 fingers. A punch hit the thug hard on the chest. Click! There was a crisp sound in the air. The thug's face was distorted, and he flew out uncontrollably, knocked down several thugs who rushed up. Next, Chen Mo was like a tiger swarming a flock of sheep, punching a child. A group of thugs were knocked to the ground in a few moments, unable to get up. Chapter 25, The Protagonist Who Is No More Handsome Than 3 Seconds. The tragic fate of the protagonist among the group of people who came to find trouble in an aggressive manner. Only 3 people were left standing. One is naturally Lu Fei, and there are 2 women. Chen Emo silently walked towards Lu Fei step by step with murderous intent boiling in his eyes. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Seeing the culprit who framed him in the first place trembling in front of him, I felt so happy. "You, what are you going to do? Don't come over here." Chen Emo was approaching him, and Lu Fei could only retreat, with a look of horror on his face. He never expected it. The stupid young man 3 years ago has become so powerful now. A dozen thugs were beaten so hard that they couldn't even stand up. Thinking of what Xiang Yu said to him. This Chen Emo wants to avenge the frame-up 3 years ago. He wants to kill his whole family and make his life worse than death. Lu Fei couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, and his whole body was shaking. Every time Chen Emo takes a step forward, he takes a step back. Until his back hit the wall, he had no retreat. Under Chen Mo's unparalleled momentum, Lu Fei was at a loss. My crotch felt cold, and I was shocked to pee. Chen Emo was even more disdainful when he saw this. Stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Fei's neck fiercely. "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Keep being arrogant." Since a slap hit him hard on the face. Immediately afterwards, there was another backhand slap. Lu Fei's cheeks swollen rapidly. Seeing the begging for mercy in his eyes, Chen Emo laughed out loud, as if he was crazy. 3 years, do you know how I got here in the past 3 years? I don't want to come out and kill you all the time. Lu Fei's eyes bulged, his legs and feet kicked wildly, and the hand that grabbed his throat almost made him suffocate. Just when he thought he was going to die, Chen Emo let go of his hand. Lu Fei fell to the ground, gasping for air. Although I really want to kill the guy in front of me, I can't do it now. This is a legal society, and murder must be paid with life. It's really not worth it to trade one's life for one's life with this scumbag. Find another opportunity in the future. His eyes fell on the 2 women. To be precise, looking at Xiang Yu among them. It's this woman. He tried to save her, but she bit him back and beat him up. Xiang Yu was also afraid. I regret doing this a little bit. Although she was scared, she did not say anything about what someone had instigated. Compared to the guy in front of me, those big guys were more terrifying. Those are all promiscuous people who would really dare to kill people if they disagree with each other. You should be glad that I don't hit women, but don't think that this matter is over. I will settle the score with you later. Now, get out of here. After teaching Lu Fei a lesson, Chen Emo felt much better and waved his hand in a pretentious manner. A group of police officers rushed in. It turned out that someone saw a fight here and called the police. What happened? Everyone, get down here and don't move. The leading middle-aged police officer glanced at the whole place, frowned and said solemnly. Chen Emo looked ugly. It was great just now, but now trouble is coming. Blessings come in pairs, and misfortunes never come alone. But at this moment, Lu Fei, who had been beaten into a pig's head by him, suddenly started shouting. Uncle Hu, arrest him, he almost killed me. When he saw the leading police officer arriving, Lu Fei's eyes lit up, he pointed at Chen Emo and shouted. This guy is too dangerous, we must catch him. It's best never to let it out. The police officer known as Uncle Hu nodded without any trace and waved his hand. Catch him. 2 police officers stepped forward and handcuffed Chen Emo. Chen Emo did not resist. His eyes were stubborn and unconvinced. They were the ones who hit me first. I was just acting in self-defense. Why did you arrest me? We will naturally investigate who hit whom, and bring them all back to me. Chen Emo was unwilling to give in, but there was no other way. He had no choice but to be taken away. He was not afraid of these people, but if they dared to resist, these people would not be allowed to draw their guns. Just when Chen Emo was about to be pushed into the car, Lu Fei, who looked like a pig's head, walked up to him. Said in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Boy, you are dead. Since I was a child, no one has hit me. You are the first. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily, I will make your life worse than death. His eyes were filled with malice. Chen Mo felt a chill in his heart and had a bad feeling. Subsequently, both of them were taken into the police car. Can you give me your cell phone and I'll make a call? Chen Mo began to think of a solution. He regretted being too impulsive just now. If he is brought into the bureau, with the Liu family's connections, he will become a piece of cake on the chopping board. I can only let myself be slaughtered. At this time, he thought of the Brotherhood. The Brothers gang has great influence in Nanchang and has a wide network of contacts. There should be a way to rescue him. If I had known earlier, I would have gone directly to the Good Brothers gang as soon as I came out. Now the other party doesn't even know who he is. You still want to call someone? After beating Mr. Liu like that, you'd better pray that you can survive. Chen Mo's heart sank. These people are all subordinates of the police officer named Hu. And he was wearing a pair of pants with that Liu Fei, and the uneasiness in Chen Mo's heart became even stronger. Next, a group of people were brought back to the bureau. Chen Mo was taken to the interrogation room, but Liu Fei was fine. Taking advantage of the fact that he could not resist now, Liu Fei beat him severely. Let him endure 100 times the torture. Ding! Chen Mo was furious, his mood value is plus 666. Ding! Chen Mo felt sad and angry, and his mood value was plus 888. Chapter 26, The Protagonist's Stepmother Who Can't Stand It. Favor from the heroine in the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Su Group. President's Office. Su Hao was sitting at his desk, reading the news about the 3 shareholders sent by his secretary Li Kuan. The shareholder Li Ping was targeted first. The Blood Massacre Society had already used her son as a trap and lost hundreds of millions in the casino. Of course he doesn't have that much money, so it's all IOUs. Now we have to come to collect the debt. What? Your son's IOUs are all here, how dare you refuse to acknowledge them? Tell me, should I break the leg or the arm first? Li Ping's family couldn't afford to tangle with a group of local ruffians. Even if you call the police or go through legal procedures, it will be useless. It was an IOU signed by her son. It was written in black and white and had his signature and handprint. They have no choice but to admit defeat. When he was desperate, he could only seek help from himself. Su Hao edited a message and sent it. Close the net. Next is the second shareholder Lu Qinghong. The words directed at him are very simple. Go to his company's construction site to cause an accident, and then wantonly smear it online. Find some people to accuse him of forced demolition and purchase, and find workers to expose that he still owes wages. Lao Mo had already arranged the manpower, and all he needed was Su Hao to give the order. As for the third shareholder Zhang Xuelin, Su Hao has not taken action against him yet because he is worried that someone with intentions will notice. But, it's a matter of sooner or later. It is imperative to take back the shares, and Su Hao will never allow it. There are factors beyond his control. Bang bang. At this moment, 2 slight knocks on the door sounded. Su Hao put away the information and spoke calmly. Come in. With a click, the office door was pushed open. It was not Secretary Li Kuan, but a beautiful figure with a graceful figure, Xia Qingge. Today, Xia Qingge wore a professional skirt. Wearing high-heeled shoes on her feet and connected to a pair of high heels, she looks mysterious and sexy. I have to say that he is indeed a top student from a higher education institution. No. I should say, she is worthy of being the heroine. The ability to adapt is strong. In just a few days, I transformed from a fledgling college student to a qualified white-collar worker. Su Hao considered that some people had been fired not long ago, and most positions in the company were vacant. Seeing Xia Qingge's serious work attitude, he promoted her to the position of financial director. Xia Qingge came here to report to Su Hao. Mr. Su, the company's financial expenditures in the past month. After entering the office, Xia Qingge gently closed the door and began to report on her work. Although privately, I call him an uncle and a son. But when working, do not mix in any emotion. Suhao sat on the office chair and looked at her quietly. Suhao was very satisfied after hearing her detailed report on the company's financial situation. The idea in my heart became more and more certain. These female protagonists are very capable. If you can conquer them all and bring them into the company, will definitely become his right-hand man. Ha! Feeling a little sleepy, Suhao yawned and stretched himself. This is all the result of the busy work last night. Although he is 50 years old, he is braver than young people, fighting until midnight every day. As a result, Su Wanqiu, a strong woman, was a workaholic who used to stay in the beauty salon from morning to night. Nowadays, I only go to work in the afternoon. Fortunately, she is already mature, and she is between 30 like a wolf and 40 like a tiger. Otherwise, she would have called the police long ago if she did this every day. Even so, the body is still overwhelmed. Su Wanqiu opened her mouth more than once but stopped talking. Can the frequency be less? Or you can find a sister. Can you please stop just catching me harvesting wool alone? After Xia Qingge finished reporting his work, he saw that Su Hao was a little depressed and said something in his heart. Mr. Su, I have learned massage to relieve fatigue. I see that you are a little lethargic. How about I give you a massage? Oh? Qingge, do you also know how to massage? Su Hao was a little surprised. Well, I know a little bit. Xia Qingge nodded. Actually, I watched a video tutorial online. When you feel sleepy, just press it yourself. Seeing that Su Hao did not refuse, she put down the documents and walked behind Su Hao. Putting her green hands on Su Hao's shoulders, she kneaded them gently. Su Hao breathed out a breath. When I'm tired, it's so refreshing to have a beautiful girl massage me. If there wasn't a suitable candidate, Su Hao would have replaced Li Cohen's secretary long ago. Having a man next to you is too awkward and an eyesore. Mr. Su, is the intensity still appropriate? Standing behind him, with a perspective that Su Hao couldn't ignore, Xia Qingge's cheeks flushed slightly. This is the first time she has given a man a massage. Okay, the craftsmanship is good. When it's just the two of us, there's no need to call us Mr. Su, it's too confusing. You'd better call me uncle. If you get used to calling Mr. Su now, it will be a lot less fun when we have close interactions together in the future. But calling him uncle is different. Okay, Uncle Su. Xia Qingge responded and shouted sweetly. This shout made Su Hao feel relieved, and he thought about it and asked. By the way, Qingge, are you still used to being in the company during this time? Have you ever bullied you blindly? I'm used to it, and no one bullies me. The company environment is very good, everyone is talented, and they speak nicely. Speaking of work, Xia Qingge showed a smile. This is really the working environment she has dreamed of. The working environment is only one aspect. The most important thing is that Su Hao is here. Before she met Su Hao, she had a crush on this legendary figure and was curious. After meeting, Su Hao's image did not disappoint her. Next, Su Hao cared about her, gave her a gift, showed his unconditional trust, and promoted her to supervisor. Xia Qingge's mother died young, and her father was busy with work and rarely cared about her. Su Hao's unconditional concern gradually entered the heart of this girl who lacked love. Su Hao had no doubts about Xia Qingge's words. After his massive dismissal, the employees in the company became much more honest. No matter what you are thinking in your heart, what you show is still a look of love for each other. Su Hao discovered that on the system interface, a favorability value for Xia Qingge was displayed. Chapter 27, 10 Draws in a Row. Great Harvest. The first god level, Ding, Xia Qingge is in a happy mood, and her mood value is plus 555. TSK. Su Hao clicked his tongue in his heart. What's going on with this little heroine? He hasn't officially launched an attack yet, so the little heroine will be given away for nothing? It seems that the goodwill he has been releasing has not been in vain. Seeing the emotions that came out, Su Hao then remembered that it seemed that there had been no lottery for a long time. During this time, he has been accumulating emotional points. Prepare to wait until it reaches 100,000, and then do a 10 draw in a row. As for the high-quality lottery, I don't know what will come out. If I draw something useless, I will lose money. It's better to conduct the ordinary lottery once every 10,000 times. Su Hao glanced at the panel. Oh. I haven't checked it for a few days, and the mood value is already over 100,000. Among them, the one who contributed the most was Chen Mo. After Chen Mo was brought to the bureau, Lu Fei relied on his connections to support him and tortured him to death. Because the protagonist's tragic end was due to his calculations behind the scenes, the system placed the emotional value on his head. This is very good. He doesn't have to do it himself and let others deal with the protagonist. He can also gain emotional points. Safety is greatly guaranteed. Next is the protagonist's stepmother Su Wanqiu. Recently, I have been a bit weak. Unlike before, there were more than 20,000 people in one night. I don't know if you are trying to trick someone, and your emotional value will become less and less. Or is it because some of Su Wanqiu's attributes have awakened? Anyway, there is no more hatred towards him, and there is less and less anger. The goodwill is also rising. There are still too few heroines around me. Su Hao sighed with emotion. It is necessary to let the two daughters call daddy early and stay at home every day to provide him with emotional value. After figuring out the poetic and pictorial meaning, let them take the lead and change the minds of the 5 sisters. With 7 beautiful daughters surrounding him, his mood level hasn't even reached the point of soaring. After calming down, now is not the time to think about these things. How can we wait until we draw a lottery? Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 5 points of free attributes. It used to be 10 o'clock, why did it suddenly drop to half? There are some pitfalls. However, when I think about it, I feel relieved. The reason why I drew 10 points before was probably because he was too weak and was in the novice protection period. Love comes easily, so Su Hao doesn't care about these little details. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward marrow cleansing pill. Wash the marrow and remove hair, remove impurities from the body, and improve the qualifications of the root and bone. Su Hao's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. This is a magical medicine that often appears in novels, and the protagonist is a good-for-nothing counterattack. After taking it, you will be completely transformed. Not only will you become more handsome, but your brain will also become smarter. It can also enhance physical fitness and protect against all kinds of diseases. And what's 7 times a night? It's not a problem. It just so happens that I have been overworked recently and could use some improvement. As soon as I pressed the button, I immediately started to take drugs and had an urge to take drugs. There were still prizes that were not drawn out. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the prize, a box of Durex. What the hell? I just finished praising you, and you're going to give me this? You can really get anything. It all depends on luck. Does he need a raincoat? No need at all, right? With a net worth of tens of billions, are you still worried about not being able to raise a few children? During this period of time, Su Wanqiu was basically having fun whenever he wanted. He stopped Su Wanqiu from taking medicine. 7 daughters and 1 treacherous son, none of them biological. He wished that the protagonist's stepmother would give him more children. Su Hao thought about going back and threw it away. I am not sensible at all. It is enough to take some medicine to help me get pregnant. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the prize bunny girl suit. Something strange seems to have happened? The style of the bunny girl suit appeared in his mind, and Su Hao felt excited when he saw it. If worn on Su Wanqiu, the visual impact would be overwhelming. Let her try it when we get back. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 5 points of free attributes. Good. Isn't it already 10 o'clock? Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward necklace, Bingdi Lotus. These are 2 necklaces. The appearance looks exquisite and gorgeous, embellished with many gemstones. Whether it is the performance or the carving of the gemstones, they are far superior to those of the world's top masters. The two necklaces are exactly the same except for the color, just like twins. Even an old man like Su Hao, let alone a woman. If you take it out as a gift, why don't you recommend yourself to a pillow seat every minute? Compared to the first two, it's pretty good. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize Grandmaster Skill Upgrade card. Any master skill can be upgraded to the master level. This is also a good thing. Only he knows how big the gap is between the master level and the grandmaster level. It's a pity that there are still too few skills now. Etc. Doesn't he have a master level skill? Close combat. This is the guarantee of strength. If you upgrade to the grandmaster level, you can further shorten the gap with the protagonist. The sense of security is greatly improved. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward item, heart-shaped red bouquet of roses, made from 999 roses. How old is he? Is he still pursuing girls like those young men holding flowers? The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the prize 1 cubic meter of portable space, brush and invisible space slowly emerged in his consciousness. Su Hao had a feeling. His mind has been connected with space. As long as he wants, he can store and retrieve items from inside at will. It's a pity that it is limited to dead things. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward skill, calligraphy, god level. What the hell? Have you finally mastered god level skills? The next moment, a strong tingling sensation hit me, and a lot of memories flooded into my mind. He can be considered as having the experience of instilling memory. But this time, it was more intense than the previous 2 times. Should it be said that he is worthy of being a god? The stinging sensation ended, and he had mastered the essence of calligraphy. To achieve perfection and return to nature. Su Hao was a little shocked. God level is another realm entirely. If the master level is already the pinnacle of mankind, the god level is already extraordinary. It's a pity. This is a life skill, of little use to him. Chapter 28, Reborn. You can't lose the force, uncle, are you okay? Did I touch you so hard? Xia Qingga's worried voice sounded behind him. She was having some wild thoughts just now, but Su Hao suddenly stumbled forward, startling her. Su Hao turned around and smiled. It's okay, it's Qinggu. You pressed it so comfortably that I almost fell asleep. Xia Qingga's face turned slightly red. If uncle likes it, Qinggu will come over and help you press it from time to time. Okay, Qingga is still good, unlike my daughters, who are more disobedient than the other. Xia Qingga felt happy after receiving Su Hao's praise. When he was about to continue pressing, Su Hao stopped him. That's it for today. You give me a massage and I can't even rest. You have to work in the afternoon, so go back and rest. Okay, Uncle Su, then I'll go back. Xia Qingga was a little reluctant to give up. But thinking that Su Hao was doing it for her own good, he obediently agreed. After driving Xia Qingga away, he checked the results of the lottery again. First, add 10 points of free attributes. All added to strength. His strength instantly reached 51. Etc. Does this show level? Strength, 51, early stage of Mingjin. If I remember correctly, I checked Chen Mo before and the information showed that he was in the late stage of Mingjin. The gap with the protagonist has been shortened again. Continue. Su Hao did not hesitate and used the skill upgrade card for master level close combat. The close combat instantly reached the master level. A stream of memories came to mind again. With the previous god level skills instilled in me, the pain in my mind was very slight this time. If I do it a few more times, it won't hurt anymore to instill memories later. The last one is the marrow cleansing pill. With a flick of the wrist, a pill exuding a strong medicinal fragrance appeared in his hand. Take a slight breath and feel refreshed. Efficacy shows that it will remove impurities from the body. Su Hao came to a bedroom connected to the office. This place is specially used for him to rest. In the past, he often didn't go home and rested here. I have no choice but to go back and look at a beautiful wife. It's the most uncomfortable thing to see and eat. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, waves of warm currents appeared in the body, washing over the limbs and bones. Suhao felt like he was bathing in the soft sunshine, and his whole body felt warm. Half an hour later, Suhao came out of the bathroom. It is whiter than before and my skin is firmer. She looks as if she has suddenly become 10 years younger. Originally, Suhao looked relatively young, even though his body was 50 years old. But in appearance, he looks about 40 years old. Now I am 10 years younger again, and I have suddenly returned to my peak appearance of 30 years old. Now he really has become a handsome uncle. If you go out to pick up girls, those little girls will be sure to pick you up. Suhao felt his body was light, as if he had been reborn and reborn. In addition, his mind was clear and the world in front of him became brighter. Many vague memories have become clear. It is indeed a marrow cleansing pill. It is absolutely correct to say that it is a rebirth. A properties panel appears. Character, Suhao. Identity, controller of Su Group. Charm, 92, full value 100, strength, 55, early stage of Ming Jin, physique, 33, 10 for ordinary people, spirit, 25, 10 for ordinary people, skills, close combat, grandmaster level, painting, grandmaster level, calligraphy, god level, item, Bingdi Lotus, special, portable space, 1 cubic meter, emotional value, 9,527, free attribute, 0 a big change of blood. Compared with before, the panel is much more luxurious. After the marrow cleansing pill cleanses the marrow and cuts the hair, the charm, strength, physique, and spirit are all enhanced to a certain extent. There is more than one inventory, and he has put all those things into his portable space. Putting it on the panel is really out of style. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Employees of Su Group are off work. The job in the financial department is very easy, but Xiaoqinga still has strict requirements on himself. Understood all the information of the finance department in a short period of time. After a busy afternoon, Xiaoqinga came home with something good. As soon as he walked out of the group, Xiaoqinga stopped slowly and looked a little unhappy. That annoying guy appears again. I saw a Lamborghini supercar parked in front. A young man leaned on the car very coquettishly, holding a large bouquet of bright roses in his hand. Lu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw Xiaoqinga coming out, and he smiled what he thought was a charming smile. Take a few steps forward to get closer. Qinga, I know you like roses, so I went to all the flower shops in the city today and collected 999 roses for you. Give it to you, wish you a happy birthday. Lu Fei's tone was very gentle, and he looked at Xiaoqinga with eyes full of admiration. Wow, have I met a confession scene? A bouquet of 999 roses, isn't it too romantic? You see the Lamborghini supercar behind him, which is worth tens of millions. If you sit in it and go for a drive, you will be so happy. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. I just see this handsome guy's talent and want to make friends with him. It's so romantic to drive a supercar and send flowers to express your love. I don't know what the girl's attitude is. She will definitely cover her mouth in surprise, right? If it were me, this would definitely happen. Lu Fei's high-profile affair quickly attracted the attention of people around him and caused a lot of discussion. When the surrounding sounds reached his ears, Xiaoqinga frowned and felt very irritable. Lu Fei, how many times have I told you that it's impossible between us? Can you please stop bothering me? Over the years, she has been driven crazy by Lu Fei. Being able to speak so calmly shows that she is relatively restrained. Lu Fei had already expected Xiaoqinga's rejection, and the expression on his face did not change at all. He is used to being rejected. You are free to dislike me, but you cannot take away my determination to pursue the girl I love. If you don't like me now, it's because I'm not good enough, but I believe that one day I will change your mind. Xiaoqinga. Chapter 29, Suhao's Intimidation. Same. Pretending to be struck by lightning. I read that right, she actually refused. He is so infatuated. I was moved when I heard it. He is so rich and good-looking. Why don't you accept it? Do you think all women are like you? As soon as you see someone rich, you'll stick to them. That's right. I don't think he's very affectionate. Instead, he's being shameless. People have already rejected him so clearly, but he still refuses. Isn't this causing trouble to others? Do you boys know how to chase girls? To chase girls, you have to be shameless. If you give up after chasing me, how do you know someone won't agree? You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. Ah, yes, everything you said is right. You are a female dog and you are awesome. The conversation gradually started to go wrong. What was originally a show-and-play show turned into a scene where the female dog was having sex. Xiaoqinga was really helpless with this dogskin plaster. Just when she was about to ignore the other party and leave directly, a mocking voice sounded. Ha, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen you so shameless. Is it interesting that you still keep stalking me even though you have clearly rejected me? The surrounding voices gradually became quieter. They all looked in one direction. After all, they are the second generation of rich people, so they can just talk in a low voice. Someone actually came forward to accuse. Lu Fei's face suddenly darkened. Looking around Sun Shang, his pupils shrank sharply. I saw Chen Mo walking out of the crowd with a sneer. Lu Fei's expression changed, and after a moment, he regained his composure. According to what he meant, he wanted to torture Chen Mo until life was worse than death. Then send him to prison to solve this scourge. But before he could be tortured for a long time, someone actually wanted to bail Chen Mo out. The relationship on the other side is no less than that of the Lu family. Even though he had too much reluctance in his heart, he had to give up the idea of putting him in jail. It is impossible for him to stop just now. Growing up, his parents never beat him, but this guy beat him into a pig's head. He was so frightened that he peed and was completely humiliated. Unless this Chen Mo is killed, he will not be able to rest at ease for a day. Who do you think you are, worthy of gesticulating in front of me? Lu Fei's face was full of disdain for Chen Mo. He has seen Chen Mo's strong force, beating more than a dozen of his men without the ability to resist. But he was not afraid at all. If Chen Mo dares to attack him, he will definitely be caught. The other party has the connections to protect him, and the Lu family's connections are not bad either. The relationship between the two parties is almost the same, it just depends on who makes the mistake first. Chen Mo also took this into consideration, so he did not immediately seek revenge on Lu Fei after coming out. Thinking of what Lu Fei did to him in the interrogation room, Chen Mo gritted his teeth with hatred. In the past, he wanted to take revenge on Lu Fei. Now, the Lu family's forces are also involved. Then he won't even spare the entire Lu family. I'm not qualified to say anything about you, but what's so great about you? If it weren't for having a good father, you would be a waste. Oh no. Calling you a waste is simply an insult. You are worse than a waste. Lu Fei's face was extremely gloomy. A pair of eyes full of hatred. I was roaring crazily in my heart, I want this bitch to die. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Chen Mo was stunned. The scene is exactly the same as 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Lu Fei confessed his love at the door of the classroom, and it was he who came to the rescue for the goddess. As a result, he was retaliated by the other party. After 3 years in prison, he now has enough strength. We will no longer be at the mercy of others as we were 3 years ago. No. There are some differences from the scene 3 years ago. This time Xiaoqinga was beside her. When she was harassed by Lu Fei, she stood up and stood up. Xiaoqinga must be deeply moved, right? Chen Mo immediately stepped forward, planning to get close to Xiaoqinga. What if while we were chatting, we fell in love with each other? However, before he could reach Xiaoqinga, a figure had already appeared next to Xiaoqinga in advance. Chen Mo's eyes almost burst into flames. Su Hao. Why is it this guy again? In fact, Su Hao had already noticed what happened here. When he saw Lu Fei pestering Xiaoqinga, he originally planned to come out and drive him away. As a result, I accidentally saw Chen Mo in the crowd. He changed his mind and planned to let the two fight to deepen their hatred. Xinggu, what happened? Su Hao looked at Xiaoqinga pretending to be confused and asked. Xiao Qingge immediately told the whole story about Lu Fei looking for her. Finally, he bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, it was me who caused trouble. None of your business. Su Hao smiled at her and his eyes fell on Lu Fei beside him. Of course Lu Fei knew Su Hao. This person was someone even his father could not come into contact with, so he must be treated with respect. He immediately stepped forward and shouted respectfully. Uncle Su. Are you a boy from the Lu family? Lu Fei was delighted when he heard this. Unexpectedly, this big shot actually remembered him. However, before he had time to be happy, he heard Su Hao say in a cold tone. Immediately, get out of my sight. Qinggu is now an employee of my company. If you dare to harass him again, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Fei was immediately frightened by his cold tone and the aura of a superior person. Although he is usually a bit arrogant, he can mess with who he can and cannot mess with. He can still tell the difference clearly. Su Hao was someone he couldn't afford to offend. It's true that the Lu family has some money, but at the end of the day, it's only 1 billion. In the face of the overall situation of the 10 billion group, it is simply not enough. Lu Fei's face turned pale with fright. If his father knew that he had angered this big shot, he would have to be beaten to death. Facing Su Hao's majestic gaze, Lu Fei couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 30, The Clown-Like Protagonist. The heroine's birthday surprise Lu Fei didn't dare to stay, so he drove away in a panic. Xiao Qingge was relieved to see Lu Fei, who was stalking her, running away. She turned her head and looked at Su Hao. Just looking in this direction, the afterglow of the sunset fell down and hit that handsome and masculine face. Xiao Qingge couldn't help but be a little obsessed. This is how Su Hao protects her. It's so handsome. It gave her a strong sense of security. I don't know if it's an illusion, but why does she feel that Uncle Su is younger and more attractive than before? You stand on the bridge and look at the scenery. People watching the scenery are watching you upstairs. The bright moon decorates your windows. You decorate other people's dreams. This is the situation now. Chen Mo was looking at Xiao Qingge, but Xiao Qingge was looking at Su Hao. Chen Mo, who was just about to go to Xiao Qingge to gain a good impression, his face stiffened and his face was as gloomy as water. The fists in his hands were clenched tightly. Damn! It was obviously me who stood up to speak for Xiao Qingge first. Why should I be grateful to this guy? He had a sense of déjà vu as if he had done good deeds and was deprived of credit by others. It's this guy again, why do you keep meeting him? Thinking of the scene when he hugged the beautiful teacher last time, Chen Mo was so angry that he wanted to hit her. Ding, Xiao Qingge's heartbeat accelerated, and her emotional value was plus 555. Ding. Chen Mo is angry, his mood value is plus 765. Su Hao didn't even look at Chen Mo, but smiled at Xiao Qingge and said, Qingge, are you going home? I happen to be going back too, let's come together. Xiao Qingge quickly lowered his head and responded in a panic, good. She couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. That's your uncle. Why do you feel like this? Too perverted. Looking at Xiao Qingge's back following Su Hao, Chen Mo froze in place, like a clown. Su Hao brought Xiao Qingge to the parking lot. When I usually go to and from the company, my secretary Li Kuan always drives me to and from the company. Today, he decided to drive back himself. As for Li Kuan, he was arranged to prepare a surprise. Just now he heard Lu Fei say that today is Xiao Qingge's birthday. It's strange that Xiao Qingge actually likes roses. Su Hao handed the heart-shaped rose bouquet to Li Kuan and asked him to arrange it together. In the car. Su Hao asked while driving. Qingge, if you go back now, is there anyone at home? Xiao Qingge shook his head. My dad is busy at work and won't come home until very late. When she said this, she looked a little gloomy. Today is her birthday, and she even remembers the guy who disgusted her. But my father forgot. Although she understands her father, because he is too busy at work, but it is inevitable to feel disappointed in my heart. Well, I'm just going to have dinner. Come with me. After hearing Su Hao's words, Xiao Qingge was slightly stunned and spoke hesitantly. Isn't this bad? What's wrong? I'm still alone. After a pause, Su Hao said half-jokingly. Is Qingge afraid that I will eat you? When Xiao Qingge heard this, his face turned red. What do you mean by worrying about him eating me? Uncle Su is also true. Of course, she would not think that Su Hao was joking with her. It simply means being eaten by a monster. It was said deliberately to provoke her. Su Hao, how do you know I didn't mean that? Later, Su Hao drove Xiao Qingge to a famous Western restaurant. There is no other reason for choosing this place. There are many couples and girls like romance. From here, we can also see that Su Hao has impure thoughts. Take Xiao Qingge to the reserved box. Push the door open. Arriving at the door, Su Hao did not open the door and go in, but looked at Xiao Qingge with a smile and said. Xiao Qingge was a little confused. But he still opened the door obediently. Bang bang. As if a mechanism was triggered, salutes sounded one after another. Xiao Qingge was caught off guard and startled. After the sound of the salute disappeared, she stabilized her mind. She was shocked when she saw the scene inside. I saw the room filled with balloons and colorful lights shining. A 5-layer cake gradually stood in the center of the room. There is also a bouquet of oversized roses placed next to it. There should be as many as 999 roses. She judged it from the size of the bouquet Lu Fei sent not long ago. However, I feel that this bouquet of roses is more vivid and eye-catching than the ones Lu Fei sent. The table on the side is filled with delicious food, and candles are lit around it. Candlelight dinner. The picture is really beautiful. Xiao Qingge was so shocked that she almost screamed. She quickly covered it up and her eyes widened in disbelief. After she was almost shocked, Su Hao's voice sounded. Xinggu, happy birthday? He had never been so romantic when picking up girls in his previous life. Still can't figure out a young heroine who has never experienced anything in the world? Xiao Qingge was truly moved. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her heart was shot through by an arrow. Uncle Su, how did you know today is my birthday? When I worked with your dad before, I heard him mention something. Su Hao said nonsense seriously. Xiao Qingge was even more moved after hearing this. My father didn't know when he mentioned it, but Uncle Su remembered it clearly. And he also prepared a surprise for himself. Thank you. Apart from thanking her, she couldn't say anything else. Let's go in and have a look. Su Hao smiled and walked in. Seeing 999 roses, Su Hao pretended to frown. My subordinates are too incompetent to do things. Let him arrange a birthday scene. What are they preparing for? In this regard, Li Koan expressed his innocence. Didn't you ask me to bring the flowers? Xiao Qingge followed Su Hao's gaze. I saw only 999 roses, arranged very regularly to form a heart. Roses symbolize love. After quietly looking at Su Hao, Xiao Qingge quickly lowered his head, his heart beating faster and his face turning red with embarrassment. Brother Qing, don't mind, I'll sort out the flowers right now. No need. Xiao Qingge quickly stopped him. I quite like this flower. When she spoke, she always lowered her head and did not dare to look up at Su Hao. Ding, Xiao Qingge was flustered, and his mood value was plus 888. The corners of Su Hao's mouth raised slightly, this little heroine could no longer escape from his grasp. Chapter 31, Charge for Love. The protagonist who sees through the truth next, hold a birthday ceremony, light candles, make wishes, cut the cake. The two had a candlelight dinner together again. Before leaving, Xiao Qingge took the bouquet of roses with her. She loves roses, and these 999 are the most beautiful roses he has ever seen. The most important thing is that this is a gift from Uncle Su. When the two of them walked out of the restaurant, it was already dark. Su Hao couldn't wait to go back and arrange the bunny girl suit for Su Wanqiu. Send Xiao Qingge back first. Chen Mo walked aimlessly on the street, feeling very depressed at this time. Originally, after he learned a skill in prison, he planned to show off his skills. Embrace the goddess and kick the rich second generation. The result was repeated setbacks. Not only did he not take revenge, but he was punished by the rich second generation. You want to get closer to your favorite teacher or goddess, but an old guy interferes with your relationship. Su Hao, right? I hope you don't hurt them, otherwise I will make your death ugly. Whoosh! A car passed by. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. He actually saw Xia Qingge in the passenger seat, and it was Su Hao who was driving. More than that, the hard training in prison allowed him to develop a pair of keen eyes. Chen Mo observed that singer Xia Qing was holding a bouquet of roses. He had no doubt that it was sent by Su Hao. So many people praise you, Su Hao. I thought you were such a good character. Even the female subordinates are hooking up with each other, which is totally shameless. He was frustrated twice in front of Su Hao, so he went to find out Su Hao's identity. Su Hao is easy to check, and his reputation in the eyes of outsiders is excellent. It's both a charitable donation and a dedicated act of love. Chen Mo felt a little relieved after hearing this. I don't think Su Hao has any thoughts about teacher Wang Shuiying and Xia Qingge. Until now, I saw Su Hao giving roses to Xia Qingge, and Xia Qingge accepted them. What are they going to do next? Hotel room opening. This is still okay. Chen Mo immediately used his fastest speed and chased the car. Ding! Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 448. Su Hao saw Chen Mo charging for love in the rearview mirror. His eyes rolled around, and a bad taste arose in his heart. So, he originally planned to send Xia Qingge home in a straight line, but he started to circle around the city. The originally 10-minute journey took him half an hour. It just happens that the speed is extremely fast. Chen Mo was also ruthless and followed the car all the time, eating the exhaust fumes all the way. With his strength, he followed the car very easily at first. As time goes by, it becomes more and more difficult for him. By the end, I was sweating profusely, panting like an ox, and exhausted as a dog. Ding! Chen Mo is filled with hatred, his emotional value is plus 668. The car arrived at a community. Uncle Su, this is the happiest birthday I have ever had. Thank you. Xia Qingge plucked up the courage and said to Su Hao with gratitude. Su Hao smiled. You are Dahai's daughter, my niece, and you are still my capable employee. Isn't it normal to celebrate your birthday? Su Hao stepped on the brakes and waved his hand. Okay, you should go back early. Remember to let me know if anything happens. Uncle Su, you haven't been to my house yet. You're already at the gate of the community. Why don't you go in and sit for a while? Before getting off the bus, Xia Qingge thought of Su Hao's first visit and immediately sent out an invitation. She avoided looking directly into Su Hao's eyes. Oh my god, Xia Qingge, what are you talking about? At this time, his father probably hasn't come back yet, so he invited Uncle Su to go home. What if something happens to a lonely man and a widow? Bah. Xia Qingge, what nonsense are you thinking about? You yourself are so dirty, how can you miss Uncle Su so much? With Uncle Su's character, how could he be with his friend's daughter? Do it? While angels and devils were fighting in Xia Qingge's mind, Su Hao was also thinking about this issue. Finally gave up. The time is not yet ripe. It can be seen, this little heroine has a crush on him, but she hasn't reached the point where she'll fall over at the first push. Maybe you can take advantage of him and push him half-heartedly while he's moved. But she couldn't regain her senses afterwards and would definitely regret it. For the sake of temporary pleasure, alienating the relationship between two people is not worth the loss. He is also planning to train this little heroine to become his right-hand assistant. Also, it's not safe to go to Xia Qingge's house. If Xia Dahai comes back, it will be great fun to catch him. There is still a little tail that has not been shaken off. Su Hao glanced at the rearview mirror without leaving any trace. A figure covered in sweat, wet all over, and tired as a dog was watching quietly in the dark. Moreover, there is a stepmother waiting for the protagonist at home. He couldn't wait to go back and use the bunny girl suit in his portable space. Forget it, that's it for today. He gained a lot of favorable impressions of this heroine, and his efforts were not in vain. Forget it for today, I have some things to do when I go back. Next time I come to your house to bother you, just don't drive me away. Hearing Su Hao's rejection, Xia Qingge felt disappointed, but still nodded. After getting off the car, watching Su Hao drive away, Xia Qingge stood there, unable to regain consciousness for a long time. Class, monitor. A somewhat hoarse voice came. Xia Qingge sounded familiar and turned to look. Xia Qingge asked doubtfully when Chen Mo came over with sweat on his face. Classmate Chen, what's wrong with you? Shen Mo's face froze and the corners of his mouth twitched. It's okay, I'm running at night. Oh. Xia Qingge didn't pay much attention and turned around to go home. Run slowly and be safe at night. Shen Mo. Chapter 32, Rabbit Suit Arrangement. Walk the protagonist like a dog. Wait, monitor, what are you doing? Is this flower given to you by Su Hao? Shen Mo quickly stopped Xia Qingge. Xia Qingge paused and asked in confusion. What's wrong? That Su Hao is a hypocrite, you must not be deceived by him. Let me tell you, others say how good he is, but in fact it's all Su Hao who is pretending. Otherwise, if you look at how old he is, he would still send you flowers when you were so different in age. He must not be kind to you. Chen Mo smiled, feeling a little proud. Everyone was kept in the dark by Su Hao, but he was the only one who saw Su Hao's true face. What he didn't notice was, after he opened his mouth, Xia Qingge's face became increasingly ugly. Are you done? Xia Qingge's face was gloomy and his tone was cold. If it weren't for the fact that he helped her out in the afternoon, she would have cursed him a long time ago. As Su Hao celebrated her birthday today, Su Hao's image in his heart became bigger and bigger. No one is allowed to slander. What's more, Su Hao gave her heart-shaped roses for a reason. It's his subordinates who are good at making decisions. Strange. Why do you feel a little disappointed? Noticing Xia Qingge's expression, Chen Mo looked confused. Didn't Xia Qingge see through Su Hao's true face under his own reminder? Why are you still defending him? Qingge, everything I said is true. That Su Liang does one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. Seeing that the school beauty was angry, he suddenly became anxious and said quickly. While he was cheating with you, he was also having an affair with another woman, our teacher Wang Shuiying. Last time I saw them eating together and hugging each other intimately. Xia Qingge's expression changed slightly. But thinking of what Chen Mo just said, she quickly calmed down. Uncle Su can't be that kind of person. This guy tried every means to slander Uncle Su. Maybe he made up stories for me. Even if he saw it, he couldn't prove it was true. Aren't the flowers in your hand an example? Sometimes what the eyes see is not necessarily the truth. Even if it's true, it's none of her business. She is just Uncle Su's niece. Xia Qingge was very angry that he dared to arrange Uncle Su like this, and his tone was rude. No regard for the feelings of classmates. Get out of here, don't let me see you again. After speaking angrily, Xia Qingge turned around and walked into the community without looking back. In the same place, Chen Mo was in a mess in the wind. Who I am? Where am I? What do I want to do? No, shouldn't Xia Qingge be angry with Su Hao in the script? He just wanted to gain some favor in front of Xia Qingge, but why did he suddenly become out of sight and out of mind? Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Chen Mo noticed a car driving around the corner ahead. That's Su Hao's car. He didn't even drive away. Yes, Su Hao did not leave directly after saying goodbye to Xia Qingge. He knew that the protagonist Chen Mo was around, so if he left at this time, if the halo of the bloody protagonist is activated, it will be a tragedy if he gets mixed up with the heroine. So he stayed to see the situation. Now seeing the protagonist and the heroine having a fight, Su Hao expressed his satisfaction. Step on the accelerator and fly away. Ding. Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 888. A plant, seeing Su Hao running away, Chen Mo cursed secretly and chased after him angrily. He thought he was powerful, but in the end he was treated like a monkey by an ordinary person. I didn't realize it for a long time. It can also be seen from this that Su Hao does have bad intentions. He suddenly thought of something. The car I met Su Hao just now is definitely less than half an hour away from this community. In other words, he had already discovered him. He was also walked like a dog for half an hour. Chen Mafei was about to explode with anger. He immediately burst out with energy and ran towards the car. He must have an explanation. After running for half an hour before, he was already as tired as a dog. Now I really don't have the energy to chase anymore. After chasing for a while, he had to stop and watched the car shadow go away unwillingly. When Su Hao returned to the Su family villa, Su Wanqiu hadn't slept yet. She was wearing the silk pajamas and sitting on the sofa reading documents. From time to time, looked towards the door. When she saw Su Hao coming back, she quickly lowered her head and pretended to read the information. You held the document backwards. A voice suddenly came from behind, and Su Wanqiu was startled. She responded in a panic, and quickly turned the document over. That's not right. Now it's the other way around. I got it right just now. She glared at Su Hao with a shy and angry expression. This guy knew how to bully her. At this glance, Su Wanqiu couldn't help but be stunned. Because she found that Su Hao seemed younger, more handsome, and more attractive. The beating of the heart sped up a little for no reason. Ding! Su Wanqiu is flustered, her mood value is plus 789. Su Hao found it interesting and took her into his arms. Late Qiu, are you waiting for your husband to come back? A sense of accomplishment arose in his heart. At first, Su Wanqiu was indifferent to him, even hostile, but within a few days, he was able to treat him submissively. This is the result of his hard work day and night. Before, if she was hugged by Su Hao like this, her body would definitely become stiff. Now she is used to it. After many in-depth and simple exchanges, we know each other thoroughly and there is no secret at all. I didn't. Being told what she was thinking, Su Wanqiu was a little flustered. Su Hao deliberately teased her and blew into her ear. Stop pretending. Are you thinking about it again when you dress like this? Su Wanqiu was stunned for a moment, her face full of shame and anger. She was sitting here, indeed waiting for Su Hao to come back, but she was not thinking about that. Who does Su Hao think she is? In his eyes, is there nothing in his mind except his 20 centimeters? Okay, I know you can't do it, right? Let's start now. I really didn't think about it. Su Wanqiu almost cried because of Su Hao. Then she gritted her teeth and felt cruel in her heart. You want to say what I think, then I want to show you. In the past, Su Hao always won, but now she is used to it, and last night it was a draw. I must make him admit defeat tonight. At this time, Su Hao was not in a hurry. What, are you scared? Su Wanqiu knelt on the ground at some point and raised her head with questioning eyes. Am I afraid? I will let you know how powerful I am tonight. Su Hao looked disdainful. Put the bunny suit on the sofa. Before we officially start, you should put it on first. Su Wanqiu couldn't help but look. He was so frightened that he almost opened his mouth and bit someone. Then, the head shook like a rattle. It would be okay to let her wear some interesting clothes, but this bunny is too shy. No. It's not up to you. Chapter 33, Weakening the Protagonist's Power. Planning everything behind the scenes Chaoying community. This is the famous wealthy area of Shanghai. Every house in it starts with a starting price of tens of millions. You are committing fraud, I want to call the police. In front of a house. A middle-aged woman held an IOU in her hand and was so angry that her whole body was throbbing. He glared viciously at the few scoundrels in front of him. Don't talk nonsense, it's written in black and white, and your son even took his fingerprints. Don't call the police. It will be useless even if you go to heaven. One of the gangsters had a look of disdain on his face and sneered. Impossible, how could my son borrow so much money? The middle-aged woman is Li Ping. The IOU in her hand was clearly her son's IOU. Can a person write an IOU worth 800 million? What's more, these people look like gangsters at first glance. Li Ping couldn't help but feel annoyed. Because I was busy with work, I neglected the education of my children. I like gambling and often hang out with those messy people. Something happened after all. Is it impossible? Your son is so unlucky that he lost all day and night in our casino. Is it normal to owe all this money? What? Casino? It must have been set up by you. I don't recognize the money anyway. At this time, Li Ping finally knew why her son owed so much money. But that's not right either. Although my son likes gambling, he still has some sense of propriety. I must have been deceived by this group of people. Tear she used her hands hard and tore the IOU in her hand to pieces with a click. Ha, are you planning on denying your account? Forgot to tell you, it's just a copy, the original version is still in our hands. You can tear it up as much as you want. But before that, let me check on your son's condition first. A gangster took out his mobile phone, clicked on a video on it, and put it in front of Li Ping. In the video, a young man was tied to a chair, with marks left by whips everywhere on his body. Finally he raised his head and shouted hoarsely, "Mom, save me!" Seeing this scene, Li Ping's heart was broken. He pointed at several people with trembling fingers. This is kidnapping and murder. Let my son go quickly. The gangster took back his phone with a disapproving expression. Give you 1 day to transfer the money to this account, otherwise don't blame us for being rude to your son. Besides, don't even think about calling the police, there are people above us. What if you let us know that you called the police? Don't blame us for taking a few parts from your son. He whistled, and a group of gangsters left laughing. Li Ping was stunned on the spot, holding a phone number and a string of card numbers in her hand, in a daze. Time passes little by little. Li Ping and his wife were restless and anxious. Their son was kidnapped and they didn't know what to do. They wanted to call the police, but they were worried about their son's safety. If you don't call the police, you can redeem your son with money, but that's 800 million. First do what those gangsters say and send the money. We will call the police when Xiaozhu is rescued. This was a unanimous decision made by the two. Their family is not short of money. They can still spend 800 million. The money is gone, you can make it again. People are gone, but they are really gone. Next, the couple started raising money. In the end, the two people only raised more than 100 million. All other money was invested. It is a bit difficult to take it back in a short time. In the end, Li Ping thought of the Su Group's shares. I remember that Su Hao was willing to pay double the price to take back the shares. At that time, she felt that the Su Group had great development prospects, so she did not agree. Now I have to sell it. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. When Su Hao received Li Ping's call, it was already the next day. Last night, Su Wanqiu from Bunny Girl gave him the ultimate enjoyment. Because the sense of shame is overwhelming, the emotional value keeps rising. Seeing the caller ID, Su Hao looked playful and pressed the connect button. Mr. Su, I am Li Ping. She revealed her willingness to sell her shares. So that's what happened. To be honest with Li, the shares in my hand are enough and I don't need them anymore. He definitely wanted to get all the shares back, but he didn't show that eagerness. It won't be purchased at double the price like before. It's not him who is anxious now, ah? Li Ping was dumbfounded after hearing this. I said before that I would buy it at double the price, so why didn't I buy it all of a sudden? Let's do it. If Mr. Li is willing to sell, I will buy it at the market price. Li Ping felt bitter in her heart. Although this price is the market price, it has been directly reduced by half. If I had known earlier, I should have sold it. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Li Ping finally accepted this condition. After arriving at the company to complete the handover procedures, Su Hao transferred the money to Li Ping. Li Ping hurried home after receiving the money, and transferred the money to the bank account given by the gangsters. Call and ask. After some entanglement, the couple finally saw their miserable son in a dead end. The two immediately called the police. Kidnapping and extorting 800 million yuan is a shocking case. A group of police officers were dispatched to Xingfu Street and sealed an underground casino. A large number of people were arrested. However, there were no figures of the gangsters Li Ping mentioned inside. This is the brother gang's factory. Thinking that they were hiding people, Nanchang launched another operation to crack down on crime and eliminate evil. At the Brotherhood headquarters, a group of Brotherhood executives are meeting here. Chen Mo was among them. At this time, his expression was ugly. Is there no news about Asan and the others yet? Who gave them the courage to kidnap me? They dared to extort 800 million from others, causing our entire Brotherhood to suffer. And in the Su group. President's office. Secretary Li Kuanjing stood respectfully in front of Su Hao, reporting on the course of this action. It turns out that everything was Su Hao's plan. This premeditated kidnapping was caused by several people he asked Lao Mo to find in the Brotherhood. Frame up. The purpose is to weaken the strength of the Brotherhood. Otherwise, the Lu family won't be able to deal with it. In fact, the Brotherhood has a good boss who does not act as unscrupulously as other gangs. He usually restrains his subordinates, never engages in sneaky things, and operates his business in a serious manner. But the forest is so big, there are all kinds of birds. People die for money and birds die for food, let alone such a huge benefit. After guaranteeing the reward, several gangsters were convinced. No clues left, right? Li Cohen said respectfully. Old Mo took a few people on the cruise ship. It is estimated that the sharks have been fed by this time. Chapter 34, The Troubles of Poetry and Painting. The protagonist's stepmother is looking for sisters Shanghai University. Activity Center Office. Teacher Zhang, who was in charge of the art exhibition, once again called the two sisters Su Shiqing and Su Huai over. She took out the medal in honor and handed it to the two women. Shiqing, your painting won first place in the national competition. Congratulations. Su Shiqing took the medal in a daze. They had seen the painting and were astonished. Be mentally prepared to win awards in national competitions. But at this time, looking at the championship medal in front of them, they were still shocked. They were shocked by Su Hao's painting skills. You need to know. When they painted the sunset picture, it took them more than 10 days. Su Hao stood in front of the drawing board for a while and made some changes to her original painting. Simply and casually, I won the first place in the country. What if Su Hao was asked to draw a painting seriously? Noticing the expressions of the two women, Teacher Zhang couldn't help but smile. You don't have to be surprised. To be honest, I'm not surprised at all that a poetic painting can take first place. It must have taken a lot of effort to create that artistic conception and charm with poetry, right? The two sisters came to their senses. Su Shiqing was a little embarrassed. Su Huai was holding back her laughter. I called you here today. In addition to handing over the medal in honor to you, there is another important thing. There will be an international art exhibition in 3 months. At that time, it will not be participating from all over the country, but from many countries in the world. Shiqing, I'm very optimistic about your painting skills. Not to mention getting first place, getting a ranking is no problem. Winning an international award will be useful whether you go abroad, take postgraduate entrance examinations, or get a job. I hope Shiqing you can participate. Su Shiqing was stunned, opened her mouth, but stopped talking. If that painting was painted by her, asked her to go to the international competition, she expressed her willingness. But that wasn't what she drew. She doesn't have that strength either. Okay, you go back and think about it carefully. If you need anything, just come to me. Seeing the expressions of the two women, Teacher Zhang thought they couldn't accept it for a while. I plan to let them go back and think about it carefully. The two sisters left the office in a daze. Sister, congratulations to you, you won first place in the national painting competition. Su Huai smiled and congratulated her sister. I'm so annoyed now, and you still make fun of me. Su Shiqing rolled her eyes at her sister angrily, frowning slightly, looking a little worried. What's so annoying? Isn't it just an international competition? Can't you just participate directly? You'll be great if you get first place in the world. It sounds nice, but you also need to have my strength. You can go find Su Hao. With his painting skills, he can just teach you a few tricks. Su Huai is mysterious, giving advice to her sister like a strategist. The figure of Su Hao could not help but appear in Su Shiqing's mind. After thinking for a while, he spoke. Anyway, he helped me. Let's go home and see together today. If you want to go back by yourself. Why are you holding me back? Su Huai immediately protested. The weird eyes rolled and he said teasingly. Sister, are you moved by one of his paintings? You can't wait to go back and call Dad. Smelly girl, what are you talking about? The two sisters started fighting again. A boy passed by and was fascinated by the sight of the two school beauties laughing. As a result, there was a bang and it hit the railing in front. Night the sisters returned to the Su family villa. The family eats at the dining table. Su Shiqing opened her mouth several times, but she swallowed the words back when they reached her lips. Growing up, Su Hao never cared about them. They didn't say a word to Su Hao either. The first time they took the initiative, they didn't know how to speak. Seeing the expressions of the two sisters, Su Hao smiled in his heart and said nothing. Let the bullet fly for a while. After eating, Su Hao wiped his mouth and then said to the two sisters. I've finished my work in the company. I'm free recently and will go to the amusement park with you tomorrow. Don't girls all like places like playgrounds? Bringing the daughters closer together starts from the playground. The expressions of Su Shiqing and Su Huai were a little dull. If Su Hao really wants to take them to play, is it really getting better? Want to make it up to us? The two sisters somewhat believed Su Hao's words. But, is it really appropriate to take them to the amusement park? They are no longer children. It's different from those naive and stupid college students. After knowing that this father did not love or care about them, all of them were precocious and sensible since they were young. I wanted to say no, but considering that Su Hao had helped them, I couldn't say it. At night. In the bedroom. Su Wanxia was wearing a bunny girl outfit, which mixes cuteness and sex appeal, making people's blood boil. Thinking of what she had experienced last night, she felt a little scared. Su Hao, brother Hao. I admit that you are very powerful, but I lost. Can you lower the frequency? It's like this every day, I can't stand it. She finally said the words of begging for mercy, feeling extremely ashamed. Shame on you, just be ashamed. Anyway, what has Su Hao not seen before? That's not possible. My wife is so beautiful, how can I just look at her and not eat her? Su Wanxia was about to cry, and she gritted her teeth and said. You can find other women, I won't be jealous. Forget it, those women outside are not as beautiful as you, my wife. I only like you. Su Hao looked affectionate. How about I help you find one? Su Wanxia was speechless and said tentatively. I couldn't help but think of the upper-class ladies and ladies in my beauty salon. There are many people who admire Su Hao. But it's not that difficult to find someone prettier than her, or even the same as her. Chapter 35, The Dumbfounded Sisters. Su Hao appeared before the people early the next morning. Although Su Shiqing and Su Huai were reluctant to go to the amusement park, they still changed into new clothes. Dressed up well. The two sisters have had a good relationship since childhood, and even if they have conflicts, they will quickly reconcile. Therefore, when the two sisters buy clothes, they all have the same style. The only difference is the color. Today, the two sisters were wearing knee-length dresses and white knee-high socks, revealing their delicate collarbones. Exactly the same alluring face. Anyone who sees such a pair of stunning twins will be amazed. However, at this moment, the two sisters were staring blankly ahead. Su Hao stood there. When they came back last night, they noticed the changes in Su Hao. Becoming younger and more attractive. No one can imagine. He already has 8 children and is over 50 years old. Today, Su Hao took his daughter out to play. He changed out of formal clothes and put on casual clothes. The serious temperament recedes and is replaced by something fresh and natural, giving people a sense of intimacy. Set off. Su Hao gave the order and went straight to the largest entertainment city in the Magic City. As the largest entertainment venue in the Magic City. This is where Disneyland and Ocean Park are gathered. As long as you can think of how to play, you can find it here. Countless people check in here every day. Su Hao arrived with his 2 daughters. He did not have permission to use it, but queued up to buy tickets normally. You can interact more with your daughters. Although Su Shiqing and Su Huai did not refuse to come to the entertainment city for Su Hao's help. But I won't play with him either. Su Hao was in front, and the sisters followed behind. From time to time he looked around and whispered. Since childhood, they have never been to the entertainment city. I am very curious about the new things here. Suddenly, the sisters could no longer walk and looked in one direction. That's a row of claw machines. Several pairs of young men and women stood next to the claw machine. Someone inserted coins and pressed the button. The claws inside the claw machine will fall down to grab it. But it seems that he is not lucky. He has been caught again and again, but he has not been caught. Someone finally caught one and danced excitedly and cheered. Seeing the curiosity in the eyes of his 2 daughters, Su Hao suggested. There seems to be something fun over there, let's go check it out. The sisters were somewhat curious about catching dolls, so they did not refuse Su Hao's proposal. We walked together to a row of claw machines. The 2 sisters watched curiously as others grabbed the doll. Su Hao came to the front desk to buy coins. What the hell, what kind of rubbish is this? Dogs don't even play with it. A young man played dozens of times without catching a single doll. He was so angry that he smashed the machine and cursed. Someone immediately echoed next to him. It's not normal if you can be caught. If you are caught, will the business still make money? These machines have all been manipulated, and the chance of being caught is 1%. Don't even think about grabbing things from inside, just treat it as a novelty. A group of people pointed and scolded the unscrupulous merchants. I caught him, ha ha, ho ho. I finally caught one. A sound of surprise suddenly sounded, attracting their attention, and they all looked in the other direction. That's a young couple. The girl was holding a bear doll in her hand, jumping with excitement. Although what I caught was the doll that was on the sidelines and had the lowest value. But it also made them very happy. It's better than others catching nothing at all, right? Su Shiqing and Su Huai looked on and found it quite interesting. Poetry, painting, what's the point of just looking at it? Come and try it too. Su Hao came back at this time and said to his 2 daughters. When the 2 sisters saw the basket of game coins in Su Hao's hand, they raised their heads and said, Let's forget it, we won't play such childish games. In fact, they feel a little itchy when they watch others play. But I was embarrassed to use Su Hao to buy a coin. Ha ha, are you afraid that you won't be able to catch me? Su Hao said excitedly. If you can't catch him, who are you looking down on? To catch these gadgets, don't you just need hands? Su Huai immediately stopped working. 10 minutes later. There must be something wrong with this machine, it can't be found at all. Su Huai's face was full of indignation. The virtuous Su Shiqing's color is also a little ugly at the moment. In 10 minutes, not a single doll was caught. Every time when I was about to reach the exit, I suddenly fell down. The more they fall at this juncture, the more they continue to play. We will succeed this time, and we will definitely catch it next time. I have this mentality every time. As a result, before I knew it, there were not many coins left in the basket. Let me try. Su Hao took a step forward. It's time for him to show off. He picked up a coin and threw it in, skillfully operating the joystick and buttons. In my previous life, I often took girls out to play. Of course I had played with the claw machine before, and I was very familiar with it. Although the number of catches is very few. But it's different now. Grandmaster level close combat allows him to freely control force-generating techniques. When you grab the doll inside, don't you just pinch it with your hands? Seeing Suhao put in the coins, neither sister had any hope. They were already sure that there was something wrong with the claw machine. How could Suhao be caught without being found out after hundreds of arrests? But then something incredible happened to them. I saw a doll in the claw machine being grabbed by a claw. Through smooth movement, it fell out of the exit. Su Huai picked up the doll and felt the real touch in her hands. No hallucinations occurred. Both sisters were shocked. What's even more shocking is yet to come. Su Hao inserted coins again and pressed the button. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10. The coins in the basket were all used up, and all the dolls in it happened to be taken out. Chapter 36, How much did Su Hao hide? Beginning of the fall. What the hell? What kind of god is this? He'll catch you every time. That's awesome, my brother. We couldn't catch anyone for a long time, but your success rate is 100%? If I had the skill in riding a horse, I would have captured the goddess a long time ago. Otherwise, why do you think I can bring 2 top-notch girls, or stunning twins? I admire them so much. Both of these twins are more beautiful than my goddess. My eldest brother is so happy. Brother, do you want to accept a disciple? I want to become a disciple. The father and daughter are good-looking, and they can attract others' attention when they walk on the road. When the sisters started playing catch-a-doll, they instantly attracted the attention of the people around them. I can't help but feel regretful when I see that the top sisters haven't caught a single doll. Sprayed the merchant again. Su Hao appears next. Originally, he looked like he was watching a good show. Result: watching the dolls being taken out one after another, each one could fit an egg into their mouths. The comments from the crowd reached their ears, and the 2 sisters recovered from the shock and couldn't help but feel annoyed. What did these people say? What kind of sisters share the same husband? Enjoy the blessings of all people? They are not in that kind of relationship. Su Hao gave all the dolls to the sisters. There were so many that I couldn't carry them away, which made me feel a little embarrassed for a while. At this time Su Hao gave a suggestion. If you can't take it away, you can share it with the children here. This is called sharing happiness together, which can quickly build a relationship. The sisters' eyes lit up and they distributed the dolls to the children on the spot. Thank you, sister. I wish my sister will always be 18 years old. My sister is so beautiful. When I grow up, I must be as beautiful as my sister. Sister, I wish you 3 a long life, have a son soon, and be together forever. A trace of black line appeared on the foreheads of the 2 sisters. Take a deep breath and barely keep the fake smile on your face. Secretly, Tong Yan Wuji. What do you care about with children? Ding, Su Shiqing felt ashamed and annoyed, her mood value was plus 223. Ding, Su Hui felt ashamed and annoyed, her mood value was plus 222, at last. Su Shiqing and Su Hui each only kept one favorite doll. Under Su Hao's greeting, he walked towards the entertainment city. As I walked, a pleasant sound came. The 2 sisters paused. After looking at each other, they followed the sound. They saw a music box placed on an open-air stall. The music box is running slowly. Soothing piano music came from inside. What surprised them was not the music box worth tens of thousands. The song being played inside was played by their 3rd sister. The 3rd sister, Su Hongzhuang, has amazing musical talent and is proficient in piano, guzheng, flute. She especially likes singing and aspires to be a big star. Now she is somewhat famous in the music industry. The 2 sisters walked to the stall curiously, looked at the boss and asked, "Boss, how much does that music box cost? Didn't you see that I'm here to set a trap? That's the highest prize, not for sale." The middle-aged woman shook her head when she saw this. Then he changed his voice and raised a finger. "If you want to buy it, I will give you this amount. 10,000? That's great, sister, let's buy it?" Su Huai's eyes lit up, and the middle-aged woman's face darkened. She bought the treasure of the stall for 50,000 to 60,000 yuan and sold it for 10,000 yuan. She's not that stupid. I'm talking about 100,000. What? 100,000? Why don't you grab it? Su Huai was indignant. They were originally attracted by the piano music played by the third sister. When I saw this music box, I liked it and wanted to buy it home. But they are not taken advantage of. Ha, it doesn't matter if you want to buy it or not, that's the price for me anyway. The middle-aged woman curled her lips. Then a look of contempt appeared on his face. If you have no money and can't afford it, you can play games. Maybe you can win 100 yuan. The two sisters couldn't help but look towards the stall. Prizes are scattered on the stalls one by one. And the music box is the furthest away, about 10 meters away. Looking at the trap the boss mentioned, compared with the music box, it might just be able to trap it. Standing more than 10 meters away, how could you possibly be trapped? Maybe there are still problems in this circle. Otherwise, look, several young people were playing with hoops, and they had won prizes by choosing hoops. It popped up again. It was obviously manipulated. Just when the two sisters were about to turn around and leave, a voice like a spring breeze sounded in their ears. Give me a try. The two of them turned to look. I saw Su Hao holding 100 yuan and saying to the middle-aged woman. They knew that Su Hao wanted to help them get caught, so they all tried to dissuade them. Don't buy it. There must be something wrong with these rings. The distance is so far, so you won't be able to catch them. Yes, we are just curious. We don't want that music box anymore. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman quickly put away the money in Su Hao's hand and handed him a trap. Then he looked at the two sisters with an unkind expression. Little girl, if you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Trapping relies entirely on skill and luck. How could it be possible to do anything wrong? Su Hao played with the circle. Indeed, some manipulation was done. But he didn't care. With his control of power. This ring game is even simpler than catching the doll just now. Catching dolls is operated by machines, which requires higher control of strength. Regarding the trap, he really wanted to say something. As long as you have hands. Let's try it. What if there is a surprise? Su Hao turned his head and smiled at his two daughters and asked again. By the way, do you want to try it? Both sisters shook their heads. They knew there was something fishy in the circle, so they didn't play. Su Haolai stood outside the prescribed limit and exerted slight pressure on his wrist. The iron ring flew out with a swish. Drawing a beautiful arc in the air, it accurately trapped the most difficult music box. WTF, trough? It's fake, I won it in one go, and it's the most difficult one to trap. Is it so simple to set up a ring? But I just spent 1,000 yuan and didn't put anything on it. I've made a lot of money. I won a reward worth 50,000 to 60,000 yuan for just 100 yuan. Let's see if the boss is still arrogant. Isn't this the guy who just caught the baby with perfect success? Is he so good at trapping? Please, accept a disciple. Sisters Su Shiqing and Su Huai were dumbfounded. They suddenly understood the surprise Su Hao was talking about. This is absolutely certain. I couldn't help but think of the scene where Su Hao caught the doll just now. The shots are always on target, even the traps. How much ability does their father, who has almost no affection at all, still hide? Their hearts were filled with a strong sense of curiosity, and they couldn't help but want to explore. And this is often the beginning of a fall. Chapter 37, Full Sense of Security. Two competing sisters. The middle-aged woman was dumbfounded. It's really a long time to see you. She has been running a stall for many years, but no one has ever won the highest prize. Even the second and third batches of prizes are very few. At this time, her heart was bleeding. In order to attract customers, she had to spend 50 or 60,000 to buy it. Seeing that business was getting better and better during this period, she felt happy. I think it's a good buy. But soon, the happiness disappeared with a pop. In full view of the public, with so many people watching, she couldn't lie. I can only wrap up the music box reluctantly. A little scared, and handed it to Su Hao. Until now, she still doesn't know where she is, but today she encountered an iron plate. She was really afraid that this guy would buy a few more rings in the future and take away all the precious prizes in her stall. I hope the other party can show their respect. Su Haotsai was not interested in the junk in her stall. The reason why I took action was because my daughter took a fancy to her, that's all. Pass the music box to the two daughters. Thank you, thank you. Su Shiqing took the bag and stammered her thanks. Although they were angry and resentful towards Su Hao was indeed kind to them during this period. The impression in my mind has changed. In addition, Su Hao acted for them this time. Otherwise, with Su Hao's tens of billions of net worth, how could he fall in love with these things? The two expressed their sincere gratitude. Ding, Su Shiqing is touched, her mood value is plus 331. Ding, Su Huai was moved, and his emotional value was plus 333. Let's go. Su Hao smiled slightly. There are more fun things waiting for us. Arriving in front of all the amusement facilities, Su Hao looked at his daughter and asked, "What do you want to play first? The carousel or the Ferris wheel?" Su Shiqing and Su Huai's expressions changed. Please. They are all in their 20s, okay? You really treat them like children. I want to ride a roller coaster. Su Huai suggested. After Su Hao's two performances just now, they are no longer so unfamiliar with Su Hao. And this is exactly what Su Hao wants to see. The questioning gaze fell on Su Shiqing. Su Shiqing rolled her eyes at her sister, then nodded. Afterwards, the three of them came to the entrance of the roller coaster and lined up. Ah! As the roller coaster passed by, there were constant screams from passengers. Su Shiqing couldn't help but be a little scared. But seeing her sister's interested expression, she could only hold on. Soon, the roller coaster slowly stopped in front of us. The passengers began to walk out. Some people are still unfinished, some are staggering, and some are retching constantly. It was their turn to get on the bus. Some people were anxious and kept squeezing in. There is a boy with a youthful and funny face who is even more crazy and wants to go towards the poetic and picturesque sisters. His eyes were full of greed. The two sisters are so beautiful, and they are twins. Anyone who sees it will be amazed. It's just that most people can restrain themselves, but some people can't. Su Hao held the two sisters in his arms, resisting the onslaught of the crowd. The warm fragrance of soft jade enters the arms. Should I say they are worthy of being twins? Even the feel is the same. I'm really curious about the differences between the two sisters. Su Hao gently tapped his elbow on the youthful boy who was the most aggressive. A force of strength was transmitted along the elbow to the boy with acne. Brush and indescribable pain came over. The youthful boy's expression was distorted, and he bowed his body in pain. Suddenly being hugged by Su Hao, the two sisters froze. Just as he was about to break free, he found a crazy crowd. Immediately I understood that Su Hao was protecting them, and my resentment disappeared immediately. Nestling against Su Hao's broad chest, the two sisters' hearts beat faster. I just feel so safe. Ding, Su Shiqing is flustered, her mood value is plus 456. Ding, Su Huai, under the protection of Su Hao, the two sisters were not harmed at all. Take a 3-person seat on the roller coaster. I sit in the middle so that if something happens, I can respond quickly. Su Hao explained his reason for sitting in the middle. Not to hug them, but to prevent accidents and save them. How could he miss the opportunity to gain favor by opening his mouth? The two sisters were really moved. From this small gesture, you can see Su Hao's concern for them. A hint of smile flashed in Su Hao's eyes. He could feel that his two daughters no longer rejected him in their hearts. As long as there is an opportunity, they can call them daddy. And he had already arranged this opportunity. Just wait for the next good show. The three of them got off the roller coaster. Su Huai felt refreshed and not frightened at all. I couldn't help but feel a little strange when I saw my sister also had an indifferent expression. Sister, your face was pale before you went up. Why are you not scared at all now? Aren't you always very timid? Bah, you're the coward. Su Shiqing spat angrily. Hoof. Really? Do you dare to play with the big pendulum together? What am I afraid of? Su Shiqing glared at her sister. He looked at Su Hao cautiously. She was indeed a little scared when she was riding the roller coaster just now, but after Su Hao grabbed her hand, he felt that his whole body was surrounded by a strong sense of security. Not afraid at all. Chapter 38, The hero who is in control saves the beauty. Daughter calls daddy before coming here. The two sisters had no interest in the entertainment city, but later they became very enthusiastic about it. The day passed slowly. I don't know when the sun is going to set. I'm going to buy some bottles of water. Just when the father and daughter were about to go back, Su Hao glanced in a certain direction. I found an excuse and left. The two sisters were waiting for Su Hao to come back. At the end of the day, they were no longer alienated from Su Hao. The barriers are gradually disappearing. Except for not calling him dad yet, the relationship is no different from an ordinary father-daughter relationship. Sister, if you still refuse to admit that you are timid, I will see how you can be tough in front of me in the future. The two sisters talked about their experiences at the playground. Su Huai said to her sister Su Shiqing in a very disdainful tone. Don't lie, which project of mine are you afraid of? Su Shiqing did not want her little sister to look down upon her, so she argued. Aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid that you will reach out to grab his hand? Don't think I didn't see it. TSK, it really looks like a frightened daughter, hoping to be protected by her father. Su Huai raised the corner of her mouth. A look that sees through everything. You? Su Shiqing's eyes widened. Her pretty face quickly turned red, and she was filled with embarrassment. Then he rolled his eyes, his expression returned to normal, and he sneered. You still have the nerve to talk about me? When we were sitting on the big pendulum, weren't you holding his hand tightly? That's why he caught me. Ha, really? Then can you tell me, what were you smiling happily at that time? And? I don't care, anyway, I am more courageous than you. In order to prevent her sister from talking about her shameful behavior, Su Huai acted rogue. Just as the sisters were arguing, a joking voice sounded. Two little sisters, what are you talking about? You are smiling so happily, why don't you tell me about it? The two sisters immediately calmed down their expressions. He who comes as soon as he hears the sound is unkind. Turn around and look. I saw a group of 5 or 6 people with their hair dyed in various colors and their clothes in a mess. A handsome young man wearing earrings and a nose ring walked toward them. Little beauty, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. We came here to make friends with you. A young man shook his long hair and showed a smile that he thought was charming. Stretch out your right hand, intending to shake hands. The two sisters didn't even look at them, they just stared at them coldly. Ha, Chang Mao, is this the skill you want to show in front of us? Do you want to laugh me to death and inherit my advantage? I'm just telling you that you can't do it. If you don't pee and take pictures of yourself, how can this little beauty like you? The young man who killed Matt retracted his hand in embarrassment. Hearing the disdainful voices of his companions, I felt a little annoyed. Little sister, don't be afraid, we don't mean any harm, we just want to invite you to have a meal together. Another killer stood up. The two sisters still ignored him and looked at each other, thinking of ways to escape. This is the parking lot of the amusement park. It's lunchtime now, so few people come over. Two beauties, let's talk loudly and angrily. At least give us a response. Don't show shame or. Seeing how disrespectful the two sisters were, Shamat young man's smile faded. There was a threat in his tone. Are you horse riders out of your mind? You can't walk when you see a woman, right? Have we forgotten our old profession? What nonsense are you talking to them about? Just tie them back and that's it. A young man with dyed green hair pushed the two of them away and cursed. Then he looked at the two women with a sneer. Are you going to follow us back obediently? Or will you be kidnapped by us? I advise you not to act recklessly, you cannot bear the consequences. Su Shiqing was relatively calm, composed herself, and said in a cold tone. The green-haired young man was really frightened by her momentum. After reacting, he sneered. We can't bear the consequences? Who do you think you are? You don't think that the mistress you were with just now can save you, do you? They often hunt targets in the entertainment city. Today, under the guidance of a friend, I accidentally saw this pair of sisters, and I was immediately fascinated. When they saw the twins following a man, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Such a pair of top-notch twin sisters were picked first. My heart hurts so much that I can't breathe, because Su Hao became younger. Now is the most mature and charming period of 30 years old. I would never have thought that they were a father and daughter. When the two sisters heard this, the expressions on their faces were very wonderful. Formations of green and red. He actually thought they had that kind of relationship with Su Hao. Come with us obediently, brothers are very good at hurting others. A group of young people who killed Matt were impatient. As time went on, an accident would inevitably happen, so I planned to tie the twins back first. Several people approached with ferocious smiles on their faces. The poetic and picturesque sisters couldn't help but retreat. I felt anxious and restless. At this moment, a burst of footsteps came. Su Hao appeared. He didn't go far just now, but was observing everything secretly. If you want to completely bring your two daughters back, you must have an impressive experience. So there is this calculation in which the hero saves the beauty. With his current Ming gene strength. Whenever anyone does anything inappropriate towards his daughter, he will show up immediately. I won't let my two daughters get hurt in the slightest. Everything is under his control. Su Hao held several bottles of drinks taken out from the portable space. When he saw his two daughters retreating to the corner, his face changed drastically. He rushed over and stood in front of his two daughters. Seeing the figure who rushed up to them without hesitation, the two sisters were all moved. The despair in my heart disappeared. Instead, there was a strong sense of security. Dad, there are many of them, be careful. Su Shiqing couldn't help but worry about Su Hao. Although Su Hao is the boss of a tens of billions group, these gangsters don't care who you are. Su Huai next to her took a deep look at her sister and said to Su Hao. Dad, be careful. Su Hao, who was standing in front, had no expression on his face, but he was happy in his heart. He was still thinking about whether to pretend to be trying to protect them. It seems that it is not necessary now. The purpose is achieved. Su Hao's expression turned cold, and his eyes gradually became dangerous. These guys are no longer of use. Chapter 39, Su Hao, do you want to learn? I'll teach you, I'll wipe it, is it such a fancy thing to do? Hearing the names the twins called the man in front of them, the shamats were instantly confused. They really couldn't connect the handsome man in front of them with the father of two children. If wrong answers are eliminated, then there is only one truth. The twins are definitely being taken care of by this guy. Dad called me. It can be seen that the thieves who usually play. A group of young people were jealous. Brother, you. A shamate was about to say something when he was punched in the stomach. Immediately his eyes bulged out, and he arched his body and flew out. Don't you know that the villain dies because of his words? Having achieved his goal, Su Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense to this group of people. In a flash, he came to another shamate and kicked him hard. The click sound was the sound of ribs breaking. The next moment, the man fell to his knees and let out a heart-rending wail. Next is the third, fourth. This is the first time Su Hao takes action. I wanted to test my strength, but these people were too weak. There is no need to use Grandmaster-level close combat. With his strength, he can punch one. This is still under the condition that he has withdrawn his strength. If you punch with all your strength, you can kill someone. Su Hao did not strike lightly. Even without full strength, judging from the extent of their injuries, the 6 killers are completely useless. These guys are not his subordinates. It was Lao Mo who guided me here. Fight however you want. Moreover, if he didn't hit him harder, his smart daughter would still think it was him acting. So, it's a tragedy for a few people to kill Matt. The 2 sisters, poetic in painting, looked blankly at Su Hao showing off his skills. Beat a few killers until their teeth were scattered all over the floor. It's definitely their father. When did you become so powerful? The doll can catch it accurately and hit the trap easily. How can it still hit it? Su Hao's image in their hearts grew taller and taller. While I was shocked, I couldn't help but have ups and downs in my heart. Su Hao beat up these gangsters all because of them. The beating was so brutal, it can be seen how angry Su Hao felt towards the gangsters who harassed them. This feeling of being cared for, and protected. The 2 sisters' hearts were filled with warmth. Seeing Su Hao stop, the 2 sisters stepped forward to greet him. Dad, are they okay? I won't die. If I dare to harass you, I'll give them a beating. Su Hao still had anger on his face at this time. He turned around and looked at the 2 women with concern. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? The 2 sisters were extremely moved. Ding, Su Shirshin is very moved, the emotional value is plus 789. Ding, Su Huai was so moved, her emotional value plus 890. Looking at the skyrocketing emotion level, Su Hao smiled happily. His arrangements were not wasted. Su Hao took his 2 precious daughters home and handed the scene over to Secretary Li Kuan, who came over to handle it. From the moment they called out Dad, the barrier between father and daughter has completely disappeared. On the way back, Su Shiqing finally couldn't help asking her doubts. Dad, that painting before. Although I guess it was her father who made changes to her painting, but I still want to get the exact answer from Su Hao. That painting looks good to me, the painting is very good. It's just a little imperfect, so I made a few changes. Didn't it cause you any trouble? What's the trouble? Just as Su Shiqing was about to speak, her sister Su Huai interrupted. Dad, you don't know, she took your painting to participate in the national competition and won first place. Su Shiqing quickly blocked her sister's mouth with both hands to prevent her from continuing. This sister is neither big nor small, even her elder sister laughs at her. Is she drifting away, or is she unable to lift the knife? You must find time to properly discipline your sister. Oh? Really? Not bad. Su Hao expressed his affirmation. That painting was painted by poetry. I just slightly modified it on the original basis. It has nothing to do with me. Poetry deserves it. Dad, please stop teasing me. Without your changes, I would have won first place in school at most, but it would have been impossible for me to participate in the national competition. Su Shiqing smiled bitterly. I know in my heart what level she is. Don't be too modest. I think your painting is almost a breakthrough, and you are still young. It is only a matter of time before you surpass me. Really? I can also draw as well as Dad? Want to learn? I'll teach you. Su Hao showed a smile. Dad, she is waiting for your words. At this time, Su Huai broke free from her sister's grasp and opened her mouth to speak. After winning the first place in the national competition, our activity teacher wanted her to participate in the international competition. She is not good enough and wants to learn from Dad. Su Shiqing was a little embarrassed. My sister is so good at being a demon. Seeing the drink Su Hao bought for them, he unscrewed the bottle cap and kept pouring it into his sister's mouth. Gulu, Gulu. Don't you like to interrupt? I still want to see how you still talk. Participate in the international competition. I will train you for a while when I go back and let you come back with the first place. They have seen Su Hao's painting skills. If he goes to compete, it will be no problem to come back in first place. But Su Shiqing felt a little unconfident when she had to teach herself how to draw by herself. Su Hao, can you please give me some step-by-step instructions? The 2 sisters were completely moved by Su Hao today. After returning home, I served tea and poured water again. When Su Wanqiu came home from the beauty salon, what she saw was such a scene of a loving father and a filial daughter. The two daughters, who had no emotion at all, kept calling Daddy and Daddy at this time. Mom Su, you're back. We just happened to have dinner together. Su Huai discovered Su Wanqiu and pulled her to the dining table. In the past, when they had dinner together, the two daughters wanted to be as far away from Su Hao as possible. Now they sit on both sides and pick up food for Su Hao from time to time. Su Wanqiu thought it was a hallucination and couldn't help but wipe her eyes. The sun sets in the east today? Chapter 40, Teach my daughter how to draw. The confused stepmother of the protagonist brother Hao, what's going on with poetry and painting? Why are they so close to you all of a sudden? Return to the bedroom at night. Su Wanqiu finally couldn't help but ask Su Hao out of curiosity. What else could be going on? They are my daughters, blood is thicker than water. Su Hao gave a reason that was not a reason. Su Wanqiu rolled her eyes. Although I don't know why Su Hao suddenly got better and became so powerful. But she was almost certain that none of the 7 daughters were Su Hao's biological children. Where does blood come from that is thicker than water? Su Wanqiu thought for a while. The transformation of my daughter happened within this day. Su Hao took them to the amusement park. No way, no way. Are all little girls today so easy to deceive? Just go to the amusement park for a day, and you go from being a stranger to calling me daddy? But this should be a good thing. During the recent period, Su Hao has performed very well and has been so active in saving his daughter. Finally, this cold home has a touch of warmth. Instead of caring about your daughter, you should think about yourself first. Have you chosen your uniform tonight? Su Wanqiu couldn't help but blush. Ever since he used the bunny girl suit on her, Su Hao fell in love with the temptation of this uniform. And asked her to buy it herself. Buy whatever you want to wear. Today, not today, my relatives are here. Su Wanqiu pursed her lips. Su Hao's great strength must be played every night. But since he is like this, Su Hao shouldn't be so crazy, right? Of course not. Women, there are a few days every month. He can understand. If you continue to run rampant at this time, it will not be enjoyable. But it was abuse. But Su Hao also had a solution, so he said, "Do you know how to get there when the snowy mountain road is closed?" Su Wanqiu didn't know why Su Hao asked so, and looked at him doubtfully. Take the trail, stupid. Ding, Su Wanqiu was so ashamed and angry, her mood value was plus 888. The next day, Su Hao began to teach Su Shiqing how to draw. Su Shiqing came to the courtyard with a drawing board. Su Hao asked her to draw a random picture first and then point out the problems himself. Su Shiqing's painting skills are very good, and she finished the layout of the courtyard in a short time. Pavilions, rockeries, ponds and algae, even the corners are painted with incomparable clarity. The painting is good. Su Hao first commented and then pointed out the shortcomings. Like this rockery, you don't have to draw it so meticulously. You have to do it like this, such and such, such and such. Point out the shortcomings and explain how to change them. Su Hao said while cooperating with the painting. Vivid image. Su Shiqing listened and nodded frequently. But when she took action in person, something embarrassing happened. What is the painting? Eyes, that's it. Brain, got it. Hand, no. You don't understand. Su Shiqing picked up the brush and started painting. But it doesn't feel right no matter how I draw it. I didn't learn the essence of Su Hao. Seeing that the gap between Su Hao and Su Shiqing was getting bigger and bigger, Su Shiqing almost burst into tears. Suddenly, she felt someone holding her hand. It should be painted like this. It turned out that Su Hao was hugging her from behind. He held her hand and started painting. Su Shiqing's body was stiff, her mind was blank, and the hand holding the pen could only be manipulated by Su Hao. After finishing the painting, he came back to his senses. Su Hao's inquiry sounded. Remember? Su Shiqing lowered her head. She had been in a trance just now and didn't know what she had done. Ding! Su Shiqing's heartbeat accelerated, her emotional value plus 765. Ding! Su Shiqing, looking at the constantly refreshing emotion value, Su Hao gave a thumbs up for his previous behavior. Get the 2 daughters as soon as possible. Living at home without going to school can provide him with a lot of emotional value. I saw my daughter who was shrinking her head like a quail. Su Hao found it interesting and spoke softly. It doesn't matter, take your time, I'll teach you again. She didn't hear Su Hao's accusation, but still patiently expressed his willingness to teach her again. Su Shiqing couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. Su Shiqing, Dad is just teaching you to draw, where have you been thinking? After gathering herself, she tried to keep herself calm. Started to study seriously. Her father taught her so patiently, and she couldn't let him down. The day passes quickly. Under Su Hao's step-by-step instruction, Su Shiqing's painting skills have greatly improved and have exceeded the master level. She could clearly feel the improvement in her painting skills and was pleasantly surprised. Previously, I told Su Hao that after a period of training, she would be asked to draw a work and participate in an international competition to win first place. She expressed some doubts. Now there is no doubt at all. Improve your painting skills with this. It won't be long. She could also paint to the same level as Su Hao had modified the sunset picture she had drawn before. Although there is still a long, long way to go to reach the state of my father. In order to express her gratitude to Su Hao, she and her sister went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. Prepare to cook a big meal. Su Hao came to the study. After a major cleaning, the company resumed normal operations again. You don't have to go to the company, you can handle problems remotely at home. After finishing the work, Su Hao turned off the computer and rubbed his eyebrows. Hearing the sound of his 2 daughters cooking in the kitchen, his heart moved. I thought of a pair of necklaces on my hand. Bingped Lotus. With a thought, 2 necklaces appeared in her hands. The necklace is very delicate, and every small gemstone is exquisitely crafted. His eyes fell on a larger gem in the center. How could Su Hao feel that something was missing? Some imperfections. He had an idea, how about engraving his daughter's name on it? This will make it look more explosive. It just so happens that he has god-level calligraphy skills, so he doesn't have to worry about engraving words on his hands, which will ruin the beauty of the necklace. I believe that adding words will make it more charming. Looking around, I found a silver needle on the table. Chapter 41, Su Huai's Extreme Behavior. Stunned sisters. When Su Wanqiu came home, she saw her 2 daughters busy in the kitchen and joined in. Poetry, painting, why do you have such a good relationship with your father all of a sudden? Su Wanqiu asked her 2 daughters without leaving any trace. I didn't get an answer from Su Hao, and my heart felt like a cat scratching. I have been thinking about this all day. Because we found that Dad has really changed for the better and cares about us very much. When we were in danger, he rushed to protect us without hesitation. Thinking of the way Su Hao stood in front of them yesterday, he seemed to be able to withstand all dangers. Su Huai's eyes showed admiration. So cool. Mom Su, do you know how powerful Dad is? Su Wanqiu didn't know what this youngest daughter meant, and her head was filled with questions. Let me tell you, we went to the entertainment city yesterday. Su Huai opened her mouth and recounted what happened yesterday seriously. After listening, Su Wanqiu was greatly shocked. What kind of claw machine, precise hoops, one person can beat 6 killers all over the ground and find their teeth? Su Wanqiu was stunned for a while after hearing this. How come it seems like you are listening to a story? Su Hao is so powerful, why didn't she know about it before? Once again, he leads them to show off and lead them to fly, and once again, he is a hero who saves the beauty. It's no wonder that his 2 daughters' attitudes towards him have undergone earth-shaking changes. Su Wanqiu frowned thoughtfully. At this time, Su Huai asked in reply. Mom Su, how did you get along with Dad? Su Wanqiu was stunned for a moment. Thinking of the madness night after night, the red clouds gradually climbed up my cheeks. Su Huai noticed the change in her face and said with a strange expression. Strange, you should know how powerful Dad is. We can hear your voice every night. Could it be that you were conquered by Daddy? A brush Su Wanqiu was refreshed. Tang, her pretty face turned red. His face started to feel hot. I screamed wildly in my heart. Too old. When my daughter was at home, she was very particular every night, but in the end she couldn't control herself. After all, the daughters heard it. Su Wanqiu's eyes evaded, as if she was looking for a hole in the ground to crawl into. Su Huai is serious. Why do you say everything? Not big or small. She didn't find the cave, and soon found that Su Shiqing was also looking at her curiously. Su Wanqiu quickly denied Sanlian. I'm not. I don't. Don't talk nonsense. Su Huai said hee twice and continued her work of chopping vegetables. Su Wanqiu couldn't hold back any longer. What are you talking about? You are a child, don't act like you know everything, okay? While eating, Su Hao came out of the study. What I saw was this scene. Su Wanqiu lowered her head and blushed, a little afraid to face her two daughters. After finishing the meal, Su Wanqiu actively cleaned up the dishes. I wish I could hide away from my two daughters. Su Hao saw it and sighed in his heart. This is how I feel at home. Seeing his two daughters being pushed out of the kitchen, Su Hao waved to them. Poetry and painting, come here, I have a gift for you. Ah, what good things does Dad have? Su Huai jumped over and asked like a curious baby. Su Shiqing was more insistent and rolled her eyes at her sister. My sister was thinking outside the box. After completely accepting Su Hao, her nature seemed to be liberated all of a sudden. Only Su Hao took out 2 necklaces. Wow, so beautiful. Brush the surroundings seemed to have lost all color, and the 2 sisters only saw these 2 necklaces. Su Huai's eyes were bright as she took one of them. The necklace is extremely exquisitely made, with sparkling gems on it, showing elegance and nobility. Dad, did you give this to us? One for each of you sisters. Su Huai was emotional. I couldn't hold it back for a while and stepped forward to Trojan Horse. Thank you, Dad. Dad is so kind. I love you. He thanked him and started playing with it admiringly. Next to her, Su Shiqing was stunned by her sister's actions. When I saw the necklace Su Hao handed to me, it was so beautiful. No wonder my sister is so excited. Thank you, Dad. Su Shiqing also took the necklace. Just as she was admiring this perfect piece of art, she heard her sister suddenly exclaim. He quickly turned around and looked. I saw my sister staring at the largest gemstone in the necklace. No. It should be said to be the words on the gemstone. 2 words, painting meaning. Each stroke is full of charm, and the 2 words create an illusory artistic conception. Su Shiqing looked at her necklace, and sure enough, there was also the word poetry on it. Unlike my sister, who is lively and cute between the lines. From her name, we can see a kind of gentle and virtuous temperament. Isn't this word written very well? The requirements for engraving are more difficult. If the engraving is so good, then how good is the calligraphy of the engraver? After recovering from the surprise, Su Huai looked at Su Hao impatiently and asked, Dad, where did you buy this necklace? Su Hao was not surprised at all by the performance of his 2 daughters. When he carved out the words, he was also shocked. All I can say is that his god-level skills are awesome. He was moved in his heart and said calmly, I asked someone to customize this. Su Hao never blushed or breathed when he told lies. X2 both sisters were startled. These 2 necklaces are obviously a pair. Su Hao must have customized it in advance and gave it to them now. Ding, Su Shi is very emotional, the emotional value is plus 677. Ding, Su Huai, now is not the time to be moved. Su Huai calmed down and asked, Dad, who did you ask to help customize it? The characters are so beautiful. I want to become my teacher. Su Huai's eyes were full of little stars. Several heroines have their own strengths. Her twin sister likes painting, while she likes calligraphy. Ever since she was a child, she had never seen such beautiful words. With just 2 words, Su Huai was conquered. Tell me about the words on it. I just engraved them on it. Is there anything wrong with it? Su Hao asked, pretending to be surprised. The 2 sisters were stunned at the same time. Any questions? Of course there are problems. There's a big problem, okay? Chapter 42, Su Huai shows off. 7 daughters interact what? You don't believe it? Bring a pen and paper. Su Hao raised his eyebrows. Su Huai ran into the house with some surprise and took out the pen and paper she usually used to practice calligraphy. When Su Hao wrote out the names of the 2 women. See the lingering artistic conception above, which is exactly the same as that on the necklace. The 2 sisters finally had to believe it. Like a meteorite thrown out of the sea, the sisters' hearts were filled with turmoil. I couldn't calm down for a long time. Not only is he good at painting, but he also has extraordinary skills. He is even so proficient in calligraphy. How many other things did Dad hide from them? And the most important point. How did Su Hao do it? Whether it is painting or calligraphy, it cannot be achieved overnight. In the past, Su Shiqing was embarrassed to ask because of their relationship. I don't have that worry now. Dad, you are so amazing, aren't you? How did you do it? Facing the incredible looks from his 2 daughters, Su Hao smiled calmly. There is no other, but I am familiar with you. As long as you study hard, you can reach my level. Things about the system cannot be exposed, so he started to talk nonsense. The 2 sisters were doubtful. But other than this answer, there is no other answer. They were not familiar with Su Hao before and didn't know anything about him. Maybe they have been practicing, but they just don't know it. Ding, Su Shiqing was greatly shocked. Her emotional value was plus 888. Ding, Su Huai is filled with admiration, and his emotional value is plus 888. Looking at the displayed emotion value, Su Hao was very satisfied and asked, How's it going? Do you still like this little gift? I like it so much. This is my favorite gift I have ever received. Su Huai was very moved and said in a rare serious tone. Su Shiqing also nodded. In the past, they would also receive gifts from Su's mother and several sisters. But it can't compare with what Dad gave me. Su Huai put the necklace around her neck. I took it out to the makeup store and took a photo. It looked beautiful. Thinking of something, she took out her phone and took a selfie. Then click on the Huaixin group of 7 beautiful fairies as beautiful as flowers. Click on the photo to send. As soon as the message was sent, there was a reply soon. Chinese medicine YYDS. I'm really not a big star? Please call me Queen? Technology is the primary productive force? All I want to do is make money? Draw a circle and curse you? Su Huai was filled with excitement and couldn't wait to show off in front of her 5 sisters. Seeing an extra reply, she glanced at her sister not far away. At this time, she was also holding her mobile phone. Nodding with satisfaction, my sister is quite sensible. Know how to leave the opportunity to show off to your sister. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, how is it? Beautiful, right? I just want to make money. According to my observation, based on the performance of the necklace and the gems on it, it is worth at least tens of millions, but I searched and found that this necklace style has never appeared. I'm really not a big star, little sister, it's not good to be vain. Even if you buy an LV, it's better than wearing a fake. Technology is the primary productive force, little sister, if you like piracy, tell me, and I will make an exact replica for you. The 3D printing guarantees it will look more real than yours. All I want is to make money, little sister, if you have no money, but if you have money, go to your sister for it. You initiate an exclusive red envelope for the little girl selling nuclear bombs. Draw a circle and curse you, my eldest sister is biased and doesn't even send red envelopes to my sister. I feel aggrieved. JPG. Traditional Chinese medicine YYDS, my eldest sister is partial and doesn't send red envelopes to my younger sister. I feel aggrieved. JPG. Please call me Queen, my eldest sister is partial. I only want to make money. Launched an exclusive red envelope for the little girl selling nuclear bombs. I just want to make money. My two sisters are still in school, and you are not short of money, so don't join in the fun. After learning the price of the necklace, Su Huai and her sister Su Shishir looked at each other. Both of them were shocked. The starting price is at least 10 million, and with the words on the necklace, it will definitely be doubled several times. Dad, isn't he too kind to them? After seeing the replies from her sisters, Su Huai was speechless. Actually thought her necklace was fake. Don't they know it when they hold it in their hands? More real than real gold. But when I saw the red envelope, I took it without hesitation. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, this is specially customized. Isn't it normal on the market? He only wants to make money, is it true? Where did you come from? The little girl selling nuclear bombs, someone else gave it to me. Technology is the primary productive force. How could someone give you such a valuable thing? Even your licking dogs are not so generous. Wait, could someone use this thing to express their love to you? Have you accepted the other party? Please call me Queen, little sister. Let me warn you, for every good thing a man does, don't be deceived by his rhetoric. If you want to do it, be a queen. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, where did you think you were going? Dad gave it to our sisters. My sister also has one. Draw a circle to curse you. Draw a circle and curse you, that's right. How can we ignore those annoying guys? Dad customized them for us. Draw a circle and curse you. Upload a picture. As expected, she was wearing a string of necklaces that were exactly the same except for the different colors around her neck. Traditional Chinese medicine. YYDS, what? What's your name? Are you talking about Su Hao? You call that heartless guy Dad? Please call me Queen. Is he worthy of being called Daddy? Aren't you brainwashed? I'm really not a big star. Have you forgotten how he treated us? He has never cared about us and always beats or scolds us. What qualifications do we have to be a father? Su Shishir, in fact, my father has changed. He not only gave us 1 million pocket money, but also sent us to school and took us to the amusement park. Let me tell you, my father is very handsome in the amusement park. Bala, Jaligulu, ABA. The group fell into silence for a while. Watching Su Shishing describe Su Hao's various behaviors. How is that possible? The other 5 sisters were shocked and confused. Make some changes to the painting and win first place in the national competition? And he also engraved such artistic words on the necklace? One person beat down 5 murderous gangsters? Please call me Queen, don't be deceived by that hypocrite. I suspect that the harassment you encountered was deliberately arranged by him. I have often heard that the rich second generation use this trick to pick up girls. Su Huai, it couldn't be an arranged act. You don't know how miserable those guys were. My father was very angry when he saw us in danger. He struck without mercy. His sternum collapsed and his bones were shattered. He will be a cripple from now on. Su Shishing, sister, please come back. Dad has really changed for the better and will be kind to you. Chapter 43, Su Hao, tell Laomo that I want to eat fish in the next few days. Su Hao taught his 2 daughters painting and calligraphy step by step whenever he had free time. It is worth mentioning that after seeing Su Hao's calligraphy again, Su Huai also coquettishly wanted to teach her. I also made a bet with my sister to see who could learn faster and better. The sisters often quarreled over Su Hao's ownership. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Su Hao was teaching Su Huai calligraphy when his cell phone rang. It's Li Kuan. Su Hao walked aside and answered the call. Mr. Su, Director Zhang came to the company and said he wanted to see you. Su Hao frowned a little. Zhang Xuelin is now the only director of Su Group besides him. The shares in the other 2 hands have been acquired by him. The shares in Li Ping's hands were set up through her son, plus a kidnapping. In the end, the money was transferred to another account of his abroad. It can be said that it is a white wolf with empty gloves. The handover of the shares in Lu Qinghong's hands was completed this morning. These days, Lu Qinghong's real estate company is at the forefront of the storm. Various black materials were exposed, and a large number of people poured in to report. Reviews by relevant departments and debt collection by banks have caused his company to close down. You may also face debt and jail time. In order to repay the loan, Lu Qinghong had to sell her shares in Su Group. The interesting thing is, a large amount of black material was exposed in Lu Qinghong's company, which is in sharp contrast to the fine style of the Su Group, invisibly playing a wave of free advertising. This has caused the Su Group to fall into the eyes of more people. The first choice for buying a house is under the Su Group. It is conceivable that the performance of Su Group will usher in a wave of crazy growth. This is just a small episode. As soon as we finished dealing with the two shareholders, the last one came to visit in person. Something is wrong. Could it be that you discovered something? Su Hao's eyes flashed. Take good care of him, I'll be right over. After turning around and talking to his daughter, Su Hao drove to the Su Group. In the VIP reception room, Su Hao met Zheng Xuelin, who was in his 50s and looked slightly old. Su Hao greeted him with a smile. If Brother Zhang wants to see me, just give me a call. Just ask someone from the company to pick him up. When I came to the entrance and sat down, I saw the teapot and empty teacup in front of me and immediately started pouring tea. If you have anything to say, let's talk slowly. Let's have a cup of tea first. Stop drinking tea and wine, let's talk about the share transfer. Zhang Xuelin looked at him deeply and said in a deep voice. Su Hao heard something was wrong from his tone, but his face remained calm. A look of confusion appeared on his face. What share transfer? Zhang Xuelin sneered, his eyes a little mocking. Su Hao, stop pretending. Didn't Qinghong and the others transfer? I would have transferred earlier. Otherwise I'm afraid I will end up like them. He has been paying attention to what happened at Lu Qinghong's company for many days. He has a good relationship with Lu Qinghong, and they often drink tea and chat together. I also know something about his company. Absolutely legal and compliant. The news reported online are all false. Just when Zhang Xuelin couldn't figure out who would frame Lu Qinghong, Lu Qinghong called him in the morning. He told that the company was about to go bankrupt and that he might face jail time and huge debts. Decided to sell the shares of Su Group and pay off some debts. Originally, this call was normal. Just like complaining to an old friend. But Zhang Xuelin was suspected of being seriously ill. After hanging up the phone, I thought of a question. Without knowing, if you go bankrupt, whoever profits will be the real culprit behind the scenes. In the process of the bankruptcy of Lu Qinghong Company, the good reputation of Su Group played a role. There will be a wave of rapid performance growth. Immediately afterwards, he thought of what his old friend said, selling the shares of Su Group to Su Hao. Then he thought of how Su Hao had purchased their shares at double the market price. A line suddenly connected. Zhang Xuelin called Li Ping. After some inquiries, I learned that he had transferred his shares to Su Hao in order to save his son who was framed. Combined with the fact that he had a detailed understanding of Su Hao before taking a stake in the Su Group, I found that Su Hao was not as elegant and easygoing as he appeared. The incident is completely clear. Su Hao was behind the scenes. He wants to take back all the shares. In order to maintain his good reputation, kidnap people without letting others gossip? Doing small tricks secretly can make people bankrupt. To achieve the goal. After thinking everything through, Zhang Xuelin couldn't help but feel worried. Now that the shares of two shareholders have been recovered, is it his turn next? In order to prevent it from happening, he decided to come directly to the company and hand over the shares. Anyway, he has made a lot of money over the years. Brother Zhang, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand it? Su Hao looked confused on the surface, but understood in his heart. It seems that Zhang Xuelin really knows, and he knows a lot. Okay, stop pretending, I don't know who you are yet? Tell the shares as soon as possible. From now on, you can take your sunny path and I'll cross my single plank bridge. Zhang Xuelin suppressed his disgust and snorted coldly. This Su Hao really knows how to pretend. On the surface, he is harmless to humans and animals, but secretly he is ruthless. I have worked with this kind of person for a long time, and I don't know when I will be eaten up to the point where not even the dregs are left. Although I don't know why Brother Zhang has such a big objection to me, since Brother Zhang wants to transfer the shares, I am willing to do it. Su Hao looked helpless and ordered his secretary to complete the share transfer procedures. Get the money after completing the procedures. Zhang Xuelin doesn't want to stay here for a moment. Without saying a word of farewell, he left in a hurry. Su Hao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the living room, watching the car shadow gradually disappearing. His face was expressionless. Looking at Li Kuan standing next to him, he said without any emotion in his tone. Tell Lao Mo, I want to eat fish. Zhang Xuelin also discovered that Su Hao only wanted to recover his shares and did not harm the other two shareholders. Only then did I dare to come to the company in person. I thought it would be fine if I handed over the shares. If Su Hao's true character was known, he would probably run away overnight. It's a pity. There is no regret medicine in the world. Chapter 44, Don't Like Trouble. Promote the relationship between the heroine and the protagonist. A luxurious Bentley drove smoothly on the highway. Zhang Xuelin was still thinking about the scene when he met Su Hao just now. Although I feel disdainful, I have to sigh. Su Hao is indeed a person who does great things. No wonder it has created such a huge industry in a short period of time. People like Lu Qinghong who do business honestly have never been popular. Now he still faces the risk of bankruptcy and jail time. As long as you follow his footsteps, you can make a fortune while lying down. But, how could such a person let you take advantage? He is the kind of person who can share the joys and sorrows, but cannot share the blessings. Brush after coming back to his senses, Zhang Xuelin found that a large truck in front of him suddenly slowed down. Before he had time to think about it, he subconsciously turned the steering wheel. When he successfully changed lanes, he discovered another large truck, very close to it. In this situation, it's too late to apply the brakes. All you can do is beat the steering wheel to death. Because the speed was too fast, the sharp turn caused the car to roll over. It knocked over the fence on the highway and rolled over several times before stopping. Zhang Xuelin was covered in blood. He has not completely cooled down yet and still has a glimmer of consciousness. In a daze, he saw a man walking in front of him and squatting down. Said in a voice that only two people could hear. Mr. Su asked me to give you something to highlight in your next life. Zheng Qinghong's pupils suddenly dilated, her head tilted, and she completely lost consciousness. At the last moment, Su Hao's spring-like smile appeared in front of his eyes again. It's like seeing the devil's smile. After confirming that the target was completely cool, Lao Mo quickly disappeared from the scene of the car accident. Mr. Su, it has been solved. Li Kuan stood in front of Su Hao and respectfully reported the news from Lao Mo. Su Hao nodded. Why? Zhang Xuelin has already transferred his shares and still wants to kill people and silence him? He knows too much. What if he reveals the truth to Li Ping and Lu Qinghong, and provokes two enemies for no reason? If his affairs were published online, his character would collapse in an instant. This is a time bomb. Keeping it will cause him a lot of trouble. Su Hao doesn't like trouble. So he disappeared once and for all. As for the revenge of Zhang Xuelin's family. According to the investigation, Zhang Xuelin's only son disappeared when he was very young. He is alone, who can avenge him? There are probably no people collecting the corpses. Not long after he waved Li Kuan out, Xia Qingge came to the office. Looking at Su Hao sitting at his desk reading documents, Xia Qingge looked a little resentful. She hasn't seen Su Hao for several days. Su Hao raised his head at this time, saw Xia Qingge's abnormality, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sigh. I don't know what's going on recently. I have a sore back. Qingge, please come and massage it for me. I feel uncomfortable without your massage these days. Xia Qingge was not dissatisfied with Su Hao's instructions. On the contrary, there is still some joy. Proves that Su Hao has not forgotten her. obediently came to Su Hao's back and started to squeeze him gently. "Chinga, your skills are getting better and better." Su Hao breathed out a sigh of relief. Xia Qingge smiled. Seeing Su Hao's performance proved that her study during this period was not in vain. "Uncle Su seems to have not been in the company recently. There is unspeakable resentment in the tone." Su Hao explained calmly. "Aren't the two youngest daughters in the family going home? They can't get used to living in school and plan to move home. I've been accompanying them these past few days to familiarize themselves with the environment. It turned out that I was spending time with my daughter." The haze in Xia Qingge's heart dissipated a little, but she still pouted. "I thought Uncle Su and Teacher Wang were dating." Since the last time Chen Mo told her about Su Hao and Teacher Wang dating and hugging each other, she has been a little worried. Although he believed in Su Hao's character, he would not do that. But she still couldn't help complaining, hoping to get an answer. Ding! Xia Qingge feels resentful, and his mood value is plus 888. Teacher Wang? Dating? With a flash of lightning in his mind, Su Hao had already figured out what was going on. It was probably the protagonist Chen Mo who said something in front of her that night. It caused this little girl to become jealous. Of course, this is a good thing. Being jealous means that his strategy is effective. You are talking about Teacher Wang Shuiying, right? She is the teacher of my two daughters. I happened to meet her when I sent my daughters to school last time, so I invited her to a meal and asked her to take care of her daughters. That was the first time we met and the first time we had dinner. After a pause, he pretended to be surprised. Did that classmate Chen tell you? We were going out after dinner, and Teacher Wang didn't notice the steps in front of her. She missed the step and fell down. I helped her up. At that time, classmate Chen happened to rush up to help Teacher Wang, but failed to help him, and then looked at me hugging Teacher Wang. He may have misunderstood. Teacher Wang and I explained it at that time. Why is he still talking nonsense? Although he was clearly explaining, Su Hao still didn't forget to sow discord. A picture appeared in Xia Qingge's mind. When he saw Teacher Wang Shuiying and Su Hao coming out of the hotel, Chen Mo stepped forward to help him when he saw Teacher Wang was about to fall, but Su Hao got there first. It was obviously to save people, but Chen Mo was jealous and said he was hugging people. Does asking for dinner become a date? This is clearly a distortion of the facts. Xia Qingge was already disgusted with Chen Mo, who secretly spoke ill of others, so now he gave him a cross. Her mood cleared up after the rain, and she became completely beautiful. Chapter 45, Su Hao hides his sword in his smile. Urban flower protector Su Huai, are you a pig? You sleep so hard that you can't wake up even if you scream. I'll see what you do if you're late. Su Shiqing scolded her sleepy sister while packing her school bag. If you're late, you're late. What's the big deal? Sister, why don't we skip this class? Haven't you heard a sentence? A university without skipping classes is incomplete. Su Huai yawned. He rolled his eyes and started to encourage his sister to do bad things. Are you thinking about eating shit and skipping class? I don't think third sister will deal with you when she comes back. What? Su Huai was stunned. You said the third sister is coming back? Yes, she said she would be back in 2 days, because she was afraid that we would be deceived by our father. Su Shiqing was a little helpless. No matter how she explained, her sisters couldn't listen and thought she had been brainwashed. It doesn't matter if she comes back. Then we will convince her to let her stay at home. It would be great for us sisters to be together. What you said makes sense, but hurry up and pack your things now. Dad is still waiting for us. Su Shiqing rolled her eyes angrily. Hearing that Su Hao was waiting outside, Su Huai regained his spirits. The two sisters quickly picked up their things and went out. It was very natural to get into Su Hao's car. Su Huai was still arguing about taking the passenger seat. Su Hao has taken them to school more than once and has developed a habit. Where is the shyness of the first time? Driving all the way to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, I happened to meet Wang Shuiying at the door. Su Shiqing and Su Huai were about to ring the class bell. Saying goodbye in a hurry, he ran towards the school. Mr. Su, are you sending your daughter to school again today? Seeing Su Hao again, Wang Shuiying showed joy. Seeing that the relationship between the two sisters Shi Chang and Hua Yi had eased with Su Hao, she was sincerely happy for them. Ever after listening to Teacher Wang's words, I suddenly realized that I was determined to shift the focus to the family. Su Hao blinked at her. By the way, when will Mr. Su be free? I'll treat you to dinner. Wang Shuiying's cheeks were hot, and she remembered what she had taught Su Hao before, and she changed the subject in a panic. You gave me such an expensive gift last time, and I haven't even thanked you yet. It's just a pen, what's so valuable about it? Su Hao waved his hand. But if I can make Teacher Wang feel good, then I must eat this meal. But he still had things to deal with today, so he agreed on a time. Go to Zhang Xuelin's house. Su Hao ordered the secretary who was driving. As a villain with a human face and an animal heart. When the company's second largest shareholder passed away, of course he wanted to express his condolences. When Su Hao arrived, some close relatives, friends, or partners had already arrived at the Zhang Xuelin family. A young man stood in the center of the crowd, looking haggard and in pain. Seeing the young man, Su Hao's pupils froze. Character, Zhang Fifan. Identity, security guard of Yongfan Electronics Company, Limited, leader of the Serious Mercenary Group, protagonist of Urban Flower Protector, Charm, 72, full value 100, strength, 110, early stage of dark strength, physique, 83, 10 for ordinary people, spirit, 41, 10 for ordinary people, favorability, -10. Su Hao had seen the name Zhang Fifan in Zhang Xuelin's information. Is his long-lost only son? Good guy. Solve a problem and create a protagonist? As we all know, the villain kills the protagonist's parents and ends up miserable. The attributes of this protagonist are a bit too luxurious. It's not something he can afford to offend now. Fortunately, he has always acted cautiously and left no flaws. It's not that easy for the protagonist to find out about him. But it was only a matter of time before he was found. You must prepare early. Mr. Su, are you here too? Hearing the voice coming from beside him, Su Hao looked back. Looking sideways, he saw an old acquaintance and one of the former shareholders, Li Ping. The relationship between several major shareholders is good. When Su Hao proposed to buy the shares at double the price, they had agreed not to sell them. Brother Zhang is the second largest shareholder of our company. When we went to the company to transfer the shares yesterday, we had a very happy chat. Unexpectedly, we would be separated forever in the blink of an eye. Su Hao had a complicated expression, with a sighing expression. Who says it's not the case? Director Zhang talked to me on the phone yesterday. Things are so unpredictable. Li Ping sighed. By the way, that young man is? Su Hao asked, pretending to be confused. His name is Zhang Fifan. He is Brother Zhang's long-lost son. I have never heard of him before. Brother Zhang was in a car accident yesterday and only rushed back. Li Ping arrived earlier and had obviously figured out the situation. After a pause, there was a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Brother Zhang looked forward to seeing this son every day when he was here, but he never came back. As soon as he left, he couldn't wait to come back and inherit the family property. Su Hao's heart moved slightly, and he did not follow the words, but said as if he understood. I see that he looks haggard. He must have been awake all night. I can only say that it's unlucky. Alas, the most painful thing in life is to have a child who wants to be taken care of but cannot be cared for. After some mourning, everyone had something to do and left one by one. Su Hao and Li Ping were also ready to leave. You are extraordinary, right? I'm sorry about Brother Zhang's matter. I am the chairman and president of Su Group. This is my business card. If you need any help, please call me. Although Brother Zhang has transferred his shares and is no longer a shareholder of our company, our friendship is still there. Before leaving, Su Hao came to Zhang Fifan and said politely, Thank you Uncle Su for your concern. Zhang Fifan said gratefully when he saw the name on the business card. He has an amazing ear. When Su Hao spoke for him just now, he he stopped listening. I couldn't help but feel a little more fond of this charming uncle. Su Hao smiled, patted his shoulder and left, then turned around and became expressionless. On the surface, I am conciliatory with you, but in my heart, I want to play you to death. There is a knife hidden in the smile, it's nothing more than this. Chapter 46, Tragedy strikes so quickly, like a tornado. Surprising special abilities. Not long after, the entire Zhang family was empty. Zhang Fifan was left alone. Ah! Let out a shrill howl of a prairie dog. Zhang Fifan squatted down, with a look of pain and regret on his face. In fact, it has been several days since he returned to China. In his early years, he was abducted by human traffickers. After many twists and turns, he entered the underground world and became a mercenary. Established the Serious Mercenary Group with good brother Lu Cheng. Unexpectedly, during his latest mission, he was stabbed in the back by a traitor, and the entire Serious Mercenary Group was almost wiped out. Good brother Lu Cheng died of serious injuries in order to cover his escape. Before he died, Lu Cheng held his hand tightly and said, he had a fiancée. He was supposed to go back and get married after finishing this job, but unfortunately he never saw her again. Let your good brother help take care of it. After that betrayal, Zhang Fifan was disheartened and tired of the battlefield. Determined to return to China to see his father and take care of his brother's fiancée. After returning to the magical city, he first went to see his brother's fiancée and was shocked. In order to provide better protection, he interviewed the security guard of his brother's fiancée's company. Since he hadn't seen his father for many years, he hadn't figured out how to meet him, so he didn't go back immediately. I found a rental house near the company and settled down. I clocked in at work every day and looked at beautiful women. Yesterday when he came home from get off work, a piece of bad news came. My father died in a car accident. Zhang Fifan was dumbfounded. Tragedy strikes quickly like a tornado. Why? Obviously he has come back a long time ago, why didn't he go to see his father? Now we can't even see each other for the last time. Ding! Zhang Fifan is extremely remorseful, and his mood value is plus 888. Ding! Zhang Fifan is furious, his mood value is plus 999. Ding! The result given by the relevant departments was fatigue driving and an accidental car accident. Zhang Fifan looked at the scene and found many doubts. The steering wheel of the car was hit, obviously to avoid the car or something. There is no surveillance on site. Why did he drive tiredly in this unmonitored place without any accidents on other sections of the road? There are many doubts. Zhang Fifan decided to investigate the truth thoroughly after finishing his father's funeral arrangements. His eyes flashed fiercely, an evil aura emanated from his body. I hope I have misunderstood. If I find out that there is something hidden, I will definitely let you live and not die. Su Hao returned to the company. Stay alone in the office. I was immersed in the system and found that the emotional value was already over 150,000. These days, he has been saving up his emotional points, preparing for a high-quality lottery. Ever since my daughter came to live at home, her mood has increased rapidly. These are just 2 daughters. If we gather all 7 daughters, isn't it possible to conduct a high-quality lottery every day? Su Hao was stimulated when he met another protagonist today. He was also his father-killing enemy. A wave of draws is urgently needed to calm down the panic. System, let's do a high-quality lottery first. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward, special ability, teleport, what the hell? Su Hao was shocked. This is the urban worldview, right? Can you teleport me? This is a rhythm that defies heaven. A mysterious and inexplicable feeling came to my heart. The expression on Su Hao's face also changed accordingly, and finally turned into disappointment. The excitement disappeared instantly. This special ability of teleportation is controlled through mental power. In short, the stronger the mental power, the stronger the ability. His current mental strength is only 25, and he can only move within 2 meters. Moreover, teleporting twice is the limit. If you use it again, your energy will be exhausted and lead to collapse. Damn it! Why does it feel a little tasteless? Teleportation is awesome, but it doesn't apply to him now. When you are facing off against the protagonist, your teleportation within 2 meters is useful. Shouldn't I kill you easily? On the contrary, you can add some spirit, your mental power will be improved, and your teleportation ability will become stronger. Depending on how difficult it is to use teleportation, you have to add at least a few hundred points to have any effect. If you add strength, you would be invincible, right? It's true that it's a bit thankless. But it's not useless. If the strength is not much different from that of the protagonist, then the teleportation within these 2 meters will play a key role. It's too long to only be able to use it twice. If you have the chance, just add a little bit more. No matter how many times you try it, you're guaranteed. When there are no opponents in the future, it will not be too late to increase your mental power with all your strength. There are more than 50,000 emotional values. Let's do 5 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 12 points of free attributes, TSK. Not bad, not bad. This is the first time I have drawn attribute points higher than 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward item, a Desert Eagle pistol, comes with 2 magazines, 1,000 rounds of ammunition. The next moment, a pistol appeared in his hand. The pistol is very delicate. Suhao played with it in his hand and it felt very good. Much better than the other pistol in his carry-on space. As a ruthless and extremely cautious villain, of course, you must always pay attention to your own safety. Otherwise, in this comprehensive novel world, you will die accidentally. So, he asked his secretary to get him a gun early in the morning for self-defense. This is one of the reasons why he has no fear of Chen Mo. You can dodge bullets, but if they hit you in a critical area, you will still die. The other protagonist, Zheng Fifan, said something else. Suhao doubted whether the pistol could penetrate his defense. Continue. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize item, 52-year-old Mutai, 10 bottles, wine is good wine. It is almost extinct on the market, and a bottle can be auctioned for a sky-high price. But, can you come up with something useful? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward skill, piano, grandmaster level, brush. A huge amount of information flooded into my mind. Based on previous experiences, the stinging sensation is gone, but I just feel a little bloated. In just a moment, he had digested all the piano knowledge. Suhao's face was expressionless. Is this a way to fully maximize his sub-career? Can you come up with something that suits his identity and can deal with the protagonist? Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 3 points of free attributes, all 3 attributes are here. It's getting more and more outrageous. Suhao quickly put his thoughts away and pondered how to add 15 points of attributes. In the end, he added 10 points to strength and 5 points to spirit. When the mental power reaches 30 points, you can use teleportation 3 times. Only then did Suhao feel safer. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared in front of my eyes. Character, Suhao. Identity, controller of Su Group. Charm, 92. Full value 100. Strength, 65. Early stage of Ming Jin. Physique, 33. 10 for ordinary people. Spirit, 30. 10 for ordinary people. Skills, close combat, grandmaster level. Painting, grandmaster level. Calligraphy, god level. Piano, grandmaster level. Item, Desert Eagle, 1952 Mutai. 10 bottles, special, portable space, 1 cubic meter, teleportation, emotional value, 2,546, free attribute, 0 Chapter 47, save the beauty? Suhao is the 6th child. Go to the hostess's house and have sex afternoon. When the company employees got off work, Suhao also took the car home. As soon as he walked out of the gate, Suhao saw Xia Qingge walking towards the distance. I plan to ask Li Kuan to drive over and give this little girl a ride. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a sneaky figure. Who else is there but Lu Fei, the rich second generation who stalks Xia Qingge? Suhao looked in another direction. That's, Chen Mo. Lu Fei was following Xia Qingge furtively, and Shen Mo was also quietly watching Lu Fei secretly. What operation is this? Interesting. Su Hao's eyes were full of interest and he ordered Li Kuan. Follow me slowly. He gave up the idea of going directly to pick up Xia Qingge. I want to see what tricks this villain and protagonist will play. Xia Qingge's home is not far from the company. It only takes 10 minutes to walk back. It's just right to buy some vegetables at the vegetable market. A little distance away from the Su group. When Xia Qingge took a shortcut and walked into an alley, trouble came to her door. A few young men dressed in arrogant fashion blocked her way. Oh. I just did a fortune-telling 2 days ago, saying that I will have good luck in the near future. I met such a beautiful woman when I went out today. God has been so kind to me. A gangster whistled and looked at Xia Qingge with excitement. Where did Brother Fa do the math? Isn't this too effective? I'm going to find him to figure out when I will get rich. This face and figure are so spot on. This is the first time I've seen such a top-notch girl since I was a kid. Brother Fa, I know you are loyal. With such a beautiful girl, you won't just ignore your brothers, right? Several younger brothers behind him echoed, and the flattery was loud. The gangster leader known as Fa Gu patted his chest proudly. Don't worry, brothers, am I such a stingy person? Everyone will line up behind you later. Fa Gu is awesome, Fa Gu is mighty. I will be with Brother Dingfa for the rest of my life. The gangsters cheered loudly. Staring at Xia Qingge closely, her eyes were shining and her saliva was about to flow. Beauty, you heard what the brothers said just now. Let's go with the brothers. The gangster leader showed an evil smile and walked towards Xia Qingge step by step. Where has Xia Qingge seen such a scene? He stepped back step by step, his face turned pale and he was at a loss. She turned around and prepared to run out. She planned to leave the alley and call for help on the street outside. But as soon as she took 2 steps, she tripped over a stone under her feet. The gangster leader came closer and closer, smiling as obscenely as he could. Don't be afraid, little sister, brothers will be very gentle. It's over, there's no escape. Thinking of what a group of gangsters said just now. What will happen if it falls into their hands? It goes without saying. Just when Xia Qingge was helpless, a black shadow quickly rushed over. Knocked the gangster away with one punch. 5 seconds ago. Lu Fei has been following Xia Qingge. Although he was warned by Su Hao, he still couldn't forget Xia Qingge and his evil intentions persisted. These days, I have been thinking about how to win over the school beauty who I have liked for 7 years. A younger brother gave him some advice. Let's have a hero save the beauty. Little girls nowadays can do this. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. I spent money to find a group of gangsters and prepared to put on a drama of a hero saving a beauty. Seeing Xia Qingge fall to the ground, his expression was filled with fear and despair. Lu Fei perked up. Excited heart, trembling hands. It's finally time for him to show off and show off. Thinking of standing up and showing off his skills and defeating a group of gangsters, Xia Qingge worshipped the scene and threw himself into his arms. Lu Fei was so excited that he was trembling all over. However, before he could stand up and shout stop, a huge force hit him from behind. The whole person fell forward uncontrollably and hit the ground hard. Kicked Lu Fei to the ground. Shen Mo didn't have time to think too much and rushed towards a group of gangsters. Today he came to the Su group to investigate the situation. Su Hao dared to steal the beautiful teacher he liked and the school beauty goddess. Is his enemy. After he planned to deal with the Lu family, he would start to deal with Su Hao. Unexpectedly, I accidentally discovered the sneaky Lu Fei. Seeing him following Xia Qingge, Shen Mo immediately became angry. This bitch still wants to take advantage of the class president and the school beauty. He is really looking for death. Later, Lu Fei just followed and did not take any action. Shen Mo couldn't help but be curious, decided to follow behind to see the situation. When he saw Xia Qingge being blocked by a group of gangsters in the alley, Lu Fei understood. This is really trying to create a scene where a hero saves a beauty and gains Xiaoqing's favor. As expected, these second-generation rich people only do some dirty tricks. Of course Chen Mo couldn't do what he wanted. After defeating Lu Fei, Chen Mo knocked away the gangster leader who was approaching Xiaoqing, and then rushed towards a group of younger brothers. Everything happened so fast that Xiaoqing had not yet reacted. "Qingge, are you okay?" A familiar magnetic voice came. Xiaoqing came back to his senses and saw Uncle Su standing in front of him. Su Hao knelt down and helped Xiaoqing up. "Wow, Uncle Su." Feeling the sense of security with Su Hao by her side, Xiaoqing threw herself into Su Hao's arms. Wow cried out. "As long as I'm here, it'll be okay." Su Hao patted her back gently to express comfort. He also understood what was going on after seeing what happened to Xiaoqing. Lu Fei, a rich second-generation villain, hired gangsters to put on a good show of a hero saving a beauty. But he was discovered by the protagonist, and the little villain's hero saved the beauty and was cut off. The protagonist also didn't expect that there would be an old man following behind him. Considering his own strength, Su Hao still couldn't beat Chen Mo. If he can't defeat Chen Mo, he will beat up a few gangsters and show his dignity in front of Xiaoqing. So while the protagonist was cleaning up the gangsters, he came to the heroine to gain favor. The protagonist works as a thug, and he comes to seduce the heroine. Perfect. This group of gangsters were too weak and were knocked to the ground by Chen Mo with 3 punches and 2 kicks. After solving the problem, Chen Mo turned around calmly, wanting to give Xiaoqing a good impression. But when he saw Xiaoqing falling into Su Hao's arms, he was dumbfounded. Damn it! When did this guy show up? Riding on a horse. He worked hard to fight gangsters, and Su Hao flirted with his goddess? Ding, Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 666. Ding, Chen Mohan is furious, his mood value is plus 777. Su Hao, you ride on your horse and let go of Qinggu. Hearing this heartbreaking voice, Xiaoqing recovered from his fear. She realized that she was nestling in Su Hao's arms, the same one she had thrown herself into just now. With a swipe of her pretty face, 2 red clouds appeared. Su Hao let her go without leaving any trace. Why are you here? Chen Mo walked forward angrily and looked at Su Hao with murderous eyes. The fists in her hands were clenched, ready to teach Su Hao a lesson at any time. I happened to pass by when I was going home. I saw Qinggu was in trouble here, so I came over to help. Is there any problem? Su Hao smiled lightly, and then changed his tone. I want to ask, why are you here? Chen Mo didn't hide it either. Immediately exposed the drama of Lu Fei following Xiaoqing with the intention of being a hero to save the beauty. He also grabbed Lu Fei, who was lying on the ground and wailing. Say, was it a good thing you did? Lu Fei lowered his head and did not dare to speak. It's not that he's afraid of Chen Mo, nor will he be embarrassed in front of Xiaoqing. It's because he's afraid of Su Hao. Su Hao warned her last time, and this time he plotted against Xiaoqing. If Su Hao is angered, the consequences are unimaginable. He could only pray silently in his heart. Can't see me, can't see me. And Su Hao has no intention of settling the score with him now. The ending of the Lu family has been decided by him, asking him to fight with the protagonist. When the time comes, wouldn't it be more satisfying to beat up the drowned dog yourself? It turns out it was all Lu Fei's trick. Xiaoqing's face was full of disgust. She was really scared by these gangsters just now. Although Lu Fei will appear and she will be fine in the end, this behavior is really disgusting. Wait, you said Lu Fei was following Qinggu. This alley is not close to the company. How did you know that Lu Fei was following him? Or, are you also following me? Su Hao's voice sounded leisurely, and his eyes were full of scrutiny. Knowing that Qinggu would be in danger, why didn't you stand up earlier and warn Qinggu? Could it be that you wanted to take advantage of the situation? After Su Hao's reminder, Xiaoqing also thought about this issue and his face was full of doubts. Originally, because Chen Mo came to the rescue, I felt a little grateful in my heart. Now, this gratitude is slowly disappearing. I didn't mean that. Chen Mo pointed at Su Hao, his face flushed with anger. The conscience of heaven and earth, he is following Lu Fei, he just wants to see what Lu Fei does. There is no intention of being a hero to save the beauty. But when Su Hao said it like this, it did sound a bit like that. Chen Mo was itching his teeth with hatred. This Su Hao is so capable of distorting the facts. I am following, aren't you? Chen Mo can be sure. When he was following Lu Fei, Su Hao was also following him. It's just that he was too worried about Xia Qingde at the time and too focused on noticing. How else to explain that it only took him about 10 seconds from defeating Lu Fei to cleaning up a group of gangsters? It is simply unrealistic for Su Hao to appear in front of Xia Qingde within 10 seconds. It's not such a coincidence. I am indeed following Lu Fei, but Chen Mo opened his mouth to explain, and then exposed Su Hao's trick. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xia Qingde. That's enough. You can save me, I thank you. After Xia Qingde finished speaking, he turned to look at Su Hao. Uncle Su, let's go, I don't want to see them. Okay, I'll take you home. Xia Qingde and Su Hao left, leaving behind Chen Mo, who was messy in the wind. Ah! Seeing Lu Fei and a group of gangsters about to leave, the furious Chen Mo took action again and beat the group half to death. Ding! Chen Mo's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 888. Uncle Su, please go to my house this time. It just so happens that my dad is also at home, and I am planning to invite Uncle Su to my house for the next 2 days. Thank you for giving me my promotion. Arriving at the gate of the community, Xia Qingde invited Su Hao again. After thinking for a while, Su Hao looked playful and smiled. Okay, then go up and do it. It will be put on the shelves at 12 noon, please subscribe and order one. Chapter 48, It's Settled Tonight. Fall in love. The heroine kneels down to thank you, then go up and do it. Since the young heroine has given such a sincere invitation, it would be unreasonable for him to refuse again. With Xia Qingde's closeness to him, and the fact that he had just saved her on behalf of Chen Mo, he was very moved. All it takes is an opportunity for this little heroine to become his plaything. Seeing Su Hao's agreement, Xia Qingde's face burst into laughter and her heart was filled with joy. Su Hao had always been caring for her, but she had nothing in return. Today, Su Hao appeared when she was helpless, giving her a sense of security. She has understood the principle of repaying kindness since she was a child. Inviting Su Hao to his home for dinner and cooking a big meal himself can be considered a small reward. Xia Qingde immediately prepared to lead the way, but found that Su Hao did not follow. Looking back, I saw Su Hao opening the trunk of the car. With a slight movement in my mind, I took out one of the 10 bottles of 52-year-old Maotai from the portable space. What's a meal without good wine? Today, he was going to have a big drink with Xia Dahai. This is also an opportunity for manufacturing. When Xia Dahai was drunk and unconscious, he and Xia Qingde were the only ones in the room. Isn't it normal for something to happen to a lonely man and a widow? Su Hao pretended to take it out of the car, walked towards Xia Qingde while holding the wine jar, and said, "Your dad and I have known each other for so many years. We always drink some wine when we have dinner together. Today I brought out the good wine I have collected." Xia Qingde thought it was a gift from Su Hao and was ready to refuse. Inviting Su Hao to her home was to thank him for taking care of her. How can I accept a gift? But after hearing Su Hao's explanation, she opened her mouth and then swallowed her words. Walked into the community and came to Xia Ji's home. Take out the key and open the door. Seeing Xia Dahai sitting on the sofa reading documents, Xia Qingde pretended to be mysterious. Dad, do you see who I brought here? Xia Dahai frowned. Who will your daughter bring to your home? Could it be that mysterious boyfriend? Glancing at the 999 well-tended roses on the balcony, he felt very uncomfortable. I feel like the cabbage I have raised for more than 20 years is about to be overtaken by pigs. Just one night a few days ago. On his way home from overtime work, he remembered that today was his daughter's birthday and bought a birthday cake. Prepare to give your daughter a surprise. The result was no surprise, only shock. As soon as he got home, He saw his daughter holding a bouquet of roses in a daze, smiling brightly. Growing up, my daughter has always been surrounded by suitors. She has always been a good girl and never accepted flowers or gifts from suitors. But what happened today? I brought home a bouquet of roses, still heart-shaped. Still looking like she's falling in love. A bad premonition came to my mind. Could it be that my daughter is in love? Could it be that boy from the Liu family? That is a scumbag who is idle and only knows about having fun and playing with women. After some questioning, I finally didn't get a definite answer. Good news, the flowers were not sent by Mr. Liu. My daughter hates Mr. Liu very much. Bad news, the daughter did accept flowers from a certain man and fell head over heels in love with him. For this reason, Xia Dahai emoed for several days. But no matter how he pressed, he wanted to find out who that man was. My daughter didn't say anything. Could it be that today, my daughter brought that mysterious boyfriend home? Xia Dahai's heart tightened, his spirit was shaken, and he looked with eyes full of scrutiny. When he saw Su Hao walking into the house, he was shocked and quickly stepped forward to greet him. Brother Su, you didn't even tell me when you came, so I could go down and pick you up. Xiao Qingge found a new pair of shoes and put them on for Su Hao. Su Hao said disapprovingly while changing his shoes. What should I answer? We have been friends for many years. There is no need to be so polite. Xia Dahai was moved. It was his lifelong honor to know Su Hao, a friend who was so elegant, easygoing, and never put on airs. Noticing the jar of wine in Su Hao's hand, Xia Dahai said quickly. Brother, you're here when you say you're coming. What kind of gift do you want to give me? You are overthinking this. I didn't give it to you. We will drink it together later. Xia Dahai took the wine jar, took a closer look, and was shocked. Good guy. Maotai in 1952. Taking it out from Su Hao's hand, he didn't think it was fake. This bottle of wine, if taken to an auction, can fetch a sky-high price of at least tens of millions. Just take it out and drink it? The eldest brother is bold and tyrannical. After bringing Su Hao into the house, Xia Dahai was not stingy and took out the tea leaves that he had collected for many years. Put out the tea set and start making tea for Su Hao. Xiao Qingge went out to buy groceries. She wants to show off her cooking skills in front of Su Hao. Brother, have you taken any miraculous medicine? We are getting older as we live, but you are getting younger and younger. The two of them drank tea leisurely together. Looking at Su Hao's seemingly younger appearance, Xia Dahai couldn't help but sigh. Where is the panacea? It's just that I live a more casual life and have a good mentality. Su Hao laughed. I thought to myself, you really were right. Isn't the marrow cleansing pill a panacea? But he won't admit it. Xia Dahai just sighed and didn't think much about it. When I think about Su Hao, who is worth tens of billions, he doesn't have any pressure on weekdays, and he can still exercise every day to relax. How can a worker like him be like that? Working hard for the company and facing pressure every day, rapid aging is inevitable. By the way, brother, I want to ask you something. Xia Dahai suddenly had a tangled expression on his face when he thought of his daughter who was in love. What? Su Hao cast a curious look. Xia Dahai immediately told the story about his daughter holding flowers and having fun. I want to ask brother, when you were at the company, did you see Qingge getting closer to any of her male friends? My daughter only accepted the money from that guy after she arrived at Su Hao's company. Should have some contacts in the company? Su Hao pretended to be thoughtful on his face and smiled secretly in his heart. That mysterious boyfriend, isn't it him? It seems Xiao Qingge's birthday that day really touched her. Then won't we be more confident tonight? Su Hao thought for a while, as if reminiscing, and then shook his head. Qingge gets along well with the employees in the company, but I haven't heard of anyone of the opposite sex she has a good relationship with. Is that so? Xia Dahai was a little disappointed. The two chatted casually. Time passes slowly. It's time to eat. Xiao Qingge shouted. The two of them turned to look. Then he saw Xiao Qingge wearing an apron and coming out of the kitchen carrying plates of dishes. Finally, the whole table was filled with delicious food. The two put down their teacups and sat down at the dining table. Looking at the table full of exquisite dishes, Suhao couldn't help but sigh. Brother, I am so lucky to have such a virtuous daughter, unlike those heartless ones in my family. Wherever Xingge can do some housework, and the eldest brother's daughters are the most beautiful. Xia Dahai quickly replied humbly. There was an expression of pride on his face. Xia Qingge, his daughter, really made him happy. However, when I think about my daughter having a boyfriend, I don't know which bastard will be taken advantage of in the future, and I start to feel uncomfortable again. Xia Qingge took out the last dish from the kitchen. I just happened to see the scene of the two people being polite, and felt quite weird in my heart. Uncle Su looks more than 20 years younger than his father. And he was calling his father brother, but his father was calling him brother. In the past, when she got along with Uncle Su, she could not help but ignore his age. It turns out that he is a little older than his father. Thinking of Suhao's unconditional trust in her, his concern on her birthday, and his help in times of danger. Suddenly I didn't care about the huge age gap. Besides, Uncle Su still looks so young. Suhao skillfully opened the wine and poured a full glass for Xia Dahai and himself. Brother, please pour less. This wine is worth tens of millions. Isn't wine just for drinking? Let us brothers have a good drink tonight. Xia Qingge was also surprised when her father said that this bottle of wine was worth tens of millions. It's just a bottle of wine, it's too expensive. Curiosity aroused, she quickly picked up an empty cup and raised it in front of Suhao. Uncle, I want to drink too. Didn't I pour it for you last time? Remember who said you would never drink it again? Suhao said with a teasing smile. Xia Qingge couldn't help but blush. But this time she wanted to thank Suhao. Suhao drinks, and she drinks, which is really inappropriate. She also wanted to taste what such expensive wine tasted like. It should taste better than the previous wine, right? Xingge, don't be ridiculous. It would be a waste to give you such a good wine. Xia Qingge glared at his father dissatisfied. It's a waste for me to drink, so why don't you waste it when you drink? After saying that, she wanted to withdraw her hand. Uncle Su also said he would drink with Dad. What if I drink it and they don't have anything to drink? Suhao saw her thoughts and poured her a small cup before she could take it back. There's no such thing as waste, wine is just for drinking. That's all for now. You drink Xingge first. If it's not enough, I'll pour it for you. Girls still can't drink too much. Xia Qingge wanted to drink, which was exactly what he wanted. It's settled tonight. But he didn't drink as much as Xia Qingge. If he was really drunk, it would be no different from picking up corpses. That would be too no fun. Being tipsy is the best state. Suhao calculated that the amount of wine he could pour for her should be just right. Alas, this child has been spoiled by me. Xia Dahai sighed beside him. Next, the dinner officially begins. Brother, I respect you and thank you for taking care of Qinggu. Within a few days of joining the company, my daughter was promoted to supervisor. Xia Dahai was shocked. With this trend, it seems that Suhao meant it when he said he would promote his daughter to manager. Xia Dahai stood up and respectfully raised the wine glass to Suhao. It's nothing. There are many vacancies in our company now. I have seen Qingge's performance in the company and he has the ability to serve as a supervisor. If this continues, I will promote her to manager after she becomes familiar with the working environment. Suhao attributed all the reasons for his promotion to Xia Qingge. It means it is her own ability. The father and daughter were touched again. They know it in their own hearts. No matter how capable you are, it's impossible for it to appreciate so quickly. How can anyone be promoted to a supervisor as soon as they arrive at the company? Suhao picked up the wine glass and the two clinked it. The 52-year-old Matai is a little less strong and more sweet and mellow, with endless aftertaste. Good wine. Xia Dahai took a big sip and couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed a good wine. Suhao nodded in agreement. Products produced by the system must be high-quality products. Hearing that after drinking, he wanted to eat something, Xia Qingde quickly picked up the vegetables and put them in Su Hao's bowl. Xia Dahai cast a resentful look. The daughter I have raised for more than 20 years has never been so filial to her. After eating for a while, Xia Qingde rolled his eyes and felt that the time was ripe. He also pretended to pick up the wine glass. Uncle Su, I respect you and thank you for showing up in time to save me this afternoon. Because of Su Hao's words, she felt that Chen Mo had an ulterior motive for rescuing her, and gave all the credit to Su Hao. Xia Dahai was eating vegetables. Hearing this, his body stiffened and he suddenly raised his head and asked, "What happened?" Xia Qingde told the story of how Lu Fei arranged for the gangster to act. Xia Dahai was frightened for a while after hearing this. Fortunately, Su Hao showed up in time. Otherwise, that guy will really succeed. It's really damned. Having such a beautiful and lovely daughter is very honorable, but there are also worries. There are bad people everywhere outside, and I am afraid that my daughter will be deceived. Brother, let me toast you too. I warned that guy last time in front of the company. I didn't expect that he would still be evil. I won't let him go. Su Hao acted very angry. In fact, he will not let Mr. Lu go. No, to be precise, it's the entire Lu family. After hearing what Su Hao said, Xia Dahai immediately felt at ease. Sure enough, sending his daughter to his eldest brother's company was the wisest decision he made. Xia Qingde picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. As expected, the wine tasted much better than the last time. 3 people and 1 person 5.7 eat dishes while changing glasses, and the atmosphere is warm and harmonious. The meal is over. The bottle of 1952 Matai has also bottomed out. Brother, let's keep drinking until we get drunk. Xia Dahai's eyes were blurred, and he drunkenly raised the glass in his hand and shook it. Suddenly his eyes closed. It hit the table with a bang. He was still mumbling something, obviously drunk. A wine worth tens of millions is naturally a good wine and does not make you drunk. It just feels extremely sweet, refreshing. But the stamina is not small. Not to mention drinking so much. If you don't sleep, you won't be able to wake up the next day. And he slept worse than a dead pig. No matter what noise is made during this period, you will not be awakened. Su Hao also drank a lot, but he was only a little tipsy. This is the result of his enhanced physique and the cleansing of his marrow and hair removal through the marrow cleansing pill. Xia Qingde's eyes were also a little blurry at this time. She actually finished the small glass of wine, but she was only a little tipsy. Seeing his father drunk, Xia Qingde was going to check the situation. But at this moment, I felt an extra hand on my waist. Turning around, he found Su Hao staring directly at him. It turned out that she had already sat next to Uncle Su in order to better serve Uncle Su. Feeling the blazing gaze, the strong masculine aura rushed towards my face. Xia Qingde's heartbeat accelerated for no reason. As if aware of what will happen next. I don't know whether it was because she wasn't repulsive or because she was tipsy, but she didn't break free. Suddenly her waist tightened, and she couldn't help but fall into a warm embrace. When he looked up, he saw Su Hao's handsome face with mature charm slowly approaching. Xia Qingde closed her eyes involuntarily. Chapter 49, The Surrendered Heroine. Throw yourself into your arms. Thunder from heaven and fire from earth, ding, Xia Qingde is uneasy, his mood value is plus 666. Ding, Xia Qingde was scared, and his emotional value was plus 777. Ding, Xia Qingde is troubled in her heart, her mood value is plus 888. Ding, Qingde, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. Su Hao pretended to be ashamed and said with a look of humiliation on his face. No. I don't blame you. Seeing Uncle Su with a guilty look on his face, Xia Qingde quickly comforted him and lowered his head shyly. I volunteer, really. Although she was a little drunk just now, her mind was very clear. She could have broken away from Su Hao, but she didn't. In other words, this kind of behavior is not objectionable in her heart. Afraid that Su Hao wouldn't believe it, and also afraid that he would blame himself for it. Xiaoqinga paused and blurted out. Actually, I like you. These are the words deepest in her heart. If this had not happened, she would never have spoken out. Thinking of Su Hao's concern during this period, he created a birthday surprise for her. There have been critical moments before. Unconsciously, this mature, steady, elegant and easygoing man had entered her heart. Xingge? Are you telling the truth? I like you too. After hearing this, Su Hao looked at her with excited expression. Then I thought of something and felt disappointed. But I can't give you a title. Here it comes, the quotations from the scumbag are here. I like you and want to be with you, but we can't get married. Su Hao sighed in his heart. I didn't expect that when I traveled through time and became a billionaire, I would also use the tricks from my previous life. Xiaoqinga knew Su Hao's identity. Not to mention that he is married, he is already the father of 7 children, and he is highly respected in the eyes of countless people. But, the age gap between the two is not accepted by the world. It doesn't matter, I don't care about that, I just want to be with you. Although Xiaoqinga was a little disappointed because he couldn't justify his name. But he recovered quickly, looked into Su Hao's eyes and said. She is more open-minded. There is no way not to look away. If she couldn't accept it, she would have no choice but to leave Su Hao. They finally got together by accident, and she didn't want to leave. Qinga, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. Su Hao looked excited. In fact, everything was as he expected. Except for a few unique heroines in novels, they usually stick with the protagonist after they follow him. It is the guarantee for the protagonist to open up a harem. And it is because of the heroine's character that she is now advantageous to him. What follows is another round of thunder and fire. The next day Xia Dahai woke up in a daze. Walking out of the bedroom, I saw my daughter cleaning up the house. He was so asleep last night that Su Hao carried him back to the bedroom with one hand. Where is your uncle Su? Xia Dahai patted his forehead to regain his consciousness. He looked at his daughter and asked. You still have the nerve to say that? I was so drunk that I fell unconscious yesterday, and I've already left long ago. While talking, she kept her head down and wiped the table, not daring to look directly at her father. After all, my behavior yesterday night can be said to be shameless. If my father knew what happened yesterday night, he would definitely be so angry that he would die on the spot. Xia Dahai didn't notice his daughter's strange expression and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The wine is good, but the wine is too strong. Let him, a drunkard who often deals with alcohol, get drunk like this. Then he looked at his daughter with some dissatisfaction. Xingge, you are serious. Your uncle Su drank so much and must be drunk. Why don't you leave him to rest at home? I tried to persuade you to stay, but Uncle Su is leaving and doesn't want to cause us any trouble. Xiaoqinga said so. But I was cursing in my heart. Uncle Su is drunk? Do you know how powerful it is? Also, I not only left Su Hao at home, but also visited every corner of the house. She was not wrong either. Su Hao did say that he would not cause any trouble to her. If he stayed at home and Xia's father saw him, he would see his daughter acting strangely. But I left after dawn. Before leaving, we went to Qiumingshan for a ride together. No, I have to go back to the bedroom to tidy up and wash the sheets. With this in mind, Xiaoqinga walked cautiously towards the bedroom. Seeing his daughter's back, the doubt in Xia Dahai's eyes flashed away. I feel like my daughter is different from before. But what exactly is different, I can't tell for a while. Su Group. President's Office. Su Hao was sitting at his desk reading information. Secretary Li Kuan was standing in front of him to report the information he had investigated about Zhang Fifan. Zhang Fifan came back from abroad 10 days ago and rented a house on Shuanio Street. There is a very beautiful landlord named Xiao Wanling. Now I work as a security guard at Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited. With Su Hao's current intelligence network, he can only investigate so much. There is no information about what Zhang Fifan did before. If you want to be the biggest villain, you can't control everything. There is still a long way to go in the future. Su Hao opened the information of Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited. 3 years ago, the company was in a state of limbo and was about to go bankrupt. Lin Chuqing, who had just graduated, was ordered to take over the company at the critical moment. Those who should be fired are fired, those who should be demoted are demoted, and those who should be promoted are shocked by all employees. Through a series of policy reforms, companies that were about to go bankrupt were brought back to life. Later, he became stronger and reached a higher level. Lin Chuqing is also famous. Gained the reputation of a business wizard. It's just that she is ruthless and unsmiling in the company, and her reputation as President Bingshan spread like wildfire. Continuing to read, his eyes paused on a piece of information. Lin Chuqing's company cooperates with the Lu family. Bang bang bang. Su Hao tapped his fingers on the table, thoughtfully. In the future, he will take the entire Lu family industry into his pocket. According to the current situation of the firefight between the Lu family and the protagonist's brother gang, I believe this time will not be long. How should we deal with the relationship with this heroine? Should you be a gentleman first and be conciliatory, or should you take the initiative and attack? He and the protagonist are at odds with each other. Anyway, you have to face the protagonist in the end. Now, the protagonist has been unable to find out whether he is the real culprit behind the scenes for a while. Let's not alert the snake first. After pondering for a moment, he finally decided to take it one step at a time. Hurry up and collect your emotional points, and improve yourself first. Afternoon. Two figures walked into the Su group cautiously. It is the Lu family and his son. Lu Fei was scared to death of being caught doing bad things. He is not afraid of Chen Mo or Xia Qingge. I am afraid that Su Hao will be angry and retaliate against the Lu family. After Lu Fei went back, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he was tortured all night. In the end, I couldn't help but tell my father. Lu's father beat him up at that time. He knew all about this traitor's virtues. On weekdays, he would rely on him to pamper his son, turn a blind eye, and then it would be over. Now he is so bold that he can provoke anyone. Do you know the difference between the Lu family and the Su family? As long as Su Hao just says a word, the Lu family can die without a burial place. Immediately, he brought the traitor over to plead guilty. Su Hao met them in the living room. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, the dog is ignorant. Su Hao was holding the teacup, but he didn't even pour tea for the two of them. He had no intention of being polite to the two guys who were about to become prodigal dogs. Father Lu was very embarrassed when he didn't get a response from Su Hao. But I still try to keep a smile on my face. After saying that, I couldn't help but kick my good-for-nothing son. What are you doing standing still? Why don't you quickly apologize to your Uncle Su? If I can't get your Uncle Su's forgiveness, I'll beat you to death on the spot. Lu Fei's body trembled, and he knelt down with a pop sound. Said with a cry, Uncle Su, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me this time. I will never dare to do it again. Su Hao then put down his teacup and spoke calmly. I'm not the one you should apologize to. He said hello and asked someone to find Xia Qingge. Su Hao originally asked her to rest at home for a day. After all, I was tortured the first time, and I was afraid that my ability to work and walk would be affected. But Xia Qingge refused. She said she was not that fragile. So I only rested at home for half a day and then returned to the company to work. Not long after, Xia Qingge's figure slowly appeared in the reception hall. It's really serious. I rested for a long time and haven't fully recovered yet. Father Lu was shocked when he saw Xia Qingge. No wonder the good-for-nothing son has been obsessed with her for 7 years, and even if Su Hao warned him, he would attack her. Seeing his son in a daze, Lu's father became furious and kicked him hard. What are you doing standing there? Why don't you apologize to me quickly? Lu Fei came back to his senses and hurriedly turned his kneeling posture to face Xia Qingge. I'm sorry, Xinggu. It was my lord that deceived you yesterday. I shouldn't have used such methods to you. Please forgive me this time. I will never disturb your life again. After finishing speaking, Lu Fei bowed and kowtowed when he saw his father's angry eyes. Xiaqinga is a good girl. She has experienced this kind of battle before. I was scared and a little overwhelmed. The eyes for help fell on Su Hao. Su Hao showed a smile. It depends on whether you forgive him or not. If you do, let this matter go. Otherwise, I will help you find your place. You still dare to mess around after I warned you. You are very courageous. Father Lu's body trembled, and Lu Fei shivered with fear. They all heard that Su Hao was really angry. Although Su Hao has a very good image in the minds of outsiders. But any fool can think of it. How can someone who has created tens of billions of assets from scratch be a simple character? The Lu family simply could not bear Su Hao's anger. Feeling Su Hao's concern, Xiaqinga was moved. If there were no outsiders present, she could not wait to throw herself into Su Hao's arms and kneel down to beg for comfort. Taking a deep breath to ease his excitement, Xiaqinga said coldly, "Forget it this time, don't appear in front of me in the future." The Lu family's father and son looked happy. Lu Fei stopped shaking and said excitedly, "Don't worry, Xinga, I will never do it again. Mr. Su, look at this." Father Lu turned his attention to Su Hao. Su Hao snorted coldly. "You have to thank Xinga. If she hadn't let you go, I would have planned to attack your Lu family this afternoon. Thank you, Miss Xia, and thank you, Mr. Su, for showing mercy." Father Lu wiped his cold sweat and quickly thanked him for the gift. "Go away." Su Hao waved his hand impatiently. He had other plans in mind. It is impossible to let go. If the Lu family had not been left to deal with the protagonist, it would have been dog-eat-dog on both sides. He had already destroyed the Lu family. But it's soon. Keep the Lu family and let it exert its last bit of value. Waiting for him to catch them all in one fell swoop. Faced with Su Hao's unkind words, the Lu family and his son did not dare to feel any resentment. He quickly said goodbye and walked out. When Lu Fei passed by Xiaqinga 177, he seemed to have discovered something extraordinary, and he was stunned. He wandered among flowers and played with many women. A woman has also experienced it for the first time. At this moment, Xiaqinga's appearance gave him the same feeling as those women who had just broken through. Combined with the fact that I just saw Xiaqinga walking with some sprained legs. Boom! There was a thunderous explosion in my mind. How is it possible? Lu Fei couldn't believe the truth. Xiaqinga is a girl he really likes, and he wants to marry her as his wife. Otherwise, I wouldn't treat her like other women, just for fun. He pursued Xiaqinga for 7 years. When I thought that Xiaqinga had slept with another man, it was like a green hat fell from the sky. He was so angry that his mind was going to explode. Who is it? Who is that man? Lu Fei racked his brains and finally thought of someone. Chen Mo. It was this guy who ruined his good deeds yesterday. Not only did he ruin his heroic plan to save the beauty, but he also exposed what she had done. He offended Su Hao and was scolded by his father. Everything is because of him. Lu Fei's face was distorted, and he hated Chen Mo to the extreme. He did not associate Xiaqinga and Su Hao together. The age gap between the two, as well as Su Hao's character, is impossible to think about. When Father Lu saw his son looking at Xiaqinga in a daze, he thought he was evil and dragged him out fiercely. We must teach this good-for-nothing son a lesson. If Su Hao is offended because of a woman again, he will have no choice but to run away with a bucket. Secretary Li Kuan saw this and followed him out. And even closed the door. There were only 2 people left in the living room. Xiaqinga could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart and fell into Su Hao's arms. Su Hao had a strange expression. He saw Lu Fei's expression just now. Then I remembered Lu Fei's identity, a dog-licking villain who had been licking horses for 7 years. As a result, the beloved goddess fell into his hands. The next day, he was asked to come in front of him and apologize. What the hell is going on? With the warm fragrance of soft jade in his arms, Su Hao couldn't help but think of the protagonist's beautiful stepmother. Are you free later? Xia Qingge froze and looked at Su Hao aggrievedly. I still have to work today. Su Hao smiled slightly and whispered a few words in her ear. In an instant, Xia Qingge was stunned. What the hell? I couldn't help but give Su Hao a shy and angry look. Good luck. This time, there was actually a hint of the charm of a young woman. Then, please order first, customize, and support. Chapter 50, The Third Daughter Comes Home. The twins rebelled. Shy Father Crematorium, Ding, Xia Qingge is extremely shy, her mood value is plus 654. Ding, Xia Qingge is in a happy mood, and her mood value is plus 789. Uncle Su, are you satisfied with the work I reported? Xia Qingge raised his head and smiled at Su Hao. Su Hao touched her head and nodded in agreement. I have never doubted your ability to work. I will continue to work hard in the future. I know. Xia Qingge responded sweetly, and then rolled her eyes. Then I have to report on my work every day from now on, okay? No problem, as long as I'm in the company, you can come whenever you want. Shanghai University. The bell for the end of get out of class rang. Two sisters, Su Shiqing and Su Huai, went home together. Since they started calling daddy and moved from school to home, their whole temperament has become much more lively than before. The two of them came to the school gate and waited for the bus. Su Hao arranged for a dedicated and skilled female driver to pick up and drop off the sisters. At this time, a white Audi stopped in front of the two people. The two sisters couldn't help but frown. This is not the car that picks them up. Brush, the driver's window was open. The two sisters said in unison when they saw the people inside. Third sister. I saw that the person driving the car was a mature lady with a beautiful appearance and a curvy figure. She is the third sister among their 7 sisters. Su Hongzhuang. Since the last time I sent a message, I was worried that they would be deceived by Su Hao, so I planned to come back and have a look. Wow! I finally met the Bingdi school belle of our school. They are so beautiful and cute. The two sisters are really just like the legend. They look exactly the same. I can't even tell who is the elder sister and who is the younger sister. Stupid, you can tell by their temperament. The elder sister is quieter and gentler. The younger sister is more lively. Understand, brother? You understand again, right? Come on, come on. Come and tell me what their temperaments are. Look at the young lady in that car, no matter her appearance or temperament, she is not inferior to Bingdi's school beauty. What the fuck? Sure enough, beautiful women are surrounded by beautiful women. No way, right? There's no one who doesn't know that's their sister, right? Have you ever heard of the 7 fairies of the Su family? Each one of them is peerless in elegance. Ignoring the comments of the people around her, Su Hongzhuang smiled at her 2 youngest sisters and waved. Get in the car. The 2 sisters did not hesitate and asked in a chirpy voice after getting in the car. Third sister, when did you come back? You didn't even tell us. Did the third sister bring us a gift? No need to ask, the one who asked for the gift was undoubtedly Su Huai. Of course, how could I forget my 2 lovely sisters? Su Hongzhuang took out 2 exquisite small boxes while driving. Let me see what it is. Su Huai came to the box and couldn't wait to open it. A small necklace lay quietly inside. It's a necklace. Su Huai was a little disappointed. Smelly girl, the third sister put so much effort into choosing a gift for you, but you still dislike it. Su Hongzhuang rolled her eyes angrily. She wasn't angry, she just had a normal quarrel with her sister. Huai, why are you talking to third sister? Su Shiqing couldn't help scolding her sister. Su Huai picked up the necklace and pouted. That's right, the workmanship of this necklace is too poor, and these diamonds are not as beautiful as those colored gemstones. Su Shiqing also looked at the necklace. Indeed. Compared with the necklaces their father gave them, forget it, there is no comparison at all. It is simply one underground and one heaven. But you can't say it. Third sister, don't you want to lose face? When Su Hongzhuang heard this, a few black lines appeared on her forehead. You little heartless thing, I bought it at a LV store, okay? It cost hundreds of thousands, but it doesn't look any better than your fake one? Su Shiqing quits. You can talk about your sister, but you can't talk about your dad. Third sister, how many times have I told you? The necklace Dad gave us is real. Impossible. Su Hongzhuang still didn't believe it. Didn't you hear what eldest sister said? Even if it is customized, the styles of those two necklaces should not have ever appeared on the market. Besides, sister's estimate is at least 10 million. Think about it with your little brains. How could that ruthless guy give you such an expensive thing? It must be a fake. The two sisters, poetic in painting, were so angry that their teeth itched. I really want to take out the necklace and slap the third sister in the face. But they didn't wear it, they left it at home. After all, it's a bit uneasy to carry something so valuable with you or put it in your school bag. I will show it to you when I get home and see what you say then. He. Su Hongzhuang raised her lips. I came back this time to expose that guy's tricks. It's impossible to give you something worth 10 million. I will stay in the Magic City for a while, so you can move to my place, otherwise you will be brainwashed by that guy sooner or later. The two sisters were speechless. Why doesn't my sister believe it no matter what they say? I also think it's funny that they were brainwashed by their father. You can live alone outside. Don't drag us along. We live well at home. Hearing that the third sister wanted to take them outside to live, Su Huai clapped her hands repeatedly. Are you kidding me? What's the point of living with your sister? Isn't it nice to live with Dad? After these few days, her father taught her calligraphy step by step. Her calligraphy skills are improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you ask her to move out at this time, she won't even die. Su Shiqing also nodded. We are all a family, okay? Third sister, why are you living outside? It's not like we don't have room at home. Your room is reserved just for you. Dad often asks the nanny to clean the rooms of my sisters. Su Shiqing said good things to Su Hao. This reflects the benefit of Su Hao taking care of the sisters in advance. Let the two sisters lead the other daughters. He kept saying good things about him in front of his sisters, gradually changing their impressions. Su Hongzhuang's mind was buzzing. Some couldn't believe their ears. You still said you haven't been brainwashed? Who said in the group a few days ago that I was envious of my sisters who all moved out? They also want to graduate early and move out of that home? Come on, who are you? How dare you take away my two sisters? Su Shiqing. Su Huai. This is embarrassing. The news was indeed sent by them in the group. But this time and that time. Dad is so good to them. Why are they moving out? They will live at home with their father for the rest of their lives. Third sister, if I remember correctly, you studied music and singing, right? You have never acted, why are you having so many inner dramas? Su Hongzhuang's face darkened. Two heartless little girls. I rushed back so quickly, wasn't it all for you? While the three sisters were playing around, the car drove into the Su family villa. After getting off the car, Su Huai couldn't wait to return to her room. When she came out, she had a necklace in her hand. It was the one Su Hao gave to her. Third sister, take a look, is it true or false? Su Huai was very proud. It was really fun to slap the third sister in the face. Su Hongzhuang took the necklace with a solemn expression. Previously, Su Yi and the two sisters took pictures and showed them in a group chat, so it was inevitable that there would be a sense of unreality. Now I can really see it. The moment she held it in her hand, she knew she was wrong. This material and feel cannot be fake. The craftsmanship is exquisite and the gems sparkle, making people unable to take their eyes away. Holding it in your hand, you feel like you can't put it down. The necklace is already extremely dazzling, with the largest gemstone underneath. The two words engraved play the finishing touch. Suddenly the necklace seemed to come alive. There is a lively and lovely artistic conception, revealed from between the lines. Su Hongzhuang was shocked. How is it possible? How could someone write such good calligraphy? Just 2 words showed Su Huai's temperament and character. It is far from being described as a calligraphy master. The eldest sister's estimate was wrong. How is it possible to buy this necklace for 10 million? Put it up for auction, it will start at least 100 million. Is this really what Su Hao gave to you? Su Shiqing nodded proudly. Su Huai was a little dissatisfied with her title. What, Su Hao, that's what you called me too? You want to call me Dad? Su Hongzhuang twitched the corner of her mouth. Thinking of Su Hao's bad attitude towards them, being moody and ruthless. She felt that she could not pronounce those 2 words no matter what. Just when Su Hongzhuang was shocked and the twin sisters were proud. There was a sound of ta-ta-ta footsteps. It turns out that the mature and beautiful mother of the family, Su Manqiu, has returned home. Su Ma. Su Hongzhuang said hello. Although Su Wenqiu is her stepmother, the age difference is only 10 years. But they all see what is good to them. When I was in school, Su Manqiu would always give me pocket money and buy gifts. Therefore, the 7 sisters all respect this beautiful stepmother. She was a little surprised. I saw Su Wenqiu before, although she was also beautiful, but she had a melancholy and gloomy air. Now that melancholy temperament is gone. It seems to be reborn, giving people a sense of luxury and grace. Oh, Hongzhuang is back? You didn't tell me in advance so I could prepare delicious food for you. Su Wenqiu was surprised at first, but also very happy to see that it was Su Hongzhuang. Now, both daughters have moved in at home, and the atmosphere is becoming more and more like home. Now that the 3rd daughter is back, it's a good sign. It would be great if several sisters could live at home. It's okay, I'll just come back and take a look. It won't be so troublesome. What trouble is it to go home? You just chat first, and I'll go to the kitchen to cook for you. After Su Manqiu finished speaking, he hurried to the kitchen. Su Hongzhuang stretched out her hand and said that she could just go out to eat in the evening. As a result, seeing how enthusiastic Su Manqiu was, he didn't say anything. Why does it feel like Mother Su has changed into a different person? Su Hongzhuang murmured. Hee, you don't know this, right? 3rd sister, let me tell you a secret. Next to him, Su Huai came over and said mysteriously. What secret? I'm telling you, Su's mother was conquered by her father. She screams loudly every night. A look of confusion appeared on Su Hongzhuang's face. Soon, I saw the strange look in my sister Su Huai's eyes, and Su Shiqing's pretty face turned red. She understands. I couldn't help but blush a little. Then he began to educate his sister. Su Huai, what did you learn in school? You didn't learn the good stuff, you just learned some messy stuff. He also scolded his sister Su Shiqing for not educating her well. Su Shiqing felt aggrieved. She also wanted to discipline her sister, but she was disobedient. Click, while the 3 girls were fighting, the door was opened. Su Hao's figure walked in. The 3 women stopped involuntarily. Seeing Su Hao holding a document bag in his hand, Su Huai trotted over. Dad, let me get it for you. Su Hao was about to praise his youngest daughter when a series of system prompts appeared. Ding, Su Hongzhuang is angry, her mood value is plus 354. Ding, Su Hongzhuang is very hateful, her emotional value is plus 586. Ding, good fellow, how much hatred and resentment is this? Contributed so much emotional value to him as soon as we met. Su Hao just wanted to say this. Keep going, don't stop. Following the resentful gaze, Su Hao saw his 3rd daughter, Su Hongzhuang. She is tall, about 1.75 meters tall, with a flawless oval face that seems to take away her soul. Her lips have clear lines and soft contours, and her long, bright hair flutters in the wind. Her body is full of unique charm and charm. She has sharp eyes, a sense of determination and confidence, and a fierce aura exudes from her. An ordinary person would not have the courage to look her in the eyes. But Su Hao is not an ordinary person. Is Hongzhuang back? Su Hao came closer with a smile and sat down on the sofa not far away. Are you okay outside? I support you if you pursue your dreams, but if you encounter difficulties, you must tell your family. I can still provide some help. Su Hongzhuang was shocked. Su Hao was indeed different from before. In the past, when they met, they were like strangers and had never spoken to each other. I actually talked to him today. You still ask him for help if you have any trouble? Su Hongzhuang composed herself and tried to keep herself calm. Continue to act. It makes the poetic and picturesque sisters willing to call daddy. Su Hao must have made changes. I just don't know why he would do this. For the sake of her two sisters, she wanted to expose Su Hao's true face. He immediately said angrily, I'm fine outside, the air outside is sweet, and I don't need any help from you. Su Hongzhuang's performance was within Su Hao's expectations. Didn't care. Only he knows what kind of attitude he had towards them before he awakened his memory. The younger daughters are fine. Especially for the sisters, the difficulty of the strategy has skyrocketed. Among them was the death of his first wife. Although that was also a tool wife he found to help take care of the children. But these daughters didn't know that they were picked up by Su Hao. I thought the person who died was my biological mother Guan. In addition, I had the same attitude towards my first wife as I did towards Su Wenqiu. It would be abnormal not to be angry with him. One day I will let you call me daddy. Now that I'm ignoring him, do you know that I'm chasing my father's crematorium? Su Hao expressed that he was looking forward to it. Chapter 51, Living Treasure. The heroine goes on a date. The bet between twin daughters. Dad, you haven't been home all day. My painting is finished. Please help me take a look. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Su Shiqing immediately changed the topic and said to Su Hao. Su Huai also rolled her eyes. Yes, Dad, my calligraphy has also improved. Go and help us see who has improved more. We made a bet, and there will be punishment for losing. What's the punishment? Su Hao couldn't help but asked curiously. Whoever loses will have to wash it for Dad. Before Su Huai could say the next words, her mouth was blocked by her sister Su Shiqing. Her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Why does this sister keep saying everything to others? If we lose, can we just proceed quietly? Now it's good, the third sister knows about it. Sure enough, after hearing Su Huai's words, Su Hongzhuang stared at her with suspicion. These two sisters lost their bet and wanted to wash Su Hao. What? I hope it's not what she thought. Su Hao was dragged to the courtyard by his twin daughters. Su Hongzhuang frowned and followed him in confusion. The two sisters showed their works to Su Hao. What Su Shiqing painted was a landscape picture. Through Su Hao's teaching over the past few days, he was able to draw such a charm. Su Huai wrote 5 words. Home and everything will be prosperous. One stroke after another, it is perfectly round and natural and smooth. Everything is good. Su Hao commented. You're not bad, Dad, tell me which one of us has made the most progress? Su Huai was very confident in her handwriting and began to urge Su Hao. After thinking about it, Su Hao commented very pertinently. You are now in the middle in your respective fields, but painting is slower than poetry. Su Hao didn't finish speaking, but the two sisters already knew who had made the most progress. Oh, yeah, sister, let me just say I won, right? Don't forget the punishment of the bet between us. Su Huai put her hands on her hips and laughed, feeling like a turn surf singing. Although they are twins, no matter in terms of appearance and temperament, or their academic performance in school, there's not much difference. The difference is not big, but there is always a gap. Su Huai is more playful, while Su Shiqing is more serious. Therefore, in all aspects of performance, Su Huai is slightly worse than Sister 020. Now, she finally has a sense of accomplishment in defeating her sister. When Su Shiqing heard this, the blush that had just faded suddenly covered her cheeks again. Thinking of that punishment, she couldn't help but have the urge to dig into the ground. It's really too embarrassing. Seeing her sister with a proud face, Su Shiqing was itching with hatred. But there is no other way. If you lose, you lose. My sister's calligraphy skills at first were not as good as her own painting skills. Su Huai only started learning painting after her father taught her painting for a day. Now I have caught up with her progress. It's not a fair loss. But Su Shiqing couldn't figure it out. Obviously, her younger sister is with her all the time, and the study time is almost the same. My younger sister is playful and not serious, so how can I study better than her? She thought of an incredible answer. Could it be that my sister is secretly working hard, and then surprising me? My sister is too cunning. In fact, of course not, Su Huai didn't have that kind of scheming. Only Su Hao knows the real answer. There is no other reason. His calligraphy is at the god level, and his painting is only at the master level. The grandmaster level is still the pinnacle level that a person can reach, while the god level is already extraordinary, so there is a natural difference when it comes to teaching people. Okay, I see that you have all improved, but there are still some shortcomings. I'm going to teach you how to improve now. Which of you will come first? I. Su Huai wanted to raise her hands and feet. Su Huai picked up the prepared brush, and Su Hao hugged her out of habit. Hold her hand. Start teaching step by step. Besides, Su Hongzhuang was surprised by the works of her two sisters. She knew that Su Shiqing liked painting, and Huai liked practicing calligraphy. But I didn't expect to draw so well. How is this the work of a college student? You can compare with those masters. If she remembered correctly, she had never seen how well her sister could draw before. Could it really be taught by Su Hao? He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Su Hao. Just saw the scene of Su Hao holding her sister. Su Hongzhuang's pupils exploded. Su Hao, what are you doing? Let go of my sister. Under the puzzled gazes of Su Shiqing and Su Huai, Su Hongzhuang rushed forward, pulling apart the two people hugging each other. He pulled his sister Su Huai behind him and stared at Su Hao with an angry look on his face. Third sister, what are you doing? The twin sisters all looked at the third sister, Su Hongzhuang, with doubts on their faces. Ha ha! I finally understand why he is so nice to you, just to take advantage of you. Su Hongzhuang ignored her two sisters, with an expression on her face that she had discovered the truth. I didn't expect that, Su Hao, you were such a beast, you would actually attack your daughter. You want to be the father of a ghost? Ding, Su Hongzhuang is furious, her mood value is plus 888. Ding, Su Hongzhuang's hatred is hard to calm down, her mood value is plus 789. Looking at the constantly refreshed emotion values, Su Hao looked strange. This third daughter is really a living treasure. As expected of someone who wants to be a star, his imagination is too big. No. How can you say it's just an idea? It doesn't sound like it's true. Damn it, this daughter's thoughts were guessed. Su Hao sighed with a smile in his heart, with a playful expression on his face. He doesn't need to speak, his two daughters will speak for him. As expected. After hearing their sister's accusation, the two sisters, poetic in painting, were completely speechless. They really wanted to cut open the third sister's head to see what was inside. Su Hao is still their father no matter what. How could it be like what the third sister said? Besides, when Dad taught them, he had clearly explained the situation. Step-by-step teaching is easier to learn, easy to understand, and easy to make progress. They also agreed. Third sister, what are you doing? Dad is just teaching me calligraphy. Isn't it normal to teach step by step? Su Huai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pulled away her third sister Su Hongzhuang and walked out from behind. As soon as I got into the mood of practicing calligraphy, I was interrupted by the third sister, and I felt a little depressed. Dad, don't pay attention to her. She has lost her brain when studying music. Let's continue. After Su Huai finished speaking, she took Su Hao's hand and threw herself into his arms. The big hand wraps the small hand and starts practicing calligraphy. Su Hongzhuang wanted to separate the two, but Su Shiqing held her back. Third sister, please stop making trouble, okay? I know you're doing it for our own good, but you're a bit too whimsical, right? Are you making trouble? Su Hongzhuang was stunned by what her sister said, and rolled her eyes angrily. Come when she wants to. In the past, she spent a lot of time at home, but she never found out that Su Hao could calligraphy or draw. I feel that the two sisters were deceived by Su Hao. That's why there was such a big reaction. So, since Su Hao can't do anything, why is he still holding them? It must be to take advantage. The mind is not simple. But neither sister believed her words, and she was helpless. Finally, he snorted coldly. I want to see what tricks he can teach. Su Hongzhuang stared at the two of them closely. Once she discovered that Su Hao was doing anything unusual, she would immediately rush forward. Of course, part of her gaze was also focused on Su Hao's hand holding Su Huai's hand with the word coach. When she saw Su Huai writing the first word with the help of Su Hao, Su Hongzhuang was stunned. This is the word home. A very common Chinese character, but it gave him a different feeling. An atmosphere of harmony and completeness came over us. This was obviously not written by my sister. She also read the words just now, but at most she could only describe a hint of charm. How is this possible? Su Hao was actually teaching his sister how to calligraphy. The following harmony, Wan, Thing, and Xing further prove this point. It turned out that the two sisters did not lie to her. Su Hao really knew calligraphy and was very accomplished. But why didn't she know that before? After teaching his sister, Su Hao asked Su Huai to consolidate his memories, and then began to teach his sister Su Shiqing. It's another step-by-step tutorial. It's very natural, as if I've experienced it many times and am used to it. This time Su Hongzhuang did not stop her. Seeing Su Shiqing draw the same painting with the help of Su Hao, and the artistic conception is more profound and beautiful. At this time, Su Hongzhuang's heart was already in turmoil, and she could not calm down for a long time. Until Su Yanqiu greeted them to eat, Su Hongzhuang was still thinking about this question. How did Su Hao do it? The level of calligraphy and painting is so high, why didn't he show it before? How much more is Su Hao hiding? Because I am curious about Su Hao. Su Hongzhuang did not choose to live in a house outside, but planned to stay at home and observe. At night, she finally realized what her sister was saying about why Su's mother screamed so loudly. I couldn't help but blush and spat. It's true that Su's mother looks so dignified and gentle, but I didn't expect to be so unrestrained. Both myself and my sister are at home. Su Wenqiu secretly complained. What can I do? I am also very helpless. No one can bear it when faced with such a powerful existence, right? The next day, Su Hongzhuang got up with panda eyes. The twin sisters seemed to be used to it and seemed very normal. Su Hao pretended not to see his daughter's angry look. Yesterday, he was severely punished. Su Mingqiu, Su Shiqing, and Su Huai, the three of them combined, do not have as much emotional value as Su Hongzhuang's contribution. Su Hao felt more and more that this daughter was his lucky star. Be sure to keep her at home. It is too wasteful to keep them outside. While he was eating, he was meditating. How to let this daughter stay at home? Su Hongzhuang has her own talent for music and her dream is to become a big star. It seems that she lacks some experience, which leads to the lack of artistic conception in the work she creates, and has never been popular. If I can help her realize her dream, she will definitely make this girl die. After cleansing his marrow and removing his hair, he clearly remembered some piano music and songs that he had only heard a little bit in his previous life. Su Hao originally didn't understand music. But after he obtained the master-level piano, he was able to completely reproduce the songs from his previous life. But don't be in a hurry. Just let nature take its course. My daughter can still harvest for a while in this state, until she is completely bald. Now his daughter is angry with him and goes out of her way to please him. That's too licky. This is not Su Hao's style. He has always only been licked. Noon Su Hao went to the dinner invited by teacher Wang Shuiying. Wang Shuiying set the venue for the treat at a 5-star hotel. There is no way. With Su Hao's status as a rich man, it would be too insincere to go to an ordinary place. For this treat, Wang Shuiying gritted her teeth and spent all her savings over the past few years. Dr. Su, feel free to order whatever you want. Wang Shuiying handed the menu to Su Hao. Su Hao picked up the pen and started to check. Okay, that's all, it depends on what you eat. Wang Shuiying took the menu and was stunned when she saw the dishes Su Hao checked. Su Hao ordered some moderately priced dishes. I didn't even order a single signature dish. She opened her mouth, but hesitated. It can be seen from the high-end dishes Su Hao took her to the private restaurant last time. Su Hao is not a frugal person. With his wealth, there is no need to be frugal. Now I'm ordering some ordinary dishes from the hotel. Wang Shuiying knew that she cared about her feelings, and felt inexplicably warm in her heart. But since it was a treat, she couldn't be stingy. If Su Hao doesn't order it, then she will order it. He gritted his teeth and ordered the hotel's signature dish. By the way, Mr. Su, his poetic painting won first place in the national competition, you know, right? I think Shirqing is very talented in painting and can be cultivated in this direction. I know. I also arranged a study plan for her. I hope she can participate in international competitions and get a good ranking. What? Shirqing is going to participate in an international competition? Their activity teacher thinks that poetry has this potential and we can give it a try. That's great. Winning awards internationally will be of great help to the future. While the two were chatting, a group of people walked into the hotel and sat at the table next to them. Wang Shuiying glanced at these people. They are all tall and thick-set men, they walk carelessly and have a charlatan air. From their exposed skin, there were scars on their faces and arms. Seeing scars makes people think of people in society. It gives people the feeling that they are not easy to mess with, and they wish they could stay far away. Wang Shuiying was about to look away when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure among a group of men. Her expression changed. She saw her former student, Chen Mo. Why does he hang out with this group of people? At first, he promised himself that he would live a good life in the future, but he turned around and became a gangster. Can you learn well by hanging out with these social people all day long? In school, Wang Shuiying doesn't care about the grades of these students. Treat everyone equally. She also ran around because Chen Mo was framed. Now I just feel disappointed. However, Chen Mo is no longer her student. She can't control that much. Wang Shuiying turned away, pretending not to notice, and continued chatting with Su Hao. Chen Mo and the crowd also saw Wang Shuiying. Today, I went out for dinner with a group of senior executives from the Brotherhood. I didn't expect to meet Teacher Wang and Su Hao here. Anger suddenly emerged. This Su Hao is already old, but he still imitates others and acts like a scumbag. Not long ago he hooked up with his school goddess, and now he's dating his favorite teacher Wang. Damn it! Chapter 52, Showdown with the Protagonist. Daughter fulfills punishment, ding, Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 666. Breathe. After taking a few deep breaths, Chen Mo calmed down. I must settle the score with Su Hao, but not now. The time and place are wrong. Noticing the disappointment in Wang Shuiying's eyes, Chen Mo felt a pain in his heart. He knows why. It was Wang Shuiying who saw him hanging out with these social people. But what Chen Mo wants to say is, people in society are also divided into categories. Their brother gang is different. Don't rob your family, don't kill or set fire to people, don't commit adultery or plunder, just take care of your own property peacefully. However, if anyone dares to cause trouble, then their brother gang is not afraid, whether it is to appreciate what they have done, or to use their power to deal with the Lu family. Chen Mo can't live without the Brotherhood. Then the Lu family is really nothing. If you can't fight, just spend money to find those departments to deal with us. According to my wishes, go directly and tie up that naughty boy, and see how arrogant they can be. Don't be impulsive. We've suffered a lot from those idiots like San recently. The people above are keeping a close eye on us. If we do anything illegal, we will seize the opportunity to bite us. Maid, don't let me catch those bastards, I have to beat the shit out of them. The group of people sat down, ordered their dishes, and started chatting about the mountains. Xiaomo, do you have any good ideas? You are eldest brother's apprentice, and you are the ceiling of our brother gang's combat power. We all listen to you. A man looked at Chen Mo and planned to ask his opinion. Chen Mo didn't respond. He followed his gaze with some confusion. I saw Wang Shuiying at the next table. Today, Wang Shuiying is wearing a teacher's professional attire, showing off her curvy figure to the fullest. Rumo's long hair was tied up, and a gentle and intellectual temperament emerged spontaneously. It makes people want to conquer it. Several men looked at each other and showed a smile that said, "You understand, I understand, everyone understands." No wonder Chen Mo was so distracted, it turned out that he was in love with Spring. Xiao Mo, don't tell me that you haven't tasted a woman yet? He. Don't look at Xiao Mo, you are stronger than me, but when it comes to women, you have to learn from me. A woman is like sand. As long as you get some water, it can be shaped into various shapes at your mercy. Old ghost, you know a lot about riding horses. Go to the foot-washing city every day and be careful of dying on a woman's belly. Xiao Mo, have you fallen in love with that girl? Do you want me to give you some advice and make sure you get a beautiful woman? Several men winked at Chen Mo. Usually they eat meat with big mouthfuls and drink wine from big bowls. Say what you have to say, never hide it. They spoke loudly just now, and Wang Shuiying at the next table heard them clearly. His face was gloomy and uncertain, full of shame and anger. It's not a good idea for Chen Mo to hang out with these gangsters. Chen Mo has been looking at Wang Shuiying. Noticing the change in her expression, her face changed. When he saw several men winking at him, he knew they were joking, so he couldn't help but smile bitterly. You are not helping me pick up girls, you are destroying my good deeds. Not long after, the food was delivered. Shuiying, this dish is good, you should try it too. Su Hao picked up a piece of fresh fish and put it into his mouth, then nodded. Then he picked up another piece and put it in Wang Shuiying's bowl. The protagonist and heroine are both here. It would be a pity not to refresh the mood value. Thank you. Seeing Su Hao picking up food for herself, Wang Shuiying was a little overwhelmed and stammered. Ding, Wang Shuiying is flustered, her mood value is plus 567. Ding, Chen Mohan is furious, his mood value is plus 876. Chen Mo's teeth were almost broken. I'm so stupid, really. When the two of them had dinner together, they were talking about Su Hao's daughter. This time I saw two people eating together. He already knew that Su Hao had no good intentions. Now looking at the relationship between the two of them, they both got on top of their game and started putting vegetables into the bowl. That's teacher Wang whom he likes. How could he see the other person being deceived by a scumbag once he helped him so much? If it weren't for the wrong timing, he would have rushed forward and beat Su Hao violently. After a meal, Chen Mo's anger burned. From time to time, you would see Su Hao and Wang Shuiying interacting closely, with gloomy expressions on their faces. After eating, Su Hao and Wang Shuiying walked out of the hotel. During this period, Wang Shuiying always lowered her head. I have random thoughts in my mind. I don't know what Su Hao meant by picking up food for her several times. Su Hao has begun to slowly show his fangs. When they first met, he had to disguise himself so as not to scare the little white rabbit away. After several contacts, the relationship between the two gradually improved, and he no longer had so many worries. Appropriate ambiguity can also help increase feelings. Shuiying, do you want to go back to school? I'll see you off. No. No need, I don't have classes in the afternoon, just take a taxi home. Wang Shuiying was a little afraid to face Su Hao. He said a hasty farewell, hailed a taxi nearby and left. Su Hao rubbed his chin, thinking about the next strategy. Su Hao, I told you to stay away from teacher Wang. It seems you didn't listen to what I said. A voice mixed with anger came from behind. Su Hao smiled slightly and turned around slowly. I saw Chen Mo and a group of men standing in front of him. Su Hao's expression showed no change. He was a little afraid of the protagonist before, but now there is no need for it. With his current strength, he is no match for the protagonist. But he also has master-level close combat skills, so he should be able to compete with one or two. Besides, there is no need for him to fight head-on with the protagonist. If you can't defeat the protagonist, how can you still defeat these guys? If you strike first and subdue one of them, the protagonist will not dare to do anything to him. What's more, does he really dare to do something to himself? There was a trace of amusement in Su Hao's eyes. I want to make this protagonist angry, he said deliberately. Last time I invited Teacher Wang to dinner, and this time she invited her back. Is it reasonable? It's okay to have a meal, but why are you so close to her? Aren't you afraid that your pretended innocence will collapse? Chen Mo suppressed his anger and said with a cold face. I don't understand what you are talking about. Shui Ying and I are just ordinary friends. Ding. Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 889. You can't understand me, right? Then I'll let you understand. Chen Mo clenched his front fist. Looking at that posture, I was ready to go up and hit someone. A group of men around him quickly stopped him. They were stunned for a moment when Chen Mo said Su Hao's name. Seeing Su Hao's face again, it felt familiar, and finally thought of the Su group with a market value of tens of billions. The few men who planned to come out to help their brothers find a factory suddenly withered. Xiao Mo, don't be impulsive. If you have anything to say, please say it. I believe Mr. Su has a lot of money and is not the kind of person who cares about everything. What grudges cannot be resolved? A man said this deliberately. What Chen Mo said just now can be said to be very disrespectful. If Su Hao retaliates afterwards, Chen Mo will be finished. The Su family is not comparable to the Lu family. Now their brother gang is fighting the Lu family to death. If they provoke another Su family, their brotherhood can be declared destroyed directly. Chen Mo was stopped by a group of brother gang members, but after all, he did not take action against Su Hao. Seeing the unwillingness and anger on his face, Su Hao curled his lips and sneered. It's so interesting how you look so incompetent and furious. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then Su Hao continued. Do you really think of yourself as nothing? Do you still need to tell me what I want to do? Sometimes I ignore you because I don't care about people like you, but it doesn't mean I won't be angry. If you dare to scream in front of me next time, don't blame me for being rude. Su Hao glanced at a few people with disdain, turned around and got into the car driven by his secretary. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, and then burst into rage. I thought that after studying hard for 3 years in prison, I finally achieved something, and that I would take revenge after I came out. If gods stand in the way, they will kill gods. If they stand in the way of Buddha, they will kill Buddha. The reality was not what he thought. When he came out, he directly faced the Lu family. He was unable to deal with this opponent for a while. And against the more powerful Su Hao, he had no choice. At this time, he deeply realized his own insignificance. Anger and hatred aroused his fighting spirit. We must develop and expand the brotherhood. One day, he can do whatever he wants and no longer has to look at other people's faces. Ding, Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 987. And in the car, Su Hao held his head and looked out the car window, admiring the scenery along the way. I was thinking about how to get the Blood Slaughter Club to take action and weaken the Brotherhood. The brother gang that the protagonist belongs to was able to confront the Lu family so early because he was the mastermind behind it. The fight between the two forces is getting more and more intense, and there are also shadows of the Blood Massacre Society among them. His purpose is to make both sides lose, so that he can reap the benefits. The protagonist itself means change. The forces that the protagonist belongs to cannot be suppressed too much. At night, no one would have thought that behind the bustling city, unknown evils are taking place. At this time, it was a slum area located at the junction of the south and west of the city. A gang fight is taking place. One side is Chen Mo's gang of brothers. One side is a coalition composed of small forces in Nanchang such as the Little Sword Society and the Overlord sect. The brothers are very particular about their work. Not only are they strict with their subordinates, they must not kill, set fire to, burn, kill or loot. After becoming the largest force in Nanchang, it even promoted it to the outside world. If we find any force doing evil, we will kill them directly. Therefore the small forces in Nanchang trembled in front of the Brotherhood and lived a miserable life. It's not that they haven't thought about resisting. But no matter what, the strength of the Brotherhood is too strong. Even if the brother gang leader is framed and imprisoned, they would not dare to act arrogantly. Later, the Brotherhood clashed with the Lu family, giving them hope of overthrowing the Brotherhood. When the Lu family spent a lot of money, they gathered. These forces exist in the cracks, and after uniting, they can be regarded as a considerable force. But in front of the huge brothers, it was still not enough. Nowadays, the Brotherhood has only dispatched one core figure, and they are fighting on par with them. There are 6 brothers in the Brotherhood, and the one dispatched today is Lao Lu, who is ranked 6th. Brothers, kill me and let these little brats know who is the boss in Nanchang. A man waved a bloody knife and laughed wildly. He raised his sword and slashed an enemy in front of him. Kill! Kill all these sons of bitches! The cry of killing, the sound of ice blades clashing, and the screams formed a bloody fighting scene. No one could have imagined that such a brutal bloodbath would occur in a city with rapid economic development. It's not just cities with rapid economic development. Every city has the same thing. Where there is light, there is darkness. However, darkness can never compete with light. These underground forces have their own set of solutions. The relevant departments also knew this, so they established a rule. If you have any grievances, we will settle them tonight. You can fight as you like. Don't affect the lives of ordinary people. The brother gangs and alliance forces fought like rivers of blood, and the scene was very chaotic. As soon as Lao Lu of the Brotherhood eliminated an enemy, a dark shadow rushed up. A knife slashed hard at his neck. Lao Lu was startled and quickly sheathed his sword, blocking the killer blow. Taking a closer look, this man is tall and tall. I don't know if it was because of the fighting, but there was a lot of blood on his face, and I couldn't see his true appearance clearly. Lao Lu felt that this person looked unfamiliar and did not look like someone from the Alliance. But seeing that he was stained with the blood of so many brothers, he suddenly felt angry. Brandishing the long knife, he rushed forward. Die to me. The burly man raised his knife to block, which seemed to be a bit difficult. It looked like he had kicked an iron plate. He planned to leave. How could Lao Lu let him do so? If you dare to kill my brother, you will die. Lao Lu pressed forward step by step, while the burly man fought and retreated. Unconsciously, the two of them were getting further and further away from the battlefield. Ahead is a dead end. The burly man has no way to retreat. Lao Lu swung his long knife with a sinister smile on his face. Run, why did you run away? Bury with my brothers. Lao Lu shouted loudly, brandished his long knife, and charged towards the burly man. If you follow the burly man's previous style of play, even if you block this knife, the knife in your hand will be knocked away. However, the next moment, the aura of the burly man suddenly surged. A triumphant smile appeared on the blood-stained face. The exit with a cold voice. It's you who deserve to die. Lao Lu's powerful and heavy sword was easily blocked by him. Kicked him hard in the chest. There was a click and the sound of bone cracking. Lao Lu flew out completely. When he fell to the ground, his fighting strength was greatly reduced. He wanted to stand up, but the tall figure of the burly man had already arrived in front of him, holding the Tang Dao Hai in his hand. You! Through the falling moonlight, Lao Lu could see clearly the appearance of the burly man. No butcher. He is not from the Alliance. Why did you show up here to kill him? There seemed to be a layer of fog in front of my eyes, making it difficult to see clearly. It's as if a big hand is manipulating all of this. At this moment, he thought of the Brotherhood, the Alliance forces, and the Lu family. Maybe they have all been plotted. With a swipe of the knife, he could never reveal the news. A warm scene is taking place in the Su family villa. The family was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Su Hao and the protagonist's beautiful stepmother Su Manchu were sitting together, with a pair of twin daughters next to them. Su Hongzhuang sat on the other side, looking at this warm scene, feeling strange no matter how she looked at it. "Dad, eat." Su Hui peeled open the grapes and fed them to Su Hao's mouth. Su Hao opened his mouth to eat, then touched his little daughter's head with appreciative eyes. Su Hui raised her head happily. Then, she winked at her sister, indicating the bet between the two. Su Shiqing glared at her bitterly, indicating that she understood. Just when the family was getting ready to sleep, Su Shiqing pulled Su Hao aside. Chapter 53, Su Shiqing is so ashamed and angry. Who can withstand it? It's getting late and the family is getting ready to go to bed. Su Shiqing pulled Su Hao aside. "Dad, please wait here." After saying that, he blushed and ran away. Su Hao's brows moved slightly and he waited with interest. He also knew that there was a punishment for the bet between his two daughters. It's still about him. Interesting. Su Shiqing came back soon without keeping him waiting. But at this time, the daughter was holding a basin of warm water in her hand. Su Shiqing came to Su Hao, put down the basin and squatted down. Said a little embarrassed. "Dad, let me wash your feet." Su Hao's heart was shaken. Who can withstand such a well-behaved daughter? He finally found out about the bet between the two sisters, and they actually wanted to wash his feet. In this regard, Su Hao said, "The more, the merrier." A few more similar bets. It's better to make the bet punishment bigger and think more liberally. He can withstand it. Ding, Su Shiqing couldn't help being ashamed, her mood value was plus 666. Seeing that Su Hao didn't seem to react, Su Shiqing blushed with embarrassment. He personally reached out his hand, picked up Su Hao's feet, and put them into the warm water. "I washed it seriously." She lowered her head, not daring to look up at Su Hao, and her face was red to the root of her neck. Feeling the filial piety from his daughter, Su Hao felt at ease. His ears moved slightly. I heard a sound of cautious footsteps. Su Hao knew without thinking that it was Su Hui who brought Su Manchu and Su Hongzhuang to take a peek. He had no intention of reminding Su Shiqing. Still thinking about how to bring up the fight between the two and give him more benefits in the future. The opportunity is here. If Su Shiqing's shameful behavior was seen by her mother and sister, they would definitely not let her go. When the time comes, won't we have to make bets frequently? Maybe, the content of the bet will become more and more shameful. Isn't it him who enjoys it in the end? Moreover, by letting Su Shiqing die in public, he could also gain a wave of emotional value. Not bad, not bad. Putting aside distracting thoughts, Su Hao closed his eyes and enjoyed the service from his daughter. Just when Su Shiqing was washing Su Hao's feet and had gradually become accustomed to it. With a click, the door she had closed was violently pushed open. "Sister, I'm sleeping, why can't I find your person?" "Sister, what are you doing? You secretly washed Daddy's feet alone." Su Hui walked in with Su Wenqiu and third sister Hongzhuang. After coming in, she looked around and pretended to be looking for her sister. But you can tell from her suppressed laughter expression and exaggerated tone. It's definitely intentional. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Shiqing turned her head blankly. She didn't react until several people came closer. She came back to her senses only when she felt the strange looks from her mother and third sister. Her pretty face twitched, and two wisps of red clouds appeared. This time, not only the neck was red, but the whole body was red, and the head was about to smoke. Su Shiqing stood up suddenly, as if ashamed, and ran out with a red face. "Sister, where are you running?" "I haven't finished washing Daddy yet, your punishment is not over yet." Seeing her sister's embarrassment, Su Hui was overjoyed. Shouted to Su Shiqing who was running outside. Su Shiqing was so upset at the moment that she gritted her teeth in anger. If there was a hole in the ground, she would crawl into it immediately. This sister is so hateful. She even brought Su's mother and third sister to watch her laugh. "Just wait for me, I won't let you go." Ding, Su Shiqing is extremely ashamed and angry, her mood value is plus 888. Sister, really, aren't you just washing daddy's feet? What are you embarrassed about? Su Huai muttered. Seeing that Su Hao's feet were still soaked in the water, she stepped forward and squatted down, taking over her sister's position. Started to wash Su Hao's feet. Under the surprised gazes of Su Manchu and Su Hongzhuang, Su Huai washed Su Hao's feet and then helped dry them. Dad, how was my performance? After finishing everything, Su Huai held her head high with an expression like, please praise me now. Enjoyed the foot washing service of my two daughters. Su Hao felt refreshed all over. He reached out and rubbed her little head. You know how to bully your sister. Su Huai shook his head. How did I bully her? She agreed to bet with me, and she is willing to admit defeat. Su Wenqiu looked at the warm scene in front of her and couldn't help but smile. It feels more and more like a family. Su Hongzhuang looked complicated. It feels like they are a family, and I am like an outsider, out of place. But you have to know. Half a month ago, my mother and two younger sisters were on the same side as them. Why did you suddenly rebel? What kind of ecstasy soup did Su Hao pour into them? Ding, Su Hongzhuang is annoyed, her mood value is plus 453. Su Huai was having fun. But after returning home, I was severely beaten by my sister. Two girls who looked exactly the same were fighting each other. If the licking dogs in the school who regard them as goddesses see them, their jaws will definitely drop. You Su Huai, how dare you bring Su Ma and third sister to see my joke, and see if I don't beat you to death. Su Shiqing said she was fierce, but in reality she only hit the fleshy areas. It won't cause any harm. Su Huai was not one to be manipulated by others. He rolled his eyes and used his dragon claw hand. Exploring my sister's weakness. Su Shiqing was stunned. She had known that this sister was weird, but she didn't expect to be so shameless. Catch anywhere. Then anger broke out. Why don't you teach your sister a lesson today? In the end, my sister was better. He held his sister in place with one hand and tickled her with the other. Dissatisfied? I'm convinced, sister, I'm convinced. Su Huai laughed so hard that she kept begging for mercy. I was thinking in my heart. You, Su Shiqing, know how to bully me. I can't resist now, let's see how I get my revenge in the future. Su Huai understands the principle of being able to bend and stretch. Su Shiqing knew her sister's character very well. I won't let my sister go so easily. It made her look so ugly in front of her parents and third sister. She must find her place. It's okay to let me let you go. You go wash Dad's feet tomorrow. What's the point of washing Daddy's feet? Sister, are you too pretentious? You ran away in the middle of washing just now. I finished washing Dad and helped you complete the task. Suma and third sister both saw it. Although Sui was controlled by others, he still refused to give in. Prove that you are better than your sister all the time. Really? Su Shiqing was stunned. I didn't expect that after she ran away, my sister would do such an amazing thing. Then I felt relieved as soon as I thought about it. Dad is so kind to them, teaching them to write and draw every day. What's the point of washing Dad's feet? After thinking about it, Su Shiqing was no longer embarrassed. She believes that now she can wash her father's feet even with her mother and third sister watching. No worse than my sister. It's true that her sister has the intention of teasing her, so she can't just let it go. After thinking about it for a while, Su Shiqing's eyes lit up. Then you go give Dad a massage tomorrow. In addition to working, Dad also has to teach us. It's very hard. Su Huai quit and started shouting. Why should you let me go? Then you wash Dad's feet. It's our bet. If you lose, you should be punished. Although I don't mind giving Dad a massage, you have to give me a reason, right? Reason? You want me to give you a reason? Is this reason enough? Su Shiqing stretched out her hand and kept scratching her sister's crotch. Ha ha ha, if I don't go, you won't be able to win. Su Huai's eyes were scratched and tears came out. but still refused to admit defeat. There was resentment in her eyes. "Are you bullying me? See how I deal with you." So he said deliberately, "You want me to give Dad a massage? No problem. If you can, let's make a bet. If you beat me, I'll go." "What are you betting on?" "Before, we were not at the same level, which was unfair. Now we are all on the same starting line, and we will continue to compare who has made greater progress." Su Shiqing couldn't help but think deeply. Indeed, there was a gap between her previous painting and her sister's calligraphy practice. "But even though I was ahead of my sister, I still lost." "Can you really beat your sister?" Su Shiqing's eyes flickered, and she couldn't make up her mind for a moment. Seeing that her sister had not spoken yet, Su Huai deliberately provoked the general. "What? Are you afraid? You don't dare anymore?" How could Su Shiqing be willing to admit defeat in front of her sister? "Agree immediately. My sister's status cannot be shaken. Everyone is on the same level, so what is she afraid of? Only this time, you must keep an eye on your sister. This guy likes to work hard secretly and then surprise everyone. Can't let my sister succeed. I must work harder than my sister." The two sisters were fighting and arguing, and the other bedroom was not peaceful either. "Brother Hao, why don't you attack Hongzhuang?" Su Yanqiu took a breath. "I couldn't help but ask the doubts in my heart." She remembered very clearly that Su Hao had taken the initiative when it came to poetry and painting. They gave them pocket money, sent them to school, and took them to amusement parks. Now that the third daughter Su Hongzhuang has been back for a day, Su Hao has not been seen doing anything. Su Hao. With these words, he really seemed to be the kind of person Su Hongzhuang said. "What do you mean by taking action? What could be the reason? It's not easy to deal with. The two younger daughters are still in school and are not familiar with the world, so it is easy to deal with them. Su Hongzhuang is different. Having experienced society, I have seen the sinister nature of people's hearts. The previous strategy no longer works." Seeing Su Yanqiu looking curious about the baby, Su Hao's heart moved and he smiled. "Didn't you see that Hongzhuang was so wary of me? She has a successful career now and doesn't need any help from me. It's not that easy to give her a sense of belonging at home." Having said this, he looked disappointed. After a break, he continued. "So, if I want Hongzhuang to recognize me, I need your help." Su Wenqiu was confused. "Look, Hongzhuang is still angry with me. She respects you as a stepmother. As long as she says something nice to me in front of her." Su Manqiu hesitated. Before this, if Su Hao had made such a request, she would have refused without hesitation. But now, Su Hao is changed. "I really want to make this home better." "What? Don't you want your daughters to go home and our family live happily together?" Su Hao grabbed her twin ponytails. "This is how Su Wanqiu is dressed tonight. Since using the bunny suit, it seems like a door to a new world has opened. Change your look every day. With such a beautiful wife at your disposal, of course you have to experience it in any way you want. Now Su Mingqiu is dressed like this." The twin ponytails in the student uniform formed a strong contrast with her mature and glamorous temperament. This kind of contrast is also the easiest to arouse people's interest. Feeling Su Hao's burning eyes, Su Yanqiu finally nodded in agreement. A smile finally appeared on Su Hao's face. Letting Su Wenqiu and her twin daughters influence Su Hongzhuang was just one part of it. He has already thought of a way to subdue Su Hongzhuang, and he can implement it tomorrow. As for now, Su Hao's eyes fell on the beautiful stepmother of his daughters. "Bold monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not a human being. Look at my mighty Tianlong." Just when Su Hao was enjoying the gentle countryside. Brother Gang headquarters. The normally noisy hall was extremely quiet at the moment. A depressing atmosphere enveloped the place. There were 5 figures standing in the hall, all of them remaining silent. His eyes fell on a corpse in front of him. "You guys, I'm going to kill those bastards." A hot-tempered fourth child cursed and walked out of the hall angrily. The third child stepped forward and stopped him. Fourth brother, please stay cool. Calm down? How do you want me to calm down? The sixth child is dead. The fourth child violently threw his hand away and couldn't help but curse, with tears in his eyes. The six of them are brothers. They are good brothers who trust each other's back and have experienced countless lives and deaths together. Now that a brother has become cold, one can imagine the anger in their hearts. Revenge must be avenged. We must take a long-term approach. Do you know who killed Lao Lu? Who else could it be? It must be those gangsters who have joined forces, a bunch of trash-like things. 2.2 I can destroy them all by myself. You also know that they are trash? How come those trash can have the strength to kill Lao Lu? This matter must be investigated clearly first. Among the 5 people, Chen Mo was also here, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. These 5 core members of the Brotherhood are his master's good brothers and uncles. After getting along with each other these days, they are generous and generous. Chen Mo has already regarded them as partners. Unexpectedly, the accident happened so suddenly. They were still chatting together at noon, but at night they were separated from each other. The overwhelming anger was about to burst out of his chest. Not long after, a young man broke in, breaking the oppressive atmosphere in the hall. After listening to the younger brother's report, everyone in the room became furious. What did you say? The Lu family found a killer? If that bastard can't beat us, he will use some dirty tricks and find killers to deal with us. I'm going to kill his whole family right now. That's enough. The hall was noisy, and besides the eldest brother, the second most dignified person spoke up. The Lu family posted a reward on the dark web, and their methods were indeed despicable. But they are existences that cannot be seen in the light. Besides breaking your teeth and swallowing it, what else can you do? If we really want to kill the Lu family, their brother gang will not be able to survive. This is Kyushu, and murder is illegal. The Lu family is a legitimate businessman, not like them. Killing people will only get you. To take revenge, you cannot use the means of beating and killing. The Lu family. Chen Mo clenched his fists, his eyes full of hatred and self-blame. In fact, the Brotherhood has no grudge against the Lu family. The hatred was attracted by him. Lao Lu's death was all because of him. I, Chen Mo, swear that I will not destroy the Lu family, and I will not be a human being. Chapter 54, A family should have one quilt. The storm is coming and the building is full of wind on the other side. A woman got into a van anxiously. Your mission is completed, this is your reward. As soon as she got in the car, a burly man in the driver's seat turned around and threw a bag of things to her. When I opened it, I saw that it was all banknotes. Xiang Yu's face flushed with excitement. Unexpectedly, she really got money from this group of social people. These days, she has been staying with the young master of the Lu family as instructed. All kinds of provocations make the protagonist an enemy. Seeing that Lu Xiao could not defeat Chen Mo, it was she who asked for a killer and provided the address of the dark web. The news will spread through the blood massacre. By getting rid of the sixth brother in the Brotherhood, we can successfully find a scapegoat. The purpose is to let the Brotherhood fight with the Lu family to death. Let the storm come more violently. Xiang Yu's eyes shone, he quickly put away the bag and said to the man tremblingly. Thank you, brother. You know what to say and what not to say, right? If you dare to leak this matter, you should know the consequences. Lao Mo threatened in a cold tone. This woman played a big role in it, but her presence was very small. No one should notice her. But Lao Mo still warned him out of caution. These were all given to him by Su Hao. I know, I won't tell you even if I'm beaten to death. Xiang Yu nodded in assurance. After Xiang Yu got out of the car, Lao Mo stepped on the accelerator and gradually disappeared into the dense night. I don't know when the night sky will be covered with dark clouds. There is a depressing smell in the air. There is a feeling that a storm is coming. Time flies by. In the blink of an eye, it was already the evening of the second day. the battle in the ghetto begins again. The same Brotherhood and Alliance forces are no longer as evenly matched as yesterday. It was a complete one-sided massacre. On the brothers' side, the other 4 brothers joined the battle together. Among them, there is one more person, Chen Mo, who is the most powerful. At this time, all of them were red-eyed. I vowed to avenge Lao Lu and let these people be buried with him. Although they knew that Lao Lu died in the hands of a killer, these people could not let him go. There is no doubt that Lao Lu died on the battlefield. These people are all going to die. Chen Mo was covered in blood, and he was the strongest among the brothers. But it has never been done before. But today, because of guilt and self-blame, he broke the precept. Lao Lu's death was all because of him, and he wanted revenge. Ding! Chen Mo felt guilty, his emotional value plus 786. Ding! Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 867. The dark corners are filled with murder, and evil is being staged. The feasting in the bustling city is not affected. A car drove out of the Su family villa. The car was filled with the Su family, preparing to go to the Magic City Concert Hall to attend a concert. As early as half a month ago, the concert hall was promoting. Edward, the top international piano master, will come to Shanghai to perform. Edward is one of the top people in the music circle. Composed many famous songs, similar to Taishan Beidou in the medical world. As soon as the news spread that he was coming to Shanghai to perform, the effect can be imagined. Countless music lovers flocked here. There were so many people coming that the concert hall couldn't fit in all the seats. As a result, ticket prices have skyrocketed, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is difficult to get a ticket. Of course, Su Hao was not included in this group of people who could not buy tickets. He just gave an order. After a while, several tickets appeared in his hands. The reason why Su Hongzhuang came back was not only to worry about her 2 younger sisters, but also to attend this concert. She originally wanted to go alone today. Unexpectedly, Su Hao also bought tickets and his whole family went. She didn't want to take Su Hao's car and asked her 2 younger sisters to come with her, but they were rejected mercilessly. Su Shiqing and Su Huai expressed their insistence on taking their father's car. Su Hongzhuang was heartbroken. In the end, the 2 sisters persuaded her and pulled her into Su Hao's car. To put it bluntly, a family should be in order. The largest concert hall in Shanghai. It seems deserted on weekdays. After all, there are only a few people who know how to appreciate the piano. Only those upper-class people who are not busy with life can have the leisure to listen to music. Unlike before, the concert hall was full of people today. Many of them are fans of the piano master Edward. People who thought they were gentlemen walked into the concert hall one by one, well dressed and dressed like a dog. That's the chairman of Hong Yuan Group. Normally, Shenlong never comes to an end, but I didn't expect that he would appear here. That's the boss of a seafood chain hotel and his wife. I didn't expect them to appear in Shanghai. Many big names who usually can only be seen on TV appear here. This is Mr. Edward's influence. I didn't expect there to be so many piano lovers. Watching the big names entering the concert hall, countless people felt emotional. The arrival of Su Hao's family completely set off the atmosphere. Oh my God, there are so many beauties. Is this a stab at the beauty's nest? A pair of innocent twin sisters, a mature and sexy lady, and a charming young woman, there are really all types. That man is too happy, isn't he? For such a beautiful woman, if he gets just one of them, his ancestors' graves will be filled with smoke. He actually has 4 of them with him. Ha ha. You're from out of town, right? Su Hao from the Su group doesn't even know? That young and mature woman is his wife, and the other 3 daughters are his. What the hell? That man is so young, he looks like he is in his 30s, and he actually has 3 daughters? What a fuss. All 7 daughters of this family are famous in the country. The effect of the beauty's appearance is explosive. The 4 of them are beauties that are rare to see and come across. Everyone has a different temperament. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Su Hao led his family into the concert hall. Countless people looked at their backs in shock. Among them were two people in the crowd. This is a beauty who was on par with the four beauties in the nearest concert hall just now. She was wearing a purple evening gown, her face was delicate and beautiful, and she had light makeup on her face. Her silky hair was pulled into a bun, and she felt a sense of nobility. Xiao Wanling withdrew her surprised gaze. As expected, classmate and best friend Su Hongzhuang also came. I wanted to go up and say hello, but when I saw their family together, I couldn't help but give up the idea. Let's chat for a while after the concert. Not far from her, a young man stood, not as calm as she was. The expression on his face is very wonderful, and his eyes are full of incredible. Isn't that Su Hao, the CEO of Su Group, who came to visit after hearing the bad news about his father last time? That's right, this guy wearing street clothes and his clothes turned white from washing is Zheng Fifan. These days, he has been dealing with his father's funeral. It was finally processed today. I was about to start investigating the cause of my father's death when I accidentally saw the beautiful landlady dressed beautifully and going out. For this beautiful woman, she needs good looks, good figure, and good temperament. Zheng Fifan fell in love with it at first sight. A person goes out dressed so beautifully and it's late at night. What if he encounters danger? Therefore, Zheng Fifan willingly became the flower protector. Su Hao had a pretty good impression on him. I remember that a woman said that he was greedy for his father's property, and Su Hao still tried to excuse him. Unexpectedly, he not only has such a beautiful wife, but also has 3 beautiful daughters. No, I heard from people around me that there are 7 of them. 7 fairies, this is... Zheng Fifan couldn't help but think to himself. After investigating the cause of father's death, should we go find Uncle Su? At that time, he also left a business card for himself. Let yourself go to him if you have anything to do. Don't get me wrong, he is not interested in Su Hao's daughters. I just want to get closer. His ears twitched slightly. Zheng Fifan heard footsteps next to him. It turned out that it was Xiao Wanling, the beautiful landlady, who was walking towards the concert hall. Zheng Fifan came to his senses and quickly chased after her. Sister Wanling, wait for me. Xiao Wanling paused, frowned, and said to him coldly. Can you stop following me? She can't do anything about this rogue guy. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have been kind and rented the house to the other party. It was a rainy night. Zheng Fifan was carrying his luggage and wearing rags. I am looking for a house in the rain. After some inquiries, I learned that Zheng Fifan came to work from out of town. Xiao Wanling thought for a while. Who hasn't had difficulties? I rented my house to him. Who would have thought? Zheng Fifan actually said that he had no money and promised to pay it back to her when he made money later. Xiao Wanling was not short of money. Her parents left her an inheritance of tens of millions. Renting out a house and being a housekeeper, I just want to find something to do for myself. Seeing how pitiful he was, Xiao Wanling agreed. Now she regrets it very much. This guy is careless, his eyes are always squinting, and he often talks nonsense. Where is the slightest sign of serious work? She even suspected where the gangsters came from. But people have moved into rental houses, so she can't drive them away, right? I want to force the other party to move out early by pressing for rent. Xiao Wanling still underestimated this guy's shamelessness and helplessness. It is impossible to pay the rent. She turned a deaf ear to his rent-driving behavior and spoke to him coldly, but he actually enjoyed it. Sister Wanling, don't be so fierce. Isn't this for your own good? It's so dangerous for a girl like you to go out at night. I'm not doing this to protect you. Zheng Fifan raised the corner of his mouth and his tone was frivolous. Ha ha. I really thank you. You'd better take care of yourself. You're welcome. As a good young man, it is my duty to protect beautiful women. This is what I should do. Zheng Fifan seemed not to hear the sarcasm in Xiao Wanling's tone and waved his hand modestly. Xiao Wanling was so angry that Xiong Men I hurt. Several times I wanted to curse. Don't you understand human speech? When the words came to her mouth, she swallowed them back. Keep comforting yourself in your heart. Xiao Wanling, you are a well-educated woman, don't be like this scoundrel. Since you are so graceful, when did you pay the rent? Xiao Wanling could no longer hide the anger on her face, and said in a cold tone. Sister Wanling, don't you still believe in my character? When this month's salary comes, I will leave it to you. Zheng Fifan patted his chest and said with certainty. The corners of his mouth curved. I have worked hard in the dark world for many years and performed countless missions. How could he be the leader of a mercenary group without money? Renting a house is just a small trick he used. As long as he doesn't pay the rent for a day, the beautiful landlord will keep coming to see him. As time goes by, won't the relationship improve? He could imagine the scene in which he would embrace a beautiful woman in the future. This sentence is used to prevaricate again. Just you? And character? Dogs are classier than you. Xiao Wanling was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Stomping her feet, she turned around and walked towards the concert hall. Oof. Just keep following me. I don't see how you can follow me if you don't have a ticket. Zheng Fifan shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly and followed behind with a smile. There was no surprise. Xiao Wanling walked into the concert hall smoothly. And he was stopped outside by the security guards. Please show your ticket. Zheng Fifan finally understood the meaning of Xiao Wanling's words. Thinking that he can't get in without a ticket. Small sample. Brother, can you be accommodating? I'm with that beautiful woman. Zheng Fifan smiled and took out a pack of Hontishan. He handed cigarettes to the two security guards very casually, as if they were two good friends. The two security guards looked at him disdainfully, with deep mockery in their eyes. They work as security guards in a concert hall, and the people they see every day are richly dressed, gentlemanly, upper-class people. Naturally, he looked down upon the rag and bone guy in front of him. Where are you, this stinky beggar? Get out of here and don't block the way of other distinguished guests. Hurry home and pick up trash. This is not the place you should be. The two security guards scolded him coldly. Zheng Fifan put the cigarette back angrily. Isn't he just a security guard? What's so great? Dogs look down upon people. Cursing, Zheng Fifan came to the other side of the concert hall, and the corner of Zheng Fifan's mouth curled up. Do you really think he can't get in without a ticket? A small concert hall wants to stop him? That's too little to take him seriously. Zheng Fifan jumped lightly and climbed up to the second floor skillfully. Third floor. Su Hao's family came to a VIP box. Looking down from here, you can see the big stage clearly. The concert starts at 8 o'clock, and it's not time yet. The two sisters, Su Shiqing and Su Hui, looked at the decoration in the box curiously. It is worthy of being a VIP box. The decoration inside is extremely luxurious, and the coffee table is filled with desserts and fruits. What is surprising is, there is actually a piano in the box. This is what the concert hall prepares for distinguished guests to enhance their interest. If you attend a concert and your inspiration breaks out, you can play a song on the spot. The sound connects the entire concert hall, allowing more people to appreciate your masterpiece. But few people use it. Su Hongzhuang obviously wasn't here for the first time, so she told her two sisters about the purpose of this piano. The two sisters were very surprised. Is there still such an operation? Then he looked at Su Hongzhuang with shining eyes. Third sister, you play the piano very well. Why don't you try playing a song after that piano master finishes playing? If you play better than that guy, you will be famous. Su Hongzhuang smiled bitterly. My sister really dares to say it. He is an international piano master and his reputation is well known at home and abroad. How can she compete with him? In fact, when she rushed back to listen to this concert, she felt that her piano had reached a bottleneck. I want to listen to this concert one day and see if I can break through myself. Comparing yourself to other piano masters? She hadn't thought about it. Time passes slowly. When the clock hits 8 o'clock, the concert finally begins. Chapter 55, Raising a Daughter's Sense of Accomplishment. Su Hao's great deception technique. Thank you all for coming to this concert. I declare the concert to officially begin. Now I welcome the international piano master Mr. Edward. After the host's opening remarks on the stage, he finished. An old man with white hair but good spirits came on stage. The audience burst into applause. Edward is a big name in the music industry, and most people at the scene came because of his name. Why do we just say it's the majority? Some of the rich second generation and nouveau riche cannot appreciate music at all. The reason why I came here is just to show my identity. To put it simply, it means spending money to find suffering. There are also people like Su Hao. No one is interested in piano at all. I came here with a ticket for another purpose. Edward came on stage and spoke some bird language, and someone next to him translated what he said. Won a burst of applause again. After some introductions, Edward sat on the high platform in front of the expensive piano. As his fingers moved nimbly, the melodious melody resounded throughout the hall. Nearly everyone held their breath and closed their eyes slightly, enjoying the rhythmic melody. Edward can be called an international piano master, and his piano skills are of course nothing to say. When people listen to it, they feel happy. The rhythm and melody are very good, and even people who don't understand music can listen to it. In the box. Su Hao yawned. That's it? Is this the level of an international master? It's so far from his master-level piano. Moreover, the piano music he played was also relatively cliché, incomparable to the divine songs in his previous life. It was relatively boring for him, but Su Hongzhuan looked focused. He looked like a student listening to a lecture. Afraid of missing one of the details. Taking her expression into his eyes, Su Hao smiled slightly. I think it's time to subdue this third daughter. Feeling the warmth coming from his arms, it turned out that the two sisters, poetic in painting, were holding him on the left and right. After a period of his hands-on teaching, his two daughters became more and more dependent on him. This feeling of cultivation gave him a sense of accomplishment. Happiness is always short-lived. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. People in the hall were immersed in the music and forgot the passage of time. The host came on stage to announce the end of the concert. Edward also stood up and bowed to the audience to thank him. 507 Nyobi, it sounds so good. You deserve to be an international master. It's really memorable. Even I, who have no interest in music, listened to it with gusto. I have always liked Mr. Edward's piano. I thought it sounded good online, but it sounded even better live. It's a worthwhile trip. It's worth coming all the way here. The high ticket price is worth it. There was a burst of applause. The crowd whispered, all of them admired Edward. Suddenly, amid the praises of everyone, an inappropriate voice sounded. National piano master? Nothing more than that. This is a public place. Most of the people who come here are well-educated and upper-class people, and the discussion is not loud. This voice, whether loud or small, fell into everyone's ears very clearly. Swish, brush, brush. Everyone's expressions changed, and they all looked towards the source of the sound. Who is it? How dare you question the piano skills of international masters? He is a world-recognized master, and they felt that they had endless aftertaste after listening to it. This guy is obviously looking for trouble on purpose. In an inconspicuous corner, everyone saw a shabby figure in tattered clothes. Who else could it be if it wasn't Zheng Fifan? What the hell? Are you sure I heard correctly? Those words just came from his mouth? No. Why should he? Who gave him the courage? Dare to question the international master, Liang Jingru? Looking at him, he's not an employee of the concert hall, and he doesn't have a seat. Could he have sneaked in? What do those security guards do for a living? Wouldn't letting a beggar in here lower our status? Hurry up and ask the security to kick this guy out. He has no right to stay with us. The crowd in the hall was excited and pointed at Zheng Fifan in the corner. All kinds of voices of contempt and ridicule are endless. Zheng Feifan, who was at the center of the storm, didn't care. There is a smile on the lips, but the eyes are too coquettish. The expression is very confident. He has been in the dark world for many years, and he is not just a murderer. He knows all kinds of skills. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is proficient in them all. He has studied piano for several years. I just saw this international master appear on stage. What else does he have to offer? As a result, his stomach almost hurt from laughing. The operation was as fierce as a tiger, but the result was not as good as him. Seeing a group of people praising his stinky feet, Zheng Feifan couldn't help but stand up and say something. Of course he did it on purpose. For this level, so many people praise it? Then if he goes up and plays a song, won't these people's jaws drop in shock? The most important thing is that he wants the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling to take a look. No. There are also Su Hao and Uncle Su's 3 daughters. Let them see their piano skills. Thinking of the way they looked at him with admiration on their faces, Zheng Feifan felt excited. Xiao Wanling was indeed looking at him. But the look in his eyes was not admiration, but an expression of looking at a fool. Although I don't know how this guy got in without a ticket. But he openly mocked the international piano master. Are you sure there is nothing wrong with your brain? Xiao Wanling regretted renting the house to this guy even more. Maybe he ran away from a mental hospital. No, I will find a way to drive him away when I get back. Dad, look, he looks like a clown. Su Huai tugged Su Hao's arm. She pointed to Zheng Feifan in the corner and said, "Little sister, how can you say that?" Su Shiqing glared at her sister. Even if she is a clown, is it really okay for you to say this? Can you please pay attention to our ladylike image? Su Hao rubbed Su Huai's head and said with deep meaning, "Your sister is right, don't be fooled by the superficial appearance of things." He plans to clear his former self. There is a reason why I treat you so indifferently. You are all deceived. Ah? Dad, what do you mean? Isn't he a clown? Su Huai was curious. Su Shiqing, Su Hongzhuang, and Su Manqiu all looked at Su Hao. In their eyes. That young man, who was wearing rags and was very ordinary, was deliberately trying to impress others. A clown. Listening to Su Hao's meaning, there are different opinions. His performance is indeed a bit artificial and deliberately attracts attention, but what I see in his eyes is confidence. According to my experience, whether this person's piano skills are as good as that of the piano master is another matter, but he should be capable. The women were shocked after hearing this and quickly looked at Zheng Feifan again. Sure enough, when he found out that he was being pointed out by thousands of people, he still looked calm and calm. Since he has this confidence and his piano skills are so high, he shouldn't have no money to buy clothes. Look at that t-shirt and jeans. They have turned white after washing, and there are still a few holes. Su Shiqing frowned, very puzzled. Maybe he wants to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. You are obviously powerful, but you pretend to be unworthy and deliberately attract ridicule from others. When the people around him look down on him, he stands up and slaps him in the face to gain inner satisfaction. Su Hao began to apply eye drops to the protagonist in front of his daughters. Let them realize that the human heart is sinister. Never make friends with people of the opposite sex. Don't even think about your boyfriend, it's enough to have yourself as your father. Actually, he was right. The dog author writes like this to highlight the contrast and then pretend to be cool. As expected, both daughters looked disgusted. Then isn't he a clown? Not only is he a clown, he also has some serious illness. Obviously you have the ability to gain the respect of others, but you have to dress yourself up like a beggar and feel comfortable being ridiculed and looked down upon by others. When the two sisters heard that Zheng Feifan was capable, they had some expectations. Now, I wish he could disappear from sight. Su Mingqiu was thoughtful. Su Hongzhuang turned away. She didn't believe what Su Hao said. You know, Edward is an international piano master. That guy with ordinary clothes and even more ordinary looks dared to look down on the other party. Is his piano level higher than that of everyone in the world? She didn't believe it at all. Piano Master Edward finished playing and was about to leave the stage when he suddenly heard someone looking down on his piano. He has been dealing with the piano all his life and regards it as more important than his life. Absolutely no insult is allowed. However, he had the common demeanor and did not get angry immediately. He wanted to see what strength the other party had to dare to mock him. Said to Zhang Fifan in the corner, "Little brother, since you look down on my performance, I wonder if you can go on stage and perform a song for the audience, so as to convince them." In the corner, someone notified the doorman and security. "I heard that someone broke into the concert hall, and a group of security guards rushed in. Aren't you that beggar? How did you sneak in? I remember I drove you away. Get out of here quickly and don't disturb everyone's enjoyment." A group of security teams were teasing Zhang Fifan. At this moment, the voice of Piano Master Edward came. The security guards were stunned. Zhang Fifan broke free from their restraints, straightened his clothes, and raised a confident smile on his lips. "What are you afraid of? Today I will show you what a true master is." Amidst the glares of the crowd, Zhang Fifan came to the high platform with his head held high and his chest held high. "I don't know what to call my little brother? Zhang Fifan." After briefly introducing himself, Zhang Fifan waved his hand impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense, can I start? Please." Edward extended his hand to signal, acting very gentlemanly. He also saw the confidence in Zhang Fifan's eyes, and he didn't just take people at face value. "But I want to see how he performs later. If it's really grandstanding, then he doesn't mind making the other person look good." Since he became famous, no one has questioned his piano skills. Zhang Fifan is the first. "What the hell? That guy is so arrogant, he doesn't even take Mr. Edward seriously. You're crazy, you're all crazy. If word spreads about calling a beggar to perform on stage, how can we, the upper class, not laugh out loud hearing a beggar play the piano? Get off here. What qualifications do you have to sit there? Your destination is to go back and pick up trash." Almost all of them were ridicule and disdain for Zhang Fifan. Zhang Fifan still had a smile on his face. "Scold, continue scolding me. I'm looking forward to how you will change your face later." Zhang Fifan sneered in his heart and came to sit in front of the piano. After sitting down, his eyes changed, and his whole temperament was different. I put my finger on the piano and pressed it lightly, trying the keys. Edward's eyes lit up. It can be seen from the other party's audition that this person's piano skills are definitely extraordinary. It was not beyond his expectation. As Zhang Fifan's fingertips jumped, an exciting and majestic melody came out. The melody is slightly urgent, majestic, and fierce, as if you are on the battlefield. This is a piano piece he composed himself. It is a fusion of his many years of experience in the dark world and fighting on the battlefield. Everyone in the audience was immersed in it. As Zhang Fifan pressed the last piano key, it also represented the end of his song. The whole place was silent. Everyone looked at Zhang Fifan on the stage with shock in their eyes. This piano music, both in terms of rhythm and melody, is better than the one played by the international master Edward. Let everyone feel like they are on the battlefield. It is unbelievable that this piece of music was played by a beggar. I don't know who took the lead in applauding, breaking the silence. The whole hall burst into applause. Edward also recovered from the applause and came to Zhang Fifan with an excited face. "Brother Zhang, no. Master Zhang, you are the master. I wonder if we can discuss the piano together." I have to say that he likes the piano very much. The piano was valued more than life. Now, an opportunity to improve the piano was right in front of him, and he immediately put down his posture. Zhang Fifan stood up calmly and smiled lightly. "Sorry, my piano is from a single generation and will never be passed on to outsiders. Actually, I was just too lazy to discuss it with an old man just now. It would be more like a beautiful woman." He just took this opportunity to show off. His eyes looked in one direction involuntarily. As expected, Xiao Wanling looked shocked. Zhang Fifan felt proud. Plop. But at this moment, the international piano master Edward knelt down in front of him. Master Jean, no. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Nima, what's going on? Edward is also an international master after all. Why did he suddenly kneel down to a beggar? Haven't you seen it yet? The beggar in our eyes is really better than Edward's piano skills. The international piano master is begging to be his disciple. Damn it, he has tricked him. Is the horse rider sick? Although he is so good at playing the piano, he still has to dress like a beggar. He can't even afford the tickets. I can't help sisterly. The crowd was in an uproar. Xiao Wanling was shocked by Zhang Fifen's performance. As if he couldn't believe his ears. Is this still the careless little gangster who only knows how to talk? Why does it suddenly look like a different person? On the high platform. Zheng Fan was also stunned by the sudden scene. However, it feels quite refreshing to hear the exclamations around me. An idol worshipped by countless people, not to mention the feeling of comfort that comes from kneeling in front of him and begging to be his disciple. However, no matter what, he would not accept such an old man in his 50s or 60s as his apprentice. Just when Zhang Fifen was about to refuse, a melodious sound of the piano came, making people feel like they were in a dreamland. Chapter 56, Shape Yourself into Your Daughter's Idol. Double the Happiness, third floor. The box where Su Hao is. After listening to Zhang Fifen's piano performance, several sisters looked shocked. He couldn't help but look back at Su Hao. Dad really got it right. This guy who was looking at the beggar's dress turned out to be really better than the piano master. Thinking of Su Hao's meaningful words just now. Don't be confused by the superficial appearance of things. Sometimes what the eyes see is not necessarily true. When Su Hao spoke, he pretended to be meaningful. A few sisters couldn't help but think about it. Could it be that Su Hao had some hidden agenda when he treated them like that before? Otherwise, how to explain that Su Hao suddenly started to be nice to them? Su Hongzhuan looked complicated. Looking at the idol-like piano master Edward on the high platform, he knelt down to learn from Zhang Fifen. I feel bad in my heart. She came here specially to attend this concert today because of this piano master's piano. I hope you can refer to it and find the bottlenecks to break through. Unexpectedly, I knelt down to someone at this time. Suddenly, I felt like my idol had collapsed. Scanning the entire audience, Su Hao felt that it was almost done. It's time for him to appear. The hands were taken out of the twin sisters' arms. Amid the confused looks of several women, Su Hao sat down in front of the piano. Dad, what are you doing? Su Shiqing and Su Huai looked surprised. Could it be? The sisters couldn't help but think of Su Hao's paintings and calligraphy. Does Dad still know how to play the piano? The two women couldn't help clenching their fists, their pretty faces flushed slightly, and they were very excited. Su Hao went through the famous piano music from his previous life in his mind, and finally chose one of the world's divine songs. Symphony of Destiny. Symphony of Destiny reflects the class struggle at that time. It was slightly modified and played by Su Hao's master-level piano. Su Hao's temperament was elegant and easygoing, becoming more and more noble as his fingertips danced. In the hall. The sudden sound of piano made everyone stunned. Who is playing the piano? On the high platform, there is no one in front of the piano. Still, the host who knew the inside story came forward to explain. Only then did everyone realize that they were guests in the VIP box, and they were so happy that they wanted to play a song for everyone. The extremely rhythmic melody fell into everyone's ears. Urgent, passionate, unrestrained. Everyone listened with rapt attention, as if they were pulled into an illusory illusion. Their fate is bumpy and sad, and their lives are shrouded in despair, but they never give in. Dare to fight and pursue freedom and ideals. The song ends. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop. Shocking. Unprecedented shock. No one could have imagined that piano music could reach this level. Let them fluctuate with the melody, and the whole person will be immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. After the silence, there was an uproar. The applause was thunderous. Who am I, Tien? Who actually performed such a divine song? This song is simply amazing. I seem to see a figure in despair who is still unyielding and fighting for his ideals. I've never heard of it before. Is it a new creation? I've made a lot of money. I thought watching the piano master Edward's performance would be a worthwhile trip. I didn't expect to hear 2 additional pieces of music, especially this divine song. Who played it? Is there such an awesome person in our concert hall? I must meet him. Compared to that, Edward, the international piano master, is like a child playing house in front of this one. I would like to call him the first person in the piano world. Everyone no longer cared about gentlemanly behavior and started talking about it. For a time, the hall was extremely noisy. It's all about curiosity about that mysterious performer. On the bandstand, Edward, the international piano master, could not help but stand up, his whole body trembling with excitement. His eyes were patrolling the VIP box on the 3rd floor. He must worship that master as his teacher. He would never be able to write such a divine song and perform at an astonishing level in his lifetime. Zheng Fifan next to him looked stiff and ugly. It was obvious that everyone was still in high demand for him just now. The next moment it was transferred to someone else. Not even interested in looking at him. His eyes fell in one direction. I saw that Xiao Wanling was also shocked at this time, with an expression on her face that was eager to see her idol. Zheng Fifan instantly went into emo. Damn, who ruined his good deeds? Ding, Zheng Fifan is extremely angry, his mood value is plus 645. Ding, Xiao Wanling is filled with admiration, her mood value is plus 352. Ding, Su Hongzhuang's heart was shaken, her emotional value plus 726. Ding, looking at the emotional value prompts that kept popping up in the system, Su Hao was very satisfied. I harvested a lot today, and I can go back to the lottery again. Su Hao discovered Hua Dian. 2 new characters were created by using emotional values. He knows Zheng Fifan. There is also Xiao Wanling. I couldn't help but think of Zhang Fan's previous investigation information. This Xiao Wanling was his landlord and a beautiful woman. A perfect heroine, no doubt. It was not just the people in the hall who were shocked. Su Manqiu, Su Shiqing, and Su Huai were all dumbfounded. Su Hao's piano has actually reached a state of perfection. Su Huai waved his fist. Sure enough, I guessed right. Dad really knows how to play the piano, and he's so good. Is there anything else Dad doesn't know? Su Shiqing murmured to herself. Su Yanqiu also knew from the narrations of his 2 daughters that Su Hao was very good at painting and calligraphy. But this was the first time she saw Su Hao playing the piano so well. It shocked her beyond measure. Su Hongzhuang was even more unbelievable. She knew that Su Hao's father, who was indifferent to them and had no emotion at all, had indeed changed. He started to be kind to his mother and took good care of his sister. This is why she didn't move out and stayed at home. If Su Hao remained the same as before, she would not want to stay at home for a moment. But she never expected that Su Hao had changed so much. No. It should be said, it's no longer hidden. Whether it is painting, calligraphy, or piano, it cannot be achieved overnight. Su Hao has always known it, but he is just hiding it. It's just not exposed. But why should he hide? Is it true that, as Su Hao just hinted, there was another reason for treating them like that before? It's quite funny when you think about it. Fortunately, she still regarded Edward as her idol and came here specially to attend the concert. Looking for a breakthrough on the piano. But little did he know that there was a real boss living in the family. In front of Su Hao's piano, what kind of shit is that, Edward? From the music Su Hao played just now, she had already understood something. It's just that the feeling of breakthrough is a bit elusive and I can't grasp it for a while. If I could listen to it a few more times, or get Su Hao's guidance, then her piano will definitely improve to the next level. However, Su Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel ashamed at the thought of begging this emotionless father. Come back to your senses. The concert is over and it's time for us to go back. Suhao waved to the girls who were still in a daze. Dad, you are so amazing. Suhui hugged him up, stood on tiptoes, and made a wooden horse sound. Su Shirqing's eyes were also full of admiration. Suhao smiled calmly. Basic practice, don't be six. As soon as Suhao and his family went downstairs, a group of people blocked them. They all want to see who is the performer of the Divine Comedy? Everyone was a little surprised when they saw Suhao and his party. They just came out of the corresponding box, that's right. The performer is among them. The host pushed through the crowd, came to Suhao with an excited face, and said respectfully, Mr. Su, don't mind, they are all curious about the performer. Can I ask Mr. Su, who played the divine song just now? Facing the expectant eyes around him, Suhao smiled calmly. The song just now was created out of inspiration by my daughter Su Hongzhuang. After saying that, Suhao pointed to Su Hongzhuang, who looked beside him with a confused look on his face. In this comprehensive novel world, he is a villain and should be as low-key as possible. The higher your profile, the faster you will die. Who knows when a protagonist suddenly appears, discovers what you have done, and takes justice for heaven. It will be fine if you just pass the fame to your daughter. These protagonists all have a urinary temperament and can't walk when they see beautiful women. Su Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with confusion. Who I am? Where am I? What do I want to do? It is conceivable that the divine song played by Suhao just now will definitely blow up the entire internet. The creator will also become famous. With such a good opportunity to become famous, why didn't Suhao accept it and instead gave it to her? Su Hongzhuang was about to ask, but she saw Suhao blinking at her. The words reached my mouth and I smoked again. Su Wengqiu was a little confused about the poetry and painting. Then I felt relieved. Suhao is not only good at piano, but also painting and calligraphy. If he hadn't revealed it recently, even their family members wouldn't have known about it. Suhao definitely didn't want to be exposed. That's why I gave up my reputation to Su Hongzhuang. No one would disbelieve what the famous CEO Suhao said. The whole place was in an uproar. They all want to see who the creator of the Divine Comedy is. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a girl in her 20s. The girl is in her 20s, and in terms of piano, she is several steps ahead of the international piano masters. If this news breaks out, the entire network will definitely explode. 666, is this the world of genius? He is only in his 20s and has surpassed international piano masters. Who says women are inferior to men? In the great piano family, there is finally a female compatriot who is worse than the others. Why does it look familiar to me? I remembered it. She is the Su Hongzhuang. She not only plays the piano, but also sings. I also know that Su Hongzhuang, the piano music she composed before is also very nice, but it is not as explosive as today's one. I realized it all at once. No wonder Mr. Su said it was an explosion of inspiration. She was only slightly famous before, but it will be different in the future. I can't believe how popular she will be after the release of this divine song. Someone recognized Su Hongzhuang and was immediately excited. Taking out a pen and paper, I wanted to get Su Hongzhuang's signature. If you don't seize this opportunity, you may not have another chance in the future. The host also suppressed his excitement. He kept taking deep breaths and asked excitedly, Ms. Su, could you please tell me the name of the divine song you just composed? How do I know? Su Hongzhuang's eyes couldn't help but fall on Suhao. Suhao opened his mouth and gestured with a few words. Su Hongzhuang saw it and blurted out. Symphony of Destiny. As soon as the name of this piano piece came out, it once again aroused a wave of discussion. Reminds me of the artistic conception of fighting against fate when they were listening to the piano. Symphony of Destiny is a perfect match. Okay, please evacuate the crowd, we are going back. Suhao stopped the host who was about to chatter. The host still has a lot to ask. But since Suhao had spoken, he had to do it. Just as he was about to ask security to evacuate the crowd, an old man ran over in a hurry. It is none other than Edward, the great piano master. When he came closer in a panic, he knelt down directly in front of Su Hongzhuang with a pop sound. "Dear madam, I want to learn piano from you, please accept me as your apprentice." The scene in front of me is so similar. But this time, everyone was no longer shocked and in disbelief when Edward knelt down. Before, they all felt that the beggar Zhang Fifan was unworthy. Su Hongzhuang is different. Her piano level is indeed much higher than that of the great pianist Edward. There is nothing wrong with wanting to learn from a teacher. Su Hongzhuang was a little distracted. Looking at the person she once regarded as her idol kneeling in front of her, she felt mixed emotions in her heart. Suddenly I felt dull. That's it? Also worthy of being called a piano master? Such a person would never be her idol. Her real idol is... For a moment, Su Hao's figure appeared in her mind. The high platform in the distance. Zhang Fifan watched the scene from a distance, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. Originally, Su Hongzhuang's highlight moment now belonged to him. Now, everyone only remembers Su Hongzhuang. Where is his shadow? But you want to say how angry you are? No. There is no other reason. Su Hongzhuang is a great beauty. No worse than the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling, even worse. He refused to accept losing to a man. He was convinced when he lost to a woman. Rejecting Edward's request to become a disciple, Su Hongzhuang and her group walked outside. Su Hongzhuang felt happy when she saw a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Walked over. "Wanling, why are you here?" "Of course I came here specifically to see you, the great pianist, perform." Xiao Wanling's expression was exaggerated, with a hint of joking in her eyes. Su Hongzhuang is her classmate and best friend. The two have been in contact since graduation. She knows her best friend's musical level very well. She can be sure. That divine song, the Symphony of Destiny, was definitely not composed by my best friend. After careful observation, she discovered the eye contact between Su Hongzhuang and her father Su Hao. What I still don't understand is that the Divine Comedy was composed by his father. The reputation was given to her. Sure enough, Xiao Wanling saw Su Hongzhuang's unnatural expression, and she was even more sure. A pair of curious eyes fell on Su Hao. I'm really curious about what this man who seems to be very young despite having 7 daughters has experienced. Create a song that does not bow to fate. When Xiao Wanling was looking at Su Hao was also looking at her. Character, Xiao Wanling. Identity, Charter Wife, Heroine of Urban Flower Protector. Charm, 93, Full Value 100, Strength, 10, 10 for Ordinary People. Physique, 11, 10 for Ordinary People. Spirit, 10, 10 for Ordinary People. Favorability, 20. Okay, here comes another leak. From the looks of it, she is still her daughter's best friend. Wouldn't that be double the happiness? Chapter 57, I treat you as my best friend, but you actually want to be my stepmother? Two best friends, Su Hongzhuang and Xiao Wanling, were chatting. Su Hao and his party happened to pass by. "Hongzhuang, is this your friend? Why don't you invite me to your house?" Looking at the mature and handsome man so close at hand, Xiao Wanling really couldn't compare him with Su Hongzhuang's father. "Hello, uncle, I am Hongzhuang's classmate and best friend." The whole family came over, and Su Hongzhuang had to make an introduction. When Su Wenxue was introduced as Su Hao's wife, Xiao Wanling couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. How come such a mature and handsome man has a wife? It would be great if you were single. If Su Hongzhuang hears her thoughts, her best friend will have no choice but to do anything. I regard you as my best friend, but you actually want to be my stepmother? The lovely twins who know poetry and painting are Su Hongzhuang's younger sisters. Xiao Wanling gave them a sister-like smile. After some pleasantries, Su Hongzhuang said goodbye to her best friend. Xiao Wanling accepted Su Hao's invitation to go home. She was a little moved, the artistic conception of the piano was so profound, she wanted to get to know this man up close. But it's too late today and it's not appropriate. Said that he would visit his home in the future. As soon as she got in the car, Su Hong asked eagerly, "Why are you doing this?" She was confused. Obviously that divine song was composed by Su Hao, and he also performed it. Why should you put the reputation on yourself? Hearing her pressing tone, the twin sisters immediately quit. Third sister, how can you talk to dad like this? Third sister, don't you want to be a big star? You will be famous after today. It's okay if you don't thank me, but you still question. Yes, Hongzhuang, your father is also doing it for your own good and will not harm you. Su Manqiu also began to persuade. Fulfilling the promise made to Su Hao yesterday night, she said good things to Su Hao in front of Su Hongzhuang. Su Hongzhuang ignored them, biting her lips tightly with a firm gaze. Indeed, to become a star, she needs a lot of fame. Now she is only slightly famous. Once he takes over as the performer of the Symphony of Destiny, he will definitely become a hit. But if this was Su Hao's charity, she would rather not accept it. Su Hao knew very well what this stubborn daughter was thinking. Of course he wouldn't say it was on purpose. Hongzhuang, you also know my identity. I'm a dignified CEO of a tens of billions group. What's the point of playing the piano? Su Hao sighed and said. In order to maintain my image in front of employees, I cannot expose this identity. I will act like an entertainment star. The impact will be bad. That seems to be the case. The boss of a tens of billions group manages a large number of people. If the piano master's identity is revealed, I don't know how many fans will come. Does he still want to work? Su Hongzhuang pursed her lips. She asked, a little confused. Since you don't want to be exposed, then why did you play just now? You're talking about this. When I was in the box, I saw the two of them appearing one after another, and suddenly my hands felt itchy. After a pause, Su Hao continued. I'm sorry, Hongzhuang, I can't reveal my identity, so I can only use you as a shield. Dad, look at what you said. What kind of shield you are talking about? It's obviously made the third sister famous, okay? Third sister, what's your tone? Are you my father's daughter? What's wrong with helping my father? And it's only good for you, no harm. Seeing their father being bullied, the two sisters, Shicheng and Huai, sided with Su Hao without hesitation. What Su Hao said was reasonable. Although he obviously has a high level of piano skills, he cannot be exposed because of his identity. I felt a little itchy when I saw a group of children performing and being popular among the crowd. I couldn't help but play a song. Su Hongzhuang suddenly felt ashamed. She actually thought that Su Hao was doing this on purpose, treating her like his two younger sisters. Seeing that she dreams of becoming a big star, she is not popular yet, so I gave her a huge reputation. Sorry. Su Hongzhuang is not a stubborn person. If she knows she is wrong, she will apologize. And this was also the first time she bowed to Su Hao. This is right. If you know your mistakes, correct them. You are a good boy. Su Huai gave Su Hongzhuang a thumbs up. The corners of Su Shiqing and Su Yanqiu's mouths twitched, and then they smiled. Su Hongzhuang's bow was a good sign. It's one step closer to the third sister returning home. Su Hao was driving. From a perspective that they couldn't see, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He designed a complete plan to capture the third daughter. Making her famous in one fell swoop was just the beginning. After becoming famous, you don't have the corresponding strength. How embarrassing would it be if you couldn't create new works? Su Hongzhuang would definitely not allow that to happen. You can only seek help from yourself. How can I help? Please help me step by step. When the time comes, the two of them will sit in front of the piano together and teach step by step. Everything is under control. Before the Su family returned home, a piece of news swept the entire internet. It quickly became a hot search topic on major platforms. A divine song suddenly appeared in the Magic City Concert Hall, surpassing all the famous songs in the world today. It is called Symphony of Destiny. International pianist Edward held a concert in Shanghai and unexpectedly begged a girl in her 20s to become his disciple. The youngest pianist in history is born. The concert hall has surveillance and recording systems, and the Symphony of Destiny was clearly recorded. It spread to the internet and immediately detonated the entire network. It sounds so good. I feel like my whole body is immersed in the melody of the music. Is it on fire? It's hard to believe that this kind of insight into life was created by a girl in her 20s. Is Su Hongjuan also in the entertainment industry? How come I haven't heard of this name before? There are only a few 100,000 fans. If you can't do it, you have to follow one immediately, Fireton's Lu Ming. Through hot searches, netizens found Su Hongjuang's microwave account and followed it one after another. Because Su Hongjuang is purely engaged in music and has no relationships or side effects. Hundreds of thousands of fans are entirely supported by real strength. However, after experiencing the bombardment of hot searches, Su Hongjuang's number of fans is increasing at a rapid rate. In the blink of an eye, it reached 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. It wasn't until it exceeded 10 million that the growth rate of fans slowly slowed down. But it is still rising at a steady speed. As soon as the Su family returned home, Su Hui let out an exclamation. Look at the news, the third sister is really famous now. Hearing this, Su Shiqing quickly took out her cell phone and took a look. Sure enough, I saw a lot of trending news. Su Hongjuan logged into her microwave platform. Looking at the skyrocketing number of fans, I was so shocked that I was speechless. She dreamed of becoming a big star and worked hard for several years before she accumulated hundreds of thousands of fans. Now in less than an hour, the number of fans has exceeded the 10 million mark. The reason is just that Su Hao asked her to be the scapegoat. Just, quite dreamy. The Huaxing group of 7 fairies with flowery appearances and moon-like appearances. Technology is the primary productive force. I'm really not a big star, third sister, what's going on? Was that Symphony of Destiny really composed by you? Traditional Chinese medicine Dr. YYDS, I am listening, and I am fascinated by it. Third sister, are you too amazing? Now you are really going to become a big star. Please call me queen. What is the future of being a star? You also have to perform for others, be a queen if you want, and control the destiny of others. All I want to do is make money? I'm really not a big star, I didn't create it, nor did I perform it, it was Su Hao. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, that's right, you didn't see it. At that moment, Dad was really handsome and awesome. Draw a circle and curse you, I don't even know what else Dad can't do. There may be another reason why Dad treated us like that before. Our sisters don't believe us, don't you still trust third sister? Dad is also very kind to the third sister. Technology is the primary productive force. Did he compose and perform the Symphony of Destiny? Could it be that you guys worked together to deceive us? Please call me your lady queen, you two little traitors, have agreed to unite the front and fight to the end for the rest of your life? Not only did he betray the organization, he also became a mole. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, fifth sister, please stop fooling around outside. Come back and ask your father to teach you 2 tricks to ensure that you dominate the underground world. Only wants to make money. Wait, let me slow down, I just looked at the hot search, even if the Symphony of Destiny was composed by Su Hao. But he said that because of his identity, he didn't want to expose his piano skills and cause trouble to his fans. The reason was too far-fetched. Third sister, you won't just forgive him like that, right? I'm really not a big star, how is it possible? I will never forget his ruthless face. Even if I die outside and jump from a 30-story building, I will never forgive him. Hearing what Su Hongjuang said, the 4 sisters in different locations couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The 2 younger sisters have already rebelled. If Su Hongjuang betrays her to death, their power will become even weaker. This is where you can appreciate Su Hao's brilliance. He didn't conquer his daughter just by relying on a favor. Rather, it is a plan within a plan, a series of plans, and it is impossible to guard against it. Several smart daughters, including Su Hongjuang, could not have imagined it. Draw a circle and curse you, sister, don't be so resistant to Dad, Dad has really changed. You have been banned by the group leader for 3 minutes. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, ha ha ha. I was laughing so hard. You have been banned by the group leader for 3 minutes. In the bedroom, when the twin sisters saw that they were banned, they clenched their fists and were so angry that their teeth itched. In the courtyard, Su Hao had not yet gone to find the beautiful stepmother, the protagonist of the role-play, and came to the yard alone to prepare for the lottery. Glancing at the emotion values in the system, there are as many as 120,000. After hesitating for a moment in the premium lottery, Su Hao gave up and decided to draw 12 consecutive draws. In the high-quality lottery, there is no doubt that you have a greater chance of drawing good things, and you can also draw special abilities. But it is of little use. If he gets another ability like teleportation, it will be in vain if his mental strength is not improved. System, lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 5 points of free attributes, barely okay. Next. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the rewarded character, a dead soldier in the early Mingjin period, Death Warrior. The loyalty is 100% and will appear in front of the host at the appropriate time. Brush Su Hao's eyes flashed. Finally, I found something I am more interested in. Now he has a net worth of tens of billions. He has regained his youth in times a night, is in great health and lacks nothing. There is a shortage of available subordinates. Without trust in your subordinates, there will be a lot of inconvenience in doing things. It's better to bring in more subordinates. Why does he need to plan the protagonist's brother gang? It's all about scheming and scheming. If it's troublesome, just flip it over and kill it. It's a pity that my strength is not high, and I am only in the early stage of Mingjin. Let's see if there are any surprises later. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward skill, music, master level. A wave of memories flooded into my mind. This bit of memory installation had no impact on Su Hao at all. Mastering pronunciation, singing and other skills in one thought. Another useless skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 3 points of free attributes. Why are there fewer and fewer? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward special ability, bullying too much. Good guy. This kidney, is it serious? In the midst of doubt, a warm current enveloped his kidneys. It seems to be undergoing transformation and enhancement. It finally ended after about a minute. Wei Wei felt it, as if he had endless power. I wonder if I can be a perpetual motion machine. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the rewarded character, a dead soldier in the early Mingjin period. Very good, too. The more, the merrier. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize item, a new Steinway piano. Steinway is a top brand of pianos. A new piano is worth millions. Why did you come up with this thing? Let him play at home when he has nothing to do? When we have this time, wouldn't it be nice to have the protagonist's beautiful stepmother? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the rewarded character, a dead soldier in the middle stage of Mingjin. The middle stage of Mingjin? Very good, the surprise did appear. You must know that he is only in the middle stage of Mingjin. They have overtaken him. I just don't know what my true strength is. Su Hao felt that he would not be weaker than the other party. Mainly because he has master-level close combat skills. Skills bridge the gap in strength and physique. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward Charm +1. Su Hao has tried it before, and the free attribute cannot add charm. It turns out you have to get it through a lottery. Increasing your charm can seduce more female protagonists, and the female protagonists also provide emotional value replenishment, which is not bad. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward skill, T-Art, God level, 3.2. As the beep fell, a large amount of memories poured into my mind. All kinds of knowledge about warming cups, pouring tea, waking up tea, brewing tea, were deeply rooted in his mind. This skill is just okay. When you have nothing to do, you can make tea by yourself. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 5 points of free attributes. 5 o'clock is pretty good. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the rewarded character, 2 dead soldiers in the early stage of Mingjin. 2 dead soldiers? Including the ones drawn before, there are 4 in the early stage of Mingjin and 1 in the middle stage of Mingjin. It belongs to one person to lead the 4 heavenly kings. The arrival of the 5 dead men can alleviate the dilemma of having no one to use them. Putting aside these distracting thoughts for the time being, Suha began to add some more. With one move, he drew 13 points of free attributes. Now he is not afraid of Chen Mo Zhengfif and can't find him for the time being, so he can relax a little. Su Hao added 5 points to his strength. 3 more points of constitution and 5 points of spirit were added. Swish, brush, brush. Waves of warmth wash over the body. When everything was over, Su Hao felt in better condition. View the properties panel. Character, Su Hao. Identity, controller of Su Group. Charm, 93, full value 100, strength, 70, middle stage of Ming Jin, physique, 36, 10 for ordinary people, spirit, 35, 10 for ordinary people, skills, close combat, grandmaster level, painting, grandmaster level, calligraphy, god level, piano, grandmaster level, music, master level, art, god level, item, desert eagle, special, portable space, 1 cubic meter, teleportation, bullying, emotional value, 3086, free. Attribute, 0. Chapter 58, the stepmother of the protagonist of Little Maid. Take the heroine to the woods, the lottery is over. Su Hao is ready to go back and enjoy the role play of his beautiful wife. I don't know how powerful it is to bully others. Walking to the door, Su Hao saw Su Hongzhuang in the living room through the window. Is staring at the phone attentively. I haven't gone back to the bedroom to sleep yet. It seems that God wants him to conquer this third daughter faster. As soon as I thought about it, the newly drawn reward, Steinway's new piano, appeared in front of me. Su Hao stretched out his hand and tried it. I thought it was heavy, but he lifted it easily. So, Su Hao walked into the room while carrying the piano in one hand. Su Hongzhuang is chatting with her sisters. Hearing the movement outside the door, she raised her head. I saw Su Haozheng walking towards him with a piano in one hand. Lifting a piano with one hand? Su Hongzhuang wiped her eyes, thinking she was dazzled. Confirming again that he had read correctly, he was shocked. When did this ruthless father become so powerful? Involuntarily, he thought of what his 2 sisters said about Su Hao easily swaying several killers. What the 2 sisters said before was confirmed. Su Hongzhuang's heart was extremely complicated. Thinking of Su Hao's meaningful words in the concert hall, don't be fooled by the superficial appearance of things. Could it be that there was really something hidden before? Your indifference to them is not intentional? In a daze, Su Hao had already walked over and said with a smile. Hongzhuang, I know you like pianos. You may not be used to not having a piano at home, so I ordered someone to order one. Where do you think it would be more suitable to put it? Quietly put the piano aside, and then do good deeds without leaving a name or asking for anything in return. Just leave it to the protagonist. What he wants is to create kindness, let the heroine repay it, and repay the favor. Su Hongzhuang came back to her senses, showed an incredible expression, and asked in surprise. Did you buy it for me? Seeing Su Hao's suspicious look, Su Hongzhuang suddenly woke up. If he didn't buy it for her, could it be that Su Hao bought it for himself? Over the years, I have never seen a piano in my home. Su Hao must have bought it after seeing her come home. Even if you just buy it, Su Hao will go and move it in person. This level of concern made Su Hongzhuang feel ripples in her heart. Hongzhuang, please tell me quickly, I can't hold on any longer. Su Hao pretended to be struggling. Su Hongzhuang said in a daze before she could recover. Put it in the study. After saying that, she realized something was wrong. Su Hao bought a piano for himself and kindly asked you where to put it. If you just say it bluntly, it would be too inhumane. So, Su Hongzhuang led the way. There are 2 study rooms in the Su family, one for the daughters and one for him. All the way to the daughter's study. Put the piano in an open space. I just bought it, and I don't know how the keys are. Can you try, Hongzhuang? Su Hao looked at his daughter with a smile. Su Hongzhuang brought a stool, placed it in front of the piano, and then sat down. She was slightly startled when she saw the piano brand. This is a new model from Steinway, and she has been thinking about it for a long time. But the price is 8 to 9 million, which is simply unaffordable. Su Hao actually bought it for her. At this time, Su Hongxuan was no longer making ripples, but waves. Take a deep breath and try to keep yourself calm. She raised her hands and placed them on the piano keys. After a while of trial and error, every note was in perfect condition and extremely clear. This is the best piano Su Hongxuan has ever used. Since there's no problem, I'll leave first. Su Hao turned around and prepared to leave. Etc. Su Hongxuan suddenly stopped him. After a long while, he murmured two words. Thanks. Ding, Su Hongxuan was moved, her emotional value plus 362. Thank you for what? You are my daughter, so you should go to bed early. Girls, don't stay up late. Su Hao showed a fatherly smile, waved and left. I'm afraid it's not too early to thank you now. The reason why I gave the piano to my daughter now is because I want her to play it by herself when she is fine. When she discovered the gap with herself, she started to panic. Now, Su Hongxuan has been stood up. If her fans find out that what she plays is very different from the Symphony of Destiny, it will definitely turn from pink to black. Su Hongxuan will discover this when she starts playing. I will have to beg him when the time comes. It is really endless fun to compete with my daughter in a battle of wits and courage. As soon as he returned to the bedroom, Su Manchio, dressed in a maid outfit, stood beside him. Oh no. After calling out shyly, she undressed him obediently. Now the two are no longer satisfied with interesting clothes and fancy suits, and have begun to play role-playing. Today Su Manchio plays the role of a maid. There are still many careers waiting for you. Doctors, nurses, nannies, daughters. Su Hao stretched out his hand and lifted her pointed chin with his fingertips. Little maid, you are not good today. You didn't do what I told you. No, I obviously said that. Su Yanqiu knew that Su Hao was talking about saying good things to him in front of his daughter, so he couldn't help but refute. She did say it when we were in the car just now. Although I only said one sentence. Oof. You even dare to refute my words. I think you want to find trouble. Ding, Su Wanqing couldn't help being embarrassed, her mood value plus 695. The next day Su Hao was about to go out, and his daughter happened to have classes in the morning and had to go to school, so he gave them a ride on the way. Arriving at Moda University, Su Hao did not leave immediately. I plan to go to the school for a walk. Speaking of which, he has not been to the school since he became a shareholder of the school. The school also prepared an office specially for him, and he has never visited it. As soon as Su Hao walked into the school, a bald middle-aged man came towards him. Vice President Zhang Li. He seemed to recognize Su Hao, but he was a little unsure and wiped his eyes. Finally, he shouted tentatively. Director Su? It is true that Su Hao has changed a lot. Even though he was elegant and gentle before, he always gave people a weird feeling. Now it is very natural and refreshing. Also, the whole person has become younger. Zhang Li almost didn't recognize Su Hao, but Su Hao recognized him. What's wrong, Lao Zhang? I haven't seen you for a while. You don't recognize me? After receiving Su Hao's response, Zhang Zhang slapped his forehead and blamed himself. Oh, Director Su, I'm so sorry. Look at you, you are getting younger and younger. I really didn't recognize you for a while. The vice principal, who usually stood tall in the school, now had a smile on his face that was brighter than a chrysanthemum. He quickly adjusted his mentality and praised Su Hao's youth in a different way. That gesture is flattering. Director Su, are you here for something? If you have anything to do, just tell me. I promise to handle it beautifully for you. It's nothing, I just haven't been to school for a long time. Come and take a look. Then I'll accompany you. Zhang Li volunteered. Su Hao is the director of the school. His position can be determined by just one sentence. He must be pleased. Countless students were surprised after seeing it. The bald principal, who was known for his ruthlessness, actually accompanied a handsome uncle respectfully. Lao Zhang, I can just take a look at it myself. Anyway, I graduated from this school and am very familiar with the surrounding environment. I don't need to trouble you to apologize. Su Hao saw him checking his watch from time to time. It was probably something urgent, so he wanted to send him away. What does it mean to have an old man next to you? A beautiful woman would be enough. It's best to be a female protagonist. Of course I know that Su Hao is no stranger to school, and I have nothing to do anyway. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Before he finished speaking, a cell phone rang. Zhongli had an embarrassed expression on his face and quickly hung up the call on his cell phone. Go. Su Hao waved his hand. How can that be done? Director Su is alone. Suddenly, Zhongli had a flash of inspiration and suggested. It's better than this, Director Su, I'll find someone to accompany you. Then, he looked around. When he saw a figure walking by not far away, his eyes lit up. Isn't that Wang Shuiying, the most beautiful teacher in their school? It's just the right time to find her to accompany Su Dong. In this way, even if he leaves, it will not be considered a dereliction of duty. Director Su, please wait a moment. Zhongli said something and ran towards Wang Shuiying. Teacher Wang, wait a moment. Wang Shuiying turned her head in confusion. Seeing Zhongli coming in a hurry, he asked. Principal Zhang, is something wrong? Teacher Wang, it's like this. Zhongli took a breath. A distinguished guest has come to the school. I have urgent matters to deal with. Can you help accompany him? Wang Shuiying frowned and her tone became cold. Sorry, Principal Zhang, I have something to do too. She has her own pride. She came to the school to teach and educate people, and she would not accompany any distinguished guests. Zhongli also knew the temper of this most beautiful teacher. He couldn't be tough. He might still have a chance if he was soft. Teacher Wang, please help me. Director Su rarely comes to our school. Who are you talking about? Wang Shuiying was stunned when she heard the word Dr. Su. Director Su, the chairman and president of Su Group, is also one of our school directors. They are over there. After Zhongli finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and pointed toward the distance. Following the direction of her finger, Wang Shuiying saw Su Hao not far away, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Teacher Wang, please help me. If I hadn't been in an emergency, I wouldn't have come to ask you. Faced with Vice Principal Zhongli's request again, Wang Shuiying did not refuse this time and nodded. All right. She has her own persistence and will not accompany any distinguished guests. But if the distinguished guest is Su Hao, then it'll be fine. Okay, I will remember Teacher Wang's favor this time. Zhongli was surprised and thanked her repeatedly. He brought Wang Shuiying to Su Hao and introduced her. Director Su, this is the most beautiful teacher in our school, Teacher Wang Shuiying. She is here to accompany you around the school. Su Hao looked over and Wang Shuiying quickly lowered her head. A blush appeared on her pretty face involuntarily, and her heart kept beating. Since the last time the two of them had dinner together, Su Hao had brought her several dishes. The friendship between the two began to gradually deteriorate. Wang Shuiying often thinks wildly when she is alone. I don't know what Su Hao means. Could it be that you like yourself? But he is already married. I am still a teacher, and the influence I have on a married woman's life is too bad. What if he confesses to himself? Are you agreeing? Or refuse? Would it be bad if I refused? What if you accept it? Zhongli didn't notice the flirting between the two and apologized. Dong, I'm so sorry. Something happened at home. Okay, let's go. Su Hao waved his hand impatiently and drove the light bulb away as quickly as possible. Vice Principal Zhang is gone. Su Hao and Wang Shuiying stood there. Looking at the beautiful teacher who looked like a quail, Su Hao smiled slightly. Teacher Wang, please accompany me for a walk in the school. Good. Wang Shuiying responded in a low voice. In this way, a beautiful scenery appeared in the school. When some students passed by and saw it, their faces looked like they had seen a ghost. A heart is torn apart. Wang Shuiying is not only a teacher, but also a goddess in the hearts of countless students. I have never seen her get close to anyone of the opposite sex before. They saw it today. Walking side by side with a very charming and handsome man, the sun shines through the mottled sparse shadows and falls on them like a couple in love. Goodbye, the most beautiful teacher in our school has found a boyfriend, Lawn Show Mushroom. No, I don't believe it, my goddess has always been pure and pure, how is it possible, I'm so angry. Teacher Wang is so beautiful and a kind person. Which man can be worthy of her? Damn! Such good cabbage is about to be eaten by pigs. I can't stand it anymore. I feel so uncomfortable that I want to die. The students' discussion was not loud, but Wang Shuiying still heard it. Her pretty face turned even redder, and she secretly gritted her teeth. Why are these students so evil? Obviously they are just friends. I was just walking around campus with Su Hao, why did they become in love? I don't know what Su Hao is thinking. He has a family, so he won't be angry because I have affected his reputation, right? He quietly raised his head and looked at Su Hao's expression. When I found that he was calm, I breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Wang, how's your life going? As the two of them walked along, Su Hao found a topic to talk about. Fine. Wang Shuiying replied, but nothing more happened. Originally, Wang Shuiying's emotional intelligence was not like this. But walking with Su Hao, her heartbeat accelerated, and the annoyed student's comments made her lose her bearings. Su Hao knew that she was upset and asked a very topical question. Poetry, painting, how have you been doing in school recently? Didn't you get into any trouble? Sure enough, Wang Shuiying looked much more relaxed when she heard Su Hao talk about her two obedient students. They are very obedient, and their personalities have become much more cheerful recently. The poor twin daughters were once again treated as tools by their father. When the sisters were mentioned, Wang Shuiying became interested and began to talk endlessly. The two of them were walking and chatting, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Suddenly, Su Hao stopped in front of a small forest and asked, pretending to be curious. I remember when I was in school, this small forest had not yet been developed. I saw that there were many paths. Is there any other use for it? What he said is correct. In this life, he really didn't know what this grove was for. But that doesn't mean he didn't know about his previous life. You often take schoolgirls to the woods, okay? As a teacher, Wang Shuiying has never been here, but she often hears students mention this grove. After a while, the blush that had just subsided gradually began to creep up on her cheeks again. This, here is. She was a little hesitant and couldn't say anything. Facing Su Hao's curious gaze, Wang Shuiying's mind was racing and she said, this is a place where students often go on dates. Haha, is that right? Do young people nowadays go to the woods to fall in love? Let's go in and have a look. After saying that, he walked into the woods. Wang Shuiying stretched out her hand to stop him, but Su Hao was already gone. Su Hao had already gone in, and she had no choice but to follow him with her feet. Chapter 59, a good place to do things. Can't help myself. Daughter's shyness. Su Hao walked into the woods and smiled when he heard the footsteps behind him. The sky is clear outside, but the woods have a different scene. The light is blocked by thick branches, making it look slightly dim. It is indeed a good place to do business. It was early in the morning, students were all in class, and there was no one in the woods. The grove is well taken care of by the students. There are some balloons and flowers hanging around. When you walk in, an ambiguous atmosphere hits your face. Especially in this situation where there is only one man and one woman. Dr. Su, there's nothing to see here. Let's go out. Wang Shuiying ran up quickly. Su Hao ignored him and looked around. If you have time, you can try it here. Take the most beautiful teacher, a goddess in the eyes of countless people, to the woods. It's very interesting to think about it. Seeing a spider hanging on the branch next to him, Su Hao's mind changed. Just look straight at the spider. Wang Shuiying did not hear Su Hao's reply and saw him staring in one direction in a daze. I couldn't help but look in the direction. Wang Shuiying was startled when she saw a spider so close to her eyes. He cried out yeah, his body instinctively wanted to find a sense of security and fell into Suhao's arms. Suhao also refused to accept anyone who came, and took her into his arms. Wenxiang Nephrite hugged her full. Feeling the warmth in Suhao's arms, Wang Shuiying gradually calmed down. Suddenly I realized that this posture was wrong. I am a teacher, how would it be appropriate to hug and hug others at school? What if those students saw it? No. I'm sorry, I was scared just now. Wang Shuiying explained with a blushing face and prepared to leave Suhao's arms, but I found that the hand on my waist showed no intention of letting go. He raised his head in confusion. Suhao's face was already close before his eyes. Wang Shuiying's eyes widened, her mind went blank, and her body stiffened. A few minutes later, Wang Shuiying, who was about to fall into confusion, came to her senses and broke away from Suhao's arms. He straightened his clothes and glared at Suhao angrily, his face so red that he almost bled. She pursed her lips tightly. It's really too embarrassing. Ding, Wang Shuiying is flustered, her mood value is plus 684. Ding, Wang Shuiying is ashamed, her mood value is plus 726. Ding, 310. I'm sorry, Teacher Wang, you are so beautiful, I couldn't help myself just now. Come, it comes again. The familiar scumbag tone. Suhao secretly thought it was a pity. This heroine is too determined. Whenever she relaxes and relies on her superb driving skills, can directly win third base. But don't be in a hurry. According to the progress of this strategy, it won't be long before this little heroine is conquered by him. Suhao admitted his mistake, what else could Wang Shuiying do? After all, she didn't resist immediately just now. I can only suffer the loss of being dumb. Her heart stirred up waves, and she could never calm down. I always can't help but think of that warm embrace just now, full of security. The aura of a mature man comes to my face. Let her get lost in it, unable to extricate herself. While accompanying Suhao around the campus, Wang Shuiying never spoke again. I have been thinking about things in my mind. Suhao doesn't care about this, there has to be an adaptation process. I believe that after she gets used to it, the first step has been taken, and the second and third steps will be easily achieved. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Wang Shuiying's cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was my neighbor Antly, answered doubtfully. What? My mother fainted? Is she sent to the hospital now? Wang Shuiying was shocked. Okay, I'll be there right away. Thank you, Aunt Li. What happened? Wang Shuiying hung up the phone and heard Suhao's inquiry next to her. It was my mother who fainted suddenly. Immediately repeat what Aunt Li said on the phone. I have to go to the hospital quickly now. I can't accompany Director Su anymore. Wang Shuiying looked anxious. Follow me. It just so happened that they were about to finish visiting the campus, and the car was parked not far away. Suhao took her hand and got into the car. I'll take you to the hospital. After Suhao finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the school. Wang Shuiying's lips moved. The matter was urgent now, and she urgently wanted to go to the hospital to see her mother, so she didn't say much. But I feel warm in my heart. Ding, Wang Shuiying was so moved, her emotional value plus 888. Suhao drove to the number 1 hospital in Shanghai and went to the ward with Wang Shuiying. Outside a ward, Wang Shuiying met Aunt Li, who called her. Aunt Li, how is my mother's condition? Wang Shuiying's face was full of anxiety. I'm still in a coma now. Seeing Wang Shuiying looking like she was about to cry, Aunt Li quickly comforted her. Shuiying, you don't need to worry too much. The doctor has diagnosed and treated you just now. There is no danger to your life. Wang Shuiying breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked worriedly. Aunt Li, then, what disease does my mother have? Aunt Li hesitated for a moment and then said it. Hypertensive heart disease, because it was not diagnosed and treated in time, is now a bit serious. Shuiying, don't worry. I've asked the doctor. As long as you actively cooperate with the treatment, you will gradually get better. Wang Shuiying couldn't hold herself any longer. She wanted to go to the ward to see her mother, but was stopped by Aunt Li. The doctor said that your mother needs to be quiet now, and she should go see her again later. Wang Shuiying had no choice but to nod. At this time, the two heard someone calling on the phone next to them. Lao He, do you still remember me? Su Hao held his cell phone, and the person he was talking to was the director of the #1 hospital in Shanghai. Seeing that Wang Shuiying's mother was ill, Su Hao knew that the opportunity had come. In fact, this is mostly a plot that enhances the relationship between the protagonist and the heroine. It's just that now the protagonist Chen Mo, whose brother was tricked into death by him, is a mess. I have no intention of looking for Wang Shuiying. The result was that he cut off his hair. With just one sentence, the heroine can be harvested. Why wouldn't Su Hao do it? How come I don't remember Mr. Su? I don't know why Mr. Su called me. That's it. The mother of a friend of mine suffered a heart attack and was admitted to your first hospital. You helped arrange a high-end ward and called the best doctors over for treatment. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I'll get to it right away, just a moment. Okay. I owe you a favor. Let's have tea together when we have time. After hanging up the phone, Su Hao saw the two people looking at him blankly, and then explained as if he remembered. I know that hypertensive heart disease is not a serious disease. As long as you have good doctor treatment, you will recover quickly. I have just made arrangements with the director of this hospital. Shuiying, you don't have to worry. Wang Shuiying was really stunned now. What is Su Hao's identity? There is not much interaction between them. Su Hao was willing to help her and find the best doctor to treat her mother. And it costs a favor. It is self-evident how much the favor of Su Hao, the CEO of a billionaire group, weighs. Director Su, I. She was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Su Hao. It's just a small matter. There's no need to be so polite between us. It's more important to cure your mother's illness. Regarding her mother's condition, Wang Shuiying stopped talking. I can only hide my full gratitude in my heart. Recalling what Su Hao said. There is no need to be polite between us. What is their relationship? The scene in the grove came to mind again. The worry in Wang Shuiying's heart dissipated, and her daughter's shyness arose. Ding, Wang Shuiying is very moved. Her mood value is plus 935. Aunt Li next to her couldn't help but marveled when she heard the conversation between the two. Weird eyes wandered over the two of them. Dean, he was still very efficient. A nurse came over soon and transferred the Queen Mother to the advanced ward. And expressed it to Wang Shuiying. Experts and professors in the field of cardiology from the first hospital are rushing back. Once the Queen Mother's condition stabilizes, treatment will begin. I heard that the hospital will arrange for experts and professors to treat my mother. Wang Shuiying was completely relieved. At the same time, I feel more and more grateful. She knew that it was all thanks to the help of Su Hao in front of her. She was a little angry because Su Hao took her first bite away, but now it has disappeared. After the arrangements were made, Su Hao had to leave. He has no intention of staying in the hospital with the heroine. Before leaving, Wang Shuiying stood in front of the school and expressed her sincere thanks. Thank you, Mr. Su. Su Hao waved his hand and left. On the same spot, Wang Shuiying looked at his back in a daze. Aunt Li couldn't bear it anymore, pulled her aside and said mysteriously. Shuiying, you are not kind. You have such a powerful boyfriend and you don't tell your aunt. Wang Shuiying knew that Aunt Li had misunderstood, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Aunt Li, you misunderstood, we are just friends. Ah, yes, friendship, I understand. Aunt Li showed an understanding smile. How about still being friends? Who are you lying to? As a friend, will I accompany you to the hospital? I also asked the dean for help. Transferred to a high-end ward and ask a professor to treat you? Alas, girls nowadays are so thin-skinned. Wang Shuiying opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't explain it to the older generation, so she simply closed her mouth. Su Hao left the hospital and was about to get in the car when he saw a woman signaling to him. There was a guess in my mind. He calmly followed the woman's guidance and came to a nearby alley. Greetings to the Lord. There was no one around, and 5 women knelt down on one knee in front of Su Hao. The 5 women were all dressed in smart clothes, with extremely cold expressions, and the aura on each one of them was not weak. Among them, the woman kneeling at the front has the strongest aura. A look of understanding appeared in Su Hao's eyes. As expected, these 5 women were the dead men he drew in the lottery last night. Get up. Next, Su Hao asked them some questions. I found that apart from fighting, they can basically do other things. There is no difference from normal people. He immediately sent 2 dead men to Su Wenqiu's beauty salon to protect Su Wenqiu. The other is responsible for picking up and dropping off the twin daughters from school, while secretly protecting them. He didn't want to be like the protagonist, who acted as a hero to save the beauty after being captured by the villain. It doesn't matter if the hero saves the beauty. If you save dozens of chapters, the day lily will be cold. Su Hao wanted to take precautions in advance. His daughters and women must be protected. But there are not many dead soldiers now, and the remaining 3 have other uses. When there are enough dead men, Xia Qingge, Wang Shuiying, and other daughters will be arranged. Came to the company again. Secretary Li Koan came to him immediately and reported the news that Lao Mo had passed on to him. After yesterday night, the brothers showed their power and killed everyone. The alliance composed of small forces is about to be defeated. The alliance forces expressed their willingness to surrender to the Brotherhood. But the brothers won't help. Their core member Lao Lu died in the struggle of the alliance of forces. How can you give up? The Brotherhood will not stop until these bastards are killed. The next day or 2 will be the final stage of the fight between the Brotherhood and the alliance forces. Either you die or I die. Bang bang bang. Su Hao listened to the secretary's report and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. If you want to make someone die, you must first make them crazy. The brothers all spoke harshly. The alliance forces will definitely not surrender and will definitely fight back wildly. There is a good show to watch next. Although those small characters could not shake the status of the Brotherhood in the end. But it is inevitable to consume some of the Brotherhood's strength. Let Lao Mo pay attention to the timing of entry. When they are fighting in full swing, let the blood massacre slowly expand. Su Hao issued an order. Sit back and watch the protagonist fight with the Lu family, and he will benefit. His blood massacre. It took advantage of the fierce battle between the brother gang and the alliance forces to develop obscenely. Quiet expansion. In one last move, the 2 largest underground forces in Nanchang were annexed. How much can you gain with one move? Li Koan respectfully resigned and went to inform Su Hao of his instructions. Su Hao looked at his leaving back, his eyes gradually becoming dangerous. Now that he has the manpower, he can start dealing with this rebellious guy. But before dealing with him, you must first find the evidence about yourself and destroy it. Su Hao withdrew his gaze, looked at a pile of documents on his desk, and began to work. Time came to noon in a blink of an eye. Su Hao went out to eat, and happened to meet Xia Qingge on the way. From a distance, I saw a boy standing in front of Xia Qingge, saying something with gentle eyes. Xia Qingge frowned slightly, with an obviously impatient expression on his face. Suddenly seeing Su Hao, Xia Qingge's eyes lit up and his smile bloomed. The boys standing in front of him were stunned. At this moment, the world seemed to have lost its color. Then, he saw the goddess walking towards him, passing by him. Looking back, I saw CEO Su Hao approaching. The boy was startled, lowered his head immediately, and said hello in fear. Mr. Su. Which department are you in? Su Hao's voice was calm, and the majesty of a superior person came to his face. The boy felt the pressure, sweat broke out on his forehead, and replied tremblingly. Sell. Go away, you dare to harass female colleagues in the company, who gave you the courage? The boy's face turned pale. He had noticed it since Xia Qingge entered the company. I have been paying attention to this goddess-level beauty. Today, I finally plucked up the courage to step forward and invite Xiaoqinga to dinner. Even though I was rejected, I didn't say anything, and the president even saw it. Now it's better, you can't steal the chicken but lose the rice. I didn't even say a word to the goddess, and I lost my job. And what he doesn't know is, when Su Hao brought Xiaoqinga to the president's restaurant for dinner, his goddess Xiaoqinga's figure lying on the dining table is so alluring. Chapter 60, Hands-on Teaching to My Daughter. The protagonist's stepmother is ashamed the Su family study room. Jingle bell. Jingle bell. Jingle bell, jingle bell. The sweet sound of piano sounded throughout the study. If you listen carefully, it is the Symphony of Destiny that is now popular all over the internet. The sound of the piano is sometimes urgent, sometimes melodious, and sometimes passionate. Anyone who hears it will praise it. Plays very well. However, Su Hongzhuang, who was sitting in front of the piano and playing, frowned tightly. Finally, both hands left the piano, picked up the phone and clicked on the Symphony of Destiny played by Su Hao. Su Hongzhuang has been practicing for a day listening to the recording. With her musical talent, she learned this divine song without any teacher. However, no matter how she played it, it was different from Su Hao's. And the gap is huge. It's not on the same level at all. This is just a recording. Compared with live performance, both the timbre and performance are much different. Su Hongzhuang was very distressed. Now, her non-fans are calling for her to show up. Many entertainment companies said they would spend a lot of money to sign her. In the past, she would have been very happy to have so many fans supporting her. This is how she feels when she dreams of becoming a big star. Now, she couldn't be happy at all. There is no other reason. The Symphony of Destiny that went viral on the internet was not played by her. She couldn't play it either. For this reason, she has been mentally exhausted for a day. Even the glimmer of understanding she had after listening to Su Hao's performance yesterday gradually disappeared. Click. The door to the study room was opened cautiously. It turns out that the two younger sisters are after school. I knew third sister was here. Su Huai showed an unexpected expression. The two sisters walked in. Everyone showed curiosity when they saw the piano in front of Su Hongzhuang. Let's take a look at the piano Dad gave you. Su Huai reached out and touched the material, and pressed the sound button. Then I searched the brand online. This is the latest model launched by Steinway. It's worth 9.3 million. It seems that Dad still cares about the third sister. It's a pity. Compared with my necklace, it's still far behind, he 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 he. Su Huai laughed unkindly. Su Shiqing looked at her current situation and rolled her eyes at her sister. Seeing Su Hongzhuang frowning tightly, she couldn't help but asked in confusion. Third sister, what's wrong with you? Are you not satisfied with the piano that Dad gave you? No, the piano is very good. Su Hongzhuang shook her head. Ignoring the two sisters, I picked up my phone and continued listening to the divine song. Su Shiqing rolled her eyes and seemed to understand something. She opened her mouth, but considering the relationship between the third sister and her father, she didn't say anything in the end. Su Huai doesn't have so many scruples. What's wrong? His eyes flashed and he said playfully. Could it be that the third sister wanted to learn my father's Symphony of Destiny, but she didn't learn it? Ha ha ha. Seeing her sister gloating about her misfortune, Su Shiqing couldn't help but stepped forward and blocked her mouth. If you can't speak, just speak less. What I said is the truth. Su Huai broke away from her sister and pouted. What's the big deal? If you don't know how, just learn. There's no shame in it. Anyway, Dad, the creator and performer, is at home. I believe that with Dad's guidance, you can learn it in one day. My sister had already talked about it for this reason, and Su Shiqing also started to persuade her. Third sister, Huai is right. Instead of figuring it out on your own here, it's better to let Dad teach you. Dad is very good at teaching. Every time he teaches, we gain a lot. Looking for Su Hao to teach you? Su Hongzhuang's heart was pounding. She had been tortured for a day, and suddenly she heard that there was a way to solve it, so she wanted to try it. Su Hao's piano level far exceeds that of international masters. Just playing a song yesterday made her realize something. If she teaches herself, and only if he teaches herself, can she learn this symphony of destiny? But Su Hongzhuang hesitated again. She and her 2 older sisters and 2 younger sisters just reached a united front yesterday. Today she asked Su Hao to teach her piano, feeling guilty of betrayal. No. This is not a betrayal of the alliance. I just asked Su Hao for advice on piano. It's not like I completely forgive him. Completely 2 different things. Su Hongzhuang excused herself in her heart. When I thought about it, I suddenly became enlightened. But she couldn't help but smile bitterly again. She convinced herself, but she still didn't know if Su Hao was willing to teach her. It's true that you are being sentimental. Su Hua noticed the change in her expression, clenched his fists and encouraged her. Third sister, are you worried about whether Dad will teach you? What I want to tell you is that your thoughts are superfluous. Haven't you seen that your father has always been very good to you during the time you came back? Yesterday night, I helped you move the piano overnight. As long as you ask, Dad will definitely agree to teach you. Su Huai also echoed beside him. Yes, Dad is very good. Su Hongzhuang was worried. I couldn't play the piano anymore, so I went to the living room downstairs with my 2 sisters. After seeing the gifts Su Hao gave Su Hongzhuang, the 2 sisters ran to the courtyard to complete their homework. The homework was assigned to them by Su Hao. Write a word and draw a picture every day. After Su Hao's step-by-step teaching, the level of the 2 sisters has been greatly improved. Su Shiqing, in particular, has been able to draw in one day what she could only draw in the past 10 days or so. Su Wenqiu poked her head out of the kitchen and saw her daughter Su Hongzhuang sitting on the sofa in a daze, so she said hello. Hongzhuang, come here and help me. Oh, okay. Su Hongzhuang came to her senses and walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen was not busy. Su Manchio called her over to say good things to Su Hao. Yesterday, I was bullied by Su Hao because I was not active. I randomly assigned my daughter a task of picking vegetables. Su Wenqiu asked intentionally or unintentionally. Hongzhuang, what do you think of your father now? Su Hongzhuang glanced at Su Manchio strangely, wondering why this beautiful stepmother asked this. But she still thought about it and said, it's not as annoying as before. The words are concise, but highlight the key points. Su Hao was moody and ruthless before. It can be said that he is not like a father at all. Logically speaking, even if it is a kitten or puppy, it has been raised for more than 20 years. There should also be feelings, right? Sorry, Su Hao doesn't have one. Su Hao seems to be a different person now. Not only did he lose his previous indifference, but he also treated them well in various ways. It's really annoying for her. Su Wenqiu felt happy. The daughter's impression changed, and she secretly said that there was something wrong. Hongzhuang, have you noticed it too? Your father is indeed different from before. Maybe he has realized his past mistakes. Su Wenqiu began to talk endlessly. Using the strength that could only be exerted in the evening, he praised Su Hao fiercely. It can only be said that Su Hao is the best father in a million. Su Hongzhuang listened carefully at first, but later her expression became more and more strange. Finally, after Su Manchio finished speaking, she spoke. Mom Su, I want to ask you a question. What? Su Manchio was a little surprised. I want to ask, is Su's mother conquered by him as my little sister said, brush? Su Manchio's face was confused. His face began to turn red, reaching the root of his neck, and his head began to feel hot. There was a lot of panic in her heart, but she pretended to be calm on her face. It's nothing, don't listen to her nonsense. Then, Mother Su, can you tell me what was going on with the loud noise last night? There was a smile in Su Hongzhuang's eyes. This beautiful stepmother always behaved very dignifiedly in front of them. It's so funny to see how deflated she is. Bah, bah, bah. How could I have the same bad taste as Su Huai? You heard it wrong, I didn't make a sound. Su Lengqiu's eyes evaded and he hesitated. Finished, discovered by another daughter. The majesty of mother is gone. Mom Su, you have 300 taels of silver here. I didn't say who made the sound. Woo woo. Su Lengqiu finally couldn't stand it any longer. He turned his head away from his daughter and kept cooking with peace of mind. When Su Hongzhuang saw her stepmother like this, she stopped teasing her. After all, Su Manxia was very kind to them in the past. Su Manxia was very virtuous, and he prepared a large table of meals in a short time. Su Hao happened to come back at this time. While eating, Su Hongzhuang opened her mouth but stopped talking. She wanted to ask Su how to teach her piano. But I was afraid that Su Hao would disagree, so I always had concerns. Su Shiqing observes words and emotions. I felt funny when I saw the third sister, who had always been so majestic, looking like this. Playing is fun, making trouble is making trouble, bringing the third sister into the family is no joke. Seeing her confused look made her anxious, so Su Hongzhuang spoke up for her sister. Dad, the third sister wants to learn piano from you. Oh? Su Hao had expected all this. But he still looked at Su Hongzhuang pretending to be confused. Su Hongzhuang rolled her eyes at her sister and secretly blamed her for talking too much. Facing Su Hao's doubtful gaze, Su Hongzhuang spoke. As long as you teach me piano, I can accept whatever payment you want. Su Hongzhuang didn't want to accept Su Hao's charity. Think of it as hiring a teacher for yourself and getting paid to compensate. Thinking about this makes me feel more at ease. Do you really accept any reward? Su Hao looked strange, with a successful smile on his face. Okay, since Hongzhuang wants to learn, then I will teach you. Su Hongzhuang breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. It's good that I wasn't rejected. The family finished their meal quickly. Su Yanqiu went to clean up the dishes, and Su Hao followed the twin sisters to check their homework. After a little guidance, I came to the study room with my third daughter, Su Hongzhuang. Being alone in a room with Su Hao, Su Hongzhuang felt a little uncomfortable. Sitting in front of the piano, he looked at Su Hao doubtfully. I don't know how he will teach himself. Before I teach you, I need to understand your situation first. Just play a song for me to listen to. Su Hongzhuang felt that Su Hao could not be underestimated, so she played her best song. Your level is already pretty good, but you just haven't mastered the key yet, bala bala, jili gulu, aba. Su Hao's piano is at the master level. Isn't it easy to teach an individual? Su Hongzhuang gradually became fascinated. When he came back to his senses, he still had some unfinished thoughts. Okay, it's useless to talk so much. Just try playing another song according to what I said. Ding ding dong dong. Su Hongzhuang's fingers flew, and the sound of playing the piano came out. She felt much better than before, but it's still a little short of breaking through the bottleneck. Just when Su Hongzhuang was frowning and thinking, someone suddenly pressed against her back. Then, her hands were grabbed. Just as Su Hongzhuang was about to break away, Su Hao's voice came to her ears. No. You should be like this. Su Hao just grabbed her hands and jumped on the keys. The sound of the piano suddenly changed. It's that feeling of breakthrough. Su Hongzhuang's eyes lit up, and she was about to get angry, but she suppressed it. No more resistance. The corners of Su Hao's mouth rose. Demo, no matter who you are, you must surrender to my routine. After discovering that it was indeed effective, Su Hongzhuang began to feel Su Hao's rhythm, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. She finally found the feeling to break through the piano bottleneck. After she became familiar with it, Su Hao slowly let go. Su Hongzhuang can still play it freely. After finishing playing a song, Su Hongzhuang still felt unfinished, and her heart was filled with turmoil. No matter how she looked for a breakthrough before, she couldn't find it. Su Hao just taught her step by step, and she learned it. Su Hongzhuang decided to try other songs. But at the beginning, that feeling disappeared again. Looking at Su Hao eagerly. Su Hao did not disappoint her and taught her step by step again. Just when one of them was serious about teaching and the other was serious about learning. No found. The study door was opened a small crack. Two little heads poked out. No. It should be said that Su Hongzhuan didn't notice it. Su Hao had long heard the sound of his two daughters arriving. After Su Hao taught him step by step several times, Su Hongzhuan finally got used to this feeling. Later, even without Su Hao's help, she was able to play the song completely. I learned. Su Hongzhuan's face showed joy. Third sister, congratulations. You have made such a breakthrough after studying for less than an hour. Yes, third sister, congratulations. Two sisters, Su Shiqing and Su Hui, jumped out. He said congratulations, but there was a joking expression on his face. Su Hongzhuan looked startled. The two younger sisters saw the step-by-step teaching scene just now? He suddenly blushed with embarrassment. I felt very embarrassed and ashamed. After all, when she saw Su Hao teaching his two sisters step by step, she stood up and stopped him. The dragon slayer finally became an evil dragon? The whole family is enjoying themselves here. But in the slums, it's a different story. There were sounds of fighting, shouting, and howling. This is the decisive battle between the brother gang and the alliance forces. The grumpy fourth child is fighting hard. A knife slashed an alliance boy away. Just as he was about to look for his next target, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. Directly hit his neck. The fourth child was startled at first, then sneered. I've finally waited for you. Sheathed the knife and deflected the fatal blow to the throat. Before he could make the next move, the black shadow stabbed his heart again. It can be said that it is fatal with a knife. Lao Si used all his strength and narrowly dodged the blow. The killer who hurt Lao Lu finally appeared. Figures appeared one after another, surrounding the black shadows. Among them was Chun Mo, who looked at the surrounded killers with murderous intent in his eyes. Yes, this black shadow is the killer Lu Fei paid for. Seeing the scene in front of him, the killer was stunned. I am a killer on horseback, here to assassinate my target. Why is it like throwing myself into a trap? This damn thing, are you sure it's not a scam? The purpose is to trap him? Seeing that something was wrong, the killer wanted to escape. But the top brass of the Brotherhood are all gathered here to avenge Lao Lu, so how can they let him run away? In the end, the killer could not escape and was beaten to death. He couldn't figure it out until he died. This is the first time he has taken action after accepting a mission. What does the death of their sixth child have to do with him? What an injustice!